think it was formal debate. You know the way we do it. The arena is like how we make the square. Like in the old days, like the ways to make the square, like they would have two individuals, and it was just like within the community, like, all right, we're gonna do this thing. Now you know the rules, right? So it's like arena rules and shit. Oh, Brad, you remember the arena rules if you were talking about it.
I was there when it got created.
See, that's amazing. There's not too many people that can say that, and actually were in those days with us, because it was like we did Friday Night Fights. Remember that? You were around those times.
Mickey, man, I've been around since the ODD TV live stream days. I rinsed for him. I was here for the 1.0 server. When I dipped out shortly after. I came back. 2.0 server was here. No, I mean, I was a mod with you, but yeah, life and things, man. Stupid choices. Stupid choices. Well, how would you say it? I guess misconstrued views on people. I just pushed myself away. That was all.
Well, no matter, man. I mean, you're here, and I think that's the most important thing. We're fucking back on the horse, and we're gonna persevere to kind of continue this fight.
Oh yeah,
back on the horse.
Where's Scott Mackey at, man? Somebody bring his ass up in here.
Oh hell yeah! That's the fucking spirit I'm talking about, man. What the fuck?
Lo-fi.
Yo, what's up? Hey, is that Mayhem?
Oh, wait. Yep. What's up, Lo-fi? That's me.
Hey,
that's me.
Dude, that 3 Point song. I'm sure you already know the song because they mention you. I download that song, and there's two cool things about it. I play it all the time at work, and also I uploaded it to my podcast, which is featured on iHeartRadio. So I was able to get that song played on the radio a few times.
Wait, what song?
What?
Yeah, the 3 Point song.
Way.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's on iHeartRadio. I'm not joking.
Yeah. 3 points.
It's pretty cool.
Which one? There's like maybe
what song are you talking about?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me hold on. Let me get the link. Hold up. iHeartRadio.
I want to say it's Chocolate Saiyan, but I don't know. It might not be Chocolate Saiyan.
It's called 3 Point. It's that song. It's like it was you that made the question. It was like who and where did someone first measure the Earth's curve? And then you don't let them swerve. It's like
what?
It's such a brilliant song. It's catchy. Hold up, I gotta find it now.
Oh fuck! Who made it? Because I know that Drace made one too.
Yeah. I think he made it for you. Well, not for you, but like he wanted to make it for everyone, and he gave you huge kudos near the end of it. It's like thank you, Mayhem and Miggy.
Let me hear it.
3 point space spin curve.
Yeah, I gotta get the link. Hold up. I'm gonna definitely. The way I got around the being blacklisted, shadow banned, all that stuff is I put the song at the end of the episode because I try to just upload it just randomly, and I got a strike. I'm like, wait, I can't do that. But they gave me a strike not because it's not copyrighted. So I'm just thinking to myself, who gave it a strike? And I think it's just because it's talking about flat Earth. Just like literally,
really?
That's the only reason they removed it. Right?
Yeah, because
I upload music all the time.
AI generated. It's AI generated, so it's unique. Nobody has rights to that song.
That's the weirdest thing. Let's see here.
Yeah.
CB, do you know what song he's talking about?
Curve. Yeah.
That's weird, dude.
Here, hold up. I should have got the link ready before I started talking.
Nah, bro. Because I thought he was talking about my shit. I'm like,
that's what I thought. Because I said there's a couple of versions of like people mentioning it, like Chocolate Saiyan. I know mentioned it. You did. Fuck, there must be. I know Drace did one, and the one he's talking about, I think, is the one Drace did. But
so when you click that link for the iHeartRadio, just go to the second episode. It's called Outlook on Life, 3 points. And then I just made an episode about like what did I talk about in that episode? Oh, it's about how do you live your life? Do you live your life seeking the truth, or do you live your life in kind of comfort? And so I talk about how that's not a good thing. Don't get too comfortable. Seek the truth, even if it hurts. And then at the end of it, I just play the song, and people reached out to me. They're like, "Is that Taylor Swift?" I'm like, "No." What? They're like, "Is that Taylor Swift?" It's like, no. But it's
Yo,
crazy.
Lo-Fi.
What's up, dude?
Lo-Fi, I was just going to ask regarding the copyright thing. Do you
Yeah.
anywhere in your whatever medium that you're using
Mhm.
provide a link or a source to the original thing and say, oh, you know, all credits go to so and so for this. This is not monetized. What all that you know legal disclaimer bullshit.
Ironically, that's what kind of got me in trouble because when I wrote Flat Earth Discord, it was promoting something that's not for Spotify or the iHeartRadio, and then I just said then I said FE Discord 24/7, and so I try to find a way so cause there's like a AI that combs through keywords and things like and links and stuff, and so they do anything they can to kind of wipe out anything. And so,
okay, well, a
yeah,
neat trick for that shit, you know, if you just want a little like insider knowledge, you know, trick for that type of shit, because the AIs are likely crawling for tech related things. So if they, like you say, if they find keywords in the text, they'll be able to suss things out differently. So if you provided a link to something that is like you know, if you have a link, sometimes the content of whatever's in the link is in the link itself, like actual full words. You can smudge that out and make it kind of gibberishy, so that so if somebody crawls over it, they won't find anything. And if the terms in the piece are all kind of like, you know, not obfuscated, but like, you know, undertone things or whatever, the AI might have a more difficult time of picking anything out. So at the very least, if you're citing your source, as everyone likes to push,
cite your source.
They should give you some leniency on that. And if you obfuscate the terms, the things are not intelligent enough to make anything out of that, unless they really ramped it up and everything is like really obvious there. You know, so.
Well, that's why I put it at the end. So that's another thing I learned about the AI system is that they only regulate the first like 15, 20 seconds. Well, actually, probably 30 seconds. And then if they pick up something that they think is copyrighted, they'll strike it without even letting you appeal it. And so I just put it at the end. But I made a short episode. So like I made like a minute inspirational speech. I'm just like, hey guys, you know, do your thing. Don't get too comfortable. And then at the end of it, it's like boom. And it's but it's relevant because that song is talking about the truth. It's not easy to accept that everything was a lie, and so it's such a good song because it's uplifting with really intense truth. It's like no one measured the Earth's curve. Nobody. And then if somebody tries to tell you the whole stick thing, I don't even remember the names anymore. Galileo or whatever his name was. It's just like I'm sincerely. Huh? Oh yeah. Well, it's like oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, supposedly he discovered it because of the shadows looking a certain way, and I'm just like, that's not a measurement. Even if that were true, that's not a measurement. Who measured it? We have the globe radius, so who measured it? And so
I mean it is in a way, and it is a measurement of the shadows. That's sure. That's for sure. Yeah. But it's an indirect measurement of where the shadows are. Right? You have to infer that.
Yeah.
And then you have to add, you have to include a set of assumptions to do that. So that's where it gets dicey because you can do that on a flat surface and you get different results. Right. And then, but that implies that the light source is closer and all that jazz. Right. So there's like of 3 or 4 inputs and outputs into that thing. One of them is hard coded. Right. Or excuse me. One of them is legitimate, but the others are hard coded presuppositions. So that's where it gets that's where those are where the problem lies. because people will dive one assumption because they were told that that's the way to go, and they don't even realize, oh shit, this is actually just an assumption.
Right, exactly. It is. That's right. That's what the song says. If you can admit that it's an assumption, then we can move on. Yeah, it's a brilliant song. Like, so much kudos to Drace for making that, and just everybody involved in general. It's I don't know what's gonna. It's just so bizarre how like a lot of people can get to a point where they don't question what they're told, no matter how bold the claim is or outlandish the claim is. And yeah, and so I mean, I'm preaching the choir because I'm just gonna say, like, it always confused me. Like, when you're outside, it doesn't feel like you're spinning and all these things happening at once. It just seems calm and peaceful. And then you have to think about, like, there's people that are Christian and they talk about how, God made it. God made it this way. It's like there's no scripture that says that. It didn't say that he made a spinning ball. And why would he make a ball? Just make a flat surface. It's so much simpler. Why make it complex and insane? Is that the way it's supposed to be? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I get tripped out on that one, man, because in all references that I've seen, there's always the classic Genesis 1-6 or something like that, where it's well laid out, But then it gets trickier because later, that's the Old Testament, right?
Yeah.
But in later chapters or books or whatever in the New Testament or something like that, depending on the publication that you actually read, there's different terms, and this is what threw me off, man.
Yeah.
I think it was Larry who pointed it out. There's a documentary. I think everybody's pretty much seen it there. It's called Heliosorcery.
Well,
where the guy died.
Sorry.
You haven't seen it? Oh,
I always tell people it's hell-centric.
Yeah. Well, you know it, right? It's like some Christian fellow who really breaks down all sorts of stuff, right? In there, he pointed out there was after like some Reformation stuff, the church or whatever, they published a Bible called the Douay Rheims one, which is now like renowned like as like the Catholic Bible or one of the big ones. And in that particular in that particular translation, because this was all during the translation period of things, there's a couple verses, or at least one, where in this Bible they use the term globe, where in one of the phrases, where in other ones it's either the term world or realm or some sort of synonym like that is used. And I found that very odd, because you read that, if you read Genesis, you get one sort of perspective, then you move on, this is somewhere in the New Testament, you get a whole other one that conflict with each other. But if you read another Bible, you read Genesis, and then that same verse, they're coherent. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So it's very, very tricky business, all this shit.
It's subtle, yeah. It's like those little details that are drastic to everybody. When Christian Globers try to like attack me with the whole God looked down on the circle of earth, it's a ball, see, it's a circle, it's a ball. But like, God told Isaiah the difference between a ball and a circle. And that's what my rebuttal is like, yes, I understand it's in quotations round, but not a ball. Because God literally told him the difference. And so yeah, it's bizarre. It's so bizarre, dude. I don't understand. It's just, all you have to do is just ask a few questions, and then the whole Jenga tower falls, and then you're left with pieces that you have to just think for yourself. But here we are, though. I mean, people are waking up a little bit. That whole horizon thing too is so insane. It's like, what's the slope of the horizon?
The black swan thing really got me, man.
Mm-hmm.
The black swan with the oil rigs.
Oil rigs, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that really got me. What is it? 10 miles or something like that?
Over 10 miles, yeah. Over 10 miles. That's a long way. That's a very long way.
and then there's other ones. I think what was the Chicago skyline?
Oh
There's
yeah,
30.
so Globers will tell you that's an illusion. Yeah.
Of course, but it's 30 miles.
Yeah, that's insane. So that's even more of a powerful hitter. Yeah,
it's 30 miles, and then the claim is, oh well, it's bending. I got to thinking of that. I didn't do any math to double check it, but just at the top of my head, sort of math. You can imagine the degrees of bending of the light that would need to be done to actually achieve that. Over 30 miles. Like, does light really bend a degree or two over that distance?
Oh yeah, that's where the secular diffusion refraction or whatever that's called. Yeah. It gets so wordy. Yeah, I understand. It's just grasping straws for the Glovers. They will do anything where like it's plausible deniability, where it's like if the horizon is just a line, then where's the curvature? That's like a simple question, a simple, sweet, smooth question, and they'll tell you that the Earth is too big, you can't see it. I'm like, no, you can't say that because all I observe is a flat surface. Like, I need something more than that. You can't just say, oh, it's too big, you can't see it. Or you just can't see it, but it's there. I've heard that so many times where somebody will tell me, oh, the curve is literally there, but you just can't see it, brother. It's what? Well, then why do
then
then
boat that goes over it?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, then why did the boats disappear, like you said? And then why did Neil deGrasse say you can't see it even if you're 50,000 feet in the air? It's just, the whole thing is already a sham.
Yeah.
And it's insane.
I agree. Yeah,
it takes a very strong person to just be. Oh, I'm sorry. Keep going.
No, I was just going to say the two things that really got me is that are that one and the vacuum of space thing. Because I remember when I was a kid, right? And I should say when I came in these rooms and I heard that argument, it brought me back. Because I remember as a kid, I can recall little inklings of like, this is weird. How is this possible? But I couldn't articulate. I didn't understand shit. Like, I just found it a little bit odd that this could be the case, right? You have this ball and there's no ceiling, there's no cap, there's nothing, and it's just ripping around and we have air here. Like that kind of idea of, how is that possible? Came to mind several times, and of course you grow up and you just forget about it, And then when I came in here and was articulated, that actually really can't be the case. This is not what's happening because you can't violate these types of laws. It's like, oh shit, here I am, a 6-year-old. Oh fuck, this is weird. But maybe maybe there's something to it, and I just don't understand. And I forget about it. It's like, oh no, there was that little inkling that I was correct on.
Yeah.
Those two things
your
really hit home for me.
Your discernment, your discernment, exactly. Like when I remember when I was like in high school walking down the hallway, I would always think like, am I spinning? Like, are we actually spinning? And is a comet gonna hit us? Like, what are we gonna hit? Are we gonna crash into the sun? Is the sun going to explode? Like, it was just complete fear all the time as a child growing up. It's just complete insanity. I want my childhood back. I want to go back in time and just understand that reality was exactly what I thought it was, and it wasn't what I was told. Wow, isn't that a bar?
Yeah. And that shit sinks in, you don't think about it anymore. But it's embedded in your psyche, and your worldview emerges from that, and you start saying things that you don't even really think, but you were told to think, but you don't even know that you're saying them because you don't think them, but because you were told. Like, you know what I mean? I remember
100%. I mean, I never defended the globe. I'm grateful that I never essentially defended the globe. I just never questioned it. Like, I don't understand the psychology of people that come through and they will attack people if they don't believe it. Like, I never once said, "Hey, you're retarded if you believe in flat Earth." I thought it was silly at first, but I didn't think they were stupid by any means. I just thought they were a little silly. And then as time went on, it was actually a glober. It was when my friend said that he wanted to shoot somebody that was a flat earther. I'm just
you brought that up, man. That's crazy.
I was like, crazy. What?
I remember to the day, man. The my little pivot point there. a friend of mine brought it up, kind of just like in passing, almost like not a joke, but like a total tangent off of what we were talking about. We're a group of guys. We're going somewhere, and I remember we're driving into the city. We're taking a curve off the highway or whatever, and my friend mentioned it. And he was in the back seat. I kind of like, I looked over, I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I started laughing. I'm like, you're crazy. Like, this is stupid. Like, what are you talking about? You know?
Mm-hmm.
And he started, elaborating. And I can remember to the day that while he's talking about it, I'm getting like this sink in my stomach. You know what I mean?
Yo, you're sad, kind of like you're like, oh no, there's some truth.
It was sort of like an anxiety of like, am I befriending like a total moron, or all these types of rationale?
Onto something, you know? Like, oh no, my girlfriend is cheating, isn't she? Uh-oh.
Well, that's the thing, right? So that thinking about it afterwards, it dawned on me, like, why am I reacting so emotionally to something so stupid? You know, like, or presumably so stupid. If this guy's talking shit and he's wrong, then he's wrong. You know, like, what would be the problem?
Well, I can actually answer that, like, sincere, like, with a genuine.
I know that now, and pondering that, sitting on it, and self-scrutinizing is what led me to here. Because I was realizing, like, if I'm reacting emotionally to this, and I can't argue against it, or it's not even my thing to worry about to begin with, then there's something wrong with me. You see what I mean? Yeah. So 100%. I started listening more and looking into it. It's like, okay, you know what I mean? That was my turning point. This is like 3-4 years ago. I've just bit by bit looking at things, listening to some like Flat Earth Dave or Jaren or whatever over the years, Witsit, whatnot. And then 4 or 5 months ago, I found
Flat Earth Dave is kind of like funded. I think he's kind of a but I think Witsit might be real. Like he's the real deal, I think. But like Flat Earth Dave
nowadays is tough to tell. You know, you stick around here, people have brought up some really interesting points on these guys. And I don't really listen to them anymore because I'm too busy and I'm in here. You know, it's all I really need, you know? So yeah. But all that led me here 3-4 years ago because of why am I spurging out internally to something so retarded, presumably? Like if the guy said 1 + 1 = 3, I would just laugh it off. Probably worry about whether this guy's insane or not.
I'd be curious to be like, why would you say that? You know, I'd be curious.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would have the same reaction.
But more so, why am I reacting internally this way?
Yes, exactly. That is such a brilliant question. It's such an intellectually honest question. Why am I emotionally triggered? Like, why?
Yeah.
Like, because that's not rational. Yeah. It's like it's a beta mindset where it's like I'm emotional. I should be rational and logical. But the way they get you though, and this is genuine child abuse, is that they tell you these things when you're a child, when you're 5 years old, and when you believe in something when you're a child, it's so hard to shake it off. That's why so many adults are still dealing with. Well, they're not dealing with it. They don't deal with trauma that happened a long time ago. And so, it's just like, because I remember I got a globe for Christmas. I had like Star Trek toys and Star Wars stuff. Like, I mean, like all that stuff was just. But if you have to accept Flat Earth, then all that is a lie, and then essentially it's just fantasy. It's a fantasy. It's science fiction, if you will.
Yeah. And they tell you, you know?
And the irony is, like when I was a child, they made me rebel against God in the Bible, and then making me think that that's silly. But then science, the heliocentric model, is more of a religion and a faith-based ideology than anything else, because I can't prove it, I can't show it to you. I just
absolutely. Yeah. And the thing, the emotional side thing, it's interesting because it's one thing to be emotional. Like you're acting out, you're being all crazy and shit. But it's another thing, just to have emotions. Like everybody fucking does. Like if you deny that, like either you're psycho or you're not being honest.
Of course,
it's how it's handled. And what I've come to understand is like these things, they're basically sensory input. Let's put it that way. You know what I mean? It's to deny that is like denying the sense of taste or hearing or whatnot. You know what I mean? And but we're all raised in a way where that was thrown off kilter. You know what I mean? So you have all these adult children walking around, not realizing why they're reacting to certain things in certain ways. And like you alluded to before, a lot of it, and you know, you can believe you me. You know, I've delved into this, and I know a lot of people like this, where you know you scrutinize this stuff, and you realize that a lot of your own personal behaviors, your spurging and your obsession and all this shit, is rooted in childhood abuse of various sorts. Period. End of
100.
And if you can accept that, if you can accept that, and you can uproot that stuff and go back and figure it out and rationalize it, as well as come to the like if you like the same sort of thought process that comes into your mind when you go through acknowledging that you're lied to, right? The same thing about whether it be your caregivers or your parents or whatnot, that something went wrong, and you accept it and you go through it, that little that rock bottom sort of thing, then you can come out on the other side differently, and it's a life changing. It's absolutely life changing.
Dude, when I found out about that,
you go through that process personally, and then you can start seeing things more rationally, and then observing yourself, how you react to the information that comes to you, asking yourself, do I get this? Do I not get this? Am I blocking it? Why am I blocking all that sort of bullshit, right? And it's rooted in your emotions, in your gut. So it's important to calibrate that and use it wisely, because it's a utility in some form or another. You know what I mean? So we talk. I hear we talk about emotions are for girls and shit like that. It's not true. It's how you express it. That's whether it's girly.
Exactly.
Or not,
Exactly.
I mean?
Like you've seen Dragon Ball Z. Have you ever seen Dragon Ball Z? This is relevant. I promise. So like it's about it's indoctrination because it talks about outer space and stuff. But like there's a race called Saiyans, and Saiyans are psychotic, strong, superior race, and so they don't really base off emotion. They're just violent and strong. But then, like, one of the Saiyans hit their head, and then they became weird, and they ended up having emotions, and they use those emotions to become stronger. Because, like, when you're angry, you can channel that. But, like, it is true. It's how you react to it, and
all that.
Well, I remember when I was like 10 years old, 10 or 11, I still believed in Santa. I was very late to the game. And like my friends would make so much fun of me. And I'm like playing my Game Boy, playing Pokemon. I'm just like, you guys. Santa ate my Oreo cookies I left on the table. Like who else ate those cookies? Like who else? And they're like, bro, you'll learn one day. And then I'm just like, Grandpa, all my friends are telling me Santa's not real. And then I think he felt bad because he's like, dude, you got to know this eventually. Yeah, he's not real. I'm like, why would you lie to me? Like, why would you? But believing in, like, I genuinely believed in it. And so it's like as a child, when that's ripped away, it just gives you trust issues. And then it's just
absolutely,
and I was in denial about it. I was like, there's no way. There's no way. But yeah, it's just, I can't tell if that was good or bad. Like accepting that there was many lies growing up could either make you stronger or it just makes you.
I'm of the viewpoint, man. Like, I wouldn't teach my kids about the Santa shit. The tooth fairy. I don't know if I could go there, knowing what I know. Right?
Yeah, of course not.
Because the implication or the implicit teaching is, from some time to time, it's okay to lie, little white lies or whatever, depending on what the intended outcome is. That's the message.
It's just using imagination would have been acceptable. Like when you make forts and you pretend it's a castle, like that is sweet, and that's creative, and it's not deceptive. But to be
Well,
like,
it's
this
in your
is
face.
something.
It's in your face, though. Like, you know, as a kid, you're making a snow fort or whatever. You're not a real king of any land mass of
Yes.
people.
Yeah.
You're just
And
having
it's and
fun.
that's healthy. It's so much fun. Like that's
Exactly.
genuinely healthy.
That's very different than trying to convince yourself of something that isn't, and
Yes.
holding that untruth for an extended period of time as if it were true, and then at some point having to pivot and then break off from that, and the damage that comes from that, trust issues like you mentioned, all that shit, emotional damage, whatever. Man.
Mm-hmm.
And we were ingrained to believe like that's okay. You know, we have a whole culture surrounding around that.
Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah, it's okay to
There you
lie.
go.
Yeah, it's okay to lie just
And
as
that-
long as it's not forever or whatever. I don't even know. It's insane.
And that bleeds into what we talk about here. You know, in a way, with the whole Earth being a ball, it's like, why would they lie? You know, it's like, oh, why Santa Claus doesn't exist? It's the same question. You know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, my favorite question is like to ask them is why wouldn't they? But they never really give an answer. It's like, why wouldn't they lie? But why would they lie is just sheer denial. Like, why would it's like asking somebody why would someone cheat on their significant other? Well, because they're cheaters. That's why they cheated because they weren't. They're kind of shitty. You know, it's why would they lie? Because they're liars. That's what liars do. They lie. Why would they lie? Because
it's not like if you knew that it would change anything.
Exactly.
Except
it's like yeah, exactly. It's
Except
like
for comfort,
it doesn't matter why they lied. It's just they did.
You know, it's a mix. You know, because in a way, if you knew why a lie was perpetrated, you could better rationalize to yourself that it is indeed what's going on. You know, I see that because if you're in a state of uncertainty of whether or not a lie is being perpetrated or whatnot, if you understand how it got to that point, you could better understand or rationalize one side of your uncertainty, and then maybe lean towards that more. But if you can't, and you find yourself in this, cognitive dissonance, you have both possibilities up in the air at all time. I mean, that's a major balancing act. Until if you find one side to just jump on and ground yourself on, it's turmoil all the way anyway. So you might as well at least just pick one side, acknowledge one of the things, and if you're what's it called? If you're shown to be incorrect on that, then just pivot. Like there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I don't know what's worse anymore, man. Because that was one of the things for me. I was like a master of fucking, holding both possibilities in my mind and kind of like never really committing to one side. It was like an attempt of an intellectual honesty sort of move, because it's like, oh, this is possible, but so is this, and I don't know. In a way, it was a bit lazy because I never bothered to look at either side in depth to really know and then jump to that side. But at the same time, it was kind of like a people-pleasing sort of thing. It's like, oh, well, you could be right, and no, well, you could be right, and in the presence of either or, it was like, oh, yeah, maybe, and I could get away with it. But that mentality, it doesn't last very long, man. Because at some point, something shines out, and then you lose one or the other, and then you're still not even sure of yourself, So it's a total mind fuck. I'll give you that.
This says the least, yeah. It's somebody knows the objective truth. That's why they go ham, bro. Like there's people that know the objective truth. That's why the world is so structured the way it is. Like they know there's something in Antarctica. They understand that. It's insanity. It's like who owns the Earth? Like who gave the okay to just put cement everywhere? It's just ridiculous, dude. It's just I'm ready to go home. I'm like, I'm ready to go home for real. And when I say that, I mean heaven. Like this, we're not
Facts.
of this earth,
Facts.
dude. Right? Like, amen, bro. Amen, CB. Oh, it's just like we're just not of this world. We're part of this world, but we're not of it. If you feel like you don't fit in, that's why. You're not meant to. And now I get those quotes now. I get those like silly, sweet, uplifting quotes. They're biblical even. It's like this is not you can't bring anything with you when you die. You can't take it with you. Fancy cars and all this.
Wait, I
this.
can't
It's
take
like,
my Lamborghini?
no, you're way better than that. You're way better than that.
God will be
So, and
impressed. What?
the scripture says that heaven is genuinely perfect, right? So like there's no sadness. You're happy. Like you can't even fathom that, right? It's amazing. It's like a piece of your childhood that was good forever. Is what I would think. It's like that's why we get sad, is because I think subconsciously we know every day that goes by is another day closer, and it's another day further away from how it used to be. Like that feeling of not worrying is I don't even know how long that lasted, but it's magic. Like even my full-time job tries to implement those things. We have Spirit Week at our full-time job, and it's a trades job. It's a trades job, dude, and we still celebrate things that we did like back in high school, and
culture building stuff. That's okay.
Yeah. And it's just like and I remember like running around in the grass barefooted and just getting sun. That's like so natural, and that's what we're supposed to do. Like so many people have not touched the grass. I know that's a funny saying now, but like it's
Literally.
true. You have to like walk barefoot in the grass. Like yes, shoes are essential. Like even Jesus walked around in sandals, but like we
Can I
gotta
say something on that?
please.
Dude, sunlight, bro. I'm
Yeah.
addicted to sunlight, yo. Like, I don't know what that is, but dude, we have these blinds, right? People will put these blinds down, and I get like depressed. Like,
Yeah, dude.
they
I
have
know.
these, they'll like block the
Everyone's a
sun. I'm like, what are
vampire.
we doing?
Yeah, like everyone's low key a vampire, bro. I don't know what like I'm just like, please open the window. Like don't close it. Don't make me feel like I'm in jail. We definitely need some. I mean, yeah, dude. Who knows? But it's almost over. Like with the Olympics, I mean, there's so many things that just are making me undoubtedly believe that there's no way we're not in the end times, dude. Like not even like like a decade ago. It was not like this at all. Just 10 years, only 10 years ago. Just 10 years ago, it was nothing like this. Nothing. Like all these things happening it's diabolical. It's disturbing. And so, but the way they got everybody,
Diabolical is hilarious, bro.
it's like
diabolical.
It's true, dude. Like my spirit just coughed that one out, dude. It's just so true. It's just like life can be so simple and sweet. Like if you could just be happy and be at peace, but no, we have to pay this, pay that, go through this, go through that, submit to that.
Bro, I remember when they were like, you had to buy water. I was like, what? Or they're like, you go to the gas station to buy air. Like, what the fuck?
I'm surprised they could convince people that too. Like they could convince people that you need to have this special air. You have to buy it. It's mandatory.
Yeah,
if you don't have
need
it,
nitrogen in your tires. Shut the fuck up.
Yo, yeah, it's like if you don't buy this air, we're gonna test your lungs, and if your lungs don't pass the test, you're gonna get fined and sent to jail. It's like what?
You know what's funny, CB? You know what's funny, CB? That's a real mind fuck right there. You said oh, you need nitrogen in your tires. Well, there's nitrogen in air, man. Like, okay. You know what I mean? Like, okay,
I can't
sure.
do this anymore, you guys. I'll see you guys in heaven.
If it's like if they can try to convince you, you need a particular proportion of oxygen and CO2 and nitrogen, and we dope it so it goes up a little bit, then okay, sure. Bruh. You know, but it's you know, the thing, like what got me, I think I was watching there was like a clip, it went around Twitter or something like that. It was like a joke video, right, where some chick, she calls her boyfriend and she tells him, oh, you know, I'm just at the gas station, I'll be home soon, whatever. And he said, oh, did you get, you know, did you fill up the tank and all this stuff. She's like, yeah, I got the tires refilled and everything, and I got the premium air. He's like, what's that? He's like, oh, the guy told me it's like, it's $10 and I get like really good quality air in my tires. All this or whatever it was, right? He's like, and he's like seething over the phone, and she's like, yeah, da, da, da. He's like, air is free, and she's like, what? Or something like that. Some crazy shit. Like it was hilarious. But the thing is, I think that's from place to place they do it differently. Like up here in Canada, it's $2 where I'm at, and then you get like 2-3 minutes of the whatever you call it, the machine there of time, enough to get all of your tires done. And I see a bit of a reason behind that because they have to operate the machine and it takes the electricity to do that. But selling, it's different. That's different than like selling free air or offering free air versus premium air. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like a totally different business model, wherein one of them has a little bit more legitimacy to it. It's like that it's yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
$2025 should be an interesting year. It's like that it rings 2025. It seems like the fact that these events are happening. I say these events because you could list more than 10. There's so many things happening. It's like a movie, right? You go to work and everyone's saying like what they saw on TV. It's no different than if they went to the movies and they told you what they saw on the big screen. It's like, did you see what happened? Well, I saw on TV. Yeah, that's what I mean. That makes it legit. TV makes it legit. Dude, I think TVs are like portals to different dimensions at this point. Just get a bookshelf. Actually, don't even get a bookshelf. Just get the Bible. You don't even, the Bible's already 66 books anyway. Just get the Bible, bro. Proverbs is fun. It'll tell you what to do if you're feeling like you're going insane.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that is even to somebody who thinks that the Bible is entirely metaphorical or full of parables and stuff like that, or just a storybook, which is something I believed for a long time. I don't know anymore. I don't know. I think there's at the very least a mixture of story and legitimacy. Right, that's where I'm at. I'm still on my journey. But at the very least, if you ask somebody to consider reading it, even just for storytelling, you know what I mean? Like if they believed, if they were inclined that way, and they don't, but they read other things, like that's a very interesting tell. You know what I mean?
I know. I hear it. Every time someone's like, what God is the real God? There's like a million different types of gods. I'm like, the real God is the one that the world hates. It's the one that the world hates. You could talk about Buddha, you could talk about Hinduism, you can talk about Allah, you could talk about all these different religions and scriptures and texts, but the one thing that they all will cringe, they can't even help it. It's like a test, right? Like, I get a roommate, they got to be able to talk about the Bible. They don't have to be obsessed with it, but like, if they're shook when I talk about it, I'm just like, why? Like, that's not, you can't be shook over it. Why are you being shook over that? And so and then their reactions are the same as everybody else's, where it's like, oh, this Bible has caused so many terrible things. Well, name one event. It's like, did people corrupt it? Yeah, that happened. But the Bible's 10 Commandments is what our Constitution is based off of. Like, people hate to talk about that. But yeah, the more time goes by, it's like it's true. It's like, if you can't follow.
It's one thing to read something that has been altered and then act upon the messages in the alterations, right? But versus the original, but making that discernment as to what was the case, most people don't even bother to consider that. Like, I hear a lot about the Crusades. It's okay. Well, what originated? Where was that from? Right. I don't even really know, but the bit that I do know is, okay, well, it was like a Northern or Western European sort of endeavor, and yeah, they went around and killed a lot of people, but what were they citing to be like their motive? You know, what verse, for example, if they were really acting religiously? You know, like those types of questions. I still don't even know. But I wouldn't say, oh, well, that's you know, X on Christianity because of this one event. It's like, you know, you have corrupt kings, you have corrupt emperors and all this stuff, and they mind fuck people. It's like, you know, these are men, you know, and so are the people who wrote, the Bible down. But originally it's said that they were inspired and all these things, and it takes a lot of digging to really come to a good understanding. And I don't think I'll ever make the claim that I know for sure. You know. Yeah. Fun facts. Anyway, it's pretty early in the morning for me, getting up, so I'm gonna do some shit, and I'll check y'all a little bit later. Nice chat.
CB, are you working today? Are you chilling? He's probably chilling.
epic rap battles of history. Conspiracy! The globe versus flat earth!
What's up, my G's? You know me from film and TV. I'm the Earth you see. That's globe with a capital G. You kidding me? Flat Earth, that's a thing? Please, that's 1493. Okay. You're a pancake in space. Flying breakfast for the thinking debate. Come on, you forgot about astronomy. Oh yeah, the space race. I'm pretty sure NASA got a video of this place. Say cheese. I'm telling you facts, so please get out of my face.
Wait, you're calling me a joke in this race? You're a ball in a vacuum of space that somehow holds water to its face. That pancake in space is meant to be whack, created by control flat earth hacks. You're a TV show, that's a rap, a cross between the Brady Bunch and a David Blaine mishap. Stop flying about the galaxy, we're bringing the truth back. NASA robs us with GoPro footage of a flat map.
Oh man, you just tried to punk a GoPro? Pretty ballsy when I own the high altitude show. And when it comes to showing the curve, I'm really quite known. I even got super slow-mo. You think questioning me will get this cover blown? You're just a grainy telephoto. Shaky ass Nikon glass, can't touch this wide portfolio. I'm lightweight and I can work solo.
Call me a skeptic, you just got slayed with one click. P900 zooming in, infrared, that's sick. Recent upgrade, yeah, I'm killing it. Brand new lens, all black, they're filling it. My 125X grateful, zooming in. GoPro, please step back, are you listening? Tight on boats, and the move through the haze. This is science on display. Who took those pictures? Why did it look so sad? Let me snap you, I'll even use my flash. Snap, snap.
¿Qué hay de mí? Soy un telescopio anticuado, puedo ver a lo lejos y sé si un bote va por la curva o no. Sí.
Right. Sorry about that.
Shut it, guys! Let me try talk over your size. I'm Bill Nye, highly qualified science guy. Get hypnotized by my bow tie as I help mankind in this science try. And I'll teach your kids and I'll mold the young wits. That's what we calculated when we calculated this. So, you want some curvature pics? Then sit! Cause class has begun, you nitwits! NASA already gave you fits, proving the curve in one of their skits. Seriously, it's complicated. They can't get far enough back to take a decent picture. They have to stitch it together in Photoshop. It is photoshopped.
But it has to be. Oh, Bill, don't bring up the #1 meme. Leave it to the sciencey brother, Neil deGrasse to the Tyson G. Can't find my intellectual equal? That's a common problem for people. But I'm original, not like a sequel. Smooth chocolate, flowing over astrophysical features. I gave Joe Rogan his sellout procedures. Indoctrinated him like a demonic preacher. That's my gig, bro. Cause I'm a one-man mic dropping grab-ass show. And your flat earth man had me in stitches. Who's too big for his britches. A singing cowboy mascot who don't even know that he's British. Yeah, that's D to the E-licious.
Did someone just throw insults at the flat earth man? I'm the guy that exposes your theoretical scams. People, sick and tired of your Cosmo animations. You're talking out your neck, you got too much imagination. I'm a truth-telling musical machine. NASA ain't the only one that can use a green screen. I got musical skills that will entertain and educate. And all you are is blah, 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 indoctrinate. My truth-telling songs are specifically designed to expose the NASA lies and open some minds. NASA is a joke, man, they belong in the trash. Stealing 50 million a day of our cash. We all sick and tired of your transparent lies. We all sick and tired of your CGI. We all sick and tired of your so-called pictures. You never give us real photos, ain't that suspicious? Well, that's suspicious, don't you think?
Knock knock! Hello kids, Science here. I'm your friend. If a flatty question wanna win, just call out my name. It's all you gotta do. Bloody Mary requires 3 times, but mine is less than 2. Science! 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 There you go, you just won a debate! Don't you feel empowered and pretty great? Remember, kids, you know the globe is real, cause it looks so fake! Fake!
Just when I think you guys couldn't be any dumber, you go and rap like that. And totally redeem yourselves! Ha ha!
Brian Cox, you rookie! I can demonstrate the universe using Star Wars cookies. No reason to fear this 3-headed agenda. We speak with sugar, but we're toxic like Splendor. Don't look behind the flat earth curtain. Nothing to see here. No cultures believed in flat earth. For that, I'm certain. Seeing faraway things, it's refraction from behind the curve. That's what's happening. Their cause is hurting, yet flat tards are taking action and talking, but more like a fad that's passing.
Yeah, right. There's no curfew, thought you knew what I'm the brochure. I specialize in hand-to-hand. Paper cuts deep, I'm in demand. Cartoon Earth is not valid, I ask the question in my reflection. You choose search, all controlled by the power structure that we all know. Can't stop this 5-cent paper from spreading the truth. Don't believe the hype and the global lies they're pushing at you. Read up, get a flat taste. I'm invading your space. Switch to panorama, just our flashback right across your face.
NASA box, still looking green. My accolades, pretty obscene. Since 58, I've been on the scene. Got cosmic bling, fun and things. You are printed at Kinko's, like, last week.
That's it, I'm done with this. Spirits hear these words, I'm wishing, raise his corpse from his earthly prison. I summon thee, forgive my old English, I'm a bit rusty. Trapeze, throw beam, mani, Conti, yeah.
Charles Darwin at your service. You know from the past, my theories were iconoclast that made an icon at last. My concepts changed the world, you see. I'm ahead of my class. I'm the origin of the species. How dare you step in my path? Secondary title didn't go over. Oh well, things digress. Don't forget the things I said. I'm dead, but now I'm stressed. That was the point of me picking the fittest, and now I hope you go next. Worship my endless lies. I'll haunt you till the end of time. You came from a monkey.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology.
Die, NASA tech, die. Yeah, yeah. Die, NASA tech, die. Yeah, yeah. NASA kill you like that.
Destroyed that technology.
That's suspicious, don't you think? Huh? Everybody say! Stand up!
Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
NASA! We lost our technology to go back to the moon, see? We did a techno reset for our unease. Now we have a better tease. Consider Mars, please. Please! NASA! Yeah, our astronauts are just actors on strings. From CGI props to green screen. Bubbles in space, pretty routine. We show you, yet most do not see. That's the law we heed. Cause if we own your soul, then we own your belief. Cause if we own your soul, then we own your belief. Cause if we own your soul, then we own your
Don't make me troll you. Join us, and I will complete your training.
I'll never join you!
If you only knew the power of the globe. You were never told what happened to your father.
You killed him!
No, I am your father. Such your feelings. You know it to be true.
Everybody say! Stand up against scientism. Stand up, it's a mind prison. Stand up, we ain't gonna listen. Stand up, to the bar religion. Stand up against scientism. Stand up, it's a mind prison. Stand up, we ain't gonna listen. Stand up, to the bar religion.
Hello, hello. Mr. Cosmic. Why you are muted? Let's see. Mr. Cosmic, are you there? Not here, Mr. Cosmic. Well, let's see. We have a new guy. Ender. Ender. Welcome. You can unmute yourself. Ender squad. Something. Wanna talk? Hello, Ender. Welcome. How are you? No sound. Ender, you want to talk? You have a mic? You have a mic? Hey, like Criterion, welcome. Do you listen to me? Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just
I was
connected now.
Okay, welcome. I was trying to talk to Ender, so I was thinking it was my mic, but it's his mic. So, new guy.
Well, you're coming in clear.
Thank you. Well, Ender, if you don't want to talk or you have a problem, then you can, go to VC Verify to get VC Verified role to check in, So, see you. Anyway, Mr. Cosmic, he was muted. I was trying to talk to him. He's not here, Mr. Cosmic. No way. Return to mute. Well, people are busy. How you find that information?
Yeah, I was wondering what the circumference of the Earth would be at the tropics, right? And it seems the numbers are weird.
So at the Tropic of Cancer, beyond, going south, beyond that zone, they call it the equator. What you did found it was 39.63 miles.
Yeah, they say 39.63 miles for the equatorial radius, but then it's only 39.34 miles at the meridian radius, which makes little to no sense unless they think it's really a pear-shaped, because I'm going to check and see what the Tropic of Capricorn's circumference is and compare the numbers.
I did hear this geophysicist from Brazil. You have seen that guy, maybe. He's a flat earth guy. He did say that they claim pear shape because the distance there doesn't match with the globe. So I don't know if you could find some information about that. But yeah. He did say in geophysics, he has globe models, but in seismology, he has flat Earth models. Anyway, so the guy, he was, he was at the top of the University of São Paulo, top one of Brazil. So to get to that place, the guy had to be the best. But yeah, there he was, and he has a team of seismologists. How you say seismologists guys? Work inside and outside of Brazil, and one of his colleagues did talk. He's a flat earth, so guy. So he did watch these videos, but. So he was watching some videos and he was angry because, his college was a flat earth guy. So the guy that is in the same field as him, so the guy, he started watching some videos, and then he had the first ones. He had the answers, quick answers, but as he was watching more, the answers just vanishing. He had no answers, and he was getting angry because of that, because he didn't have the answers. So that's when he dig more, and he did found out that, yeah, it's impossible. No, there's no ball Earth. But first he was angry, and then he just wake up. So that's interesting.
I don't know why people get angry when they find out that the Earth is not a ball. Painfully obvious to the observation that it's not a ball.
I think it's because for example, Matthew Lawrence is a math teacher, so he trusts the system, the education system that make him take him to that position of professor. So the guy doesn't like the idea that there's some lies being taught to students. So it's, I think if people don't accept their lies in the education system, so then they cannot accept, and they just will deny everything that we say. It's the denial box, Even Matthew, I think it was 1 year or two ago, Quad Rocking was here, and more people. I did open my mic and I did talk to directly, to Matthew Lawrence. Now he's Nasa Lawrence. He was not paying attention what we are posting, So and the guy is posting the same stuff over and over. Even yesterday, those supposedly satellite antennas, at the equator, pointing vertically. So the guy likes to post the same stuff. And in the beginning, a few years ago, the guy was just 3 hours, 4 hours talking to us, and he does a loop. After that, he returns to the first thing that he was talking. So you see the problem. He's doing a loop inside his mind.
Well, Matthew likes to look into the sky to see what the shape of the Earth is.
Exactly. So
it's like looking at billiard balls to find out what shape the billiard table is.
Yeah. So that's it. That's just said everything. So yeah, but that time when I was directly questioning him, why you are posting the same stuff? Didn't you pay attention what I did post it? About flight times. Anyway, so the guy was not paying attention, not So the guy said, "Oh, I will not accept what you guys are posting." You see the problem. Then God Rocking enters, and other guys, because I just did unmask that guy. He's not here for accept what we are talking to him. He's just here to deny it. That's it. So yeah, people were angry at him at that time. But that's a common thing. Globers, we are posting stuff. They are doing a question. We are posting stuff. They are not paying attention. They are not even click it, and watching. They are just jumping to another question and jumping to another question. That's it. Did you saw at Flat Earth debate yesterday where after the show, Ballbusters, Quentin Reiser, there was a guy there at the bottom of the list. Yeah, you saw that guy. That's it. A guy like that, he's not paying attention to the argument. He just cares about the oil rigs.
Yeah, how come the oil rigs look shorter? Because it's further away.
And I did post it, and I did explain to him that's perspective, that's relative size. I can post it again. Let me see. Let's see where I have it. Black Swan, and then this one. Okay, so there was a time I talk about relative size, and I did post a photo of these cars, and Adam, I think, he did did join with the Black Swan. So I did post the first photo. You see those cars. Of course, the world is flat. The cars far away, it appears they are small in size, but that's not real. That's just apparent. So yeah, relative size, perspective. That's it. So that's what it's happening. I can post another oil rigs. Let me see. Okay, so this one, I'm gonna post it. Exactly that one. Yeah, we have oil rigs. Of course, those far away. Yeah, it will appear like smaller. So they don't get it. I did post the information. The guy didn't pay attention, and the guy was asking again why the second oil rig appears smaller. Come on. It's a waste of time, so they are not paying attention. They are, the Black Swan argument is not about the oil rigs. I even post Black Swan for Dummies. If we did get it, but even with that, I'm gonna post it. Like talking to a kid. Black Swan for Dummies. At the top right, all rigs, distance markers only. And the guy, even with this, he didn't get it.
Yep.
So yeah.
Because they don't know how to use their brain, that's why. Because they've been looking at the world and not seeing what it is.
Exactly. And some people came here and talk about the Black Swan, and then what is I asked to them, what is the Black Swan argument? You understand? Yeah, explain to me. And the guy is talking about the oil rigs. So just like that. Anyway, I've been, when I did post let me see. So I did post this. I think this is from the second Black Swan video made another day. So the guy was saying that was a cloud, But then I did. Before this, I did put this one. About that place. So there's an island there, and there's a back in the first, Black Swan. In the video. If the guys pay attention, they will see this. You know, because the two oil rigs, it's there at the bottom of that red heart I did put there. So there's more. They don't see it, you know, and you can see clearly that island. It's stretched to the right, so it's an island, not a cloud. So with better weather conditions, we can see more. So anyway, and I did post this, but they were, you know, the guys suffer from cognitive dissonance, you know. Oh, it's a cloud. It's a cloud. It's not an island. It's a cloud. So, you know, and then, you know, their problem when they want to talk about the second oil rig, you know, platform habitat. Yeah, you know, there's not even a problem there, because the horizon it's horizontal, and at left we can see more two oil rigs far away, and at right there's more three, you know, and that's on the shoreline. There's more oil rigs. So yeah, but when they want to talk about refraction, now they have to explain why refraction is not working at left and right. That's simple. It's not curving. How can you have straight lines, you know, horizontal lines on a ball, on a sphere? Anyway, and if this is not enough, we can go higher, 121,000 feet, and the horizon is still horizontal. How can they gonna explain that, you know? Anyway, so so they are not paying attention. You know, we post links to the videos, the original first one, next one. They're not clicking, watching it, paying attention, everything there. And you know, that picture of the Black Swan, we can see the horizon is beyond the second oil rig, and you know, in this one, you can see that island 29 miles away. How can that be possible? 29 miles away. How can we see that? Where is that geometric horizon? Is not working. So just like that, you know, this is until this we can see until 29 miles. But you know, the guy didn't like the ocean. You know, yeah, you can go to a lake. You can use a telescope horizontally, I know, and try to find the curvature there.
Yeah, I don't like the ocean either for trying to take
you know,
these long distance observations, because the ocean moves too much.
Yeah, but you know, even if there's waves, you know, farther away, we don't, you know, the Rayleigh criterion, you know, we don't distinguish. But yeah, you see the horizontal, but you know, a lake is more calm, and with you know, if people choose, you know, less humidity, moist in the air, they will see farther away. So it was done, you know, in 2011 at Lake Titicaca. It's Inca name.
Yeah, Lake Titicaca would be the perfect place, because it's a large lake with very thin air.
Yeah, and the driest month of the year is July. So I can post even information about it. No, I'm not making up, you know. So there's a site talking about the weather conditions there. So let me see if I found it. Okay, so here. Okay, so this, and then yeah, July is the driest month in the Lake Titicaca area. So I'm gonna post the link, and so I'm gonna post even a print screen with that text. Oh, there's a smile sun there with sunglasses. You see, July is the driest. It's not from me. Is this from this, you know, weather weather.com. Anyway, yeah, that's it. People can go to this place and try to back that, guys. You know, they could see almost until 70 miles away. No curvature. They could see the bottom of the mountain. It was in the other shoreline. So this is some photos about the Lake Titicaca. This one, I have a better one. There's people there, you know. They can see, like, they say, you know, sometimes we can see more far away. You know, weather conditions perfect. So this is from above is like this. It's the largest lake at the South America continent. You see it, you know, at let's say bottom right of that lake, you know, in this picture. There's an island there. They call it Amantani Island. So that's where they put the telescope horizontally to the other shoreline. It's so point A, Mantani Island, and so it's Lake Titicaca in Peru, and point B, you know, the other shoreline, Cordillera Blanca, border with Peru and Bolivia. So there's a mountain there, and they could see with you know, the telescope the bottom of the. I'm gonna post the data, you know, the details. So this was made in 2011. So telescope height 4.2 feet high from water level. Achieved distance almost 69 miles.
That's like 1 degree.
And I did post there site chosen with low humidity. That's not from me, but I did put sites chosen with low humidity of the air at that time of the year. So they did account that, you know, to see more farther and have less distortion. So yeah, that's 2890 feet. 2890 feet of missing curvature. So that's it. People can go there. You know, there was another team. They tried to go to this place. They went to this place. They tried to debunk those guys, and they failed. They even didn't present the data. You know, so they did found. They did found. So they, you know, they did went to this place with their equipment, and yeah, they you know, they give up to present what the results, you know. So that says everything, you know. I have the instruments if, you know, people want to go there and, you know, do by themselves. All the instruments there. 1 Neptune, Celestron, 150 millimeter telescope in equatorial, you know, horizontally. Lay down horizontally. So that's it. All the data, equipments. Try to find, you know, curvature. Of course, you know, farther away, you start seeing, you know, the mountains appearing like this, you know, this white haze and blue, you know, and then blue, because that's too far, you know, and you know, in a hot day, there are mountains. I couldn't see it. I was working 2 years ago as a watchtower, you know, to communicate wild forest fires. And you know, there were some mountains in the hottest day. You know, I couldn't see those mountains that belong to Spain, but in other conditions, weather conditions, I could see it clearly. But though, you know, when it was hot and you know, the sky was blue, clear day. You know. But the hot, too much hot. You know, I couldn't see. I just saw some white haze. I couldn't see those mountains. So the hot, you know, it changes. You know, even hot. It's hot in the ground. There's vegetation there, and it's releasing. They call it volatile organic compounds, the vegetation releases into the air, and then the light is scattering, and you don't see you see like mountains being like blue. I can post some information about that, so I'm not making up. Let me see visibility. For example, these mountains. Let me see the Blue Ridge Mountains. And they talk about the Rayleigh, your name, scattering. So I'm gonna post it. You see that? There's, they talk about.
Yeah, Rayleigh scattering also affects any images over usually, 25 to 50 kilometers because if I take pictures of Toronto from 50 kilometers away, it turns bluish.
Yeah.
So there's Rayleigh scattering going on there. Just like it turns into like similar to the sky, that kind of bluish.
Yeah, and so blue, from dark blue, and then that white haze farther away. Yeah. More farther away, it turns that white haze. So yeah, I'm in the region where I can see this, in the other day, Friday and Thursday, too hot, and it was a clean blue sky, and farther away, looking through the horizon, I was looking like this. So hot does interfere, too much hot. Even so this is just an example. Looking through the horizon horizontally is different from looking above you to the sky. At night, for example, I have done observations. I have seen, the moon appearing above the horizon. It was yellow, but a few hours later, it was like appearing 45 degrees, something like that, vertically. And the moon was not yellow anymore, so it was with this white light. So what did happen? So when you are looking through directly, farther away to the horizon, there's things in there that will interfere. So I was watching a yellow moon, but it was not a yellow moon. It was many things that it was between me and watching the moon to the horizon. So many things going on in the air.
Yep. Speaking of the yellowish color that the sun and the moon get when they're on the horizon. Did you know that same effect happens during solar eclipses? The horizon becomes yellowish.
No, I never paid attention.
I just found that out this week.
Good.
Because everybody, when there's a solar eclipse, everybody's looking up in the sky, looking at the sun, right? Nobody's observing the horizon. This guy set up a camera, so let me show you the video here. Let me find the video first. Right, there's that video. It's the total solar eclipse horizon video. And it's like, nobody notices that you don't actually need a sunset to see the horizon turn yellowish orange.
I'm looking, the video without sound, but I'm looking. Okay, so I see from minute 5 see more. Yeah, I have to wait, see that entire video. But anyway, thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, I think it starts showing around 2 minutes or so, 2.5 minutes. That's when the full
Okay,
solar eclipse happens, and then he's starting to show the horizon there.
Okay, I see it. Very interesting.
Yeah, I find it very, very interesting. Because, like I said, most people are not looking at the horizon when there's a solar eclipse, so they miss the details.
Yeah. There's this orange, yellow at the horizon. Orange, right?
Yeah, I guess the orangey sunset type horizon now.
Very interesting.
Because it's really noticeable around 3.5 minutes into the video there.
Good. That's it. We are sharing here.
Like I said, I doubt most people even notice those small details. A lot of times they just miss them.
Exactly.
See, I would have caught those details with the most recent solar eclipse that happened in April. Except our area was so damn cloudy that the eclipse was only visible for seconds, basically, if it went through a break in the clouds. Otherwise, I would have set up my 360 camera and captured everything. The solar eclipse and even the horizon and everything like that, and I would have noticed it then.
I did found this like 1 month or two. This video. This is very interesting. So this guy, he went to this place and then he put the camera with 2 tripods. How you say? But then he went farther away. 12 miles, almost 12.5 miles away.
Yeah.
To film himself.
He videoed himself from like 12 miles away.
So that's the print screen, and I have this link. So this is very interesting because when I so in this video, of course, it's a very interesting video. We see some distortion. So when I sometimes I say, I have done observations. Yeah, in a hot day, I could see this distortion farther away, like transparent, and the wind was spreading from left to right, and there was some distortion there. But the place behind that, it's still there. It's not rising up or down. So there's some distortion, like this video from this guy. But there's things going on. Some dust, some the hot hitting the ground, and vegetation, and releases volatile organic compounds into the air, and it can interfere. But it doesn't interfere to to rising up and down optical, what is behind. So that's like this. So this is like 12 miles. 12 and 0.4 miles. So yeah, that's it. There's some hut in there. Yeah, sometimes it's difficult to take a picture, and I have another one. Let me see. So yeah, there are days that you don't see clearly. Okay, so here, this photo from Seattle. So yeah, this guy is a photographer, and he's just showing. Let me see the details of this. I think it's 6-7 miles away, and because it was hot and vapor coming from the water too, it was interfering. So it's bad conditions to take a picture. I think I have the information somewhere, but anyway, so I think it was 7. Anyway, it's here in the it's in this folder, but let me see. I don't see it for now. The distance. But anyway, I know from memory. I think it was 7 miles. I have too much inside the folder. I have too much. So okay, so here, not here. Okay, anyway, link. Yeah, so I did save it, but I didn't organize. I think I did post another time and with the distance. Let me see. From me. No. Anyway, I did post it a long time ago. Yeah, I did find it. So 7 miles, over 7 miles. Yeah, this is the data from that guy that took that picture. 7 miles of what I could say. So air temperature 75 Fahrenheit. Water temperature 47 Fahrenheit. But there's 7 miles. In a hot day, that those mountains far away, they are appearing like that with that white haze. So yeah. So at the water, water temperature 47 Fahrenheit degrees. Okay, so yeah, and the air above, it's more. So yeah, it's interfering. So you couldn't take a good picture right there.
Yeah, it's so difficult in some places to get like good quality pictures. Like the number of times that Lake Ontario is completely calm is rare. It may happen maybe once a month.
Even not looking at water. From that place, I was working. I did work 4 months every day. So yeah, I had a lot of time, to do observations at night and day. So, so even at morning, there was some fog, rising up from the as the sun was appearing at the horizon. the temperatures are changing, and you could see like a
People get caught up in the everyday thing where they don't get the time to just sit back and think about stuff, you know.
I think we're having an existential crisis here.
Maybe so. Sometimes you gotta get out of the box a little bit, man. You know.
All right. So
Yeah,
my main point to you, Matt, was in that taboo conspiracy video when they go back and forth, the stars don't set in either direction.
The stars don't set, or the
Earth doesn't spin in either direction.
the Earth doesn't spin.
Well,
That's interesting.
Hello, everyone. So
The Earth stops spinning.
well, yeah. If the Earth were to stop spinning, we would stop getting the effect of the stars setting. Yeah.
I'm watching this video right now. Explanations to distance. Here we go.
Yeah. So what part does the these things on the ground play to then obscure our I guess our the observation and the
Clockwise
distance. Yeah.
versus counterclockwise. Yes.
I mean, the explanation is whatever it is. It's just I'm just talking about the
Tracking the
the
stars.
qualifying
And there's a cutoff. Well, this is a very
observation.
7-minute cutoff video. Is there an actual full? What the
Yeah,
hell
that
is
was
this, dude? You're in this like makeshift cockpit that's not a cockpit. What the fuck's going on here?
that's what I'm saying. I'm just talking about the observation. The explanations you can add on later. Well,
Hold on, you see here we have the real life time lapse. Let me see this. Let's check this out. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see the issue. What's supposed to be the issue here? Okay, you traveled from A to B, and the stars didn't set over whatever the time it took you to get to A to B. I don't get the problem.
yeah, maybe you gotta study more. Yeah.
Yeah, there is no problem, man. No issue. Zero issue. Zero.
So then what you're saying, there's no problem. So then the star, the zenith of a star, should always be at my 90, no matter where I go. No problem. The star just stays right above me wherever I go. No problem.
Well, it depends on where you are on the globe, man.
No, it
You can't
doesn't. The
see-
star
you
just
can't
stays
see-
above me. No
You
problem.
can't see Polaris from the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, yes, I can. It doesn't matter if it's above me. When I go to the southern hemisphere, Polaris is above me. There's no problem.
Really?
According to you, there's no problem.
South Pole, you can see Polaris right there.
No, I'm not. I can't. I can only see it according to you. If I look straight up, the star just stays at my zenith. There's no problem.
Do you know what flight this was? Well, it says in the video, right?
One in the video.
Right? Does it say the flight in the video?
Does it say the flight in the video?
Doesn't?
Does it? I don't.
Well, you mean you
All
mentioned
right, listen. It sounds like you're getting to a point where you're not. Now you're saying maybe this is a fake video.
No, I'm just asking some questions about the video just for some clarification.
Okay. I don't know. Check it out. I just found it for you. Do whatever you want with it.
Seems to be pretty shitty. I mean, it just doesn't seem very informative. You know, doesn't seem like much.
Yeah. So I mean, again, like the two options that were given. Not that either of these are the truth. The truth. Neither one could be the truth, right? But the options that were, when we have these two models in mind and we try to compare the two models, there's one that, imagine that, somehow you're on a globe and you froze time. You got stars above you. You travel in a straight line wherever the stars go down because you're going down over a curve, right?
You know,
And,
when
and
he
then that's one
when he
model.
did the illustration, when he did the like little conclusion thing where he's like just going straight, just he's zooming straight, you know, and things are certain stars are starting to appear as he's zooming straight. You see that? The only issue is he's never really that high. I mean, you can see that the Earth would also be spinning with him at that time, and the Earth isn't spinning. He's the one that's just going straight because the Google Earth, the Earth doesn't spin. Right? That's what he's using.
Right.
Google Earth. That doesn't spin. So he's just going straight, and the Google Earth, the Earth isn't spinning. It's interesting. I don't know where he thinks.
Yeah, that's the answer that we went over like first, like way a long time ago. Was well, the answer given by the Globers is the Earth spin, right? That he's staying with the stars with the Earth spin. But then when you go the opposite direction, it should then double.
I don't get where you get the double from either. The double, whatever. I don't know where you get that from.
Okay, so then we'll just have the ideal models in mind, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. One. You know, we freeze time, and we walk away. We have a star underneath us, and we walk away from it in a straight line. Doesn't matter what direction, and it goes down because we're going down over the curve.
Well, it starts to appear. The star will start to appear. Like for example, you go from south to north, right? You're gonna eventually be able to see Polaris. You know.
Whatever. Like if you want,
Yeah, exactly.
are we? Do we have a different? Do you want me to use better words? Are we understanding each other or not?
Are you getting what I'm saying? Did you just get that? What I
Yeah,
just said?
yeah.
Great.
Curve
Just like
Earth
that. Just like
gives
that.
effect.
Curve Earth.
Yeah.
You
Star
walk on
not
it.
going
You go to
down.
the side where the star is
Yeah.
visible, and then you can see it. Just like that. That's simple.
Yes. Star not going down. Star same. Earth curve. Earth going down. Give appearance of star declination. Yeah.
Earth curved. Right. Earth spinning. Earth going around the sun. You walk on Earth. You go north.
Yeah, that's the summary.
Star. You have a line of sight to the star. You go south. You don't. Just like that. Just like that. You got that?
Right. Okay. That's the one. That's the globe. All right. Then now we got the. That's the globe one. Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
like that. Just like that.
All right. That's the globe one. Okay. Now we got the flat one. Star
flat
in the
one.
sky. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got the flat one.
You got the flat one. Star in sky.
No,
randomly
no move.
moves at 15 degrees per hour.
No
for some
move.
reason.
We froze time, Matt. We froze time.
We froze time
together. We held hands every time we hold hands. We freeze time. Yeah.
So we go to south.
That's why we can't be that close together because last time we touched we held hands and the whole fucking world stopped. It was crazy.
Polaris not visible from south for some reason on the flat Earth, right? We have that.
Well, it's not some reason. It's not some reason. So we got to just. So we walk away from Polaris, straight line. Star appear to decline due to angle until merge into horizon.
So it's just submerged. It's submerged under. It's not really submerged, but it's submerged, right?
It just goes towards the horizon, which is just an angle measurement. So it goes down due to angle change.
Horizon doesn't dip down or anything. There's no curve there, right?
No curve there.
No curve. So no curve should still have a line of sight to it, but doesn't have a line of sight to it for some reason.
No, because it converges into a point of no, you can't see it. It mixes with all with the other stuff on the ground. You can't see it.
It converges to a magical point where you can't see it. So you can't see it from a magical point. So you walk south, you can't see Polaris because it's at a magical point now. So you can't see it. There you go. So we have the explanation on the flat Earth, and then you have the explanation on the globe. There you go.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. So then we go forward from there. So we go up into the air. Right. We go up because we agree on that. We're going to test the flat Earth model, I guess. Right. Because the water, the horizon.
We're going to test the real flat Earth, the one that exists. And we don't have a real flat Earth, but we're going to test the imaginary flat Earth.
Yeah, we're going to test the imaginary one. Yeah, we're gonna test it, right? So we on this model, the stuff on the ground, like the water and everything, is on the ground. So we get up higher above it, right?
Yeah.
And that stuff that's on the ground, the water and everything, we call that the horizon, right? It's just so that stuff like makes up as parts of the horizon, the water. Right? So then we go up. So that we're like, all right, we're gonna go up. So there's no, so we get a bigger angle and then we don't see the stars. We don't see the stars moving down because there's nothing. There's no horizon. There's no stuff on the ground to block it. But then, but what's the explanation on the globe? Why aren't we seeing the stars go down?
You went up, and you didn't see stars go down, right?
Yeah, star don't go down.
Star no go down. So you
In
went.
the video,
You went up.
the stars don't go down.
You went up. Star don't no go down, right? Well, in the video, he expects the stars to go down as he's going in a straight line, but he forgets that the Earth is spinning. So he forgot that. He forgot to add that too.
Okay, so then he went. So then, if he goes the other way, so what? So the Earth is spinning, so it didn't go. The stars didn't go down because he stayed. He stayed.
Think about it. You know what?
with
You
it.
know what conservation of angular momentum is?
Yeah, that's so he's
What is
so
it?
in that direction of the Earth spin. Yeah.
What's that? What's
It's the
that?
stuff that makes it so the star doesn't go down on the spinning Earth.
What's that called? What's that mean?
Earth spin.
No, but what's conservation of angular momentum? What's that mean?
It's the thing. It's the thing making the star not go down because he's
So you don't know what it
he's
means.
staying with the spin of the Earth.
So conservation of angular momentum means that if you're on let's say you're on something that's moving, if you lift up from that thing that's moving, you keep the momentum, right? Almost like if you're on a truck that's moving, right?
So is due to the Earth spin or not due to the Earth spin that he forgot about?
Well, he forgot the Earth spin. So
Okay.
the plane lifts, spinning with the Earth at a constant speed. Not a constant speed. I don't know what speed he's going, but he lifts up. He gets the momentum of the Earth, and then boom, he's just going straight, and he expects the star to like start dipping on him or some crazy stuff going on. Yeah, there should be no problem there. So
All right. So the star is moving with the Earth.
nope, the Earth is moving.
All right. So it gives you the apparent movement of the star, or it doesn't.
Yes.
Okay.
So
we're-
if you're on a rotating surface and you look up, it's going to appear that the things that are not rotating really, or not relatively rotating, are going to appear to be rotating, right? That's how it's going to work.
All right. So he doesn't even need to worry about the spin of the Earth then, or he does.
He needs to worry about it a lot, because
Which direction?
He's going straight. He thinks, right? So he shows us on
Which
Google
direction
Maps,
does he have to worry about it the most? Which direction does he have to worry about it the most?
straight, and then he thinks that the stars are dipping down on him, but he's not. The Earth is stationary when he's trying to show it, and then he's going straight. That's interesting.
All right. So the Earth's not moving, so he doesn't have to worry about Earth moving.
Well, yeah, he makes the Earth not move on Google Maps because he's like he forgot some basic stuff, right? He forgot it, so he should have kept his memory of the Earth rotating as something as well. Should have kept it.
Okay. So you're saying that the reason that the stars are not going down is because what? In the video or on the Google Earth? Which one?
Well, in the Google Earth, he's showing that the stars are diverging down, right, as he's going straight, or more.
I don't know.
appearing,
I don't really pay attention
You know
to
what
the
that means?
Google Earth part of it. I'm just talking about
Well,
the
the Google
initial
Earth part
observation of the star and the airplane.
You should focus more on the Google Earth of it because it shows his ignorance.
Why?
Shows
I'm not
his
worried
ignorance.
about it. I'm just, like I said, you can put it on mute and just what the stars,
No,
and then your explanation.
I don't want to put it on mute because that shows that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
I don't care about him. It's about the stars in the sky and then the directions. That's
But
it.
the
I
whole
don't care.
point,
You can put it on mute and just watch that part.
The whole point is flawed right there. Just like he killed it.
I don't know what his point is. I'm asking you.
It's like he tried to step on the Earth.
Not about him. Not about. Why do you keep bringing up him?
He stepped on himself. He stepped on himself. Right there.
I don't know
He's moving
about whatever
Earth
he's
moving,
saying. Why are you so?
stars
Why?
are
Listen, maybe Crit was right.
That was his problem. That was his problem right there. Right
You
there.
want other people. You want the people to tell you something. I'm just saying. Look at the sky. You said the sun speaks to you and the earth speaks to you. Now, what are the stars saying to you?
The stars are saying that they're not relatively moving, according to me.
Okay, they're not moving. All right.
So I talk to the stars, right? Talk to Polaris, and Polaris says Earth is spinning, right?
Cut the
So-
shit. Cut the shit.
So when you look at the stars, you don't worry about him. You just put it on mute, right? Because you speak directly to the stars. The
Yes.
airplane's doing whatever it's doing. You can, you can just look at the cardinal direction. They speak to you.
Yeah.
So what's occurring? The stars have spoken. What are they doing? Are they going down? Are they setting? Or are they not setting?
The stars have spoken and they said, Matt, you're on a spinning Earth, and then when you're going in a plane, you're gonna you're gonna keep the momentum of the Earth spinning, and then as you're going straight, you're gonna also see the stars, right? And they're not gonna go all crazy on you randomly. That's what they say.
Okay. So why do they set? What have stars said? Why do they set?
Stars don't set.
Okay. So it's
Yeah, I mean,
the not.
I thought I already like educated you on the fact that light comes up and it kind of like obscures the things that are really, 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 really far away. They don't set. They're always there. Like the sun's always there. It's just illuminating the other part of the world. It's the stars always. I mean, the sun's always chilling there. It's always there. It's always there, ready to light. Always there, ready to light us up. But the Earth just isn't always ready to be lit up everywhere. So, as the Earth is rotating, one part's getting lit up and the other one isn't. But the photons are going everywhere. Everywhere,
Okay, so what is the video? What have you concluded? So in the video, right?
From the video, I concluded ignorance from the video. Blatant
on mute. Just the picture. I guess picture speaks 1,000 words. So a video must be like a million words.
The picture spoke 1,000 words, and it spoke a bunch of ignorance.
All right. So you got the observation, right? You got one. We're gonna one direction, right? We're gonna go in one direction, and we're gonna expect.
Do you know the time it took to get to the direction?
And then we're gonna go in the other direction.
Do you know the
time? What the time say? What did the clock say to you?
I'm curious. I'm curious if you know. You don't know?
You said what is the time?
Like what's the flight time? What was it?
25 hours, I think. Yeah.
25 hours, really? 25 hours.
I thought you really knew the answer. No, I don't think it's 25 hours. I think it was a day
from that distance of how many miles?
Is that the question? Oh, I'd have to look into it to get
it. Question. That's certainly a question.
Is that the one that will answer?
Well, you gotta know that stuff. You gotta know that. That's 25 hours. We gotta go in records. This guy kept up with the Earth's speed, or the Earth's rotation so much that the sun never came up on him. 25 hours straight line. Sun never even came up on him. He did it.
He did it. That's a different video. The guy who kept up with the sun for a while. That's a different one.
Well, I mean, this guy apparently, you said 25 hours. That little distance took him 25 hours, so he was on the slowest plane ever to be manufactured. Apparently, I don't know. Maybe the brothers that developed the first plane. Maybe he was on their plane. Maybe that was the case. I don't know. Maybe that was the case.
So are you able to come to a conclusion on the observation or not?
Yes, I did. I told you. You said the picture spoke 1,000 words, and it told me ignorance right there.
So the stars don't know what they're doing. Okay.
No, the guy doesn't know what he's doing.
The guy is done, dude. You put it on mute and you watch. You put it on mute and you watch the video. That's it. You don't listen to the guy.
The stars don't know what they're doing ever, right? Like physical objects don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know. Like just physical, normal objects without minds don't know what they're doing. We might know what we're doing because we have a mind, we have consciousness, we have eyes, we have ears, we have our senses. We might be aware of what we're doing, but like my mouse doesn't know what it's doing. Your computer doesn't know what it's doing. It's just there. You just programmed it. Binary numbers. That's it. That's all computers are. Binary numbers. That's it, man. They don't know what they're doing.
Where did we go wrong with him? Where did we go wrong with Matt? We had such hope for you as a little baby. We had your whole future planned out for you. What happened? Those bright little eyes.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm a baby, man. Maybe I'm a baby Glober. Maybe I don't know. Maybe that's the case.
You used to love. You wrap you real tight like a little burrito. You feel comfy and cozy.
I love being
Yeah, look,
cozy and comfy, man. Me and
so
you
you
should
got
take a
yeah.
trip to Mars one day. Me and you, just me and you.
Well,
Me and you go to Mars.
we it can't be us because when we get too close, we stop time. Can't be
Oh,
us.
do you think time will warp as we're going to Mars? It'll warp us. You know?
Obviously. So you're not ready for this taboo conspiracy video. It's not him on the plane. Somebody just sent him their flight and was like, "What the hell is going on here?"
Somebody
I was
sent them their
told that.
flight, and then they forgot the hours. They forgot a lot of stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems
Well,
interesting to me.
would it matter? I mean, would it matter which hour? Like which
Oh yeah, it
hours?
matter. I would love to know that type of information, man.
I mean, you can deduce it from what you already know, right? Like you can just say, "I know this star constellation, therefore I know this GP location, and I know that we navigate right, with these setting and rising stars in this fashion, and then the sky rotates at 15 degrees per hour in this direction. Therefore, this
As a
should occur."
coincidence, by the way, as a coincidence, right? We have to know
What do
that
you mean?
the 15 degree per hour is a coincidence, so we must acknowledge it's one of the world's biggest coincidence with the whole flat Earth versus globe Earth thing. That's one of the world's biggest coincidences, right there. That's one of the world's biggest ones. So we got to add that to the world's biggest coincidences, right there. The 360 divided by 24 that gives us 15. We gotta make sure we go up to we gotta go up to the stars. We gotta confront and prosecute the stars for giving us such a crazy coincidence. Right?
Yeah, it's just a rotation.
The rotation of the stars are 15 degrees per hour. The rotation of the Earth is for some reason 15 degrees per hour. That's a weird coincidence. It needs to be accounted for. You know.
It is accounted for.
Someone needs to make sure they ask why is the reason for such a crazy coincidence.
It's the derivation. It's what it's derived from.
It's just the stars, right? Just the stars doing that.
Yeah, somebody said, "Look at the stars," right?
Yeah.
And then they counted like seconds, and then they counted it into minutes, right? And then hours, like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and then what do you mean? That's the derivation of it.
Yeah, it was crazy. It's crazy that it for some reason matches up with what the globe predicts, and it shouldn't do that, but it does. That's very interesting. Very interesting thing.
It's how you derive it. It's how you derive your globe
it's actually
from the sky.
beautiful.
It's not a coincidence.
The 360 divided by 24 gives you 15. The stars move at 15 degrees per hour. Sun moves at 15 degrees per hour. Very interesting. Very interesting coincidence right there. But we're not moving. The stars are moving. They just seem to be moving at 15 degrees per hour, which you expect to happen on a globe. That's just a crazy coincidence that I love. Right, that's my favorite coincidence.
Yeah, all right, cool. So yeah, then you should love the taboo conspiracy video. Right, that was the one that says part 1. I guess there's a part 2. I don't know if it's a part 3 or 4 or 5. Now pop it on mute, and then just watch the stars, and then watch them not go down, and then tell me why.
If I love it, they seem to be missing a lot of information. They seem to be ignorant. I don't know if I love it. It just seems.
What information? What else would you need? You're making it's just an observation. What's your hypothesis? What do you think should happen with this observation?
I don't know. I want them to tell me what should happen. I want them to tell me.
What do you mean? You have the info. You said it's your favorite thing. That this 15 degree per hour something due to something, and you got those ingredients, right? You got those things, right? And then you got an observation, the sky, that your favorite thing, rotating in one direction. These are all your favorite things. Put it together. Why is it happening? Why aren't the stars going down? Why aren't they setting? Is the Earth what is the Earth? What's going on here?
Did you I don't know. Maybe not to be rude. I mean, maybe you were just not focusing at the moment, but I told you the stars are always there. They don't set.
Yeah. They only appear to set due to Earth rotation, and in that video, they're not setting due to Earth rotation. Yeah.
They don't, not even Earth
So
rotation.
you're telling me that so what you're saying, is that the Earth is not spinning in that video.
What makes the stars
not?
go away? What makes the stars go away?
That the Earth
You know?
spinning. And in
No,
that video,
no,
the
but
Earth
what
stopped
makes the
spinning.
stars go away? What makes the stars go away? Not just the Earth. What makes the stars go away?
They're not going away. It's just the Earth spinning.
No, but no. What makes the stars go away? What's the actual thing that makes them go away from your eye?
Go back to Google it, Matt. You're
Oh,
like
you gotta
going
go.
into that.
Let's Google it. Why do stars go away?
Dude, how do you not even know your favorite things?
Well, I thought you'd know. Why do stars go away? Like, why can't you see them during the daytime? Can you try to can you? Maybe you're
Earth
Einstein.
curve.
Maybe you can figure it out. Nah,
Earth
I
curve.
don't think that's it. Why do stars go away?
Yeah.
Why do they
Spinning-
go away?
It's spinning Earth.
Why can't when I'm looking out, like right now it's 10:39 a.m. here in Jacksonville, Florida. Why can't I see the stars right now? Why can't I just look up and see them right now? What's
Go
the
into
problem?
Google. Go into Google.
Okay,
I think
might
it's
have to ask-
Earth spin. Earth spin. No.
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Like, what's the thing that's really fucking up the stars right now? What's really
Earth,
fucking it up?
Earth spin. Earth spin.
You're forgetting one thing. What's
Are
really
you
fucking
saying
it
you're
up?
saying it's sun spin, but I'm telling you it's
There
Earth
we
spin.
go. There we go. See, the sun. See, Earth can spin as much as it wants. If there's no sun right there, we can all see the stars. Boom. Anytime we can all see the stars. We can all see all types of stars. But the sun is right there. It comes up. It fucks us up. It doesn't make the stars set. It just obscures the stars, because you got the clouds,
Yeah.
you got
The
sun,
video that we
big
watched
bright
on
light hitting gases, hitting us, hitting all sorts of things,
the
That's the
video that
thing,
we
it-
watched on mute,
that's the
it
real
didn't have,
crazy
it
part
was
about it.
the sun wasn't there. It was just Earth spin and Earth curve, and stars don't move in that
Fast
video.
was how fast was he moving? How fast was he going? Do you know?
Yes.
How fast was he going?
He was going
Miles an hour.
Yeah, he was going fast in one direction and then going about as
Yeah, how
fast
fast
in the
was
other
he going?
direction.
How fast was he going?
I don't know. You have your favorite
Every
things,
guy's going
15
fast.
degrees.
Oh,
You have
okay.
all your
That's the thing.
numbers. You tell me how fast he was going now.
You see, this is what ignorance gets you right there. That's exactly where it gets you right there.
You don't need. You can derive his speed.
It gets you to that. It gets you to
relative
that point
the
of
things
not
you
knowing.
already
You don't
know.
know the distance. You don't know the time. You don't know the duration of the flight. You don't know how fast he was going.
You
don't know
can
a lot of
derive all of those things deductively, knowing what you already know.
that stuff. You don't know that stuff. But and then he doesn't know that the Earth spins because he's using Google Maps. So he doesn't even know that the Earth spins. And then he's like going straight, and the Earth is not spinning when he's going straight. Like there's ignorance from that guy, that video. There's ignorance from you.
Why are you
There's-
focused on the guy in an office on a computer? I'm talking about the observation of the stars. You don't need his
Yeah,
info.
we already
You
went
have
over
you
it.
have
The
your
stars,
information.
the stars are a big coincidence. They're like a massive one. They move at 15 degrees
I
per
don't
hour.
know.
What's 360 degrees divided by 24? What's that give you?
I said, that's what I'm saying. You have that stuff that
What's
you know.
360 divided by 20? What's that give you?
Listen, you have that stuff that you know
What's
already.
that
Those are your
give you?
favorite things. You know those things, right?
Right.
So now, knowing what you know,
Let's punch
all
it
you
into the
have is the
calculator. Let's see
observation.
what it
Why are
gives.
you losing your
Hold on.
mind, dude? Why are you losing it?
No, I think you're okay. I just want to help you understand just some stuff. So I'm gonna plug it in. There you go. So I plugged it in for the calculator for you because I don't want to tell you. I don't know if the calculator can tell you. So 360
What
divided by
kind of
24
like
is 50 degrees.
2024? What kind of calculator do you have that you have to plug it in? I mean, I just do it on your phone or something.
I think he meant plug in the numbers.
Yeah, plug in the numbers, dude. Yeah, see that? There's the ignorance again. There's it. It pops up.
I've
again.
never used.
You gotta know the
used
distance.
a
You gotta know the distance. I think the distance is in the video, right? The flight duration, the speed. I want to know all that. I want to know all the good stuff. Because you're a flat earther because you're skeptical about what they tell you. That's why I'm a globe earther and I'm skeptical about what they tell me. So I'm skeptical about videos too. So I need to know all the information. I need to know all the
derive
information because I'm a hyper skeptic. No, I can derive it, but I don't want to derive it. I don't want to do that work. I want them to do the work because they're the ones making the video. So I want them to have the information on hand because I like to hold people responsible for their worldview. If someone's a skeptic, they need to remain skeptical. They need to provide all the data. all the needed data, and we don't have it. So that's the
Well,
problem.
listen, that's what the guy. I think that's what the guy who sent him the video, like the guy who actually took the flight, and he sent this taboo conspiracy guy the video, and he's like, "Tell me what I'm seeing." And right now, you don't want to do the work, so they're going to have to go with what taboo conspiracy has told them because
Yeah,
they
so
didn't
they're-
want to do the work either.
So they have the work then. They've done the work.
They already did it. They did it.
They did.
And,
They did.
yeah,
Well,
they did it.
send me all of their
I
numbers.
did.
All of it.
No, I did.
All
That
of
was
it.
all that was required. It didn't matter. It satisfied the
So you
customer
have
who
you
sent him
have
the
the
video.
flight speed. You have the flight speed. You
He
have it.
doesn't need it. He didn't need it. The
You-
guy who
you don't
sent him the
need it.
video,
Why
he was
do
like,
you need it? Who
whatever
doesn't
you
need
come
it?
up with. No,
Wait,
he was
but
like, whatever you
there is
come
no
up with,
guy.
Taboo.
There is no guy. There's
That's
just the
it.
stars. No guy. Just stars.
Yeah, and that was it.
Is there,
And he
is
said,
there,
well, he said,
is there,
whatever you
is there
come up
flight
with,
speed?
that's it. I don't need
Is
anything
there
else
flight
then.
speed?
I guess whatever
Oh,
you
so we
tell
just
me
come up
will
with
be
it.
the answer. I don't
We,
have to
we,
do my own work.
we,
Yeah, that's
we're
what
just gonna
happened.
come up
That was
with
the
stuff.
original issue. Matt, why are you losing your fucking mind, dude?
Okay.
Stop
Well,
it.
hey, calm down. You're okay. You're okay. So I'll do the work. We'll do the work. I'll do the work
Thank you.
in 2 years, and I'll come back to you with what I've gotten from this. You make sure you message me, do whatever you need to do, and we're gonna do the work. We're gonna figure out the flight speed. We're gonna figure out if this was real or cut or whatever. We're gonna figure all that good stuff out since the ignorance got to you. We're gonna make sure the ignorance doesn't get to us again. Okay, that's what we're gonna do.
I guess. Yeah, sounds like you got a plan.
What else you got? What about the horizon? What about the flat Earth horizon? What else?
There's
you got
no
for us?
horizon in that video. That's what I'm saying. They're not setting. What
I
is the horizon gone?
thought we already talked about the ignorance in the video. I thought we already passed that. You're still
So,
past
well,
it.
is there a horizon in the video? Isn't the horizon the thing that like the stars and the sun set behind? They're not setting. That's my issue. I think the horizon has been
We already went over
removed.
that. Remember, the stars don't set. They don't set.
Yeah, they don't set. There's no
They
horizon.
don't
That's
really
what I'm saying.
set. They don't really set though, right?
What? Yeah, there's no horizon. I
The
got you.
flat Earth sun is the flat Earth sun moving in that video?
Those are stars. That's what I'm saying. It's nighttime.
Yeah, but the flat Earth sun is somewhere else, giving someone else light at that time.
Somewhere else. It's not in the video.
Yeah, but so it's somewhere else then.
If it's not there,
It's not there, so it's somewhere else.
yeah, then it's somewhere else. Yeah.
The sun is
You're-
like, okay, I'm going to give you light now. So it's going to give like someone probably like that lives somewhere else light at the time.
If that's what I guess, maybe it's just not there.
I'm
in
gonna
the
give
video.
you light now. Yeah, you're right. No, absolutely. So it's like I'm gonna give you light now, right? So it goes from where it was before. That guy's moving on a straight horizontal plane with stars. The stars are just luminaries in the sky, right? So he's just going straight. He doesn't know the distance he's traveled. He might know the distance. He doesn't know the flight duration. He doesn't know the speed of the aircraft that he's on. He doesn't know all sorts of stuff. He doesn't know that the Earth spins, but he's on a flat horizontal plane, so the Earth doesn't spin regardless. And then the sun goes somewhere else because the sun needs to make sure it's giving its daily dose to someone else, right?
Wow, I don't know. I mean, the sun gives. That's I don't know. That's your
Is the sun, like,
interpretation.
is the sun
everything
like
I
a
see, everything
like,
I
do
see
you
in
think
nature.
the sun is a conscious being? Like, does it go around like I need to give you sunlight now?
Not.
Do you think that? I think that
I
might be
don't-
the case.
no.
I think that might be the case because the fact that the sun comes up to you, no thanks. It comes up to your. Does the sun rise where you're from? And set? Does it rise and set?
I'm
to you?
afraid to speak because you're going to cut. I'm afraid I'm in fear for my voice right now.
Fear for your foot. You're good, man. Well, if it, I'm assuming it does because it does for me. So it comes to you too. So it's a conscious, beaming light that comes to you. It likes to come to you. Make sure it gives you its stuff, then it goes to other people. It's very. The sun is very nice to us. It's very nice.
That's a philosophy. Yeah.
If you're in the sun for too long, you get cancer.
Well, that's another thing though. It's nice and it's like very angry, man, because sometimes it kills people in the deserts, you know. So
Sometimes I like to corner my victims, and then tie them into the sun on the ground, and then the sun just turns them into jerky, and I feast upon them later.
that's interesting.
You're welcome.
Interesting stuff there. I like the sun, man. Sometimes it's kind of stressed me out, man. Sometimes I've been outside and the sun's hitting hard. I'm like, damn, dude, chill out, dude. I see why we got ACs because the sun be hitting different, man.
Have you guys heard of a wet bulb event, climactic event?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's when the temperature is so high and the humidity is also extremely high that your sweat cannot evaporate from your skin. Therefore, you slowly increase in heat as you sweat. You get hotter and hotter and hotter until your bodily functions simply cease and die.
Yeah, what they'll do is to test that. Yeah, they've got like a canvas bag that they'll put water in and see if the temperature of the water inside the bag versus the temperature on the outside.
Yeah, that is the way to test it. But they're increasing in frequency on this planet, especially in like hot countries like India, and people are just going to die. Like I don't know if you believe in climate change or whatever, but that's just factually happening. People are just dying from inside.
There's no. That's the thing too. Like people aren't denying that the Earth is warming. What what people are questioning is it caused, in effect, is that cause and effect man? Is it male? Is it human activity that's causing that, or is something else causing it, or is it correlated? There's a lot of questions in the air, but the problem is it becomes so. Let me start over.
What happened?
Can you figure out why the stars weren't setting? Why they weren't making a sphere?
No, I think he left.
See, rather than stay and try to contribute to the format of reality or the attribute of, they're like, I don't know anything now. It's like you still think they go around the whole ball. Like clearly you're being pointed out they don't go down that point. But here we are. We still have it. It blows my mind. Same way it blows my mind when they say nothing works on flat when that's exactly what we're on. I was talking to that Verdak dude in Earth Awakening. Yeah, I think that dude's slightly fucking slow. He just keeps repeating himself. Like you'll point something out that's not right about what he said, then he'll repeat it again. Well, that can't work on a ball. I'm sorry, I just can't figure out how. I was like, well, if you can't figure out how, leave it to somebody with a good IQ. Leave it to somebody who can breathe good. You know, maybe somebody who can breathe can figure stuff out. You breathe in and you breathe out, and if you have trouble doing that, I mean, it might be hard to figure out the Earth's flat. Like I think these dudes would have trouble doing involuntary, like things that you don't have to do, like your heartbeat and stuff. You don't have to regulate it. What would they do if they were the regulators of that? What the hell? Because what do you see? Name the first thing that's not a sphere. We're gonna name so much stuff that's not a sphere. Stars don't make a sphere pattern. Your GoPro camera does. Your time lapse at an angle. Anybody got a non-GoPro time lapse? do believe in stars. To a certain altitude, yeah. Then at that altitude, I believe they're black. There ain't none. I mean, unless we can get up there and figure it out. Why wouldn't that be the interesting thing? Not just act like they're still stars. Like, why would anybody do that? Whether they are or aren't. Don't even trust their own ISS. Tell them the ISS is 200 miles up and it ain't seeing no stars. What the hell's the problem? Oh, lights. Oh, flicker speed. You didn't blink fast enough. Shutter speed, exposure. It'd be funny if No Tanks changed his name to More Please every once in a while. So like one day he was No Tank, the next day he was like More Please. I guess I could come in as Remock or Premock and then Demock, but you know.
What's up, DeMarc? What's going on, bro?
Premock.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
bro.
said
I
it'd be
haven't seen
funny
you
if
like I haven't seen you like a month.
yeah, I know. I called somebody sweet baby. They said that's weird.
You call somebody what?
Sweet baby. That's so fucking funny. They were like something and talking about being young or old or whatever. And I said, yeah, sweet baby Glovers or sweet baby something. And they was like, that's weird. I was like, why is that weird? I'm just calling a grown ass man a sweet baby being funny. That's not weird. It's just being stupid. That wasn't even, yeah, we weren't really talking about babies. We were talking about grown ass adults acting like babies, right? And I was like, sweet baby Glovers.
Yeah.
No, but I was saying it'd be funny if No Tanks fucking changed his name every once in a while to Yes Please or More Please. You know, one day he's No Tanks and the next day he's like, Yes Please. No thanks, yes sir. Yeah, I'll take
Hey,
more.
No Tanks is a flat earther, right? You talking about the
Yeah.
Tanks, the flat earther?
Yeah, he's a flat earther. He just likes to he just has his set format way. I think he's learned a funny way to like, you know, go about his stuff.
Yeah, I think he
You know,
came in the PNR a couple of days ago. Wasn't there? Yeah.
he was in here a minute ago, but I just think it's
Oh,
funny, you know, no tanks, you know, like no thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess everybody they have their own way of talking about this topic. So, but sometimes you meet a flat earther making crazy claims. Sometimes a lot of time you meet the globies making crazy claims, but they can't provide any evidence for the Earth being a globe.
They can't even get their stars right. They got to use a GoPro and put it in an angle, and I don't know, man. It's just weird.
Damn, the road's bad today. Shit, it's raining. You better watch out. Texan can't drive in this rain.
Does it flood over there a lot?
A little bit here and there. I think some places. I think some part of the city probably flooded.
They don't got no drainage. Why in the hell don't they make drainage?
I don't know. Well, I think maybe it's not as bad as Dallas. I mean, Dallas and Houston. You know what I mean? But I do hear about like crazy flood and stuff. But where I'm at, thank God, it's not too bad. But the road is
And isn't
bad.
that weird? Isn't that weird? Also, today we could say they're flooding. So, like, you could write a Bible verse today from where you're from in certain parts of Texas and be like, well, it floods every time. You know, and I mean, shit. It'd be true, but not true, you know?
Oh, so you think that's what happened? Like who wrote the Bible because it was just flooded part of the whatever that that location, and they wrote it.
Well, I mean, let's look at it like, you know, everybody else. need water to live, so everybody gets to buy water usually or close to it.
You're
Then
breaking up, bro. Breaking up.
people are buying water,
Mm.
buy water a lot, and the only way to get hurt by water is to be close to it or be in the rain of it.
Yeah.
If you live by the ocean, it's gonna rain a lot. Oregon rains a lot.
Yeah, I get it, bro. And this is the reason why it never makes sense to me with the whole Nova story. Like, they were the only family that survived, and we all part of their family. It never makes sense to me.
Why wouldn't that make sense? The only reason why it doesn't make sense is when incest is demonized by people who want the monkey ball instead of pure genetics devolving into what we have now.
Well, it didn't
I
make
have no
sense to me
problem.
because-
Like, from my perspective, I have no problem at all for Cain and Abel to marry their sisters. That's not an issue. It doesn't even not make sense to me, as it were. I have no issue with it at all, because if you were to have a litter of puppies, they would do exactly what dogs do once they get old enough.
Yeah, but you know, like, my whole thing was if it didn't make sense that they were the only family that survived the flood. You know, how do
That is fair. That is a fair
that's what
assessment.
I'm saying. Like,
Now,
I thought like maybe other. Go ahead.
I was just going to agree with you with the yes and with Gilgamesh and all these other weird stories that, hey, yeah, there could have been some other weirdness. What comes to mind with this combo, though, because I saw this thing where somebody did the math, and they were just basically doing the multiplication for being fruitful and multiplying. And by the end of it, with a young Earth creation story and kind of just the normal flow of things, you end up with about the population we have now. And that's on a young Earth.
Think about this one. What's getting smarter got to people?
I think for all our knowledge we are but fools, and the more that humanity thinks that we have become more and more intelligent, the dumber we become. Now people got a prosthetic brain in their hand, they can't answer a question without.
Well, that goes to say, what is intelligence? To me, it's always been the ability to lie better, cheat better, steal faster, better, kill better, faster, before. So, like military, army, technology, right? And supposedly for good stuff, but really, if you really look at it, all the technology for a king is to control. All the technology for a prison is to control. All the technology for technology is to kill better.
Real quick, by the way, for any mods or bros, friends, fam, whatever, I woke up with an aura migraine, so I'm auto grumpy today, and it's hard. I can't even talk properly because of the shit that's going on. So if I sound grumpy or offensive, I'm not trying to be. I just feel like shit. Not trying to make an excuse. I'm just telling you, hey, I'm an asshole today, and here's why.
Good morning, asshole.
Yeah, at least you know you're an asshole. Or you being one.
Yeah, back in the day,
It's better to be an ass than pusillanimous ass. You know, pusillanimous, like a pussy. Never mind, I digress. Somebody play a cricket sound effect.
that was like an airplane and went straight over my head.
The word pusillanimous means small-minded, timid, cowardly.
Wow.
And then, so to me, the shorthand version of that would be to call somebody a pussy or something. Whereas most people think that's not where it comes from, but actually, it to me sounds like it would and makes sense that it would.
Okay, I just didn't want to subject anyone to cricket sounds. I thought I'd say something that could potentially be funny instead.
Hey, if I say something cricket worthy, feel free to utilize the cricket sounds against me.
Sure. Yeah. Back in the day of Noah, though, maybe the millionaires, I don't know if they could be billionaires back in Noah's day. Maybe they built underground waterproof bunkers, you know.
The reason why there's a huge issue with the kind of siblings marrying what is genetic bottlenecking, and also with the royalty doing their inbreeding stuff on purpose and making themselves super retarded leaders. They're trying to act like that holier than thou because blood or whatever. It's ridiculous. Kembo brought up a good point though. Like, yeah, you've got the story of Noah, but there are a bunch of other stories that are really weird, and they can coincide at the same thing. It's not a mutually exclusive thing, considering that the Bible does say that there were giants in those days and after. So after the flood, there were giants. Well, how did they survive? Where the F did they come from?
They were really fucking tall giants.
I don't mind the concept of a Gilgamesh character basically betraying his entire, doing the antithesis of Noah. He betrayed all his people, took his family, and said, "Screw you guys, I'm out." Didn't even try to help anybody according to that legend, so he would be the exact opposite. Another thing, though, is people do make a lot of claims. This is Speculation Sunday, so I'm not saying that this is this or this is that, but people make a lot of claims as to where the Ark is. One man says, "Hey, Noah's Ark is over here," and another man says, "Hey, Noah's Ark is over yonder." Okay.
In my backyard.
Seen Area 51.
There's a 51 now.
Oh, did you see the I think it was this Indiana Jones movie. It was, I think, number 5 or something, and it says that the Ark is in Area 51. Yeah, but that's
You know what's funny? There's this old show called Warehouse 13.
Oh god, I watch that sometimes. Crap.
And I have no issues with Area 51 possibly being some kind of old found masonry underground thing that some other civilization built much longer than America has the capability of knowing existed. Way back, First World Order.
The First Order appreciates your loyalty.
Area 51 means Area 6.
One of the things about all that Roswell stuff that I think is actually, it was exactly what we suspect with the pissing contest between Russia and America, and everybody trying to cover their asses so nobody thinks a thing. They can suspect anything except for the truth. As long as they're speculating something's not the truth, they didn't care. And there was a lot of tech brought over from Germany after the war. They didn't want people to know what they had. It's a matter of national security. Why would they just tell everybody everything?
Could be a power plant. Could be just a little location underground where they say, where all these tunnels lead to, where all these other tunnels lead to, where are these people that made all these tunnels? You know, the machines might be over there in Area 51. Tunnel making machines. Tunnel compartment 51. I want to know how many areas they have. Like, what number of areas does it stop at? It can't stop at 51. I want to know if it's like 8 million area, 8,000,005, area 52, area 53. For data, you need an area. For information, you need an area. For processing, you need area. To store data and energy, you need area. So, what else? For a machine, you need an area. So for anything, you need some type of dirt or area to do stuff. So like that's the spot.
The way I look at it, the primary objective of Area 51 is to do a bunch of NASA shit. And then don't let people know what you're doing, but it's all NASA shit. Same stuff, different area.
I always just thought it was border patrol for the CIA.
I'm just saying,
the deep CIA.
I don't subscribe to all the weird alien conspiracy theories about Area 51 because it makes a lot more sense that they were just training and practicing experimenting with a bunch of aircraft, a lot of which they took inspiration from Nazi Germany, brought over the tech and started using it, playing with it. And then numpty dipshits who don't know how anything works started flipping out, talking shit, and the government's like, yeah, okay, whatever, and let them, so because it's a smokescreen. They don't have to even make up their own stories. People will make up their own.
It's a military stronghold for a backdoor. Okay,
Yeah.
so if you're on a globe, check this out. If you're on a globe, you wouldn't need said Area 51. It would be Area 51, 52, 53, and 54. But you would need a north, south, east, and west one. At all times, you're everywhere to fortify. Now, on flat Earth, you would only need one area or one designated location to protect from, solely from depending on which enemy you have to worry about and how far the range is. So you'll need like strong points, like Ukraine would be a strong point, Area 51 would be a strong point. You know, you hold these set strong points. Point Nemo, you build a thing out in Point Nemo to where it's the farthest and nobody get there, so you build one there. Then you build one halfway. You know what I mean? You build
Like
one
like crossroads and ley lines.
Yeah, and then you patrol everything. Every fucking thing. Nothing's coming past Mexico from China to this place to that without them knowing. Nothing.
You know, part of the royal bloodlines thing actually does go back to Noah, though, and the 3 bloodlines and 3 shares is all that is. Everything the light touches was distributed between the 3 of them. Like their father divided it and said, "You're going. This is yours. This is yours, and this is yours." And here we are. Everybody's descendants are exactly where they are now because of that. Or ancestors, not descendants. She's their descendants. Got poo brain today. And like, I think that the fact that there's a flood story, a great deluge story in every culture kind of lines up with that reoccurring nightmare of humanity. It's a flood the one time, but then the same thing. It'll have all the contemporaries. They'll be agreeing that, hey, this really effed up thing happened all around the world. Everybody will say, hey, I saw this stupid thing happen. And it did.
Trauma and torture. Rain ain't no punk, man. Water ain't no punk.
Yep.
Drowning, being swept away, undertow, currents, river. Just, you know, like memory of water fucking shit up. Everybody should have had that.
And then you can do the same thing with the contemporaries of every other event, like the rise and fall of empires, and it'll actually show you the historical timeline of the Phoenix Empire and every single iteration it's had thus far.
maybe somebody's controlling the water. Maybe Area 51 is a sound point or a node point, or the like Nile River in Egypt and all that. Maybe someone is controlling the water, and when people get too crazy, they use the water. The water is the main thing you use or follow to get the gold too. Like back in the day, it was the main thing to dredge the fucking area was water. And just think about it. If all these people kept having floods here, but maybe not at the same exact day, but they all had a flood, then maybe there's a bigger group or company of people, just a big ass fucking mining crew that's just always been as big as they could be, mining the fuck out of everything, and then it's just all this bullshit and where they're set up or whatever, and then and whoever controls shit.
It's always bullshit that's set up. This family wants to look cooler than that family so that their peasants will work harder.
Well, I don't think if they have the power company, they have to work too hard.
Their power company is faith. They orchestrate the faith of the population, and that's their power.
Yeah, because once you build that motherfucker, all you got to do is step back and have some guy named Bob you never met be the director, some other guy be lady, whoever.
Yeah.
And then the family gets paid all the money from it. They're just a little rinky-dink signed on to it. Who doesn't want to say but
It'll be on the money. What need have you for money if you're the one printing it? You don't care about spending it. You just want other people to spend it. I'm just saying. Like, say you're making Pokemon cards. Like, you're actually the company producing them. You don't care about collecting them yourself. You just want other people to collect them. Kembo, where you at? You disappeared, man. I know you stay busy. You got all kinds of stuff you do every day. Well, now I'm going to overthink and blame myself and think maybe if I didn't talk at all, Kembo would still be chilling, but I interrupted because I talked too much. So I wish we could use the soundboard here.
check 1, 2.
Yo, welcome.
Who came in new?
Somebody, sailor or something, came in and left. Last night was weird.
Why?
Just weird internet vibes. It was just weird. It was weird all day yesterday, though, because of the... It's kind of like if you went to a mall or an airport and it's just empty. And something happened, but you don't know what. Like, that's just kind of how it was at one point during the day. And I think it has a lot to do with the presidential election type stuff, the Olympics, and certain things that were said about Bitcoin. the arcade kids who like playing with the crypto went nuts when Trump and somebody else mentioned that they intend to use Bitcoin as part of the national whatever, like their reserve. They're basically gonna get a reserve of cryptocurrency for their shit. To me, it sounds like more Doge to the moon bullshit.
Dogecoin?
Yeah, I totally just compared Bitcoin to Doge.
DOD is the 3 letters I want to say for the Dogecoin. DOD. Coin.
The Department of Defense coin.
Yes, sir. And GE. General Electric. The Department of Defense General Electric coin. What the fuck? You didn't know that?
And to me, I look at Dogecoin as being Elon's personal toy that he can go and play with whenever he wants to, and everybody else will get all crazed, excited, like, oh yeah! And he just makes money every time. He wins every time he plays that game.
Yeah. Everybody wins every time with it. But then, like, we're the losers of Dogecoin. So every guy who's ever touched the Dogecoin's never lost one. Then
Anybody,
more people being rich off Dogecoin than Bitcoin.
it's one of those games where the only way you lose is by playing.
Right. The only way you win is by losing. Exactly.
I'd say the only way you win is by not letting somebody rug pull a carpet right out under your feet.
Well, I mean, and that's the weird thing. Some people have the ability at the right time and right place to get lucky off some shit, just like winning the lotto. But you just got to be lucky. You just got to be, you got to get on that. I don't know. Just got to be the right place, right time, really. It's like finding the fucking wallet somebody dropped, It happens. Look at that one group of people that were like mathematicians and they kept like picking these one numbers that nobody ever picked. And then, like any normal human would do, say what numbers haven't happened. They kept playing them. Yeah. And they were winning. They were actually winning damn big games off of it. And until they kept giving these people the numbers, and then people were like, forget that, I'm not splitting it with you, I'm keeping it all. And they were like, what? And then they got mad, and then they, and this shit happened. And they got found out. That's how it always happens.
I think part of it also has to do with the fact that some glorious bastards convinced the average man that, hey, this piece of paper I have in my hand is worth the same amount as that bag of gold you have at your side. And then the dude with the gold is like, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, that's why I was said we need flat earth money. Just go print regular money and use it as flat earth money. Counterfeit money is our money. Shit.
It wouldn't be. Yeah, you don't counterfeit anything. You can just go and it's kind of like an arcade has tokens. You can get tokens made of any type of element. So you can have pure silver or gold tokens and just make an exchange with them, trade with them. And the real world value still applies. So there you go. You don't even have to claim you made money. You just made a token. A token worth more than $1.
Check it out. If your signature was like, okay, you put Tom Billington, right? And they're like, Tom Billington owed me money, and you get famous somehow, and they're like, I was. Makes that bill worth what you owed, and more and more. Isn't that crazy?
There's also a weird law about, like, it's a really archaic one, but if you don't have money, you're not a free man. And it's not dollar bill money, I mean like silver and gold money. I'm not saying it's anything that could hurt anybody or be applied to anybody, it's just an interesting fact. It's kind of like, okay, that's how they sold things back then. Kembo, where's the beats at? I know you got some fire in the oven that you've been baking. You got something that's cool as shit. Unless you fell asleep on us. Dropped a beat.
I'm just saying, like, paper should be the money. You should be able to use any old coupon out of a book. If the coupon says $4.99 on it, that stands for $4.99. Anything. I mean, why does the money have to be the thing you want? The thing you want. So give them anything, and you get what you want. And then they give anybody anything, get what they want. And it's the same. And then, like, who could lose? You have piles of nothing, and piles of nothing, and piles of nothing. You get it for your piles of nothing. Back in the day, it didn't matter if you were a big whatever or whoever or whatever. Like, if Bob was the only guy making this thing and he's the only one who knew how to do it, you had to pay him to do it somehow, whatever he needed. And if he didn't need shit, he had to make you one. Isn't that crazy? Imagine the time in the past you're like, nah, forget you, government. I ain't making you shit, and you ain't got that money to pay me. Because I want the whole government for mine. I want all of you. I want to contract to all of you for my technology. Oh, shit, maybe that happened. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Who wouldn't want control of every fucking thing for the technology they got? All of it. Not some, not half. All. Why would you want fake money for your technology? You want control of people. You don't want no fucking money.
Black Mirror Society. Be right back. See if I can get my mic to sound any better if I turn the air off. You guys are awesome. And I think I need to go back to sleep.
Ditto, bro.
I feel like I woke up nauseous, retarded, and a little grumpy. And I wanted to apologize to Kimbo if I interrupted him, because I wasn't trying to be an asshole or anything. And now you're not talking, so I assume that you're either busy or I'm just an asshole.
Maybe you also woke up a bit paranoid. I don't know.
I overthink every damn thing anyway, so.
Yeah, don't worry, bro. You're alright in our book.
Like right now when I get aura migraines, it's like my intelligence reduces down to like 10%. So try to overthink things at 10%. That's me right now. I can't think of anything intelligent because I'm going to overthink into absurdity.
Well, at 10%, you're probably cleverer than most people I know. So, and me.
Yeah, but that's just because the bar got lowered so low. Like that has nothing to do with me.
Yeah, but we're still on the low bar, like. Well, you have to say these things. When something comes into your head, you just have to say it sometimes. Fuck it, get it out.
Yeah.
I don't think people realize how helpful it is to actually voice concerns and opinions and musings and such like. You keep that shit balled in, you're gonna explode.
That's fair. Like, it can cause issues by having too much that hasn't been discussed or vented. Speaking of which, I got something to vent about. I'm gonna keep on talking about it until other people stop. 24-hour sun in Antarctica is absolutely meaningless, completely non sequitur to the ground, and the optical phenomenon of it functions on both worldviews that people make claims about. It functions in both imagination lands. And I have a picture to prove the dome one too, so there's certain anti-flat earthers that are real uppity about it. I'll share the image about the...
I was just about to ask.
Yeah, the thing I'm talking about, Gregory and I covered the other day. This is the image that he shared in relation to it. And I'm probably gonna lay down soon because I am really tired and feeling weird today. The discussion I had with this other person, though, is I'd already done something like this and proven that it's possible. And I was just explaining that I can make a circle of light on an image, whether it's a diagram or some cartoon map. I can make a circle of light on the outer edge, so the 24-hour Antarctic sun is absolutely meaningless to me and always has been. It's just another publicity stunt.
Yeah, I get the comparison, yeah.
I have a real scientific experiment or a hypothesis for one, but I highly doubt that it will ever happen. Good luck getting dudes to work together to do much of anything. 3 really large groups start at the North Pole, meet there, at that general area, true north, preferably, and then go south, meet at south, and keep going forward until you meet back at the north. And that should give a pretty clear picture, but anything else outside of that sounds like some retard shit. Hey, let's go to where all the lighthouses are and just hang out, and we'll record a video and give it to everybody else. Okay, cool. That gives us an excellent picture of absolutely everything. Not.
When does the lighthouse become the curve itself?
All I know is a bunch of rich dudes hang out where a bunch of lighthouses are, and they seem to build all the lighthouses on one peninsula in Antarctica, and they do not put them anywhere else.
Well, isn't the North Pole just ice or just water?
Because there's only one. There's only one.
Sorry,
you can't go around Antarctica. There's only one way there, guys. That's what that tells you.
And yeah, I know what he was talking about with the. There's like a picture of a kind of North Pole looking thing, Santa Claus style North Pole, and it's just got melted water and ice underneath it.
No, I mean
Santa!
the literal North Pole is just water, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I mean the picture though that went viral where it's got like this North Pole and melted thing, and it was their global warming propaganda. Like, poor Santa, his house, it's underwater now, it's melting.
Wait, what do you mean there's only one way to get to Antarctica?
You heard what I said, son.
No, like I've never heard of expeditions to Antarctica, so I don't know how they get there.
Well, why would they put only positions to where the boat can be seen or use the attribute of a lighthouse one way, one path, like the gentleman just said? They don't put them anywhere else. Don't you find that weird? And if you're a horse rider at night and you need to know the way, or you want to drive a car, usually you put fucking lights on your way. So on the ocean, you're going to put lighthouses. And if you only got them one path, that means there's only one path to Grandma House that you're using or that you're lighting up for some reason, right?
I mean,
They're not-
yeah.
Yeah, they're lighting up the front street to Grandma's house. Where's the back street? Where's the back to Antarctica? How can you go there from not Argentina or wherever? It's not like, where can you go to the north and get there? Like, who's taking off to the north and getting to Antarctica? You seen that happen? I haven't. Let me know, brother. That's why they don't do it. They can't. Think about it. There is no back way to Antarctica.
Right.
Where would it be? Why do they always go one way on one peninsula, on one continent, on one little portion, on one dot on the map? You know how big that dot is? You know what that dot represents? Not bigger than your boat. Bigger than the area. Like, come on, man. A dot. It's bigger than everything you could take and put there and live with. On that one little, and that's where they go? Does that look like they're going everywhere? Put dots everywhere for me. No? Just one? Okay.
Well, I mean, Antarctica's pretty uninhabitable, bro. It's...
Yeah, cool story. Where's the other way? Where's the 4 ways into it? North, south, east, and west from each side. Hello? Just saying, where's the globe when we need it?
And that's fair, because there would actually be the 4th way across just ocean, because the 3 that I was talking about have to do with land. But there is a wide open kind of Oceania area that one could also cross as a 4th party. It wouldn't be just 3. 4 would be way better, actually.
On a globe, you're supposed to be able to get everywhere from all 4 directions.
Exactly.
So you don't think Antarctica looks like this?
I don't have to think. Show me the back door.
You don't have to think?
Show me the back door. Show me the back door. What do I got to think about? I can see Grandma's front door. Where's the back? What are you thinking about?
I mean, I would assume that expeditions from the back over here, which this would be the back, because you're saying that they only come from here.
What's really weird, though, is if you try and circumnavigate it using Google Maps, Google spurgs out. Like, it straight up spazzes on you. It will not give you the accurate measurement.
Yeah, well, that's because Google
Take your
doesn't
compass, go directly to north. When it hits north, keep going, and then hit Antarctica. And then see all the boys in Antarctica that are underneath you in their little area war zone military base.
You can't just keep going north because...
Oh, so you can just do that now.
No, here, I'll show you. I can show you why if you want.
Well, alright, let's take out the whole cardinal direction thing. Dead reckoning. If you keep going this way, will you end up that way?
Only if you account for the spin of the Earth.
Oh, so you only have to do it now, but not when you're just sailing or flying or jumping up in the air. Just only right now, though.
What?
I'm just fucking with you. Let me go get some coffee.
No, I just didn't understand.
You're in. I still think there's only one way to actually, like, upgrade or end the conversation, and it's not taking pictures of light.
What do you think is the one way to end the conversation?
Keep spinning that globe, Boyle.
It's fun.
Whee!
The big ocean.
The conversation I'm talking about has to do with people making claims about light and saying that you can or cannot have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica when it's been demonstrated with certain phenomenon that you can indeed have a circle of light. around this form and have half of it covered in day. So it's kind of like a non sequitur to even think that that would have anything to do with this conversation. But yet there's a lot of people out there bragging, acting like they've already won.
I mean, it's just the sad reality of the current state of our educational system that basic physics can't get explained to anyone.
It's more like this. A lot of people they jump into the conversation, and because they imagine that it's impossible, their willful ignorance will cause them to be unable to ever see somebody else's worldview. They'll just say, no, you're dumb because, and they'll never try to see where somebody else is coming from. And that's what being a bigot is.
I mean, listen, I like Neil deGrasse Tyson, but one of my criticisms of him is how he treats flat earthers. I don't think we should be calling flat earthers dumb. I don't think we should be calling anyone dumb for the positions they hold. Ultimately, that's their position. If they want to think that, they can, even if it's wrong. It's whatever. It doesn't affect you. As long as what they think, doesn't result in the direct harm of other people, then we're chilling, bro.
I would say the ultimate sign of ignorance would be to reject something that you know nothing about. And when he broad strokes like that, then he's basically being willfully ignorant of. Hold on. He's willfully ignoring countless people's worldviews, including cultural ones. So he's literally bigoted against like millions of people that actually have nothing to do with the conversation here. They're just a different kind of flat earther. There's something like 11 million of them.
Yeah. I'm a round earther. But
that's fine. Dude, my main problem is auto-globers who don't know jack shit about their worldview, and they come in here thinking they know some shit, like there's some hot shit. And I know that you've seen that time and time again. And then they end up making the globe side look like fools because they start making claims about things they don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I think the easiest evidence of a globe, like at least not a flat earth, right? If you want to say it's not a globe, whatever, but we know it's not flat simply by how the stars behave. The stars would behave completely differently if we had a flat earth.
For me, all the optical phenomenon works exactly the same on a round, flat, or concave Earth because I can make a computer simulation that forces the math to work. But just because I can force the math to work doesn't make it true either. I'm just saying that I can force the math to work.
I mean, how would you get two different night skies on a flat Earth if you don't mind me asking? Separated at the equator.
So if you have a ball spinning vertically and you turn it sideways, so it's spinning on its side instead, you now have a celestial sphere with two poles over a flat map.
But isn't that just changing the orient? I'm a little lost there about what you mean exactly.
Because it's about perspective, the data points, they take it from the perspective of the viewer. So it doesn't matter when you're using math to apply it to a model. You can take the same data point to perspective and they'll apply. It's also kind of like that. Let me show you this animated GIF I got that has to do with the Pythagoras stuff, the cult of pi. What's funny about Mr. Pi guy is his followers actually worshipped him like a god. They said he was like the son of Hermes or Apollo or whatever. They wrote praise and worship songs to him and gave him like offerings and shit. He came up with this math magics where he can turn a circle into a rectangle and a rectangle back into a circle. And they can pretty much apply that to anything because the way the triangles are, they can make any shape, any shape. I'd say that's even what sets this apart from other types of math, is that's where the mathematics is. That's how they can do all that golden ratio cool shit with the, the masters of art. I don't consider this to be a bad thing either. It's actually pretty cool. It's just used for bad. If people don't know anything works, somebody says, oh, behold, look what I can do, and now they look like a wizard because they did math.
What are they trying to say that this gift proves?
The outer edge of it lines up perfectly mathematically with the base of that. It's like the base of the operations are the same regardless of the shape. Let me see if you could Google it, but I have a screenshot of it. I'll see if I can find that really quick, because that was actually one of the weirdest things that I found out about the whole pi thing. Demigod Pythagoras. Here we go. I posted in the side chat.
What?
I know, when I first found that out too, I also had the same reaction, like, what the fuck?
Is that true?
I don't know, man, it's on the internet. I found it the same place you would. But this is one of the weird things that's just out there, like, okay, that's peculiar. That's what I'm saying, man, mathematics will turn you into a god amongst men.
Holy shit, wait, this is true!
I know, right? It's surprising, because all flat earthers must be liars and can't know how anything works, right? And yet, here I am showing you some weird shit. I'm not even mad about it. I kind of got to give the dude kudos. Like, well done. You literally used a mathematical equation to get everybody to just give you shit. What the hell?
Listen, bro, if there's anything a scientist in the fucking 6th century BC would do, it's that.
That is exactly what
Listen, if
science
there's anyone who's a smart, scientist back in the 6th century BC who can realize social behaviors and, realize the game of the political system at the time, I have no doubt that he would create a religion, because that's what he did, by the way. He created a religion.
I think that
That's crazy.
I think that it was a little bit deeper than that. I think it's kind of like I am whatever you say I am. He just let them create a religion, because what are you going to really do about it? How are you going to stop them?
Although, it was also very, very common to justify your math back in that time, with, an explanation, part of the explanation of your math being an explanation of the creator and how the creator did their math.
Yeah.
That was
They would always blame it on the gods.
That was one of the main criticisms of Newton, actually, at the time. Or not Newton, who was it? Galileo. Was it Galileo? Who the fuck was it?
I have a semi-non sequitur that kind of yes-ands what you're saying and proves your point. There's some woman who got charged with something, and she basically exposed her breasts and said that she cannot possibly be guilty because the gods made her so beautiful, basically. Like, if she were guilty of anything, then she would be ugly, was the argument, because they were very much into the materialism and the physical form, the beauty thereof. It was a blessing from the gods to be beautiful. And that was a weird story, because that was a public display, and everybody was like, yeah, well, that makes sense, after staring at her chest.
Hey, listen, man.
Aether and the gods gonna throw
if I'm in that jury, she going free.
Yeah, and history's weird. Welcome, Dave. How's it going, man?
I just want to throw in one thing for the Glober that you basically said you didn't know how it could still be flat because of what's shit in the sky is doing. So until you give up the basic assumption that the men figured out what the sky is actually doing and how it's comprised of and how it functions and mechanics of all of it, then you're going to be stuck on the globe. Back to you, Ethan.
I don't know how to reply to that because I didn't really understand what he was trying to say.
Do you accept as a basic assumption that men have figured out what the sky is doing exactly, how far away all that stuff is, what it's doing, all that stuff? You
Well,
still
what do you mean
accept
by exactly? Because there's still a lot left out in the universe that we have to discover.
that's part of their story. You don't understand how you're stuck in the story.
I'm not stuck in the story. I've read the scientific papers and I know the technology they're using. I work in IT.
But I don't care what paper they wrote, all they did was look in the sky.
No,
You
they
can't get
didn't. They didn't look in the sky. They have actually used various different mechanisms
they got the
to record data from the sky from
somebody originally from Earth, or maybe 30,000 feet, or however high we can get, or I know we can get a lot higher than that. We've observed the stuff in the sky. Now they told us a story about it, and you're still accepting that whole story about them being zillions of miles away and all that shit. That's all I'm saying. Until you get past that basis assumption, you're going to be stuck on the globe. But you think whatever you want, believe whatever you want. Y'all have a good day.
So the furthest thing that we've discovered from Earth is a dwarf galaxy that is 13.1 billion light years away. And if I'm not mistaken, the only reason we can see it is because between us and that dwarf galaxy, there's such a high concentration of like dark matter between us that it creates almost this like gravity telescope because of how gravity warps light. Kind of crazy, but yeah.
Okay, I've got one more response. Don't you at least acknowledge how you're telling me the sky story to explain the sky story? Doesn't that at least throw up a red flag for you?
You want me to explain it?
You guys continue. Explain what? You're accepting what?
I'm not accepting. I'm stating what happened. If you want, I can explain further.
But no, you talked about light years and blah, 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 blah. They haven't proved any of that stuff. They just looked at the skies, all I'm saying. Okay? You guys go ahead. I got to go.
Really, a lot of history, it ties back to kings and cannonballs. Which king can shoot their cannonball the highest and furthest? Who's the tallest king who can see the furthest? Who knows the most? If you look at the maps throughout history, every nation kind of has their own version of it, where they make their country a little bit bigger than their neighbors, where they try and position it in a certain way where it makes them seem like they have more authority or power than they actually do.
What group's doing that? I missed the first part. I'm sorry.
Like kings and cannonballs, man. It's all about kings portraying some kind of outward thing, and it's like even on the globes, you've got a ton of different globes with different sized Africas. Like Africa's little here, but it's big on that one.
Yeah, a lot of like Earth globes and maps that we have were made for ease of travel, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I would say that a lot of the more artistic ones, like the ones you would see in a study, those were made for wealthy people and kings to just have sitting there in the corner of their room. Like they weren't traveling with it; they were just like, "That's my globe over there," and they could go look at it.
Yeah.
So then it becomes a product created by an artesian craftsman who wants to try and get it to look suitable for a king to observe. Which kind of reminds me of it is photoshopped, but it has to be. It's Earth, as I imagine it to be. It's just always been that way.
You know how cool it would be to have like a live camera on the moon?
I thought about that a long time ago. That was one of the reasons why I got into this subject. Cause the way before I even thought about any of this, I remember asking that question: why isn't there a webcam up there where we can just see Earth? That would be really cool to just have a webcam from the moon looking at Earth as it does its little. It would look like it's spinning as the moon goes around.
No, it actually wouldn't. Oh wait, I mean, I guess it kind of would.
Yeah, it would give off the illusion of spinning because you're on the perspective of the moon, it's moving, so then from your perspective it should look like the Earth is spinning right in front of you.
Yeah, because the moon's tidally locked. It doesn't rotate at all.
And so then I've always asked that question, why isn't there a webcam of it? So I agree with you. Why isn't there? That's weird. There should be.
I think the reason why there's no live stream is mainly because of the technological limitations with transmitting data from the moon to Earth.
Oh no, man. I really think, like, you gotta admit that regardless of worldview, that a lot of it does have to do with public interest. And if the public isn't focused on one thing and they got their attention directed somewhere else, the budget's not going to go there. It's going to go where the populace is looking at. So they shift their programs, what type of shit that they want to do based off of what people... It's all about the audience seeing what they want to see. When the audience starts going boo, they have to switch the show up and do something else before they lose that 8-second attention span. I got proof too of why the whole space race was a bunch of malarkey bullshit the entire time. There's a CBS.
We lost the space race. If you want to get really technical, Russia sent the first man into space and the first animal into space before we even sent a rocket to space.
You're saying exactly my point. I'll show you what I mean. I'll show you what I mean because we did lose the propaganda aspect of it right away. I have to search for something real quick. I'll be right back. I say we as though I actually care about being an American anymore. So in the side chat I shared this. And at the end of it, it's... let me see if I can stop it right at the right time.
We shall also have the atomic scientists investigating the nature of cosmic particles.
Well, Dr. Newell, what about the vital question that everybody is thinking about? Why and how did the Russians beat us to the draw?
And it's always the Russians, Russians, Russians every time that they... People are weird, man.
Yeah.
But that was mainly my point, is the propaganda is so thick throughout all of history that how the hell can anybody actually make a valid decision in the moment when the average person is just relying on emotional reactions instead of taking action for anything? They hear the word Russia and get pissed now.
Why don't you want to be an American anymore, if you don't mind me asking? Politics?
It's more like this. I call not in on politics, and everybody can label themselves and label me whatever they want to, but I've gotten to the point where I just don't give a shit anymore. Seems to me like voting for a president is, you're pretty much just voting for somebody who likely doesn't actually know what the hell they're doing any more than anybody else does, just so that they can have somebody else and like try and undermine them every step of the way for another 4 years. And then we do that again every 4 years. We vote for somebody who's just going to try and do their best, and then somebody else is going to try and leg sweep them the whole time. Kind of like a horse trying to fix a merry-go-round. They'll do their best, but they're mostly just going to end up horrified. I have a major issue with the Electoral College. I think that it's stupid. But if I were in the electoral college, I would think that it's smart as fuck. I'm just saying. It's all perspective, I guess.
Yeah.
There is something to be said about the average human not being able to actually understand how anything works, and thus disqualifying themselves from being capable of voting, since they couldn't legally sign a contract to begin with. And if anybody tried to hold it up in court, it would fail because they don't have the mental capacity to sign a contract. So why can they vote if they can't agree to anything? All legally binding contracts involve legal aspects that are only binding because of consent, and if somebody's not actually mentally capable of giving consent, then why should their vote actually count, since they cannot do anything else legally? They can only do that. That's weird. And I'm not trying to cut people out of having a vote account, it's just that legally binding contracts have very specific rules. In a way,
If it's up to me, I'd lower the voting age to 16.
I would agree with you, except for the fact that these days 16-year-olds are a lot more weird. Weird. They're a lot weirder than.
Very, very dumb.
Oh, you said the quiet part out loud, but yes. Yeah.
I guess I'm saying that because when I was 16, I really wanted to vote. When I was 18, I wasn't interested, but when I was 16, I was like, I fucking want to vote.
You know, that's actually that's a fair point, because if the interest is there, then the energy to investigate is there. So when people get older, they might be less passionate.
That interest shifted after so I'm Gen Z, all right, and I'm at the end of Gen Z. I graduated in 2020. The freshman class coming up when I was a sophomore to my high school, who was Gen Alpha, they were the first Gen Alpha class. They were all the entire class, I think it was 2/3 of them, tested as unproficient. They didn't even meet the state averages for reading comprehension, writing, or math. So, and then when I was actually going to classes with them, because I shared some classes, I think I shared biology with them in high school, it was very obvious that generation is they just don't give a fuck about education. Kind of sad. A majority of them.
It's gotten to the point of this constant imaginary international popularity contest, and that's all they care about. Internet points, nothing else.
Listen, one of the biggest tragedies was us letting the global elites take over the internet and manufacture it to become something that we all become addicted to, rather than use it for communication and the spread of information like it was meant for.
Yeah. Well, I like to remind people that the internet was originally constructed to be what it is by military programs.
Correct, but it was constructed by the military for communication and information transfer. It wasn't.
Yeah. And the TV was originally invented to be an educational tool. The guy who came up with the concept for it and how that whole tube TV shit, he didn't think of it in terms of, what everybody ended up using it for.
Hey guys, I just got here. Good morning from Texas.
Good morning from Washington.
Oh, dope. Also, I just learned something.
What was that?
WWW, the military enterprise? Didn't know that.
You know that WWW is a military enterprise?
I say internet. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't know that.
You learned that. It's pretty cool.
Well, when I think of early internet, is the position, when they used to have those cold buildings, or the ones that were in those cold facilities, even in the north or whatever, to go ahead and their RAM was 512 megabytes of RAM or whatever. Yeah, and the building would run hot as shit, so they put it in cold regions to make sure it didn't overload.
Do you want to hear something else that's pretty interesting? an interesting discovery?
Yeah, sure, of course.
So I mean, you're in the flat Earth chat. I'm assuming you're familiar with the cosmic microwave background, or the idea of it, right?
Nope, I'm gonna claim full ignorance. No idea.
So the CMR was theoretically described prior to its discovery as a phenomena that would exist due to the conditions in the Big Bang and the effects of the Big Bang, like in the earliest states of the universe. You're talking like 300,000 years after the Big Bang, so really, really early.
Is this predicated on string theory as well?
No, it's I think it's mainly just all particle theory.
So elementary particle theory, or yeah, that. Okay, so just energy without mass in the early inculcation.
Correct. And basically the at some point when because during this time of the universe there's just electrons and protons, right? And there's this like almost wave of, I think, protons expanding outwards, right, around the universe. At some point, protons have their like point of last scatter, and they scatter off in one direction. They don't hit any other electrons, right? Well, basically, all this shit creates an interference that we can detect now, and it's described as the cosmic microwave background because microwave waves are emitted at a very, very small scale. And how we actually detected the CMR was two fucking IT techs in AT&T trying to fucking figure out how to make I think radio, like some type of radio frequency work.
It's funny that you say that because it reminds me of when I called my ISP and I had to force them to actually look at their backbones for the DNS server, and they realized there was something fucked up on accident.
Oh my god. Yeah, dude, listen, I work in IT. I work for
Oh my god, so you know.
Yeah, no, listen, I work like local IT for an office and I support it, and even though I'm like IT support, my job goes all the way from like the basics of like A+, like, you know, CompTIA A+, all the way up to server plus. Like I touch servers, I set up servers, I like do everything at the office. I like set up the network, manage the Active Directory, all that shit. So like I know a decent amount, like a little bit of everything, right?
Oh no, you're definitely more informed and you're better. Like, or you have all the background for that. I didn't know it, and I did it on accident. Apparently, there was an issue on the DNS server for their IPv4 or their IPv6 because they were running both. And apparently there was some sort of conflict.
God. Yeah, because you only want to run one or the other. My office uses IPv4.
That's what I was used to. I found out that IPv4 is pretty the most common thing that you have there.
Because they just ran out of IPv4 addresses, so they're starting to issue V6.
Well, sorry, when I say this or whatever, it's not something that I try to do. I'm not intelligent. I wasn't that, I didn't know that much about networking or background, but I was looking at Reddit posts and I eventually found this thing called Netalyzer. And when I looked at Netalyzer, I was seeing packet loss. And I saw packet loss, and then I found out, no fucking way. It starts with a DNS server. And apparently, if the DNS server has weak backbones, you're fucked. And apparently, the ISP was utilizing weak backbones just to go ahead and make some cheap, make cheap enterprise on their networking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm an sorry, one sec. I'm a network engineer. So if you have questions about that, but yeah, DNS servers, they translate the IPs. So unless you memorize them, but your computer has a local cache, so it doesn't check for a DNS entry every time. So if you go to Google, it'll do a request once, and then it'll update every so often, as long as it can reach IPs at those addresses.
Oh no, agreed. That's why when I first started, it was doing is it speed tester? It's the one to go in and figure out your internet speed.
Yeah, your bandwidth. Yep.
Yeah, that one. And then afterwards, I was like, "What the fuck is wrong? My internet is still something is wrong." And then
it's just to your client though, like your PC, your laptop, or whatever you're running it on. It's not to your router.
Because it's still based on my IP.
Well, it's based on your local. So say you ran it on a laptop over Wi-Fi, you'd get a different speed if you logged into the router and ran like a speed test directly. So,
well, with that, Well, I only say that because, of course, I'm hardwired, video game nerd, World of Warcraft nerd, whatever. But when I ran the Netalyzer thing, that's when I was surprised that I saw packet loss. And when they looked at the packet loss, I started Googling and I went deeper and deeper and deeper. And then accidentally, DNS servers came up and it was something about backbones. And then I found something about a Reddit post where some ISPs utilize weak backbones to go ahead and subsidize the cost of what they're providing for internet service. And then when I called them, I was very surprised that they actually elevated my call. And I had Spectrum at the time, so it was old school legacy Spectrum. When they elevated my call and I ended up speaking to one of their engineers, and this is why I was surprised. Again, accident, didn't mean to do, I'm not a baddie, it was just an accident. This dude, when I got elevated, he looked at it, went through the backbone, and had to do some. It took 2 days and 2 teams that they had to deploy on the field, and they had to refix their servers to get everything right. I accidentally fixed something, just on accident, because I was a video gamer.
Yeah. That's awesome.
And that's when I learned a little bit more about networking, because the only thing that I do know about computers is hardware. I used to work for Activision. I worked with a massive database or database entry for regression testing or Q&A, and C++, and that's all I know.
Oh.
And I say C++. Well, I say C++ because the Unreal Engine 5, oh, dude, is so nice.
Yeah. The only thing I got into when I was younger was JavaScript, just so I could make my own RuneScape bots, not get banned.
I'm actually kind of jelly. Java's still pretty popular and up there with Python.
It is. I just don't enjoy that line of work. I hate it.
The only scripting I know is the CMD scripting I need to remove CrowdStrike from computers.
Yeah, Power.
I know. Oh, so that
I
really
don't count PowerShell, but yeah, PowerShell is a useful one for Windows. Yeah, CloudStrike fucked up Windows. You gotta
No, I'm asking you.
Called
I'm ignorant about it, but did they really cost billions or more with that shit?
Yeah, for sure. Just even the airlines.
Yeah, I can describe it for you really quick if you want. All right. So this software, right? So CrowdStrike, you have to know what it is first. It's like I don't really know exactly what it does, but basically
it's security. It's just security based.
It's Windows,
it's security
firewall.
software.
Yep.
It's security software that's installed specifically on cloud infrastructure. All right. In systems that, or in IT systems that that have cloud infrastructure, they have CrowdStrike. All right. And as you know, Vert, cloud software is used for convenience, that you can have stuff far, far away from you doing what you need it to do so that you can work easier at your personal computer, right?
Yeah, server-based area.
So CrowdStrike deployed an automatic update Friday morning, and this update would cause Windows to crash as soon as CrowdStrike was booted up. So basically now you have an issue where all of your cloud-based, hardware is just crashing as soon as it boots up everything, because before it even does anything, pretty much. Because this application that they typically have set, I'm at my office, all the computers are set to have it run before even the Wi-Fi card gets enabled, in the setup for the system.
Oh, okay.
So now you have an issue, a piece of software that's on all of your hardware for your cloud stuff that crashes all of your hardware as soon as it boots up, and the only way to fix it is to have an in-person, a person physically be at the machine.
No, that's what I heard. Yeah, so it has to be an in-person person. It has to be an in-person guy, because they can look at the memory or the RAM.
Can you let the other guy finish so we can hear everything he's saying?
No, sorry, I got excited. I'm sorry.
He's just excited. You're good. So yes, it can only be fixed with people going in person, and typically all this cloud stuff, at least in the work environment that I'm in, is usually fixed and solved remotely. The teams who set up our servers and our VMs, they're from all over the nation. So then when stuff like this happens, you're talking about not only the fact that you're going to have millions of computers going down because a ton of fucking devices have CrowdStrike on it, and you could assume about 70%, probably more, of those devices have Windows that have CrowdStrike, because CrowdStrike's both Mac and Windows. If I'm not mistaken, I've heard that Mac people have CrowdStrike. And
Mac
it didn't
too?
affect them. Yeah, no, it didn't affect Mac. It only affected
Okay.
Windows.
Yeah, it was a Windows directory file that it picked
But
up
either
as a
way,
problem.
you have all these machines going down. All of them require in-person people, and most of these machines are serviced remotely. So now now a lot of places have this problem. Mainly it's been with hospitals and airlines, where for a long while they've been offshoring their IT, which is like where you buy your IT department and contract it out from other countries, like and have call centers out in other countries.
Yeah.
Or just
Kind of
a
like an Excel
smaller-
spreadsheet.
Yeah, or like a smaller IT department in state, but like they're all remote, right? But now they all ran across this issue where they need tons of in-person IT techs to go in and fix these devices.
That's why I thought it was crazy.
that's
So
why
I guess the blue
stuff
screen
with
of
it was
death
so
was
bad.
real.
Yeah.
It was real, yes. It's just if you don't have CrowdStrike on your computer, which I would say almost zero, or maybe even only 1% of people who have personal computers would have CrowdStrike on it.
Yeah, it's enterprise software for sure.
It's enterprise software first and
Oh,
foremost.
that's
Like, if you have, yeah.
Oh my god, I see it. CrowdStrike is literally built as an inbuilt system in the Windows or the software.
No.
It sounds like kernel level.
No, and enterprise software just means that it's mainly sold to like corporations and businesses that have very, very large networks.
No, yeah, exactly, because they have to protect all their
small too.
assets. But is that
small
kernel?
too, but
It's down at a root directory level. You were asking earlier. It was under the Windows directory, System 32. So like people used to say, delete that folder.
Yeah,
Just went through drivers, CrowdStrike, and it was a bad system file that was blocking Windows functions. So it identified Windows as a threat. So kind of fucked
A
it.
Systems 32 directory. But I also like the meme that people told me about CrowdStrike. It's like, I can't believe that you released the build on Friday. You guys fucked up.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know how you don't have like a test environment where you test patches before they're pushed, but at a company that size, that's like not something was fucked.
No, exactly. When I worked for Activision, that doesn't exist. You do all the builds as practice levels before you release.
Well, I don't know.
That
Activision
can't
had some
happen.
patchy games on release,
Well, see, but that's the issue with CrowdStrike, is that this isn't a programming issue. It wasn't like, oh, they're a bad, whoever did this is a bad programmer.
It was AI that picked it up,
If
right?
I'm not mistaken, the root of the issue was a null pointer exemption. And usually they use null pointer exemptions as like placeholders to put like actual exemptions, right?
Yeah.
And,
Null pointer exemption for, is this like a code string based on the BIOS?
It's an exemption that when it's thrown, it just points to nothing and crashes.
Wait, so it just literally points to an error?
Yeah, it's a null pointer from C++.
Like, okay,
It's
so it
funny
was
that you
actually
say that because I've seen that.
So it was from their team of people at their software dev. It wasn't. For some reason, I heard that
No.
was an
Okay.
AI system that, because they have the hybrid software.
I'll continue to where like the actual issue is, right? Because like what they programmed isn't necessarily wrong, right? It just means they didn't check their work. But how their work should have been checked is when you deploy automatic updates like this, industry standard is you release it to 1,000 people randomly across the entire nation of people that you support, or the entire world of people you support, and you see how their machines react to it. Because if there's a big issue, like, it crashes the fucking operating system, then you can find it and resolve the 1,000 or like 100 or 14 users first.
Yeah, whatever.
Yep.
And then
I say that because
then deploy it to the rest of the people. But they didn't do that. They just fucking full sent it.
No, yeah. Sorry for the interjection. When the other gentleman interrupted me when I was talking to you about that, and I was in earnest, is that the only time that I've seen people actually handle some of my issues that I used to have back with my PC when I didn't have the tools, is they were able to look at the RAM. And when you get the blue screen, the RAM creates a code or a number sequence, and you can go ahead and use that number sequence to go ahead and backtrack where the first failure happened.
Yeah. But I mean, CrowdStrike fixed the issue in like 30 minutes to an hour and deployed another update that overrid that update, which mitigated because if
Yeah,
I'm
but it had to be manually
from what I
patched.
was from what I was hearing, the East Coast was drastically like worse affected than the
No, I believe it. Fuck those people. I play World of Warcraft. Fuck those people.
And the only reason for that was literally just because they deployed the bad update early in the morning, and then an hour later they deployed the good update, and in that time it's still before like the West Coast really wakes up. Because
So on that topic too,
I think they deployed it at like 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. Eastern time.
so on that topic too,
8
you
a.m. Eastern time.
you said it was CrowdStrike, so it didn't really affect a lot of like personal PCs because that's what I was surprised when people said, "Oh shit, I just got a like looping blue screen of death." But it was people that were like, for my friends, they were working from home. They were doing, they were doing like homework or whatever. Those are the
was
people
it
that
on
were
a personal
affected.
laptop or was it on a work laptop that they got from their job?
No, it was their PC. So when I used to work for Activision or for some of the stuff that we did, we used to use Okta Verify, and after Okta Verify, we'd also use shit like Slack. And when we use Slack, we would use Slack as like a way to go ahead and associate our teams, our objectives, and we would go ahead and talk on
It's
like
just
a
an
platform.
instant messenger. It's like
Yeah,
Skype with
yeah,
groups.
basically.
We use Slack at Amazon after we moved away.
Oh, okay. I'm not saying anything crazy. That's just the stuff that I used to work with. That's why I'm kind of surprised. It's maybe it might have happened with some of the builds because when I was working on Call of Duty Cold War, I was part of the PS4 department, so we used to have to download our builds from the laptop and then transfer it to the PlayStation hard drive. So I would think that if it happened when I was doing it, it might have even destroyed the PlayStation 4. I don't fucking know. That's crazy.
I'm just happy we used ESET. Like we were thinking about switching to CloudStrike, but I'm pretty stoked with ESET right now.
Wait, you're using ESET, not 32?
ESET's another. It's similar to CloudStrike. It's just like a different provider. There's a few out there for like.
Oh no, that's fine. I'm ignorant. It's just back in the day when I was younger, I used to use like the Pirate Bay and like I used to steal a lot of video games online when I was a kid.
Oh, same. Movies and stuff. Netflix came out and it kind of solved that problem, and now everyone's splitting to their own streaming service, and piracy is picking back up. And then it's probably going to rinse and repeat, ebb and flow.
That's why I still live by this statement. If you buy it and you don't own it, then if I pirate it, I don't steal it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I live by that rule. But yeah, when I was younger, I was a thief online, a legitimate thief. I stole
Indie developers.
I stole everything. And when I say I stole
crazy,
books,
like college books, like yeah, I don't know the idea of stealing.
Okay, maybe I'm a loser because when I stole books, I stole Warhammer 40k.
That's what's up.
Yeah, it was that kind of nerd. But I say that, but people said they used to use LimeWire and all that stuff. That is not stable. That is dangerous. Fuck no. And then when I had a friend who was he was a guy that used to grew up on the computer life or whatever. He would tell me what to do. And he told me you need 3 things on your computer, even though it would eat up my resources. I needed an antivirus. I needed a anti-malware. And I used to use this thing called T-Time or T-something. It was the T-something was to go ahead or T-Time scenario. It was just like active protection for the PC for back in the day. So I used to use all that shit.
Yeah.
He even got me on
Just to
Glare
play
Utilities.
Oregon Trail, or like what were you doing? You know, you were probably chill.
I don't know what Oregon Trail is. I'd say most of the games that I downloaded. Command and Conquer 0 Hour, Rome Total War.
Rome Total War was a great one. I remember my whole computer class, we pirated it, installed it on the school computers, and played it.
It didn't stop at Rome Total War. I wanted the Lord of the Rings mods. Oh my god, I was such a Lord of the Rings bag as a kid.
The other person that was describing CloudStrike, do you work in IT in some form, or? I mean, it was a thorough and good explanation.
Yeah, they sound way more informed than me.
I mean, different people do different stuff, you know. So everybody's got interests.
Well, I agree with you, and also I'm not going to disparage what they do, but I think if I was able to go to school and do the things that they could or whatever, I think I could learn it too. I don't think that
you don't have to go
it
to
was-
school.
I mean-
Like I'm a network engineer and self-taught, you know.
self-taught network engineer.
Well, yeah, with like practice at work and stuff, and like moving
I mean, that's
on.
essentially what I'm going to be as well. I only have
So,
2
like, I
years
studied
to
for the certs. I went on like Udemy, bought courses, did them. Just never paid for it at the time because I was like a broke tech, you know. So I didn't want to spend like $500, $400 on a test
Wait a minute.
or a certificate.
Wait a minute. This man just said the truth because I'm going to say the truth. I never graduated from C++. I took a Udemy course. When I took the Udemy course and I put it in my resume on Indeed, that's when Activision found me. They didn't even use me for coding. They used me for like regression testing and like massive database entry. So they didn't even care that I could code. They liked that I could code because if you do coding and you could compile, they want to make sure it works. They just had a really strict rubric of how you did data analysis and your entry for data in their database. So for you, when you say Udemy, I actually never graduated, and this. I'm actually really not C++ certified. I'm just kind of like a JIP. I get the gist. I've done it. I've done if and else statements. I know booleans, and I've made 2 video games, and that's it.
Well, yeah. I mean, the knowledge is important, not the piece of paper, right? You know, so if you know the material.
Yeah, but like, yeah, you said you did Udemy. I did too.
Yeah, I started with A+, then Network Plus, then Security Plus, then CCNA, then CCNP courses, and I didn't quite. I'm still going through those a little bit, but I'm
Wait, I'm
kind of done
surprised you
with
started with
networking.
A.
Well, because I
Reason I said
started out as like a tech. So my first jump in IT was literally just inventory, called an equipment coordinator, and then moved to a
Oh, so it's all
technician,
database.
and then a support engineer. So kind of more.
What does
from-
support engineer do?
It's kind of more like I did everything from like deployment, so go out and build and set up networks from like design to implementation, and then also like support. You know, I was more
so
on
it's
the
a little bit more of
operations
a
side.
physical
So
role.
like, yeah, I kept the warehouses going.
No, actually, kind of jelly, pretty cool too. Because when I see some people like, okay, I think we all know it. I think we're all nerds here or whatever. But when we have like our ISP guys or the techs come through, they talk to us, and when they figure out you're a nerd, they just talk to us and they say everything. Like, okay, so here's the ups, here's the down. We could go ahead and run the copper wire. We could do the fiber wire. Like, I think it's really cool when I talk to all of my ISP technicians. They don't hide shit. They're just like, oh, dude, you're a fucking nerd. Awesome.
It would be cool to have like a home network. I could only imagine if you had like fiber throughout it. That'd be nuts.
Yeah, dude. No, I agree. The shit's cool because I got fiber, but here's the stuff that pisses me off living in El Paso. So I live in West Texas, or like we'll say the desert biome. When I lost my internet, when the dude went through the whole like his whole evaluation to figure out why we lost internet, when he went back to like the internet hub for the fiber was being fed, his worst fears were confirmed. Apparently, there are birds that just like to chip at shit, and those birds chip at the wires. I lost internet because a bird ate my fucking wire.
Listen, mine was because rats ate mine, so.
Oh, that's the same shit then!
Guys, this conversation kind of has the same energy of sharks eating the internet wires, like in the ocean, chewing on.
Honestly, the first line to run across from like New York or like the East Coast to the UK was insane. How they just laid lines through the ocean.
Dude, I know.
It took them, I think, like 4 or 5 attempts. They had to like, you know, get the rubber and melt it down from trees and shit just for a signal.
Wasn't there like this custom boat made?
Yep. There's a
Do
few
that.
custom boats made. The line snapped a few times, and I think like one time they were only like 20 miles away and it snapped, and it couldn't be patched, and they had.
Oh
to
no
start
shit!
over.
So it was trial and error.
Yeah, the transatlantic. I forget. Telecom
Transatlantic
cable, I think is what it's
agreement?
called, or whatever. Yeah, that one too.
No, but wait, that's pretty ambitious.
Yeah.
Wait, but I've never heard of
What
this.
year
I didn't
was
know
that?
this. So you're saying for the East Coast, for their infrastructure, they built it in the ocean?
Well, I mean, they connected a line over to the UK so they could have like instant communication with them. I forgot when it was. I think it was like
That's fucking
Full
crazy
circle.
in my mind.
1800s.
This brings us back to what we were saying earlier about how the internet was built by military people. Like they had to. Like a normal person couldn't do it at the time.
1858. Way before I was thinking. They ran it across so they could, Morse code.
Yep.
So wait, so that's what is that true? Because
Yeah,
I also said this when I first showed up here too. When we talk about so in Texas we have the IT instruments, or it's the Texas Instruments calculators. Apparently, the calculators that we used back in high school. I graduated in 2012, by the way, so I'm 30 now. Whatever calculators we used during when I graduated, those same calculators was literally the computers during like the 90s or 80s, and it was just like a giant building. So my calculator was literally a whole building back in the day, apparently.
Yeah, no, it's insane to see the first like supercomputers. Now we're getting into like quantum computing, and zeros and ones are the same thing until you observe them, and fucking qubits. It's
quantum compute. Wait, that doesn't sound real. That can't be real.
Well, like it's just it's weird to describe quantum because it's like real and not real, and it's nobody knows.
Okay,
So,
here's a better question
all
for my
theory.
ignorance. So for my ignorance, if I ask about quantum, but I don't know about it, if I relegate this just to my knowledge based on computers, if we use the binary precept, which is binary is inefficient. Obviously, we can't do everything based on a 0-1 platform. It's inefficient, but we have systems to go ahead and mitigate that. If we talk about quantum, what does quantum do to elevate that, and what is quantum exactly?
Well, quantum is like the subatomic, so it's the small like scale, and we can't relate the two with like relativity because things don't behave. So that's kind of like the missing, and we don't
So
really
it's
understand it. It's
relative.
all like research level right now.
Yeah,
there are
right.
quantum computers, but
And
and it
that's
goes to
the
any
thing about
quantum
physics.
field. So quantum, mechanics, quantum physics. There's just happens to be quantum computing is one of those.
But that's theoretical physics. It's not necessarily true, but observable.
No, it's
No,
physics.
we've
They may have
observed
quantum
it.
computers right now. Like we're
Well, no,
trying to.
we have quantum computers. We've observed the particles that are quantum. we know antimatter exists.
Yep. Yeah, we're like trying to map out the room, like a dark room with our hands on the walls.
So
Like, we're
antimatter
just
is confirmed.
testing stuff and doing it.
So right now in particle physics for the quantum realm, they know that 3 sets of particles for every core particle that we have exist. So for electrons, there's 2 other subelectrons that are in the quantum field, right? For protons, there's 2 other quantum protons, right, that go further and further down, etc. I think altogether there's like 9, or a set of these. I think there's.
Oh no,
12,
that's okay.
sorry, there's 12.
That's okay. I appreciate the explanation, but
Right,
I
so
say this is because it's no, I'm ignorant, and when I say this too is like my friend also did explain to me antimatter, but when I think of antimatter, I think of like if I think of antimatter personally, the way that I understand science, it's the absence of mass with energy or something. So antimatter is either energy expressed without mass, or antimatter is the absence of like particle theory. So that's where I'm a little confused. So what is antimatter in this regard? Because I would say I don't know.
If you look at the side chat, I just went to NASA because I was trying to read an article from NASA on antimatter, and I got a 404.
Here, Bert, just listen to that.
Oh no, fair enough. I was just being honest. I didn't want to be a
No,
lying sack
you're
of shit.
good. I sent you a Star Talk by Neil deGrasse Tyson where he talks to Sean Carroll, who's a very, very intelligent quantum physicist.
Before you finish this, I heard that some of my friends, they dismiss Neil deGrasse Tyson because he seems like he's up there, but they elevate this one guy, Weinstein or something, some Weinstein guy over Neil deGrasse. Yeah.
I mean, they're kind of separate fields. One's more like an expert in math.
I don't know. We were talking about it today, so I was just confirming with that.
Neil deGrasse Tyson isn't like the top, but he's like really popular. He's good at like breaking down stuff as well.
No, I can see that. He does make shit seem pretty elementary when he's expressing like very
I
advanced
can't remember
concepts.
the channel's
Here.
name. They do. You guys know the
I'm gonna
Duck
send
channel?
you. I'm gonna send you a
Eric's
few
like-
of my favorite Star Talks that are on more of the quantum stuff. That I think.
Bowie Bowman. Yeah, okay. No, awesome, because one of the things that my friends actually told me to watch too was one of the Joe Rogan podcasts, because he brought in like some high tier people that talk about like theoretical physicists or whatnot. And the only conversation that we concluded. Oh no, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was gonna say Joe Rogan has really good science podcasts, like when he has Neil deGrasse Tyson or other physicists. Or...
Yeah. So to conclude the conversation that we had, it was basically they had an issue that they said when I look at like theoretical physics or whatever, and they don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he looks like somebody that is a gatekeeper because he's such a string theory activist, and if there's something that is antithetical to string theory, the science community will gatekeep it and they will shut people down. That was pretty much our conversation today. I don't know what you guys think about that, but that's what we argued.
Yeah.
I don't really know much about that. I'm not that deep into the science community yet, so.
Anyways, I just sent you another channel that is an amazing channel.
Oh, okay, that's the other one. Awesome.
Despite how it looks with the ducks, you know.
These are all science? Like these are all sciences?
Here,
These
I'll
theory
post
and
it in
that
this side chat.
Oh. What are they testing in these fields?
Real quick before, is dark energy or dark matter, is that antimatter?
Is dark matter antimatter? No.
Okay, they're different.
As far as we can tell, dark matter is so right now dark matter isn't even confirmed to be like a particle or like energy. Like we don't know what it is. All we know is there's a force that acts not opposite to gravity. Is it opposite to gravity?
Yeah, it is. It counteracts, and it explains why the universe is expanding. Things push away from each other.
Wait,
when gravity is supposed to attract
It
them
explains
in.
why the universe is expanding faster.
Yeah.
Wait, so
It's like
so
this bubble.
antimatter is the absence of mass and actually pushes shit away?
The best way that I can think of right now to describe not antimatter, black matter, dark matter.
Okay.
All right, antimatter is something else. The best way that I can find to describe dark matter is like a balloon in water, where water would represent kind of gravity, and then the balloon would be the dark matter, like an expanding balloon.
Maybe I'm just elementary. All I could think of is like a high concentration to a low concentration.
And dark, like the way that this dark matter, dark energy interacts with things is fucking crazy. As far as we can tell, it has no effects on photons. And as far as we can tell, when two dark matter things, or like, you could say particles in this instance, collide, if I'm not mistaken, they go through each other. Like they don't interact with each other.
So there's no transference of like electrons, protons, or neutrons?
Yeah, but they still somehow congregate together.
I wonder how we observe that. If there's like
that sounds crazy.
It's not visible.
That's what I've heard from some of the Star Talks about.
Yeah.
The subject.
It's interesting. I know about the Star Talks podcast with Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm gonna have to watch the quantum stuff.
Some of their newest episodes are really, really good. Like,
Did you post it in the side chat?
If you want, I can. I was sending it to just.
Oh yeah, I threw one of my favorite science
and that
channels
was
in there as well. That breaks
Let
down.
me see if I can find the dark.
Oh no, like I said, guys, I apologize too. I just don't want to be a disingenuous asshole, and that's why I'm asking you questions, because I really don't know.
Here, I'm gonna post it in the general chat. If you guys want to listen to like a really cool dark matter, dark energy podcast from like Star Talk, that would be the one.
Oh really? So Neil deGrasse Tyson is leading it?
No. He brings on people who are
Star Talk is
industry.
his podcast.
So Star Talk is his podcast, and he brings on very, very well-informed physicists and other fields of science, scientists.
No shit, I didn't know
their
that.
Shit. It's
Yeah,
fucking-
he's more.
and they talk about some crazy shit because, like, since he knows all the science language, and because of how big of a fan he is of who's the guy who's like the Albert Einstein of quantum quantum
Quanta.
science.
I don't
Hey,
know. his
quantum
name.
science?
Richard Feynman. All right.
Oh yeah.
Since Neil really likes Richard Feynman, he understands the science. When he asks his questions, he's very good at breaking things down and really getting to the elementary explanation of what the person is talking about. So it's really nice to listen to. But that one's really cool. It's an explanation of how the universe began, factoring in dark energy and dark matter.
Oh no, that's awesome. This is something I could get invested in too. It's just like I told you, I'm also self-taught too. Even what I've done, even like when we talked about coding and everything. But yeah, I suppose this is the problem too. I might not be like studied or educated or have academia, but no, this shit really gets my mind going. I can't help but get invested in it.
Vert,
Wrong with being an
that's all that
autodidact,
matters.
man.
That's all that
Yeah.
matters. Just keep that drive to like understand more and want to learn more. It's not your fault or it's
Oh, I
not
didn't
a
post it.
shortcoming for not knowing.
Here's
It's a
the
shortcoming if you don't want to know.
Well, I suppose that's it. It's not a drive. It's just I can't help it. Something. I gotta
Some
know.
people are genuinely
Everyone,
curious.
that's a natural thing. Just keep driving at that. Keep or not driving, but keep that feeling of wanting to always know more and understand things better.
Just the
Yeah, I can't help it. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm addicted, just like to
No,
alcohol
it's a good thing, Vert. Don't you're all right.
or like big
Genuinely
booty
a good
Latinas.
trait.
I'm just addicted.
Like Vert, I'll tell you this much: there are not many people in this world, sadly, who have that same feeling of curiosity as you do, or at least not as intensely anymore.
I sent the science channel in the side chat that I really like as well on YouTube. You probably have seen them.
Okay, so I won't be ignorant. I do disagree.
Oh, yeah, dude, I love In a Nutshell.
Yeah, in a nutshell, I love how they break it down. The animations are on point. You know, the effort, research that they put into videos, like months to produce. Literally, like a subject on everything.
Okay.
Even quantum computing. Like, there's
Okay.
a really good one on that, explaining how something can be a 1 and a 0 until we observe it. It just doesn't make sense.
I have a resolution, guys. What if in the next episodes of Goku in Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball Super or Extra, Goku was teaching science? Out of nowhere, the buff wizards are intelligent. Perfect. Everybody will learn science. It's a win-win.
What's their most popular video?
Pretty sure it's still Dragon Ball Z in the West.
Oh, anime? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I know worldwide, isn't it like One Piece? Been just like at the top forever.
Yeah, maybe, but who the hell is going to listen to Luffy who looks like an idiot, or he sounds like an idiot talking about science? No fucking way.
Wow.
Well,
Yeah, that's the video on quantum computing. That's where it's at.
Either way, jokes aside, for some of these things, it's I've noticed some things when we talk about this is that when I also say self-taught or just like knowledge craving,
Yeah.
sometimes when whatever you're probably posting, I think I could even like understand and get on par with some of the mathematics or even just the understanding of the concept of what they're trying to elucidate. I can understand where people get lost, but I suppose that's where I'm happy is that I can follow through, and I think that's what other people, what I'm hoping that they can do too. Because the further the explanation goes, it expands on something that just like blows your mind. Like for me, one of the things that I read recently that blew the Fermi paradox. The Fermi paradox blew my mind because I still think I'm going to be human centric. Or Homo sapiens or Homo sapiens sapiens centric, I think we're the first people to chart the stars. And if we follow the Fermi paradox, I think we're going to be the first people to do it. I don't think there's any other life form in the world, or I'm sorry, in our universe that is doing it. I think we're the first.
Maybe. Yeah.
But again, that's my position, but it can't be supported because based on the Fermi paradox too, is that considering the lifespan of the stars, the galaxies, and the cosmos, probably something is already out there mapping the stars and we don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Imagine if we had like, million-year head start. I mean, also, like, would we still be here? Pretty much
Well,
everything that's been here has gone extinct, so probably statistically speaking, a matter of time.
We did lose all life on Earth.
No, you can't. I fear that intelligence, the kind of intelligence we have, is not actually evolutionarily adaptive in the long run.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think humans will one day need not apply. You know, they'll be like horses. Like they're used to have their use, be a lot more popular, but you know, like horses didn't get lazy; they just get replaced by cars. You know? So you couldn't justify the cost of horses, and I think like organic isn't great at traveling the star systems and the universe. It'll probably be like AI sentience. What if we just came along and give rise to that as consciousness, and that continues?
No. Clearly, we're an
knows?
evolutionary link. Yeah, we're going to be an evolutionary link, and they whatever replaces us will look back at the organic predecessor, and as we look back on,
cellular
Australopithecus afarensis or something.
Yep.
Well, I suppose when I posit the disagreement as well for that, it's
Just
if we
you
do
zoom
look,
out far
if we do want to say something of like reluctancy, I would say that even when we posit like our forward position, let's pretend the soul exists, and I'm religious, and I say this, so we say that it also does seem like we're navigating meat sacks based on a biological presupposition, which are who are we based on? Our closest ancestors are the bonobos and the chimpanzees, and we belong of the same phylogenetic tree of the lagomorphs and the rodents and the primates. So based on that phylogenetic tree, perhaps there is an argument that we are special in that regard, and I suppose I pay homage to that. I don't know what you guys think about it. It's okay if you want to disagree. I am, like I said, I'm religious. I'm just a shitty
No, I
Christian.
mean, humans are special for sure. It doesn't necessarily mean it has to be religious for that. I mean, to me, every life form is special. It's crazy how stuff branched off, like fucking octopuses morphing to their environment. Like, that's special. But humans are special in a conscious type of way, you know? Like, some animals are to, you know, some degree, just not the same.
No, I do agree with you in that regard as a religious.
What if the tiniest ant is having like a life pondering question right now? That'd be nuts. Like,
well, based on the sciences that we have done and what we do know, based on or I wouldn't say it's law, but based on observation or the scientific method, I think ants or certain insects can only see things within the first dimensional paradigm. Therefore, it's point A to point B. I don't think they have anything beyond that. To be a two-dimensional being, you're understanding X and Y axis. And the things that we experience in our third-dimensional paradigm, for what we consider reality, it's a X, Y, Z axis. And then if we were to go ahead and perceive something higher, and when people say that there's upper dimensions, even within the mathematical concept or even string theory, they say it can go upwards from 7 to even 14 dimensions. So I do wonder how far that one goes. So I would say our paradigm is just limited to the instruments that we utilize, again, our meat stacks, on how we experience our dimensional reality.
I haven't gone down that rabbit hole too much, but I could definitely see that. You know?
I firmly believe that space, like the fabric of space, is 4-dimensional, and that's why we can't see it and we can't detect it.
It's fucking scary.
Imagine if you could see the whole light spectrum. How cool that would be.
So scary.
All dies for that, you know.
No,
like see fucking everything.
No, that is all I would see is gay rainbow pride flags all day, every day.
I mean, you know, what if you could like adjust your eyes? You don't have to see it all at once blended. That would probably be information overload.
No, that's really cool and awesome, but think about what you just stated. We
Yeah,
could transit.
I
No, I agree with you, but
think of the colors, man. Like,
no.
colors we can't even think of.
What if we could change our optics to perceive X-ray, gamma ray, microwave, or whatever? We could literally change our optics based on the instruments that we want to view.
Yeah, we have to do
That shit would be dope.
Like the James Webb is crazy right now with the red light shift, and
Someone just said that there isn't one verified scientific hypothesis constructed in the entire history of astronomy.
There
I mean,
isn't
yeah.
one science.
Everything is always shifting and working and moving forward, so I guess nothing's been locked down as like,
I mean, yeah, that's true, but like the relativity theory of gravity is pretty concrete, and we're expanding again on it now with quantum.
Yeah, that's the only
Technically,
problem with
I wouldn't-
relativity
I
is like we
wouldn't
can't
say-
correlate the two yet. So it's like,
Wait, no,
is one of them wrong? How do we reconcile them?
Oh, sorry, I don't mean to be interrupting, but based on what he said, wasn't it proven? I think it was a decade ago. I think I was in high school. Wasn't it proven that the reason why Einstein's theory of relativity works, not only just for GPS, is they figured out that gravity is based on waves? It wasn't that how it was proven? That's what I remember.
Yeah, we've been able to detect gravity. We know that it's like I think we know it's a wave, and we know that it's a right now an undetectable force.
Isn't that crazy? Like just in a cosmic scale, how everything energy related is translated through like waves. Like not to get into like new age like hippies, shit, but
the vibes,
like light
bro, the
waves.
vibes.
Yeah, no sound, energy, like electricity running through a line. It's all waves and hertz and frequencies. A little crazy.
I don't disagree. I think there's merit, but when I say merit for that, I think there's a greater explanation of how the universe is expressed more than what we know.
Yeah, you look at like how the universe looks as a whole, and then how like neurons are structured and brains.
I was gonna look something up.
The patterns.
Well, I suppose that's why I create the argument too, is like if we look at neural patterns and the way that they interact, and of course it's just like, it's sparks jumping, and we do look at neural patterns in, well, regardless if you hate the Jews or not, and when we think of IQ, yes, some people have greater utilization of their neural activity to go ahead and come up with IQ. But that still being said, there's still an argument that when there's a declining activation of neural pattern, I think this happens at like 26 or 27 for adults, you could still potentially, through some aspects of the way you live your life or what's going on, maybe it's music, we don't know. I don't think there's a study to go in and see what preserves it. But yeah, after 26, there's like a decline, because after 26, you also see the decline of the metabolic state. You see the decline of the way that your body handles things, and then we fall prey to the old saying that if you live long enough, it doesn't matter how long you live, cancer is going to kill you. So I suppose we fall prey to gene or genomic unwinding or whatever.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, everything breaks down in the universe. I was going to say carbon, life breaks down, but literally everything breaks
Entropy.
down. So.
Which fucking sucks, by the way, because the universe is still based on order.
Well,
But
I mean,
the
that's
universe is
the
unraveling
balance of
itself.
everything. That's the Tao, Like you have seasons, and that's what it's all repeating. Like without it, I feel like we would take it for granted, right? Maybe.
Well, I just think of physics. No, I can't strap a rocket to my asshole and fly into space. Turns out it doesn't work that way. I'm not an orc from Warhammer 40k. If I believe it works, it's not going to work. Physics is laws, and they're fucking limited. And whoever the hell created this simulation or game, it's bullshit. I want hacks, and I want them now. I want to be Jesus.
It's gonna be like a super computer, like with a nuclear reactor in its chest, powering it, traveling through the stars. Something crazy.
Technically, the
you guys think we're gonna go to Mars like pretty soon? I mean, I would be about it.
They're already
It'd be cool to
working
see
on
people.
plans.
Yeah.
I don't think I think it's only for the rich.
I think Mars is a lot more difficult than everyone's
Oh
pretending.
no, 100% it would be.
Well, mostly because of it's not the technology to get us there physically, but it's the health, right?
Yeah,
You're exposed to so much radiation. on the way to Mars, people will be very difficult. It'll be very difficult to survive that in any good health.
Yeah, and just living in small communities of bubbles with control that, atmospheres, something goes wrong, you're just
I'm just
all
talking about 6 months. Imagine sitting in an X-ray machine for 6 months, right?
Yeah, going through space.
Well, no, then you get cancer. You die.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I just meant. I mean, if you don't survive, if you don't get cancer, right away you could get it.
I imagine like the shuttle or whatever they're taking there would have like protection against radiation. The shell, the suits, the walls, the insulation. Like that's got to be a factor. Like pretty much a big feral cage where nothing gets in or out.
No, that's what they have.
Hopefully,
You mean a Faraday cage?
Or Faraday. Sorry,
that won't. that will stop electromagnetic stuff. But there's high energy particles. I do not think it has anything to do with high energy particles.
Yeah, that's true. They do go right through material, but like lead. But that's heavy.
So when I think about what you say about Mars or whatever, right? It's the next planet that's further away from us, and we can't go to Mercury. It's too close, right?
Too hot, too. I think, right?
Yeah, too hot. So if we do go to Mars, isn't it still cold as balls?
Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna terraform like a planet, to
uncolonizable. But yeah,
Is it uncolonizable or?
Well, look, there's no surviving on the surface.
We
of
have
Mars.
to do it.
We
have to do it though, because like something
live underground.
Wait a minute. I know somebody that can. Let's put Asmongold on Mars.
There you go.
Yeah, do it. He'd die. And like,
I imagine it would just be like white tents set up on the
run out of
surface.
oxygen, he dies.
Yeah.
Or some shit.
The second he runs out of Dr. Pepper, just put Texans up there. Yeah, no, put the Turkish people up there. The Turkish are still basically cockroaches. Come on. Yeah, I'm not even trying to be mean. Come on.
It's not a thing.
And-
Are you guys like big hype on big hype? Are you guys
No, this is
bullish
satire
on
and
like
bullshit.
colonizing shit?
Well, mostly satire and bullshit, but if we do look at the logistics or whatever, what would you have to do to actually colonize a planet like Mars? What is its atmospheric structure, and how much can it actually mitigate against like solar waves or what?
No, it's like we met that.
It's not the
Earth itself,
atmosphere effect. It does not have a magnetic core.
Wait, it has no magnetic core?
No, there's no magnetic shield like we have on Earth. The atmosphere is another part. Its atmosphere is like 5% of Earth or 2% of Earth is something really small.
I wonder how much it gets hit with solar radiation when storms go off then. I know it's further out. That's like what shields us,
No, yeah, because I've seen sorry to interrupt.
Seen the Northern Lights?
Yeah, no, I've seen the Northern Lights, but I also saw something that came from. I went to a science exhibition that happened at UTEP, and UTEP, it's University of Texas at El Paso, and they had like an auditorium or whatever. And I got to see that what actually happens when people talk about the ozone and they talk about like global warming. If you do like the solar radiation and you look at the Earth, it's kind of crazy. It looks like the Earth has this random fucking shield or bubble or the atmosphere. It pushes all the solar radiation and waves. Everything that we get from the sun, we're only experiencing like 1 or 2% of it. Most of it is getting knocked off, and I thought that was fucking crazy.
Oh yeah, having like a whatever that.
It's a dome, electromagnetic dome that keeps us.
You're saying Mars doesn't have it?
Yeah, it's because the core of Earth is mostly liquid metal, so it's a giant magnet.
Liquid metal. Is it metal or is it just?
That's why it's magnetic.
Rotating core of like iron nickel.
Yep. There's a really good video about runways that explain this.
We have never
it's like a short
the
10
core
second.
of Earth to see that we have liquid.
I thought it was mass.
No, it's. I mean, we're on like a mantle that's mostly solid.
About runways was that?
Yeah, the videos by
How do runways correlate?
Because runways have to change. They use magnetic headings, so Canada got like tired of it. It's a tiny little subsection of a video where he goes into like the physics and then even further, and But yeah, he explains like how the Earth's magnetic field works with, you know, the liquid metal core and how it rotates with the Coriolis effect and generates a electromagnetic wave or magnet that
So
shields
wait,
Earth on a
so we can
global scale.
only all right. So we can only land on like east-west runways.
No,
Is
I
that
mean
the
runways are based
correlation?
off relative wind. So different locations have different wind patterns. So main runways are built off of wind, but they're just measured against the magnetic north and south versus like true, which most people use now.
Was it
So,
like a fucking
but aviation refuses to
could
switch.
actually
In
flip
Canada,
over?
being a northern country, when the magnetic north would shift, they would have to constantly repaint their runways because the closer you are, the more the shift affects you. You know, at the equator of the Earth.
Even with instruments, you might get like bad data.
Yeah, that's kind of why they still use magnetic headings and stuff.
You're
So,
just saying, yeah. Like, there's
but
no way. There's no way that.
but most
like,
pilots
we don't
like
really know what's going on.
No, I
With
could
what?
see that because most of our magnetic concept is still predicated on north, right?
let's see. Well, we decided true north is like this spot, and the magnetic north is just
Santa Claus,
magnetic
yes,
north.
yeah, the elves.
Yeah, same with the
Yeah, the
south, but they're
white
always
guy.
shifting. So
So the jokes aside, I was watching the thing with Neil deGrasse Tyson or whatever. Just to go in and confirm that, I'm pretty sure you guys have heard this too. Do the poles literally flip?
one sec, let me.
Yeah, the magnetic north is drifting, and it probably will flip in the next 5,000 to 10,000 years. It's true.
Wait, that young? 5,000, 10,000?
Yeah, it flips. I can't remember the frequency, but it's more frequent than you might imagine. That the poles reverse. It's chaotic. What happens is it becomes chaotic probably for a few hundred years and flips relatively quickly, and then ends up at the other side.
What do you mean chaotic? What does that mean?
What does that even mean?
Okay.
Right. So right now we have a stable location for it, and what I mean is that in some period of years, they don't know, right? These are based on models that. So for a few hundred years, the pole will actually be moving very rapidly and trying to find a home, and then it'll go south and end up south, and that'll be the semi-permanent location for the next 10 to 20,000 years.
So it's not axis; it's still tilting.
Sometimes they flip.
Yeah, it'll be stable near the axis of rotation, but it'll go through a chaotic period and then flip. And the problem here's the reason I bring that up is that during the chaotic time, the electromagnetic bubble that surrounds the Earth and protects us may not be as protective as it is in other times.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a hypothesis. This is just a complete speculation. That these are associated with periods of mass extinction, which we know have a periodicity to them on Earth. So there you go.
So potentially excessive heat or another ice age.
No, it's more
radiation.
electromagnetic exposure, right? So all the things that you said, we only get 2% of it. Well, imagine we get 50%.
All of a sudden.
Oh well, that is dicks.
Yeah. Anyways, I posted the video on runways in the side chat with the time where they start talking about the Earth. I know it's kind of weird that a runway video had a physics video in it, but this is another really good informational channel on stuff.
I still don't see how Earth could not be like round or like global.
Well, yeah, if you look
has
at
to be
it,
globe,
it's
right?
stuff under pressure, like
I
it
feel like
creates
there's
heat,
questions
friction.
Like, what are you talking about?
Oh yeah, it's globe.
So it would be kind of.
Sorry, I just realized the chat that we're in. Yeah, it's 24/7 flat Earth, and typically when I talk to these people too, I even say like, if you're in the Navy or on a naval vessel, even with a lot of friends that I've had in the military, when they do that, when they do their nautical miles, it's an application of the curvature of the Earth, and even some sniper teams even utilize that for long range shots, even up to the Marines or whatever.
Flying, it's the same thing.
Okay, that's good.
I think didn't they prove? Sorry, didn't they prove it on MythBusters when they shot the gun and dropped the bullet at the same time?
This is like saying
Shot the gun and the bullet. Well, I don't know, because if you shoot a gun or if the gun shoots and there's a bullet, that's not proving flat Earth is wrong. All you're proving is gravity.
It's like a basketball is very flat.
Oh, is that it?
As well.
Well,
if you zoom in,
they dropped the bullet and they shot the gun, all right, at the same time, and the bullet they shot and the bullet they dropped hit the ground at the same time.
Again,
Yeah.
how do you?
Yeah, that's proof of gravity.
It? Is the problem?
Oh, so does it? Well, did the bullet undergo Coriolis? Or?
No, it's not. It's gravity. So it's just the duress of the planet mass that's actually pulling down on subject, or that's not, but just matter. So if you do shoot a bullet and you see the bullet drop, it doesn't matter if you drop something, and when you shoot the bullet, it's going to drop. The only thing that's going to be a mitigating factor is the fact that it's traveling through a medium, i.e., oxygen or air, that we utilize. That is the only thing that's going to go ahead and obfuscate it.
All right, so maybe I brought it up. Maybe it's irrelevant. Does that prove anything or no? Why would they? Why didn't they just drop 2 bullets? Why did they shoot it?
Oh, just to prove that gravity is real. There's no way to get around gravity.
Well, it's just proving that if you fire a bullet from a gun and you drop it from your hand at the same time, they drop at the same rate. That's all.
Yep.
Okay. So they'll both hit the ground at the same time.
There are examples of rifles and Coriolis effect that are out on the internet. You can view them.
I guess. I guess the ground
thing.
would have to be. I guess the ground would have to be level, right? Because
Well,
wherever they shot the bullet.
and there's other
ground,
forces
it'd be
working on it too. Like if it was just gravity, they would hit the ground at the same time. There's like air resistance that's going to cause drag, aerodynamics of the bullet. All that's going to affect on the time it takes to hit the ground.
No, that's true. I didn't want to be boring about it, but yeah, we don't shoot smooth most of our aiming procedures. So since it's all rifling or whatever, there's spin, and if there's a spin on the bullet, you get greater accuracy and margin of distance.
Yeah, the lift created from it.
Rifling. Yeah, the rifling in the bullet causes these things.
Mm-hmm. And even with the rifling and all that, the bullet still has a marginal drop at the same rate. If you were to drop something, and when the bullet is flying, it still drops. You can't beat physics.
Yeah. Except at a quantum level, then it doesn't work. No.
No, that's what I tell women, and then I show them my tiny penis, and they're just like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I guess you can't. Yeah, I guess you got to deal with it." I mean,
So
hey, you gotta get a win somewhere.
So do you think maybe that was their mistake, that it wasn't like the Mythbusters guy, the ground wasn't level, so that they shot the bullet over? That was why that happened?
It has nothing to do with level ground. It has everything to do with it's called vector.
What was the Mythbusters specifically called? I'm not familiar with it.
The level ground would come into play like this, right? Like, so if I shoot the bullet, I just, whatever, I've done it a million times, I know it's going to go 200 feet. But in that 200 feet, right, there's I just put a hill there that's 2 feet tall. Obviously, where the bullet lands and I drop the bullet, they're not going to hit the ground at the same time. There's a hill there.
Yeah, correct.
Right, so it would have to be level to prove what
Here's
they're trying to show.
Here's the. Oh, you just posted it. I was just about to post it. Thank you.
So is that why it was like a flawed,
I'm gonna watch it real quick.
demonstration because it wasn't level? They say it was level, but they must
again. It's not necessarily level. What they're doing and what the application is, it's an application of real-time physics. So let's go ahead and think of Isaac Newton. An object unimpeded, for Newton's first law, an object in motion stays in motion unless enacted upon by another force. That being said, it doesn't matter what you do, it doesn't matter how high tier of a sniper you are, it doesn't matter the range of the bullet that you shoot. The drop-off is still the same. Gravity is going to cuck you. You can't stop it. That's just reality.
Yeah, I hear you, but they're not going to get the measurement if they got 200 feet away. There's a hill there hitting the ground before you want it to. Your measurement's going to be off.
And then that's just standard principle of reality. Like some experiments cannot all be repeated the same.
I get it. So what I'm saying, they shot the bullet. The one they shot hit the ground at the same time as the one they dropped. What? Right? So how did that happen? Because it was gravity. Because gravity, right? And because level or not. I don't think do you understand the importance of it needing to be level, like at the one destination?
No, I understand what you're saying for that because again, if they're leveled, and that's the thing, if I shoot leveled and then I drop something at the same thing that I shoot leveled, the drop is still applied based on gravity. That's why they fall at the same time. It has nothing to do with the planar. If you have a hill, or if there's a slope, if it's a trough or a crest, it doesn't matter.
Oh, interesting video.
If you drop something during the time that the bullet flies, it's still applied by gravity. So it's still going to drop at the same rate that whatever you're dropping.
So
that's just how
so
it
they're
is.
both going to hit. They're going to both hit the ground, whether I shoot it or drop it. They're both going to hit the ground at the same millisecond.
No,
Correct.
well, not in the case of
Oh,
this
no?
test, but no, sorry, I'm not sure where you guys are at. There's a 40-second millisecond, there's a 40 millisecond difference in the Mythbusters video that was posted, and that's because the length of the barrel, it keeps the bullet from falling during that time. That's where the time difference comes in from. Really cool demonstration. I mean, it's not really a myth, they're just like showing a physics demonstration there. It's a really cool one. That was my first time seeing it.
Well, this is what I think is interesting. Even with rifling, even with the time that the bullet is applied, because it's getting, again, combustion chamber in the upper receiver when the bullet is applied, when it gets hit by the firing pin, the bullet still has to travel and traverse the medium that we utilize, like sound or oxygen, whatever it is. As that bullet travels, it's still applied by the same physics that if I were to go ahead and drop a marble, that bullet has the same drop-off rate as soon as I drop the marble, even though this thing has rifling and is spinning and cutting through the medium, which is oxygen. It's crazy. Or air.
In a vacuum, would it be the same? Like the vacuum of space? Like I imagine a bullet fired at Earth, the propellant would come in versus just the gravitational hole.
No, it wouldn't be the same because space is the absence of a medium. Therefore, if it's a complete vacuum, as soon as you have propulsion, that shit's flying. And it's not stopping.
That's what got me about that video with the bullet, because I figured the propulsion, like it would help push it faster, but I guess there's a limit to that.
The rifling causes the bullet to curve.
Yeah, to have spin.
Left, right, up, down. Well, yeah, and it'll be spinning, but that will cause it to kind of curve a little bit.
No,
the rifling keeps it from curving. Yeah, it adds spin to it so it can cut through the air cleanly,
right?
Instead of tumbling.
Correct. The spin of the rifling is going to keep it on trajectory.
Right.
So the curve comes from like lack of rifling, like the old balls that they used to.
Yeah, the old one was smooth bore. So for smooth bore without that like spin, what they had, and this is where people say, "Oh, well, I shot the guy in front of me. Oh shit, I hit the neighbor's dog. Whoops."
Yeah. Smoothbore rifles are really, really inaccurate. I mean, the Revolutionary War, the only way to hit somebody is stand in a big line.
Yeah.
No, it's
funny. It's so crazy how we used to do war like that. You know, just stand there, line up, fire.
It's funny that we say this, but if we look at like the M1 or the M2 Abram, or any sort of like high-level ordnance platform vehicle that is utilized by the U.S. military, it's a smooth bore.
Doesn't it have rifling?
Nope, it's smooth bore. The only other argument is that certain rounds that they use are Sabo rounds.
The majority of modern tanks are fitted with smooth bore guns. They don't utilize rifling. No way.
I bet you. Hold on.
What about artillery? Like fixed.
Guarantee you the ordnance spins from another method.
Does fixed artillery
smooth bore, baby?
What about like regular artillery though? Like, does that have rifling?
And we're talking about regular artillery. We're talking about like
the
13 Charlie.
You know? Yeah,
we're talking about 13 Charlie. It's still smooth bore.
Wow, that's so crazy. And the distances that they fire.
When I say smooth bore, it's funny. So let's think of a whole bunch of country rednecks or like kids from New York or whatever. It's funny. They just don't shoot the artillery. They actually pull out their protractors and they pull out the map. When they shoot their artillery, they're actually still doing math. It's kind of funny. So we can actually grab a fucking idiot. As long as he knows a little bit of math, he can shoot artillery.
Yeah. Trig and connect the points.
That's all it is. Typically use a 6 or 8 point grid.
Wow, that's crazy. Learn something every day. I would have not guessed that tanks have smooth bore. Makes sense though. The pressure of the rounds would probably shred it.
No,
Oh,
it's
that's
okay. And the reason I'm happy talking about it is because actually tonight I was playing Ready or Not with my friends, and I actually asked my friend Jakub because he's in Special Forces. I said, "Hey, Jakub, so what is the issue? I never understood this. What is the issue with smoothbore versus rifling?" He said, "All that happened is."
oh. Okay, so these are a few. You there? You went muted.
His friend took him out. It was top
Oh,
secret.
got it. Yeah, interesting. Lower maintenance costs, and the tank shells can fire with greater force due to less friction. So those are kind of the reasons. And it's easier to fire an ATGM through it. I'm guessing that's like a missile of some sort, or anti. Maybe it's like anti. Yeah, it is a guided missile, anti-tank guided missile. Okay. And that segued quite a bit. We got into rifling and tanks.
And I mean, there's bombs and there's guns.
Yeah. Weapon. Why do you get muted? Is there like a place where I can see, or he's just muted?
For the temporary muting, it's just muted. There's no log or audit.
Oh. Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of. If there is,
Oh, I figured that was the reason. He's typing in chat. You were talking a little bit.
Anyway, I posted just some bullet points as to why the M1 is, without rifling, able to be accurate. Again, not germane to
Let's
the title
see.
of the room, but
Fan stabilization projectiles. Yeah, that's true. Advanced fire control systems. I wonder what go into. So probably like computers to calculate the trajectory of stuff is what that is, and then gyroscopic stabilization.
yeah.
But
I mean,
that's
for
where the
example-
spin usually happens, right? With the gyroscopic stabilization on projectiles, right? So I wonder how it's stabilized without it. Maybe the bullets are kind of grooved, or
It might be that there's actually a gyroscope in the ordnance itself.
oh yeah, yep. I didn't even think about that.
You know, like a bicycle wheel keeps
Yep.
you on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Keeps you upright.
Yeah, there probably is. Those rounds are huge.
Yeah, my father, he's passed away now, but back in the 80s, he worked, in 70s and 80s, he worked on the M1 as parts of it and had secret clearance. I didn't know about the bore, though. He didn't work on that part. But,
Yeah.
so.
It makes sense. Smooth bore, less friction. You can get more power and eat through lower cost of maintenance. You know, manufacturing's not as much to replace.
I don't know if this is one of the things you mentioned, but it probably had longer life of the part, too, right? Without the rifling, it probably just lasts longer.
Yep, for sure. That definitely makes sense.
Yeah.
I would have thought I learned a little bit about tanks today. That's cool.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the history, like the Gulf War, for example, I mean, they really weren't that useful during the Gulf War, but the tank battles they did get into with the Iraqi tanks was pretty ridiculous because the Iraqi tanks had to stop, aim, and shoot. The M1 just drove and shot, right? With those advanced fire controls, they could just they could lock onto their target and keep going.
Anywho, there is no science for mass attracting mass. There's no experiment for that. It's just an idea that was actually replaced in 1915 by Einstein when it was replaced with the bending of space-time, which is fourth dimensional. So fourth dimensional space-time is a pseudo force, is how it's described. So it's not an actual force. So gravity is not a force. It's just space-time. I think they replaced it because they were just embarrassed about it. Mass attracting mass, there's no evidence for it. It's kind of kooky when you think about it. Because buoyancy and density explains everything. You know, your bullet falls because it's heavier than the air around it. Simple as that. No magical magnetic force. Metals are magnetized to each other, but not seawater and dirt. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, you know why they thought there was something else going on, right? And that the Newtonian concept of gravity was not accurate, right? And when you say it was replaced in 19, well, it depends on what you consider replaced. When Einstein proposed it or got verified or whatever, but in the early 1900s, nonetheless, it didn't actually get replaced. It's still useful because it's simpler to calculate.
All right. Peace, guys.
It's just maths, though, isn't it? Like, you can calculate all sorts of stuff that doesn't apply to reality. What Daz is saying is that the idea was replaced, not the maths.
Well, they're both models of reality. Depends on what you use, right? If I'm cutting wood, you know, for a house, I use a tape measure, right? But if I'm milling a piece for a car, I don't use a tape measure to mill a piece. The specifications require millimeter or nanometer accuracy. I use a different device to do that. That's essentially the difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian. Einstein is superior, but not always appropriate.
Right, but imagine if those two methods both required you to believe that spaghetti was holy. Would you say, well, I don't know why I'm believing in this idea behind this practical application, or would you just go along with it?
No, I mean you're completely misinterpreting what they mean. So, for example, if I say I'm measuring a foot of wood, I could pull out a tape measure and measure it. Is it actually a foot? No, it's an approximation of a foot. Even if I get the most accurate device we've ever developed, it's an approximation of a foot. So both of those are approximations of what we see in reality. They're not actually what's happening. We don't actually know what's happening. They're just predictive and they're useful.
Yeah, so I mean, this sounds a bit Dunning-Kruger because you've just made the claim that I'm not understanding, and then given me an explanation which wasn't appropriate to respond to what I'd said.
No, I said you're making a category error. That these things claim that there's a reality out there that we should believe in, like some objective ontological truth, and that's not what science does.
Didn't understand what I'm saying. So the idea that we've got a bending and warping of space-time, like a space-time fabric, this is actually just a warping coordinate system, right? So it's not actually a fabric; it's just maths.
It could be modeled as a fabric. It can be modeled with math, which approximates the fabric, right? If that may be what's actually happening, it may not be. It's a useful model.
Well, but it's all just maths. I mean, maths doesn't mean anything. It's just a language.
It's like saying a map doesn't mean anything. It provides you coordinates.
Sorry, just a little bit for the statement earlier, which you espoused, if I may ask, just to, you said something about it's the experience reality of what's going on, and you can explain it, and then you posited to the ontological, but when you did make the ontological, you were stating the ontological in the absence of, like, other evidence associated outside of the... Of course, and it's a good thing, it's applied to the mundus, but that being said, is that the absence of, like, astrology? Is that the absence of, like, other concepts for space outside of how we perceive our third dimension? Just to go ahead and follow through, just to make sure I follow suit.
Yeah, sure. So I mean, I've been listening to you guys for a little bit, but my internet's bad, so I didn't want to kind of interject rudely or whatever. But What I'm hearing a lot of is stuff like, well, a bullet drops, therefore we know gravity is real. Okay, cool. We know that
Yes.
what you call gravity, which is an effect, exists. We can measure that, right? But your ideas around why that happens isn't proven by the effect.
Yes, it's law.
Right, it's just a law, and we all agree on that law. But then, therefore, the Earth is a spinning ball and space-time is bending and all this other shit. There's no reason to link those two other than because you already believe it in the first place.
Okay, so for the subject matter for the bullet, and we do realize that gravity is a law. The other thing that is the next seeded notion is that it's time and space. So if we're talking about time and space and relativity, we're also applying this to the doctrine of, well, let's just start with time. Let's go there.
What do you want to know about time?
Well, we do elucidate on time. That means if we're positing gravity, and that if the bullet shoots and I drop the same thing, or I drop something of equivalent mass or matter at the same time, and the bullet and that thing drop or fall off at the same time, that's only applied to time because the way that the vector travels is through a time lapse. So that is the next thing to tackle. If we're talking about gravity and gravity is a law, the next thing would be time.
Yeah, that's an observation of an effect, right? So how are we going to link that to an idea?
An idea?
Yeah, so the idea that there's either mass is attracting mass or space-time is warping as either a fabric or a coordinate system. How are we going to tie an effect that we all agree on and eliminate all other ideas around that effect and to the exclusion of just your one?
Okay, so we do exclude it, and we do, or what you said, if we exclude all of it into what I say, so what is the next logical response? Do you have something different?
Well, you could have many different ideas around it. I could come up with silly ideas, sure, that you couldn't disprove. So, for instance, I could say, well, there's tiny little unicorns that are invisible. They're massless, invisible unicorns, and they sort the order of everything. And they're undetectable, right? You couldn't disprove that, but it's a silly idea, fundamentally, right?
But I understand the point.
Sure. So, is it unicorns, or are we going to discount that because we agree that it's silly?
Hello, guys.
Oh, hello.
Hey.
What's up? Good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Good morning or good afternoon?
For me it's good evening, but alright.
It's evening here.
So how are you guys?
I just realized I live in Texas. I've done too much cocaine and drank too much alcohol. It's already 12 a.m. God damn it. Or 12 p.m.
Hey, Nicholas, what's up?
Hey, brother. How are you? So,
Hey, I'm good, just hanging out.
I just enjoying drink alcohol like that.
So I did get muted. I don't know why, but this has actually been the coolest chat that I've actually been on this server.
Actually, I just joined here before a couple of days. I didn't know before.
Nah, everybody's talking to you. This is because I think we're actually all just discussing things, and we're not just like talking down to people. This has been a pretty cool server.
To be honest, it's been nice to Globers who actually aren't just coming in here to call us retarded and shout at us. It's actually been nice to talk to you guys, even though I disagree with you.
No, yeah, agreed, 100%. Because as long as the respect is there and we're getting ideas across, then we're still learning stuff. The perspectives are there, and that's awesome.
Yeah, man, I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that because we get so much condescension, it just gets boring.
I don't think it's boring at all. This has been awesome. I've enjoyed every part of it.
No, I was saying that the condescension that we normally get is boring.
Wait, condescend? Oh, condescend. Oh, I haven't been here when you guys deal with it. I have no idea.
Fair enough. Anyway, no need to mind about that. We can crack on. Also, just to warn you, I've got to go in 5 minutes. Maybe someone else can pick up the conversation with you.
So guys, may I ask you where you're from?
Texas.
England.
Nice.
That is such a huge contrast. Texas and England. Sorry, brother, we won the war.
You can have it.
I mean, Australia.
I was hoping he brought up 1812 just to shame me.
So everyone here from United States, right?
No, I just said
Uh,
England.
The guy from
Huh?
England said England won the war because the United States got stuck with Texas.
Wait, excuse fucking me. Texas is the greatest nation in the world. We're just attached to the U.S. because we're cool like that.
Yeah, actually, England won the war because we don't have to deal with any Americans anymore.
It's because oh yeah, beans on toast.
All right.
Actually. A cup of tea as well, very nice.
That shit still trips me out. The whole time I grew up as a kid, I literally thought you stopped everything you were doing in the world. Tea time. You could be in a school fight with a bully. Oh, stop! Tea time. I literally thought that as a kid, and honestly, I'm upset that that's not real. Reality's a bitch.
Did you see the United States basketball play today in the Olympiada?
I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. I know what's going on with Caitlin Clark. She wasn't put on it. I know what's going on with the black girl who also got released, even though she was traded with the guy who was considered one of the greatest arms dealers in the world. But yeah, I guess we need that light-skinned black girl who's also claiming she's whatever. She's confused.
This might be a little bit late, but the only reason why America is still in one piece is because Texas is attached to it.
So, guy, where do you think it's the best place for living? America or Canada?
Texas.
Texas. All right, good answer. I have a family live in Connecticut. I have to visit there soon, maybe someday.
Sounds horrendous.
Yeah, here is too dangerous, guys. I want to leave.
Where's that?
I'm from Israel, by the way.
Oy vey.
Oy vey.
Not easy day here. Yeah.
Shalom Shabbat.
Wake up,
Sure.
It
Hello,
don't matter
hello.
where you live, mate. It don't matter where you live, mate. It's what's inside yourself.
What? What did you say?
It doesn't matter where you live. That living in different places doesn't change anything.
Well, in one sense, it's flat everywhere, so
Man,
you can.
if you have a lot of enemies and monsters that want to destroy your country, you have to leave, man, as soon as possible. Especially when you have Iran. They want to send nuclear weapons and destroy the Jewish land. I hope it's not happening, but...
Okay. This is not that server. Go to another server if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, no, I
Please?
don't...
Okay? Just zip it about it.
You literally have every single other channel in this entire server where they would welcome this topic. We don't care about that.
Yeah, sure.
Let me tell you a little story about a man called Zoop.
Let's talk about how Earth's measured flat.
It is. I heard that it was measured flat. They were talking about bullet drop earlier from a rifle, which I found quite interesting. I don't know if any of the Globers are still here, but you realise that if you shot a rifle over a curved surface, that it would actually, therefore, necessarily have further to drop, and so it wouldn't land at the same time on a curved surface. Yes, no, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay,
and you know,
guys.
if you
I'm
drop
going to
two
play
rocks,
basketball.
like
Nice to meet
if you drop two rocks from the same altitude, like 3 miles apart, they will both drop parallel.
Yeah, good point. On a globe, they'd have to drop inwards, wouldn't they? Relative to each other. I thought getting there.
And it is devastating when you realise that latitude is a flat Earth measurement, especially if you're a glober and you've been trying to use latitude to prove a globe. how bizarre!
Isn't it? It's just an angle to the star.
Yeah,
so angles,
right.
2 straight lines.
That's correct.
Mm.
Latitude only works on a globe. All right, really? Explain it then.
I just posted a this is more for Gregory, but he's not around, but a premise conclusion that you can't navigate on a 2D sphere if the navigation from a globe Earth works, and navigation on the globe is what we use for worldwide navigation. If it's accurate, you cannot reduce it to a 2D surface and have it be accurate.
So who measured the curve?
We do every day by using the globe to navigate.
On a flat surface. I get it.
No. We don't use the globe to navigate, mate. We haven't got a globe.
Yes, latitude and longitude is based on a 3-dimensional surface. It's an accurate measurement of navigation and cannot be reduced to 2D without sacrificing, without distorting it.
So if you're underneath Polaris in your dinghy at sea level, what's the angle?
You don't need Polaris. That's not how modern maps are done. So
that's how latitude's measured, mate. That and the sun.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Nope. You could approximate it with Polaris. That's not how it's measured in modern navigation, modern map making.
It's in all the books, mate. That's how it's measured.
It was in all the books 100 years ago. That's not how it's measured. Would you like me to cite a source for that?
Yes. Explain how latitude's measured using a curved Earth, please.
It is measured from the axis of rotation, right? And it's based on a circular sphere.
Put a citation up, please. Citation.
With the latitude. Hold on.
Citation.
I heard you the first time. Hold on.
I will be back in 2 seconds. I've just got to I'm not going. I'm just got to pause for a minute. But I'm sure someone else will look at your citation of how latitude's measured using curvature. That's what we're looking for.
Sure.
First, you imagine it's a ball, and then
you realize it's not.
Yeah, latitude is based off elevation angle measurements to Polaris, which requires horizontal to get a elevation angle. So yeah, all maps are flat. All maps are derived from latitude, flat Earth elevation angle measurements of Polaris. You can take those flat Earth measurements and mangle them through the Haversine formula and stretch them around a ball. Doesn't make it reality. Still measured flat originally.
Just posted 2 references to how latitude is calculated that make no reference to Polaris. And if you had a map that was accurate on a 2D surface, you could not map it to a 3D and vice versa. The accuracy that we observe with navigating on a 3D surface necessitates that it is a 3D surface.
so you use an imaginary line that goes through the middle of your imaginary sphere.
The line may be imaginary, sure. The sphere is real, or it's an oblique spheroid if you want to be technical. But yeah, so that's real. And if it weren't real, we couldn't navigate accurately. Would you like to address that point?
How did you measure the tilt of the Earth? The
Would you
actual.
like to address that point? The tilt has
Which
nothing to do
point?
with it. You're changing the
Your,
topic.
your imaginary line point, or which point? The
Would you like to
imaginary
address the
globe
fact
part?
that I'm asking you how we can navigate successfully, very accurately, on a 3D surface using maps based on a 3D surface if it's not 3D?
We do it every day with flat maps, dude.
Based on a 3D surface, yes.
How
And
do you know
they
it's
have
based on a 3D surface, man?
because it's based on a three-dimensional surface.
Yeah, with topography and stuff, I get it.
Yep. Awesome.
Still, you got to imagine your globe and your imaginary line and everything else, dude.
I don't have to imagine the globe. We can see the globe.
Where?
Oh, well, but satellite images provide a nice view, but then there's other images
What
too.
view does satellite images provide you, dude? They
We
show
can
you
see the
the globe.
globe.
They show you
Yes.
the globe.
Yes.
So the underneath Polaris at 90 degrees, that's an angle using sea level, and then we get the equator is the point at which the Polaris will appear to disappear due to perspective, and that'll be 0 degrees. So in order to get,
that's just
hang on,
not true.
I've not even finished my sentence, mate. So in order to get the equator, it will be a flat Earth elevation angle measurement to get them 2 points from underneath Polaris at your zenith to the equator, where Polaris will be at 0 degrees, dipping below the apparent horizon. Fact.
Yeah, you realize that none of that makes any sense, right?
Yes, it does make perfect sense, mate.
No,
it doesn't make
Polaris.
It doesn't make sense to you because you think you live on a spinning monkey ball, but you don't.
No, I mean, Polaris being 90 degrees above the North Pole, it's approximately, right? It's pretty close, right? That's why
It's
a
a
lot
90
of the
degree angle, mate. That's 2 straight lines using sea level.
Yeah,
and then to get to the equator, to know where that distance is to the equator, is also an elevation angle. So as soon as you use the equator, that is a flat Earth measurement to get to that point.
No, it's not. What's
yes, it
what
is.
You do, okay, if you do celestial navigation, what's a ground point?
GP.
I know, that's just saying ground point. What's a ground point? What is it? What does it represent?
The ground position of the star if it was on the ground. Don't you know
right,
that?
Right, exactly. But what is? I mean, if you're standing at the ground position for a star, what does that represent with relationship to that
It means
star?
where the star would be if it was on the sky, out of the sky, dropped out the sky and landed on the ground, mate. What don't you understand about ground position?
Exactly, but this is in respect to a celestial sphere, right?
Yeah. So we know what ground position is now. What's your point?
Okay. The point is that you can't have a ground position on a celestial sphere on a plane, right? Because there'd be no 90-degree angle. Hold on, I'm not done. There'd be no 90-degree angle between a ground point and a celestial sphere if the ground point was on a plane.
Right. So what's running through the celestial sphere? Is it the equatorial plane?
Are you going to address my point or not?
I'm addressing the celestial sphere, which you brought up, and I'm telling you to get an angle using the celestial sphere, you will be using the equatorial plane, which is a straight horizontal line running through the center.
What I'm saying is that there could be no ground points at a 90-degree angle to a celestial sphere if you're standing on a plane.
Yes, you'll need the plane for the elevation angle, mate.
Right, but if the ground point is at a 90-degree angle to the celestial sphere, it cannot happen. The celestial sphere could never be at a 90-degree angle if it's a sphere and you're standing on a plane.
You know what an elevation angle is? Yeah, no, you won't be standing on a sphere, mate. You'll be standing on a plane. Yeah, the ground point is a vertical drop of the sun if it fell out the sky vertically.
Yeah. Well, you can get ground points to the sun. I'm talking about stars. All the stars need to be 90 degrees above.
Yeah, so
the point
that's
on the
great,
Earth.
mate. That's great. Fantastic. You're skipping over the point, mate. So we're going to need an equatorial plane, which is a straight line. Is that correct in the celestial sphere model?
I'm not talking about equatorial planes. I'm talking about ground points. You obviously don't understand what ground points are, how they can't work on a flat Earth.
The celestial. You're talking about a celestial sphere. I know. You was. Sorry, mate. We're going to step on topic. You're talking about a celestial sphere. I know what the celestial sphere is, and I know the equatorial plane runs straight through it, and that's what you'll be standing on when you get your elevation angle. Yep.
I asked you what a
So it
ground
will be a
point
straight
was.
line.
You don't know what a ground point is.
Well, it's the fourth time. It's if the sun fell out the sky vertically. Yeah. I mean, the audience can hear. I've answered it 4 times, mate. I've answered it 4
No,
times.
but it can't exist. Do you understand that it cannot exist on a flat plane?
Of course it can.
No, it can't. So okay, so imagine imagine you're looking overhead and you're standing on a flat plane, but the dome is curved, right? Right?
Have you ever been in a planetarium, dude?
Yeah. So if a bowl over your head, that star directly overhead is not at 90 degrees to you. It can't be at 90 degrees relative to where it is on the celestial sphere.
So you don't have any elevation angles on a globe, is what you're saying?
I'm saying that celestial navigation is based on a globe Earth.
Like, bro, if it doesn't work on a flat plane, then it definitely doesn't work on a fucking Earth, on a globe.
Just have a look at the diagrams in the chat, bro. There's a few examples there how it can only work on a flat Earth.
There's still an argument in 2024.
Yeah, so the other thing that was brought up was the whole idea about Polaris disappearing at the equator, which makes no sense, right? From perspective. Why would it disappear at the equator?
You can't come up with a reason for that?
No, it should never disappear from perspective. Not to mention the angles between 90 degrees at the North Pole and 0 degrees at the equator are equally distributed, and they wouldn't be from perspective.
What do you think the distance to Polaris is?
Well, you can calculate it. It's probably about 3,000 or 4,000 miles based on, depending on what angle you calculate it from, but that's probably what it is. If you calculate, I think at the first degree from north, right? So if you take 90 degrees to 89 degrees, I think it's like 3,000 miles.
No, what do you think the distance from Earth to Polaris is?
Based on like real world or the flat Earth understanding?
Your world, bro.
Oh, I don't know. It's millions of light years. I don't know. It's far enough that for that kind of navigation, it might as well be infinite.
So we should be able to see it from 3,000 miles, but we should also be able to see it if it's millions of light years away.
Actually, it's only 433 light years away. It says
433. Oh, thank God! I thought it was way far.
Yeah,
he said 1,000,000 light years first.
I don't know. Yeah, a lot of them are long, but that's only 433. That's kind of close. That's cool.
433 times 4.6 trillion. I guess that's close, right?
Yeah. Well,
what was the vacuum of space invented or discovered?
Neither. It just exists. I don't want. And space is not a perfect vacuum anyway.
Neither. So
it just
it's
exists.
Not real?
I said it just exists. So you have an understanding of the word exist?
So no one ever discovered it? Does it exist in your
skip past
mind?
the angle?
When you say exist, you mean like it exists in your mind, like Narnia and Hogwarts?
It exists outside of our atmosphere as a mostly vacuumous, but it's not complete vacuum, not a perfect vacuum.
This way, is you skip past latitude and all that now? Yeah, it's somewhere else now. This way.
Right. I don't see why the North Star has to disappear at the equator. Matter of fact, it shouldn't. It should never disappear, to be honest. It should just continue to receding in the distance according to perspective.
Yeah, that's right, mate. Hey, just get your dog, mate. Yes, pal.
That was a bit open mic.
Sorry, mate. No, I'm all right now. I just had to speak to somebody, mate. I mean, that was me. My dog was going to get attacked. Anyway, yeah. So yeah. Perspective, mate. That's the celestial sphere is perspective, mate. That's why it's like a protractor. So you've got a protractor with an equatorial plane, the base, and then the dome over the top is showing you the perspective of the heavens as a dome. It's not really a dome. It appears like a dome depending where you're standing on the flat plane, mate. That's the celestial sphere right there in your face. It's flat.
Sure.
It's got an equatorial.
Why does the North Star disappear?
Stop asking questions. Stop asking questions, mate. You know what perspective is. Stop lying. You've got no globe proof. We're explaining how latitude's measured. You don't know what an angle is. Yeah? You don't know what an elevation
You don't know what
angle
perspective is. You don't know what perspective is.
I've just explained what perspective is on the celestial sphere, mate. Did you not hear me?
I heard some words that didn't make sense because
it won't make sense to you, mate, because you're thick.
As the object recedes from you, as the object recedes from you, the angle of observation will decrease towards zero, but it will never be zero from perspective.
Yeah.
Can you explain why it disappears?
So when you make the elevation angle, are you using a curved base or a horizontal base?
I want to talk about perspective because you made a claim that the Polaris disappears at the equator, which it does. I'm just wondering how you explain that with perspective.
Well, do you know what perspective is?
I just described how perspective is calculated.
Do you know what perspective is?
Yes, and I know how it's calculated. So
you do know what perspective is?
Sure. And I'm saying that Polaris does not match what you'd expect with perspective.
Why are you asking what perspective is then?
Because I want to make sure you understand, because I don't think you do.
I've explained it 4 times now, mate.
You have not explained it properly or accounted for the fact that Polaris disappears.
Did everybody else in the room understand what I was saying when I was explaining the celestial sphere and using a protractor as the dome heavens, not being a dome, but appearing to be a dome in the sky, depending on where you are and your position on the flat plane? Did everybody understand that?
No.
Why not?
Because like Mark G said, it didn't make any sense. And you're wrong. Yeah, how do you put a celestial sphere above a flat Earth? Like, what are you doing there?
Oh, well, it's got the equatorial plane, hasn't it, underneath the dome?
Yeah, you're cutting the sphere in half, so now the sky is a celestial dome?
Yeah. So where are you taking the angle from? The equatorial plane, aren't you?
You don't understand the issue? Where'd the other half of the stars go?
Are you taking your angle from the equatorial plane?
Dude, listen.
Never mind, dude. Listen. You brought the celestial sphere up, right? So we'll stick with the celestial sphere. We've got a dome.
And there's stars below.
Hang on. Let me finish, mate. We've got an apparent dome of stars over our head. We're going to take an angle to one of them. Are we going to be standing on an equatorial plane in the celestial sphere?
Celestial sphere.
Yeah. So are we going to be standing on an equatorial plane? Simple question.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's horizontal, mate.
Equatorial plane, dude.
Yeah, it's horizontal.
Underneath your equatorial plane.
No, you're standing on the equatorial plane, taking an angle to the celestials.
Yeah. Underneath.
You don't know what the equatorial plane is.
In the chat.
What the hell? You don't understand it. You're crazy.
No. I know what horizontal equatorial plane is, mate. You don't.
How do you have a sphere above a flat Earth?
You don't have a sphere above a flat Earth, mate. You have a perspective. You have a perspective. You have a perspective. You have a perspective dome, mate.
Thing.
Hello,
Where's
perspective dome.
Go?
Hello, perspective dome.
It makes no fucking sense. This is why there's like no flat earthers.
Yeah,
it's a diagram in the chat, bro. Check it out.
There's like literally like 0.0000000000.
You don't know what perspective is. You don't know what an equatorial plane is. You're denying what an elevation angle is. You don't know what an angle is. You're the one who don't understand nothing, mate. You've got no globe proof.
I know what an elevation angle is. Do you?
You don't. You've got no globe proof, though, have you?
What's an elevation angle?
What? You asking me what an elevation angle is?
It is. Do you?
Yeah, it's the angle between an object in the sky above a horizontal plane.
Or
the line of sight to an object above the horizontal plane.
Oh, call altitude angle?
Whatever, dude. What are you fucking talking about, man?
Altitude, that's the height above sea level, dickhead.
You want to talk about it?
Sea level, height above, altitude. Altitude, latitude, altitude, latitude. See the fucking resemblance?
You're goofy.
You don't know what you're talking about, mate. You've got no proof of a globe. You're chatting shit.
How can we have a celestial sphere on a fucking flat Earth? He said.
Fucking hell. Muppets. These guys are globe Muppets.
That meant it because if you're underneath your dome, right? You got a dome.
What dome, dude? It's called the field of view. It's what each person fucking observes, you fucking moron.
You. Hey, do you understand it? Do you understand that half the stars are underneath the flat Earth in your model?
Do you understand what a field of view is?
Can you respond to the actual
I just
issue
fucking did, man.
You don't understand it because you're a retard.
There's a definition of an elevation angle there in the chat,
Yeah, I know what elevation
which you
angle
can
is.
read. Well, can you read it? You can read it out if you like.
Don't need to.
Oh, just read it anyway.
So do you literally think that the stars fucking form a dome over our heads, dude?
Onto the issue.
No, seriously. Do you think that? Do you think that the stars form a dome over our head in reality?
Proposition, like you have no idea what you're talking about. You can't put a celestial sphere on a flat Earth and
look at the flat horizontal plane in the celestial sphere, which is a perspective view of the stars as they appear to be in a dome shape, but they're not really. It's just how it looks through perspective. And when you will be taking the angle measurement, and when you do take the elevation angle measurement, you will be standing on the equatorial plane, which will be horizontal, my friend.
For all the stars to be on the northern hemisphere.
Right, so we've got a picture of the celestial sphere up. Show us where the globe is in this model.
Parents dropped you on your head or something.
You're thick, mate. I'm exposing your fucking thickness. You don't know what an equatorial plane is, yeah? You don't know what an angle is.
Fucking nonsense.
You're talking about the celestial sphere. You don't know what the equatorial plane is. Is it horizontal? You've already admitted it's horizontal. So where's your curve? Where's your curved Earth? Where's the proof of your curve? Yeah, you're talking about equatorial planes. You're talking about horizontals. You're talking about angles. Where's your globe proof?
I'm going to pull up Microsoft for you, right? I'm going to pull up Microsoft Paint. And I'm going to show you why this doesn't work right now. Give me 2 seconds.
Microsoft Paint, my ass.
Really easy to demonstrate the flaw in a celestial sphere above a flat Earth. Super easy to do. I'll show you right now.
The celestial sphere is flat Earth. It is flat Earth. It's nothing to do with a globe. Fucking globe Muppets.
Look at the diagram from Ego Slave. That is a ripper. That is very cool.
Yeah,
I
nice.
don't see an arc in the rift.
Nice horizontal
The Great
basal
Rift.
line there. Lovely horizontal
Oh,
there. Where's this curve anyway, guys? Globers? Where's the curve? We're talking a lot about equatorial planes, elevation angles. Where's the curve evidence? Not talking much about that, are you? Hey, chatting a lot about flat Earth, aren't you? Where's the globe evidence? Come on. Oh dear.
Oh, there's another nice graph there from Ego Slave. That's a nice one too.
Have a look.
I know I'm trying to steal them, but I can't.
Yo, mic check. Mic check.
Ah, shut up.
All right, I got you right now. Here we go. So this guy keeps screaming about celestial sphere can work on a flat Earth. Let's show him why not. Okay? This is what a celestial sphere looks like right here. Right? In the globe model, this is where the Earth is. Right? This is where the stars are. You understand that?
Yeah, let's talk about reality now, you fucking moron.
Do you see my screen? Do you understand how celestial sphere works now? Okay, here goes a flat Earth, right? Here we go. Bam. There goes a flat Earth. Right? Here goes your parent celestial sphere above a flat Earth. Right? So, here's your stupid stickman observer who thinks that he's on a flat Earth, right? And he's going to look at the stars.
Is that a 2D horizontal straight line, mate?
Yeah. Here you go.
Yeah, so it's not a globe then.
All right. So here's Polaris, right? You know.
Yeah, so if the guy's not on the globe then, no.
Here's Sigma Octantis.
Hello. Let's go slowly. Is the guy on a 2D flat surface?
What? How did the stars go underneath the flat Earth?
Is the guy standing on a 2D surface? Yes or no?
Is anything in reality 2D?
Is your fucking guy? Are you deaf? Excuse me, dickhead. Is the guy standing on a fucking 2D surface? Yes or no?
No. Let me fix it. It's more like this. All right. I'm gonna fix it for you. So you stop tripping
Why
balls.
is he swearing? Can you not swear, please?
All right. Well, Denmark has my powers. Shut up.
Oh, does swearing hurt your feelings?
No, we're supposed to be having a scientific discussion, and you're having an emotional meltdown, right?
That's got nothing to do with science, Muppet.
Do you understand what's on my screen right here?
It's a cartoon drawing, nothing to do with reality in life.
Yeah, the stars go underneath. Look at this.
That's your drawing.
Look where the stars would have to be. Look where the stars are on the celestial sphere. They're underneath the Earth, dude. Look where the stars are.
Excuse me.
They're underneath the flat.
Excuse me, dickhead. That's your drawing.
Look where the stars are.
Do you want me to put a drawing up of Narnia?
Here, do you want it to look like this? Is this what you want? You want a flat Earth? The celestial sphere above the Earth like this? Is this what you want?
Excuse me.
Is this better for you?
Be quiet. Let's get a proper book up with the celestial sphere and a navigation book and have a look at them. You put your little cartoons away, pal.
How does this one make sense right here? What's up with this one? This is the issue. You guys can't explain which one is happening. Right here, these two. These are the two flat Earth celestial spheres.
You can't excuse me, mate.
You don't know what you're diagramming.
I'll tell you exactly what's happening, mate.
Is it the one on the right or the one on the left? Which one is it?
Just mute this guy, man. Fuck me.
You're pathetic.
None of your cartoons.
Dude, you got an imaginary
You don't understand geometry. You don't understand geometry. You're fucking crazy. You're nuts.
Are we painting in paint now? Holy shit.
He's painting by numbers like a little child trying to keep his globe alive. Yeah. No, well, let's
Yeah,
get some proper.
I do have to do these like elementary drawings for you to understand the issue with flat Earth. That's the sad thing about it.
The
Yeah,
ego
if
guy.
you guys are so smart, instead of insulting him, you would just disprove his shitty little drawings, right? Like,
I know you get.
Right? I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna save this, and I'm gonna post it in the chat for anybody that has half a brain cell.
Mic
All right?
check. You guys
There
hear
you
me?
go.
Mic check. You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you, Mick.
Cool. You know what I find really interesting about this argument? Right? These guys don't even really, they don't seem to get it. The underlying assumption that the stars are plastered up in 3D space above us and that such that they can actually draw orthographic lines of sight to them is what underpins their entire argument as to why the argument on the flat Earth side can't be true. And what I find interesting about that is none of them ever offer any bit of evidence or proof or suggestion as to why theirs is superior when they have yet to verify any of their underlying assumptions. A, being that in their model that the stars are actually quote unquote infinitely far, right? But if you give them that then that would fairly allow the flat Earth side a set of assumptions, right? If you want to go that far. But even if you don't, there's a lack of proof or evidence as to why in the flat Earth model that the stars actually have to be plastered up in 3D space, like floating little orbs in 3D space that they can actually map triangles to properly in 3D space, right? It seems a little bit baffling to me, but they don't seem to do that. Carry on.
Yes. Well,
yeah, him placing the little stick figure at the center of the Earth is the concession of the defeat of his glob religion. Him asking what's below the flat is he doesn't understand how the cell nav is done. He doesn't know where the latitude and
Man, you don't
longitude is
understand
derived. When
geometry.
you
The issue
cannot
is so obvious. You have to be
when you
retarded to
cannot
not see.
see Polaris, we're not using Sigma Octantis. Sigma Octantis is barely visible. We're not using that in celestial navigation. What we are using is the Southern Crux. After the view of Polaris is out of view, now we use the Southern Crux.
Exactly.
Where the Big Dipper is so important. See, he doesn't. He thinks he put it in the ball, and he doesn't comprehend the defeat, the demise of your religion was when you put yourself in the hell at the center of this ball, and you put the celestial sphere the surface of the ball, like you're a clown.
And to add to that, to the gentleman that says we don't understand geometry, sir, do you know what the word orthographic means? Can you even spell it without Googling it? But even then, you would actually have to be able to spell it to Google it. So can you? I.e. 3D Euclidean? No? Okay, fuck off.
Oh, Callie left.
We don't have a view from the side of our heads.
This is what it comes to with the Globers now. They don't understand third grade geometry. They don't understand angles. They don't understand elevation angles. You can read about latitude, and how it's measured. Yeah. Nothing to do with a globe, guys. You don't live on a spinning monkey ball. You like to think you do. For some strange reason, you want to live on this spinning ball. I don't know why. That makes you feel great, and you don't want to lose that. But you actually don't. So man up and just think, well, I've been lied to. It's not a globe. Because if it was a globe, there'd be loads of evidence. And you haven't got any. But we've got flat Earth evidence. Latitude. Celestial navigation. We've got it. You've got nothing. And you're crying grown men. Weeping about your globe that's been destroyed.
I would
get a pair of balls and man up.
I would find it very interesting if Scott Mackey, who seems to still be here, could demonstrate what he did to the panel in the last week a few times to those who were not present. The GeoGebra representations of these two quote unquote models. I'd love to hear the opinions or the viewpoints of those who missed it the first time to chime in on that, seeing that we're on the topic to begin with. Scott?
Go on, Steve.
Steve
got it.
now
I
here.
just posted it in chat. Basically, their worldview, their terms and geometry are incoherent, and that's their problem.
Geometry, Earth measurement. Yeah, flat Earth measurement, no glob measurement. Any globe evidence put forward will be a flat Earth measurement, without a doubt.
Yeah, not to get too meta, but I think that is the sad part is they don't have a reason. They don't have a reason for anything in their pathetic lives. That's why it's like I think the empowering thing to tell them, like, you are the precise measuring device, guy. You have a vestibular system. We're going to use that when we're going to augment that vestibular system with other mechanical measuring devices,
Into the break,
augmenting our God-given abilities.
They've given that up into the break. They've given themselves up to a model. They've sacrificed themselves for a model. Grown men, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds, crying about a globe that they want to live on, flying through space. Why? Get a pair of balls and wake up.
You got any proof, One Deck?
Yeah, latitude.
No, that's not proof.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Well, you're making a claim. Prove it.
It's an elevation angle to and from Polaris. Using sea level.
Latitude is not an elevation angle.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. It's the degrees above. No, it isn't. It's the degrees above. It's the degrees above the equator.
It's an elevation angle.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, you get the equator distance from elevation angle measurement.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
Right. So making claims, just going nah isn't going to prove anything. You got any proof?
You've not got any proof, have you?
The proof's in chat. The proof's in chat, Brenda.
Let's have a look at the
elevation angles deriving the celestial sphere.
I don't have chat open.
Let's have a look at chat, Bernard. Hey, Bernard, let's have a look in chat. Yeah, so the equator distance was derived from elevation angles at sea level.
No, the equator is not derived from elevation angles.
Yeah,
it's
how do we know that? How do we know where it is then?
It's derived from.
How do we know where that distance is? What was used to get
if you're
that
just going to talk over me, we're done.
Yeah, but you were stuttering. I thought you stopped.
He's not talking over you.
No, you were talking over me.
Go on then, Bernard.
Yeah, stop misgendering me too.
Sorry, Brenda. Sorry, I thought I was talking to somebody else. Go for it, Brenda.
That's untrue. Brenda, you need to prove that premise then first. You can't ask that of anybody. Just make your point.
Go.
Well, I'm thinking maybe I should have just a one-on-one so that we don't get all this crosstalk and
okay.
abuse.
Instead of just whining about debating about the debate, why don't you just go ahead and do it? Okay,
No,
make your point.
I would kind of like to have a
No, make your point.
Right? Well, you are the ones making the claim that the Earth is flat. Give me the proof. I don't have to prove the Earth is a globe.
Latitude.
Hey, Brenda, what would falsify the globe for you?
The way you falsify is you take the hypothesis, you derive or compute the consequences, and then you conduct an experiment that would test that hypothesis.
I think you didn't hear my question, Brenda. My question was, what would falsify the globe for you? Or is it unfalsifiable for you?
No, it's not unfalsifiable. Well, obtain a sufficient altitude to take a picture of the Earth and see whether it's flat or a globe.
Your dog all right?
I gave him the conditions.
I took a picture of the Earth and it's flat. You want me to show it to you?
You didn't get sufficient. How did you get the altitude that you need?
Wait, hold on. You're putting qualifiers on there. What do you mean by altitude?
I said what would falsify the globe would be to gain sufficient altitude to take the whole Earth picture and see if it was a globe.
Okay. Then, Brenda, what is sufficient altitude? You need to specify that.
Above the Kármán line.
Above sea level.
Above the Kármán line.
So what altitude would that be?
Above the Kármán line, that's an altitude.
So what is that, like 180,000 feet? Something unachievable?
It's 100 kilometers.
Okay, so do you think you or I or anybody we know personally can go up that high very easily?
Yeah, I could. Sure.
Okay. So in other words, in order to falsify the globe for you, we have to go 100 miles up or 100 kilometers up, right? And take a picture of the Earth being flat?
That's one of many tests. Yes.
So, like, what about 100,000 feet? Would that be sufficient?
I'm not sure.
It seems to me like there's no falsifying the globe for you, Brenda. Like, there's no way that's actually achievable by you or I.
I literally told you what the conditions would be.
Yeah, but here, let me ask you a question in a different way, Brenda. Like, is there a way that is achievable?
It was.
Yeah, I know. I heard you, Brenda. Let me ask you another question. So, is there a way to falsify the globe for you, a method that is achievable by you or I today? Today.
That's not a condition. That's just falsification would be objective. It's not subjective.
Wait, do you understand the question? I don't think you heard the question. I'm asking the question. Yeah. What would the technique be? What would the method be for falsifying the globe for you today that both of us can do? That both you and I can do? Not 100,000 miles in the air, whatever the crap like that. What can you and I actually do in real life?
Right.
Not
so
fiction.
I told you, and we can do it in real life. Right?
And so it's unfalsifiable. So the globe is unfalsifiable, right, Brenda?
No, it's not.
You can't prove the globe wrong for you?
I could do that. I could go up to above the Kármán line. I could.
If I may, Brenda.
So could you.
I'm sorry, if I may, I have to interject on this. Brenda, I think you're misunderstanding the question. He's asking you for an objective method, but one that's actually achievable for the average Joe. So this is not a subjective objective question. It's just an actual objective that's within reasonable parameters for the average Joe. Carry on.
Yeah, that's not what objective means.
I didn't say objective means that. I'm just clarifying. He's asking for something that is objective, right? Of the set of possible objective things that you could do, pick one that's actually within reason for the average person. My God.
Yeah. So you apparently don't know what objective means. Objective means that it's independent.
I know what objective means. It's independent.
Apparently you don't.
I'm asking for one.
What does it mean?
I'm asking for an objective means something that is not subject to. I'm asking something that is not subject to interpretation, right? Subject to your feelings, etc.
No, that's not what it means.
It's not formal. It's not a formal definition. I'm in a fucking car right now. Forgive me if I don't have a dictionary.
No, I can inform you. I can educate you. Let me educate your dumbass.
You can clarify.
Let me educate your dumbass.
Hang on. First of all, fuck off. Fuck off. Okay. What I'm asking for, what he's asking for, is an objective one. I'm not. He's not asking for the most accurate one. Okay. He's asking for something that's actually within reason, but that follows objective methodology and scrutiny and formal scrutiny, et cetera, but something that's actually within the capabilities of the average human being. My God.
Subjective opinion. That's what objective means. So when you say
you're in a category where subjective opinion cannot be objective.
That's what I just said.
Going off topic, guys. We're trying to prove a globe. Brenda, you're trying to prove a globe.
No, you're defending flat Earth. Not, I don't have to prove the globe.
No, we do live on a flat Earth. That's how it's measured. I'd mentioned latitude.
That's
before.
your claim. You have to prove it. Back it up.
Yeah, well, it's an elevation angle measurement.
That's it.
It's an elevation angle measurement.
That's it.
That's called
elevation
begging
angle.
the question. That's called begging the question.
Well, you don't know. Your position is agnostic. You're not arguing for the globe. You would just say. You would just say how. You would just want more details. You wouldn't say no, wrong, because you don't know. Your position right now is agnostic, correct? Agnostic of the Earth shape.
No, I'm not agnostic.
If I'm incorrect,
so you're a globetrotter.
Show how I'm incorrect.
Absolutely, I believe in the globe.
Show how
I was
I'm
giving
incorrect.
you the benefit of doubt of what you just had said, where you were coming from a position of neutrality, but no, all of a sudden you're not. You don't have to prove the globe. So, but you do now because that's your claim. Your claim is alternative to what is measured. What is measured? What is true?
I'm asking you guys to back up your claim.
And that's easily done.
Latitude measurement, Brenda. Latitude.
Latitude is a spherical coordinate system.
No, it's derived from
is.
elevation angles. No, it's not. Can you prove me wrong?
Latitude and longitude.
Citation.
Lat long is a spherical coordinate system.
How is 1 degree of latitude measured with what instrument?
It's a 1 nautical mile above the equator. The length of that arc.
No. The equator distance. Excuse me.
Look it up.
You don't know. You wouldn't know where the equator was.
Excuse me. Look up the definition of latitude.
Yeah. Let me finish, Bernard. Brenda, listen. You wouldn't know where the equator was without the elevation angle in the first instance.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask, where did it come from?
That's a separate problem. That's a separate problem. Look it up. It's on Wikipedia.
It's only a problem. It's only a problem for you.
One deck.
Yes.
Look it up. It's on one deck. Look up the definition of latitude. It says it's 1 arc degree above equator. It's that arc.
But where did it come from to begin with?
That's the definition. It doesn't matter where it came from.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't. Matter. That would be the genetic fallacy.
No, it's a question. It's not a proof. It's a question because we can backpedal from there. Right? Because if it originated, right, by using methods that are that fit a certain model, but then over time it was altered or refined, let's say, and mapped over to a different model, one might want to know that, right?
Yeah, but that happens all the time in science, right? They have different They have different origins for things, and then over time they refine the definition.
And that's fine.
I was just looking at myself. We'll ignore that. Listen, we'll ignore a few little bits. So it's the angular distance of a place north or south of the Earth's equator. So it's an angular distance.
Yes.
So what's an angle? What's an angle?
An angle? It's the distance between 2 rays.
Yeah. So it's usually expressed in degrees and minutes. Yeah. So what's a degree?
Yeah, you didn't ask me how it's expressed. You asked me what it was. An angle is the distance between 2 rays.
It's 2 straight lines.
2 rays. 2 rays.
No. Or 2 straight lines. Yeah.
No, 2 rays.
Why are you using the term distance?
We'll get angles finishing up there, Brenda, just for you.
An angle is the distance between 2 rays.
Yeah.
Beginning at a vertex.
Usually measured in degrees. Yeah, I'll tell you. Space usually measured in degrees between 2
or radians
lines or surfaces or close to the point where they meet in a triangle. Did you hear that, Brenda? Did you hear that, Brenda?
I'm sorry, I was briefly distracted.
Why are you saying ray? Is that because the ray can bend in a gravity field? Is that why you want to have to use Ray? Why can't you just concede the straight line?
Well, if I'm
Why
not
can't you
interrupted,
concede a ray as a straight line?
if I'm not interrupted, I can. If I'm not interrupted, I can explain it to you.
Oh, are those the same
No,
thing?
Array.
We've got the
array.
Up. No, post
Yeah,
the
I don't have
definition.
your chat
You
open.
saw.
I don't.
Yeah. Well,
I
I've
can do
got
this
the
in
definition.
I can do this with my eyes closed.
Well,
Right,
Brenda, calm down. You sound like a triggered
I'm
monkey.
trying to answer your questions.
These are really
You keep
good.
interrupting me as I'm trying to answer you.
Excuse me. Everybody
answer the
shut up a minute. Everybody shut
You
up.
keep
Be quiet.
interrupting me when I try to answer. Right? So the question was why raise? Because that's the definition of an angle. Now, it's a special thing in geometry. It starts at a point, a vertex, and continues out in a straight line. That's the definition of a ray. So an angle is
There
when
you go. You
two
just conceded
rays
straight line. You
is when
conceded straight line.
yeah, of course. An angle is two rays meeting at a vertex or a point. And it's the
Okay,
distance
that's
between
exactly
them.
what one deck is talking about. Wow, you were talking about nothing.
Yes, but if you hadn't over talked me
why
the
was
whole
I bringing
time,
it up?
we could have been through this already. If you people would learn some manners.
Well, no, you don't have to do the color commentary. I just sort of corrected it. So DJ,
So there are no triangles involved in just an angle. An angle is not a triangle. I know that you want to parrot Nathan's script.
no one's arguing with you. Yes.
So Brenda,
two angles, straight lines meeting a vertex.
So
Is an angle. Yeah.
Let's get back on
when
point.
you say raise,
Let's get back on point. Latitude is an angle measurement. It's two straight lines. No curvature involved.
It is. That's correct. A horizontal. It's the degree above the horizontal plane at your eye level.
Exactly. So there's no curvature involved when measuring latitude.
No, that was angle of elevation.
Yeah. So there's no curvature involved when measuring latitude.
That doesn't follow. Right.
No,
We're just talking about angle.
I'm pointing out a fact. No, let me finish, Brenda. I'll let you finish. I'm pointing out a fact. I'm going to stick to the fact that when measuring latitude, curvature is not used.
Yeah, that's false.
Show how it's false.
Because latitude is defined with reference to the Earth. It's the length of arc above an equator.
The distance was an elevation angle, mission angle. Oh,
elevation angles are just the degrees above a horizontal.
Yeah, and that will be the surface of Earth.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't. It isn't.
So when do you use the curvature of Earth to use your measurements?
You just said it is, Brendan.
No, I didn't say it was. No, the horizontal is at your eye level.
Forget horizontal.
The horizontal is at your eye level.
Forget horizontal.
You said latitude is a reference to Earth.
No, the horizontal is your eye level.
No, that's the line
it's
of sight.
90 degrees.
No, that's
it's
the line
90
of
degrees
sight.
from it's 90 degrees down from your vertical.
No, that's the line of sight to Polaris above the horizontal plane that you're standing on.
No.
The horizontal is a reference to Earth. The ground plane that you're standing on.
No,
horizontal is a reference to the surface of Earth.
No, it isn't.
Not?
Because
yes,
it's perpendicular
horizontal,
to your
parallel to the plane of the horizon.
No, it's perpendicular.
What's the horizon? The horizon is where
you know what the horizon is, Brenda.
Ground position meet the sky.
I'm not talking about the horizon. I'm talking about your horizontal.
Well, the horizon references the surface of Earth, and we're using the horizon as the horizontal.
No, you're not. No, we're not.
We are.
No, we're using the horizontal.
But it's still the fact remains that it is parallel to that plane of the horizon. The reference
No,
to
that's
Earth, the
false.
Earth reference that you said, latitude is a Earth reference. Yeah, you said it. You admitted.
Yeah,
You
yes,
conceded it already.
latitude is.
You
That we're
conceded
talking about
already.
elevation.
Yes, latitude. Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about elevation here.
Well, yeah.
Right? You're not getting, and the point you're not
Ground
getting.
plane is an elevation. That's zero. Ground plane
No.
is the Earth, right? That's the horizon. Ground
The
plane.
horizontal is
The
90
reference
degrees.
of horizontal to its parallelity with that plane. Yeah. Reference to Earth. You already conceded.
So you're referencing a horizontal line from your position, from the observer. It's perpendicular to your vertical, and it is not the same as the ground.
It's parallel to the ground plane. Yeah.
That's a claim. Can you prove that?
It's
yeah. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
And do you know what the horizon is?
Can you prove
Do you know what the horizon is? The horizon is a line at which the Earth's surface. Brenda, the horizon is a line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. It's referencing the Earth's surface.
It's not a line, it's a circle.
No, the definition is a line.
You can draw a
turn around
circle on a piece of
360
paper. It
degrees.
doesn't make the piece of paper a
Post
sphere.
the definition. Post the definition.
The horizon is a circle. You turn around 360 degrees.
Citation.
It's a circle.
Citation.
It's like standing in the middle of a hula hoop.
Post your proof. Post it.
Yeah, I don't have your chat open, so
a hula hoop. You're
a hula hoop.
hilarious.
Yes, a hula hoop. Hula hoop. Imagine a hula hoop at just below your eye level.
Your words. We need to see evidence. We need you to back your claim up. Post the citation.
I can do this with my eyes closed. So the horizon is just the hula hoop just below eye level.
Narnia.
And that's a circle. It's not a straight line.
Around your
Rub the
view.
lamppost. Rub the lamppost 3 times. The wardrobe door will open, and you'll go into Narnia. Just take my word for it.
Well, if it actually works, then that proves that Narnia is real.
Just believe, Brenda. Just believe everything I say.
No, if it actually works, then Narnia is real, isn't it? Right?
No,
and so ours works and yours
fucking
doesn't.
Idiot. You've just got yourself a model. That's all. You just come up with something. You don't even have a model for one, but you can just make the math. And you've said it like 5 times that you get your elevation off an angle off a flat plane. That's a proof in itself, Brenda. You can't have that. You can't do that in reality. So when you mix your fucking Narnia with reality, it doesn't work. You're just superimposing your shit on top of what reality is.
So let me have a floor for just a second. Elevation angle.
You're not going to do anything, Brenda. You've been around for years. You're a fucking moron.
Yes, just let me have a floor for a second here. Elevation angle is the degrees above a horizontal plane where the observer is standing. But that plane is not the ground. It's just an abstract. It's just an abstraction.
Is the observer standing not on the ground then?
Yeah, they're standing on the ground.
So what's it not got to do with the ground then?
The horizontal plane is not the ground.
That the observer's standing.
Hey Brenda,
on,
I put a meme
is that
for you in chat.
Where the observer standing?
Yeah,
that's the chat, Brenda.
Yeah, he's standing on the ground. He's standing on the ground. It's referencing horizontal. It's referencing elevation angles. It's Earth, mate. That's the surface of Earth. That's elevation angle.
Not.
You don't live on a globe, Brenda.
No, it's not, because the observer is standing on.
Brenda, you don't live on a globe, Brenda. You don't live on a globe, mate.
The observer is standing on the point that the plane and the Earth have in common.
No, it's not a point. An elevation angle is not a point. It's horizontal.
No, the plane.
The Earth curves up and down from horizontal. The Earth curves up and down from horizontal. The ground plane would be
you get
8 inches per mile squared down from horizontal.
The median.
Yes.
You know what median means?
The Earth curves down at 8 inches per mile squared from the horizontal plane you're standing on.
What? I thought you said that it was obstructed.
No,
like you could go in a circle.
Excuse me. Hang on a minute. No. Hang on a minute. No, there's no proof of Earth curve, Brenda, because we're explaining how it's measured flat, measuring latitude.
You haven't measured it flat at all.
No, you haven't got 8 inches per mile drop because it's measured flat.
No, we observe 8 inches per mile drop.
No, you don't observe it.
Yeah,
at all,
absolutely
because
we
it's
do.
measured-
That's the
No,
trouble. You never observed it, Brenda.
no,
You can't.
we measure it.
You don't even know if your
We
horizon
measure it.
metric. That's what
We
you
measure it flat, mate. Latitude.
So
Latitude
angles
is a
of
flat
elevation.
Earth measurement.
So angles of elevation
Latitude.
are the degrees above the horizontal plane at your feet, but that plane is not the same as the ground, but they share one point in common where you're standing at.
Yeah, and you've got no curvature proof yet, Brenda. You're talking about
Sure we do.
horizontal elevation
Ships
angles.
disappear
You
over the
sound like-
horizon.
you sound like a flat earther. Where's your globe proof?
Ships disappear over the horizon.
So yeah, that's an observation.
That's obstruction by curvature.
That's an observation, and it's your presumption.
Yeah. No,
So how
I
are you
can
gonna-
prove it with an
Okay, so-
observation.
So then, how is it measured?
Right.
The distance to the curvature? How do you
So
measure
the
that?
way that
distance
you
to
would
the
prove,
curvature?
no, I'm proving the phenomenon. The phenomenon is
No.
obstruction.
No, we'll go through it. I see a boat disappear. It gets further away. The boat's disappearing because the Earth's curved. So how can you measure to the curvature? How do you measure it?
So the way you would prove that it's obstruction by the Earth.
No, not prove it. How would you measure it?
I thought you wanted to do science. I thought you wanted to do science.
No, I wanted a measurement. Not
So
science.
what you do in science is you prove the phenomenon.
No,
right?
I don't want science. I don't want science. Don't want science. I want a measurement.
You don't want
You
science?
said
Well,
that-
then I'm not interested in talking to you.
don't want
You don't
it.
want
No, I'm not
science.
interested in
You
it.
just have a
No,
religious
no.
belief. You just
We're
have a
talking about
belief.
No, listen.
geometry. No,
You made a
we're
claim,
talking about
you made a
geometry. You're the
claim.
category error. We're talking
You just have a
geometry.
belief.
We don't need science.
If
We don't
geo-
need science.
Yeah,
It's
if
geometry.
you don't have science, you have just all you have is a belief.
It's geometry. No, we have
Brenda.
geometry. We
No,
have
no,
geometry
no,
actually,
it's
Brenda.
science.
That's
Brenda,
you're purely
you're a muppet.
illogical.
No, I'm purely
Yeah,
logical.
You're purely
You
illogical.
don't have
You're doing a
science.
classic
All
like
you have is a
I
belief.
assume this. If I see this, therefore what I assume is true.
No, I have a hypothesis.
You're a clown.
I have
No,
a
because
hypothesis.
we have that. It's called the black swan. You know about it.
No, I have
Maybe
a
you want to tell us how the black swan is actually your argument.
It's
How the Earth,
logically
we see the
fallacious.
Earth flat. How we see the Earth flat. Tell us how we see the Earth flat, but it's globe. Do it.
The black swan argument is fallacious. I debunked it a long time ago. I told Nathan he couldn't
do it
use
now.
it anymore.
Okay, do it. Okay, do it now.
Right. It commits several fallacies. It begs the question, and it commits
if your
a straw
logic
man
is
fallacy.
the basis of what a fallacy is, then I don't believe you because
Commits a straw
everything you
man
said has been a
fallacy
lot.
because it commits a
Straw
fallacy of
man
equivocation.
fallacy.
So it commits a fallacy of equivocation and a straw man
Equivocation with
fallacy.
what? With what? Okay.
It equivocates.
Okay, you said it. Details.
Yeah.
Details.
It equivocates between the geometric and the apparent horizon.
Okay, that's your argument.
Yeah.
Your argument
Excuse
is
me.
Your argument
Excuse
is
me.
we see things falling off the edge of our view, and that's not apparent because we never even claimed a geometry.
No, we were
To
talking
a
about
sphere shape
the
with
Nathan's black swan
8
argument.
inches per mile squared
Brenda,
that
the
you
horizon
had
is
previously
apparent.
stated. Like, what are you doing?
Brenda, the
It's
horizon is
abhorrent
apparent.
how you have a
No,
snake tongue. You say one thing and you mean something else. It's a
No,
lie. You're lying to
I was-
yourself. You're
I was
gaslighting
explaining-
only yourself. You're gaslighting
No
only
one's-
yourself.
No one's ever claimed a geometric horizon.
No, sure, of course we have.
It's apparent.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. No one's claimed
Wait,
a
I thought you
geometric
just said
horizon
it was.
ever.
The geometric and apparent horizons are two different things.
No, nobody's ever claimed a geometric horizon.
Yeah, it's defined
No, it's not. Where?
in the blue flashes in the green flashes website.
Put a definition of horizon. Put a definition of
Okay,
horizon.
the
up.
geometric. Well, then
And some
let me read.
superheroes website? What are you
Andrew
talking
J.
about? You're
Thomas.
appealing to Marvel Comics? What are you doing?
Andrew J. Thompson's Green Flashes website. It's nothing to do with Marvel, right? So a geometric horizon. Let me explain. A geometric horizon is that horizon you would see if there was no atmosphere on Earth.
Okay, so that's great. So what you're telling us is that nobody has ever seen a boat be obstructed from view by the physical Earth curvature.
Oh no, we see it all the time.
So there is a physical geometric horizon that boats go over.
Well, of course, it's an objective reality. Yeah.
Is the horizon we see boats go over the physical geometric horizon, or is it the apparent
horizon? That's the horizon.
So we don't see that boats go over the physical geometric horizon.
Sure, that's why they're obstructed.
You're all over the place.
This will go on all day, dude.
I'm making a distinction that you're not picking up on. Right? So the apparent horizon is the horizon we see because of refraction. So you just make an adjustment. You can make it, and there are tables, right, in survey, in celestial navigation.
What are you adjusting? What adjustment to what? You're adjusting what you see.
Standard
refraction. What are you adjusting it to? Not to standard refraction. What are you adjusting it to? No, it's not. No, that you're missing the. You're not picking up the subtle nuance that I'm putting in. You're not picking up on the subtle nuance. Like, what is it that you're adjusting? You're having to adjust for the curvature.
That's all you do. You just
literally, that was the joke.
Parrots don't actually understand the words that they say.
Your own logic is fallacious, and so I'm making fun of how stupid you are by pointing out that what are you adjusting? You're adjusting. You're bringing out the radius of your globe, and and what are you adjusting? You're adjusting the size of your globe, Tar.
No,
that's what you're doing, globe Tar.
We're making adjustments for standard refraction.
And you're adjusting what for standard refraction? And what does standard refraction adjust? It adjusts the geometric claim that you have. You have no claims. You have no claims whatsoever.
Well, you don't let me talk. That's because you're so triggered.
You've spoken up. You've spoken up.
That's right. Standard refraction. Standard refraction mathematically adjusts the size of the Earth to explain why it looks so flat.
It doesn't adjust the size of the
Earth. Yes, it does. 7 over 6r is the formula. It's that simple.
No, it's not.
You inflate the Earth's size by about 16.7%. This is a bit larger than the K factor introduced by Gauss in the late 1800s, where he only used a 13% inflation factor. And you know what? Optics have improved considerably since the 1800s. We can see much further on a regular basis. Today, they tend to use refraction correction as high as 27% increase over Earth's radius. Isn't that something? None of this is ever observed. There's no known mechanism for the terrestrial refraction that is claimed to exist anyway. Now, if you can provide evidence for that, physical evidence in an empirical way and not a mathematical way, I would appreciate that very much.
Right. So you could just go to mctoon/refraction.
Good Lord, I've already been there 100 times. It's your turn to present.
Yeah. So then you understand.
You present.
Then you understand that 1 over 6, 7 over 6.
Yeah, I do understand. I just schooled you on it. Goodbye, Brenda. Have a nice day.
That thing has a snake tongue. Just will say one thing.
Hey, watch it. Watch it.
Yeah, just it's evil. Snake tongue. Brenda,
I just couldn't stand the audio chaos for so long. I've been sitting here tuning in and out, and it's just been like a food fight the whole time, even on our side. So anyway, carry on, folks. I'm just your local friendly police officer checking in.
Yeah, well, we have it handled. Brenda was.
I heard you slinging insults and stuff. It was uncalled for.
There was no insults. There was no insults.
All right, you can stay on mute too. Freaking liar.
Either we're going to see things be obstructed from view by the actual physical geometric curvature of the Earth, which would be defined by their horizon. The horizon we see would be the physical geometric Earth curve. Or we're seeing them
you guys deleted my picture.
Be obstructed by some sort of illusion?
Yeah, consider that, right? I mean, nothing you see is real. That really comports to this whole postmodern ethos, right? Where what's right for me is my truth and what's right for you is your truth, even though they are diametrically opposed to each other. So, with all this relativism, why do they even bother arguing something so absolute with us? It's brain rot. I wouldn't entertain it. I realize there's some silence here while we try to recalibrate.
It's all a mirage. It's nothing real.
Right.
Nothing
What's
is
funny is
real.
like standard refraction is never actually observed. It's so hilarious. It's like nobody's actually been able to go out and say, yep, that's we see about 16.7% further than normal today. Yep, standard refraction, that's standard. Never happened. I can present papers here where they've done all these like LiDAR scans throughout the day and night and in various locations, and they're measuring the amount of refraction present and in some cases it's like negative refraction, in other cases it's positive refraction. It's ridiculous.
Predict it. I'd like one time for them to predict it, not post-dict it,
Yeah, that's another point.
Once they see an observation that's way too far, they go, oh, let me just take this little slider button. Oh yeah, it matches right here.
Yeah, and that's funny because Walter Bislin's app, his app isn't even simulating rays of light. His app is basically a gigantic lookup table, a spreadsheet in the background of pre-sorted values. It's not simulating any ray paths of light. So, if you just got to ask, well, where'd you get that spreadsheet from in the background, Walter, with all your pre-computed values?
A bunch of idiots and well, here's your I got this little slider that makes you look smarter. Like, no, that guy's retarded, man. He can't even answer a question. Like, no, look, I got this little slider. He's smart. He's really smart. I just slide this little thing right up here, and he's super smart now. I don't know.
How much refraction you need? I got a pocket full of refractions here. Let's go behind the dumpster here. You need some refractions, man?
I got all the refraction you need. It's uncut. It's uncut.
7/6R, baby. I got 20/3R refraction, dude. It's brand new. 20/3R's freaking long wave radiation. Yeah, it goes forever.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, the funny thing is like in radio and antenna theory, they also use standard refraction for microwave frequencies, 4/3R, because the radar horizon is a bit further than the visible light spectrum horizon. So that just tells you it's wavelength dependent. And as you get longer wavelengths, they apply greater and greater refraction corrections, all the way down to like VLF or something, where it's like 200/6R. I mean, I'm kind of joking, but that's the point. That's how you get like the Marconi wireless transmission at a very low frequency going 10,000 miles all the time. It's frequency and power dependent, among other things, of course, but big part of it's that. Sorry, like I said, I just wanted to come in and be a traffic cop. I didn't intend to give any lectures today. I've got a whole bunch of stuff to do, but I'll be listening.
That radar visible horizon stuff, though, is hella interesting, mate. If you got any literature or references you can send my way, that'd be awesome.
I can recommend you pick up like an amateur radio license study guide and just rip through that. That's probably the quickest way to learn about radio. The most hands-on, practical. Like, let's strip out all the theoretical garbage and go with what works. These ham radio books are good. I've got a general license.
Awesome stuff, man. This has always been one of those things that has always caught my heavy attention when we're talking about signal propagation across the Earth and how the signal propagation wouldn't work on a curved surface. So, yeah, when we're talking about visible horizons and radar horizons and limitation of signal propagation, that doesn't fit the curvature of the Earth. Yeah,
that's right. They've done the studies with like electron density of a radio signal broadcasting out to like a target antenna, and there's supposed to be a drop rate, right, for a curvature that's expected, and it's not present in anything. And actually, it comports to planes. Early antenna theory was based off of propagating radio mathematically, drawing out the models using half planes representing the Earth.
Sorry, what planes did you say? Half planes?
Yeah, they call them half planes, kind of like Gaussian surfaces.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, stepping out, listening. Thank you, Jedi.
No worries, man. Have a good day. Speak to you soon.
Oh, hey, what's going on?
Hey, buddy, what's up? Yeah, what's up? Oh, it's gone.
Yeah, no patience.
Oh, well, I can understand that.
Adam.
Good evening.
Hello, sorry, I thought it was broken. I thought the sound was gone, but I guess it's just a quiet room. Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Oh, hello.
Where's your working model?
A working model?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
How do you do stuff with it?
A working model
Yeah, of the flat Earth.
of the flat Earth.
This is the flat Earth channel,
What do you
right?
mean? Most every model
Dude,
you
so
of
so
the
I
flat
was
Earth.
walking.
What are you
I was
talking about?
well, I was walking down the street the other day, and I went through like one of those cute little river bridges, and it had like a sphere
Levels.
looking.
There's a lot of levels.
Mm,
Oh yeah, and
yeah,
then the sphere coming out of the level ground, like in the pool. That was cool.
yeah, yeah,
And the
and
water was like dripping down it, like a waterfall.
Oh, the water
Oh wow!
down. That's
Now
what
you
you
want to know
yeah.
about the physics? Yeah, the physics of the water dripping down it. It drips down it.
So we're gonna bring
Yeah.
gravity
You
into
know
the
what's happening is that when the water molecules are traveling so fast that when it hits the downslope of the sphere, the reason it dips in is because of the
Oh,
aerodynamics. The water is traveling so
but
fast.
does
It's
that work?
creating a low pressure system that's drawing it in.
But
Really wonderful stuff.
does that
Beautiful.
work with Down syndrome or any kind of? I'm like
Yeah, I
mentally. I have a
think somebody would be
retardation.
able to appreciate a fountain in a park. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
How is that the best that you have? Like, you need to know about the physics of this fountain, and then now all of a sudden there's some dysfunction that you're trying to let us know you have. I don't know. I don't
I
know how to
never.
help you. Maybe you should seek. You
No,
should go to like a Down syndrome like
no,
specialist group, or if
no.
you need direction
Sir.
for what
Hey,
you need to
sir,
do in life.
sir.
Madame.
Pay attention to me right now. What I'm about to say is going to make things a little bit more clear. Okay? I don't kill people. I'm not a fucking criminal. Okay? I don't know.
Do you realize what the topic of the room is? The room is 24/7. The Earth is measured flat. Like, what are you doing? Like, I don't care
Well,
about your criminal history. Like,
no.
maybe if you're trying to warn me of your criminal history, then you should probably be left out of the room.
Well, no, because I'm trying to talk about it. I started with something.
What are you trying to talk about?
And then
You're trying to talk about your criminal history now.
No, I was talking about that one day. I was walking down the park. This is related to flat Earth, and I went through those cute little river bridges, and it had like this parabolic
It was arched. It was arched.
It was arched. It was arched.
Okay.
I've never seen an arched.
You walked over. You've never
yeah.
seen an arch before. You're just
No.
now like the Greek. What are the Romans? They're famous for their arches that they build for the aqueducts, transporting running water to the city. I don't know. Maybe you just this isn't a history sort of forum.
I know that.
Hey guys, guys, I got a question
the
for
Earth
you.
is
This
flat.
is the biggest question you could ever be asked, ever. At which do you most can't the least?
I just can't.
That's a non sequitur.
True.
You're being blocked. I'm muting you.
They did do that to me. No, they do that to me. There's confusion because I will rebuke a liar, and simply my definition of a lie is being fallacious in logic. And so it's not a question of like, did you mean or not mean to be a liar? Like that's not the question. The question is the lie.
The least.
Here
There's
is
an
the lie.
easy answer to that. There's no
And so
lie
if you
there.
didn't mean to lie, that doesn't mean that you're not lying. That doesn't mean you're a liar.
I'm asking you a simple question. There's a simple answer to this.
There isn't.
You don't know language.
Okay, well, you're testing me. Yeah, you don't know logic then, because that would be a fallacious argument.
This is a logical.
You've just said I don't know language. Well, I know
At
I'm
which do
using
you
language.
most can't the least?
You're just being ridiculous. No,
I'm not being ridiculous.
I would say I know what a term used in application is it's called level. It's very simple. You would be confused. You would think that would mean a ball. Like
Let
that's
me
what
ask
you
you this:
think. It's a
At
ball.
which do you
And
most
that's very
can't the
weird
least?
to me, and I want you to explain that to me. Why do you think level is a ball?
Level is a ball. What do you mean level is a ball?
You
That's the
think
question
that.
you're asking me?
You're the gravity worshiper. You're the gravity worshiper.
Gravity worshiper.
Tell me about your god gravity. I want you to tell me about your god gravity and where you see it.
I don't believe in God.
Well, no, you do. You believe in gravity, right? That's your god.
I don't believe
that
in
you.
gravity. I accept
That's
its
your
application.
creator. No, well, the definition of God would be the creator, right?
God, gravity is not a create. It doesn't create anything. Well, it creates injuries if you jump from stuff. I guess you could say.
Yeah, you're a gravity worshiper, and
Really?
we're just saying.
So you don't think
Show me your God.
you don't
Show
think
me your God.
you don't believe
Your
in
God,
gravity? Do
secular
you
theist,
don't accept
secular
that
theist,
big
worshiper
things
of
collect
gravity?
small things?
How many thetans do you have? Did you get you held the cans and you got clear with all the thetans?
How many midichlorians
possessing your
is in your
body?
blood?
Yeah, this is your glow belief.
Glow
Yeah, tell me,
belief.
measure
That's
it.
a good one. I
Measure.
like
Show me your measured cartoon belief that you have such faith in.
cartoon. Oh, there's lots of terms.
It's religion.
throw
There's
around
cartoons. You can use cartoons as propaganda for your religion.
Cartoon
Yeah, of course.
propaganda.
Yeah, of course.
All right. So if you don't believe in gravity, why can't you fly?
What do you mean? What believe in? What? What are you talking about? Believe in this concept, this term that you use, like it means something. What are you talking about? Do
So
I believe in it or not?
you're not much of a
I don't.
pragmatist, are you?
I'm not a Protestant. I'm not a
No. A
whatever your religion
pragmatist.
you're in. You're a secularist, globe gravity worshiper. I'm not I'm not
How
a
old are you?
Pentecostal. I'm not a Baptist. I'm not a gravity.
Are you like
worshiper.
16 years old?
Yeah. Now we're still referencing a.
I'm trying to figure out your life
elevation
experience
angle.
here.
So every year, yes, this is a flat Earth proof. And so we'll be doing an elevation angle and
You don't
determining
fly,
the
do you?
angle
Have
to
you ever
our
been up in the
sun.
air?
I do fly. Yes, flight.
Do you know how to navigate?
Direct flight on flat Earth? See, what we do actually in reality is we fly direct and level. That's what we do.
No,
and you better hope that
we
your
don't
pilot
fly level.
understands
I
that.
don't know what you're fucking
Because
talking
then they
about.
would be trying to account for a ground rapidly dropping from underneath them.
You
at
don't know
47
how
feet
lift
a second.
works.
I know exactly how lift works.
Oh yeah, then
I
explain
explained
it to
to
me.
you I explained it to you in the very beginning. The low pressure, why the water was succumbing to the
What
curvature
does
of the
water
ball at
have
the
to do with
fountain.
lift?
Yes, because the
No, don't
force
yes me. Are you drunk?
of the force of the low pressure
You're
with
high,
the high
aren't you?
pressure, the low pressure and the high pressure.
All right, I can't have an
Kept the
adult
water.
conversation with you because I
It's
think you're
Pascal's
under
law.
the
It's
influence of
Pascal's
something.
principle.
Yeah, you've been
No,
smoking.
clearly you don't know what you're talking about. We're talking about Pascal's principle.
Yeah, like water.
Pascal's
Clearly,
principle. Now you want to talk about Fiboli's.
Fiboli's.
Yeah. So we were talking about Pascal's principle. Now you're talking about Fiboli's, and it's
I don't
still
know.
an example
I don't know
of a high
what you're
pressure
talking
system
about.
and a
You
low
guys are
pressure system, and you
All
are
right.
clearly having a good time trolling, but it's like you see how you failed every time. You came in here with such confidence, and
Have
was
I
just
failed?
succumbed and failed every single
You've been talking
moment
for
you
the last
spoke.
10 minutes straight.
Clearly
Have
don't
I
know what you're
failed?
talking about. Yes, you failed.
Yeah. How did I fail?
Well, because you presented your illogical worldview, and it was totally
Illogical?
demolished.
I didn't present my worldview. Do you even
Yes,
know what a
your
worldview
gravity
is?
worship. This is what you have to do for your gravity worship. You can't talk about how
I
there's
think you're
such thing as
projecting.
horizontal.
That's what
You
you're
can't talk
doing
about
here.
so there's such thing as horizontal. You want to talk about horizontal? Tell me.
You mean
What
the
do you think
concept of a
level
straight
is?
line?
Tell me what level is.
Level. What do you mean level?
See, this is
Define.
what the globe. This is what the globe has. They're very confused.
Are we?
Very confused.
Yeah.
Level. This is why we make it very simple for you. We dumb it way down. Just level. That's
I know
it.
this could. I know this is a shocker, but Earth is round. I can prove that.
Okay, prove it.
Okay, I'll prove to you why Earth is round. Just googling it. See, the planet is
Okay,
round.
well, you haven't done
Planet's
anything.
gravity pulls
You will
equally
never
all
do
sides. But
anything
they're saying
until you remove the delusion from your whole person. Like, this permeates you people. This is why you're so desperate and pathetic. Like, it permeates you. You're constantly like, I have to prove this delusional shit. It's like, I can just be like, hey, just open your eyes, hold your hand out straight. My proof is done. You have to pretend like you're going to Antarctica and shit. Like, you are pathetic. Your worldview is based on pure belief and imagination. I think it's very
And yours
pathetic, and I think
isn't?
it is detrimental to you people.
Yours
And I think
isn't?
I'm just here to let you know.
All right, let me ask you this: what would happen if the Earth was a globe?
Happen if you stop talking.
Like
nothing would happen. Nothing would happen. You worship gravity. You worship gravity. Nothing
Do you know what
would
worship
ever happen.
means?
There wouldn't be the first. There wouldn't be the first molecule of gas
It's proven.
ever present in the atmosphere.
It's proven that things fall towards the center of mass. Same thing as water. Gravity is like a vector.
What do you?
pulling down
Mass is
center.
imaginary. Gravity is imaginary. You're just saying imaginary things.
And you don't
You're
believe
just saying
in
imaginary
space.
things.
Space is imaginary. So
No,
satellites are
space
imaginary.
is volume. You
So we're not even
occupy
talking
space.
to each other right
Space
now
is volume.
because that can't happen.
You say space. You don't mean actual volume. You mean some other conceptual thing. You're a relativist. Like, you think this other law of nature exists outside of what we all experience.
You
What we
still didn't
all
answer
have
my
a
question,
common
dude.
objective experience
You
in.
still can't
You
answer
think
my
there's
question.
something else.
To prove everything
That's
requires a
your
proof.
special pleading
why is
belief.
Earth
Not mine.
At which
Your
you
burden.
can't the
Come on,
least.
prove it. Prove it, no balls.
It's your burden, not mine. You failed abysmally.
Prove why Earth is flat.
Your religion is a joke. Everybody's laughing. We all know what the joke is. And the
Hey, let me
punchline
ask you
is
this: do you believe in
the
talking
punchline
snakes?
is you're gonna go and you're gonna do whatever you want to do. Like, that's the punchline. Like,
Hey,
not a big deal. I don't know why you're so
into
upset.
the break. Do you believe in talking snakes?
I do not believe in talking.
Yeah, I think we had a couple of them on earlier
think
in the chat.
I don't think it
So
makes
yes,
sense.
Okay, so you believe
How's
in
that?
talking
How does that
snakes?
tie to the Earth being flat?
Well, because apparently in the Bible it says it's flat.
really?
Well, like,
can you show? Does it?
Not believe science?
I mean, it depends on your interpretation.
Does it say that? Does it say that?
It doesn't actually explicitly say that, and it doesn't actually explicitly say it's a globe either. It's up to your interpretation. I'm asking you
what
what you
religion are
believe
you?
in.
What religion are you? Why do you have interpretations of the Bible? What religion are you? What interpretation?
I'm not. I'm an atheist.
You're
I don't
not.
give a fuck.
So you have interpretations of the Bible, and you have no religion. So what your interpretations are
asking
based
you what
on
your
the toilet paper that
interpretation
you wipe with your ass, and then you looked at it and read it.
I've
What
actually
are
done
you
that
talking
before.
about?
I've actually wiped my ass with some Bible pages
I
before.
bet you
I've
have.
done that. Yeah.
Bet you. You seem like the type.
Yeah, I totally am.
You're sick.
I'm awesome.
Ooh. In an objective world where there's such thing as imaginary things that aren't
Objective?
real.
Define objective.
Oh, yeah. Object.
You define objective.
Touch it. Object here. Objective. Like,
Is
very
there
easy.
is there objective morality?
Object. Boom. Yeah, absolutely. That's all there
What
is.
do you mean, absolutely?
There's only true statements. You can only be true, right? You can be wrong.
And if I can only be true, then I'm right and you're wrong.
If it's not true, every bit of gray is all untrue.
So you're
true. Every
the
bit of
gradient
gray
of truth.
Yeah,
Roar,
light.
when's the last time you
dark.
stole something? Roar,
On,
when's the last
off.
time you stole something?
What's that?
When's the last time you stole something from someone?
Oh, I haven't done that in a long time.
Why
Oh,
not?
wow.
I thought there was an objective truth. I thought stealing wasn't objective.
It's not.
So you don't steal because you know it's bad, right?
I just don't want to fuck people over. That's all.
Exactly. So
I've got empathy, you know.
You're already going in circles, bro. Nice
Well,
work.
and there's also the threat of punishment, right?
Well, see
Is
that
there?
no, that's the real thing. You see, I believe foundationally I have a reason to seek truth, and I don't feel like you as
And what is the truth?
a gravity worshiper. I don't feel like you have a reason to even seek truth.
Yeah, you're right. I don't.
And that's why
You
your
don't have a
opinions are
moral.
false.
You don't have a moral
Because you're
ethical
not even
claim
seeking
to
the
even
truth.
what is a true statement.
At which
What
do
is
you
a
most
statement of truth?
These two people are flatterers.
No, we use actually the same ethics that we've been using for the last 100 years, building civilizations with a moral ethical
this one is
justice
just
You know,
system.
there are
based
civilizations
on
that were built for thousands of years
based on
that
the
like have
Reformation,
no
based on
concept
the
of
Reformation,
what you're
the
talking about.
Enlightenment. We had the Enlightenment, the Reformation. We build technology. We have civilizations. Here, all think you that you can just kiss. You can just kiss the the Christian cross because all of your ethics that you based in Western civilization,
Oh,
and
here
all
you
this
go.
justice
You're a
system is based
presuppositionalist, aren't you?
in this Christian system. Yeah, I do. I do appreciate the giants, that you're standing on, or maybe the foundations of sand that you seem to be standing on.
Are you high right now?
Are you about to enlighten me on take me on this prophetic trip of
No,
how
I'm asking
the
you if you're under
globe
the
is based
influence
on
of an
subjective
intoxicant of some kind.
experience and how it's actually spinning at 1,000 miles an hour? I would say supersonic speed, but then they say, oh, but there's an imaginary place where there's no medium, so there's no supersonic, so it's spinning at 1,000. So I love to say supersonic because then it gets into the minutia of the medium.
You ever been in a car before?
The medium is the message, isn't it?
If you're driving and you're in a car or you're like in a passenger or something, you've been on a train or anything that's moving?
Wow.
No?
I've been on a bike and I jumped a ramp and that was fun.
Yeah, I bet you did. You didn't break a wrist, did you? Unfortunately. You should have.
Well, I think everybody that does stuff like that breaks their wrist a couple times. Doesn't hold you back. What do you think? That's
I'm
you
trying
broke
to
your
figure
wrist,
out if you have
you
any
bumped an end or
understanding
something?
of physics against your body.
Physics against
Okay.
Explain, elaborate, please.
You guys know
Explain
what
the definition
inertia
of
is, right?
Inertia, yes. Yeah. And
Yeah, see, I would
elaborate.
say I jumped the ramp, so I was the one that broke I wouldn't put it on anybody else. You're trying to put it on this imaginary god, gravity. You're like, oh, put all your demons, all your bad things that
I
happen.
don't
That's
think
just
gravity is a
gravity.
god.
When you jump, when you're
gravity is a
riding your
god. I don't
bike,
think anyone worships gravity. What
yeah,
debate
nobody worships gravity. I don't know what he's talking about. But anyway, hey, so
No,
when
you
you're
do
when you're
worship
on a
gravity.
jump,
You have to think life for gravity.
what?
Yeah, your Einstein whole religion. You don't even. You're defending a religion you don't even know that you're in. This is what is
Do
most
you know what a
pathetic about
religion
all you
is?
globetards.
Globetards. That's fucking hilarious. All
Wow.
right, so
I'm
please
sorry. I
tell
meant to
me
say
that you just
globites.
do
I'm
you
sorry. I
vote?
didn't mean to say that. My apologies. I meant to
you
say
vote?
globites because I think you're neo-Luddites.
Are
Because
you
you
old enough
believe
to
the
vote?
fashion of the 1600s when they had umbrella globes that they would
All
just be
right, I'm
twirl
gonna leave
around.
because you
Like,
guys,
look at
I
the
just
day.
can't. I'm getting stupider just listening to you.
Hey, Roar.
You're
When you were
confusing
going to talk
yourself.
about your car and your train, are those cars and trains, are they inside of a container?
No,
Okay, so show me the last train that's
they
ever been
are
built
the
that
container.
has a convertible.
What?
Does a train have a ceiling or is it open?
Well, there are trains that have cars that are open.
Passenger trains? Would they ever have
Are they
a
windy?
ceiling? Would they ever have a ceiling that has an opening on a train?
Yes.
There are trains that have that are completely open. Yes.
Okay,
What's your
so
point?
do that.
I've been on one.
What happens when it slows down or stops?
Then you feel
Then
it.
everything in the train stops.
Okay, you feel it.
You feel deceleration and
What
acceleration.
happens if
But
there's like
that's
a
it.
hump?
You feel it. You feel the change in
Oh
motion.
wow, you feel it? Oh
Yeah.
wow.
If the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, you're not able to feel it because you're in a constant motion.
So you do
Yeah,
think?
when you're
Oh,
spinning so
Can
fast,
we
that
put
you
this on
don't feel it.
pause? Sorry, guys. Can we just put this on pause for 1 moment? Can everyone just like be quiet just for a second? For a few seconds. Sorry, there was someone making strange noises in the background. There was like
Yeah,
someone was
thank you for taking care of that.
I was just trying to see who it was so I could mute them. Oh, good. Sorry, continue.
And they just proved the point that to prove the globe, you just have to imagine and do these dirty things. It's like it's disgusting. Like I don't know why anybody would want to resort to it. I looked at for the final experiment. There's like 20 Glovers going with 2 flat earthers to this thing, and it's like we already have the doctored videos. Like you don't have to go doctor anymore. We already have like doctored ones. Like what is this? Like, and it's just a weird thing that people want to talk about it, and I'm talking about it because that's the best you have. That's it. You can't accept reality. You have to go all the way to Antarctica.
What is reality then? Tell me.
Yeah,
what
you have to go all the way to Antarctica to prove that what you experience all the way there isn't real, and it's like you're actually spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. And then then you slowly go up. Like as you go up, this will be the fun part. You should measure. You should put the do the Foucault pendulum there. They don't want to do anything. They want to do their thing. I asked them, hey, what kind of core depth are you gonna get? I want to see what the core depth is. That location. I guess the core depths have already been done. I further researched it. But he was confused. He thought I was talking about. He was like, "Oh, I'm going to think about it like I'm a flat earther," and then he imagined the most retarded shit. And it's like, "No, Duffy, dumb fuck, you are the retard. You're imagining retard shit. We're talking about real things done in reality. This is all you globe people have is to imagine things that aren't real. It's pathetic and it's moronic. Yeah."
Yeah,
And
we
so
don't
that
have
wouldn't
satellites.
that
We
wouldn't
can't
be
communicate
being
because we
vicious
don't
and
have
mean to you. I'm
satellites.
just saying, like, can't you do better? Can't you do any better? Like, come up with something better.
Define better.
Actually doing what you want to. Let's define accomplishing first, right? So you've never accomplished any verification or validation for your gravity worship.
So gravity doesn't
I would like
exist.
for you. Gravity does not exist. Gravity is a concept.
Right. All right.
But
So what holds us
cannot
down? Then?
cause. Concepts
Why is it that
cause.
when you go on a bike jump, you come down? What is that?
I
What
went
do you call
on
that?
a bike jump. I went on a bike jump.
Yeah.
I call
So
that bike jumping. I call
right.
that
So
surfing.
like when you
I call
go on the
that
jump and you go up
skiing,
and then you come
snowboarding,
back down, what do you call that?
roller coasters.
Do you have a word for that? What do you call that, flat earther? What do you call that?
A displacement.
down.
Yeah. What?
What?
Your measurement from up and down.
But what makes you come
That's
back
your
to the
displacement.
ground?
What would you? Why
Your
would you think?
displacement.
Just go straight up. Like when you go on a jump, why don't you just keep going up? Why do you come
Why
back
would you
down?
think? Why would you think that would happen?
I'm asking you.
No,
why
your
would you?
question is
Why would you
incoherent.
think that we would just float
Well, we don't
in the
float.
first place? I
I'm
know.
just so what do you call that
That's the
when you
whole
come
point.
back
What do you
down to the
call that?
ground?
Not floating. Not floating.
Not floating. Okay, so
Yeah.
instead of gravity,
Not
you
flying.
just say
We can
not
actually
floating.
fly. We can
All right.
fly.
Why
We
would you
can
expect
actually
to
fly.
float?
So you You don't have a
Why
word
would you
for
expect to float?
the force that pulls you to the
How
ground?
about density, Roar? How about density? Does that work for you? Density? You're
What
more
about
dense than the air around you, so you fall, just like if you're in water.
why do we fall because of density?
Well,
Because
no,
you
if
weigh
you were
more
in
than
water,
the
you would
environment
float up.
around you, man.
Well, why do
You
you
would float
fall
up
due to
unless you
gravity?
swallowed water.
Well, gravity's just a word. It's like a concept
Oh,
to
it's just a
explain the
word.
fall.
It's just a concept. Oh, okay. I
It's
get you.
nomenclature. It's
I mean,
nomenclature
it's
for why
language,
things
right?
fall to
That's
the
the
ground.
problem, right?
Language. So
Yeah.
down.
Well, the
so
problem.
we can just replace gravity with down, and that's the same.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what you guys are doing?
Well,
You
it is
can't
down,
point to
isn't
what
it?
gravity is. I can say this
So
has weight.
so am I
I can say
worshiping
this has
down? Is that
barometric
what you're
pressure.
saying?
You can't point
Why
to
are
what
you
gravity.
worshipping gravity? What do you
Am I
mean?
worshiping down?
Are you worshipping gravity?
I mean, I can swap the word out if you want. I don't care.
Well, who's worshipping gravity though?
I guess I am because that's what he
You are.
said.
He is the gravity worshiper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I worship
You're
gravity.
putting
But
you're putting a
I can
mysterious
change the
force.
name though, because like
You're putting
it's
you're
not
putting a
dogma.
mysterious force. Yeah, well, that's all you have. The only thing that you have is the direction of down. That's all you have, dude.
Well, what do you have?
Down. Exactly the same.
Hey,
Yeah, we
Roar.
use plumb level.
Roar,
You know.
let me ask you a question. How does staying on the ground when you jump, you fall down, turn into planets turning into spheres and an environment that you've never seen before?
What do
How
you
does
mean I've never
gravity
seen
do that?
before? You don't think I've seen it?
You've seen a planet be
You've seen
formed
gravity?
over billions of years? You've seen solar systems be formed from gravity because of space-time and
I don't even
That would
think
be
you
weird.
believe in space. So, I mean, this is kind of a mute issue.
No, it's your
because
argument.
you use gravity, and
It's my
gravity is
I didn't
able
bring an
to do
argument.
all
I'm
of-
asking you guys.
Gravity is able.
When I came in here, I
gravity-
asked you what's your working model, and nobody gave me one.
Calm down. Do you have one? Do you have a working model?
Yeah, the globe.
Yeah, that's not
That's-
a working model, dude.
That's
It actually
toy
works
on
quite
a-
well.
That's a toy on a
Well, how
desk,
do,
dude.
okay, go. How does it work? Go ahead.
How does it work? What do you mean? How does it work? What aspect are you asking
Well,
about?
you just said I've got a working model, so how does it work?
Well,
Go
then
ahead.
ask me a question that I can answer you with.
Well, you should be able to answer if you've
model.
got a working model, don't you?
Well,
You
I'm
said you had a
asking.
sign.
I
Are you
came in
wait,
here. I'm asking you guys, and
Do
nobody.
you
gave
know
me.
that there's
Yeah,
a difference
okay,
between a
this is
scientific
how the-
model
Okay,
and
so
like a
so here's the
toy?
thing.
This
A
is
All
toy
how
you
the
had
model?
to
conversation.
say. All
This is
you
how the
had to
conversation
say.
goes. Yeah. So
No,
you
Well, make
this is
sure
not
he
how
knows
it
the
goes.
difference.
okay,
All
Make
you
sure he
had.
knows
asked
the.
for a working.
No, hold on. Stop. Do you
Hang
know the
on.
difference?
You asked for a working model, right? You asked for a working model. We say we
Yeah.
don't have one, and
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
asking you, do you have a working model? And you
Oh,
said,
so
yeah,
you're switching.
yeah, the
Look,
globe.
look, I asked you a question, and you answer it with a question.
No,
That's
I
fun.
said no. We don't have a working model.
Oh,
But do
okay.
you
So
have
you
a
don't have a
working model?
working model. You don't.
Yes. So that's
Right.
then I
So you
then
can't
I asked
explain
you,
how we can fly from A
hey,
to B,
dude, if you
going
talk, yeah,
under the fucking
hey, if you
hemisphere.
talk
You can
over the
go
top of me,
across
I'm going to
the
press
No, we can do
Antarctica.
that easy.
right?
Oh yeah.
Not
Oh,
under.
can
Right?
you
We
now?
can make this
Do you have
easy.
any
We can
idea
turn
how
this
much
into
fuel
an easy
costs would be
conversation.
on a disc
Excuse
world?
me, dude.
You have any fucking idea? You don't.
Okay, we can have an easy conversation or we can have a difficult one. It's up to you, man.
I'd
I'll be
rather have a
quite
difficult
respectful.
one because
You'd
it's
rather have a
obviously
difficult
too
one?
easy for me.
Okay, so it's okay. What's too easy for you?
Asking you questions and not getting straight answers.
Okay, we gave you a straight answer. We don't have a working model. So I asked you, do you have a working model?
Yeah, the globe.
Okay, present your working model.
Well, you're gonna have to give me a question that I can answer with it.
No, you've got a working model. Just present the working model.
The globe.
Yeah, present the working model.
We live on a oblate spheroid.
Present it.
What do you mean?
How
You want
it
me to like
works.
give you a fucking
How it-
PowerPoint presentation? What do you want?
No, just simply how
You want
everything
me to
works
link some
and how
YouTube videos? What do you want?
You're
You want me?
doing it again,
You want to give you some Wikipedia links?
Okay.
What do you want?
No,
Yeah.
I want your presentation on your working model of the globe. Since you're laughing at the flat earthers for not having a working model, we'd like to see what you're laughing at when you present yours.
Yeah, you're just basically trying to
Well,
switch.
no, no,
I'm
your
not
problem is
switching the
he
burden.
doesn't
You
know.
already asked if we had a working model, and I said no.
Then the
So I'm just
conversation
know what the
is
difference
So I
between a
asked you, I said,
scientific
do you
model
have a
is
working
and what
model?
a toy model is. So the
Okay,
globe
I
is
said,
not a
do you have a working
scientific
model?
model.
Hey, into the break. You're going to have to
So
stop that,
well,
dude.
basically, what you're saying is that you guys are like hyper skepticisms. Hyper
Okay,
skeptic.
so this is how it's going to go. I'm trying to get a working model off you because you claimed you have a working model.
Yeah,
That's
the
all.
globe.
That's all I'm trying to do. Okay, present your working model.
We live on a globe.
Present it.
There it is.
Where?
All right, Roar, let me
You're
ask you
on
a
it.
question. Roar, you want a
Where?
question? Let me ask you one.
Everywhere.
Does your model spin?
Yeah.
Okay. So it spins. So the ground underneath me is spinning. Is that right?
We all spin with it.
Okay. So let me ask you a question about your model. If I have a helicopter and I float that helicopter 5 miles off the ground and I wait for my destination underneath me to get to me after 8 hours, will that happen?
When you have an ant on your arm and you swing your arm, and an ant jumps and still lands on your arm, what does
Okay,
that
let me
mean?
ask you a question.
No, I
If
just
I'm
got
in
you.
a
You're dead.
if I'm in
I
a
got
helicopter,
you. I just shot you down. You don't
if
even
I'm in a
realize.
helicopter, if I'm in a helicopter
You're
and
dead.
I
got
stay over a
You're
particular
dead.
area,
I might as well mute you now because you
Why
don't
is
say
the
anything intelligible.
why is the gotcha? He's presenting that
No,
you
he's
can't.
not.
No,
He's not
he's
presenting anything. He's asking
Okay,
stupid
he's
questions.
presenting
He
that
has
you
no
cannot
idea what
you
physics
cannot
does.
detect curvature. So how do you know it's spinning? You cannot detect movement, so you can't know it's spinning. Go ahead, present how you know
So
it's
you
moving.
you guys don't believe in satellites then?
No,
what does
present how
satellites
you
have to
know.
do with your
Present
Earth
how you know
spinning?
it's moving.
How do we know it's moving? Because the
Part
stars,
of your
the
model
orientation of the
was
stars change all the time.
okay. So the
Because we're
sky
all
moves, therefore the ground's moving.
yeah. You guys believe in
Yeah.
some sort of firmament or something,
And
or
don't worry about
no?
what we believe.
No,
all
no.
right?
I
We're trying
worry
to work
about what you
out.
believe because you fuckers vote. That's why.
I'm
You're
not even.
idiots.
I'm not even in your country, man. So you need to chill out.
Your country, and your country exists on the globe.
Can I ask you a question? So you've got your
Hey.
globe model.
I just muted him, man. If you want to unmute him, go for it.
Well, is there anyone else who's on the globe side, or is he the new guy?
We can unmute him, but he's just constantly talking over people.
Yeah, it's being a mess. We need to get it like one person at a time with him.
Yeah, you go ahead. I'll unmute him. All yours.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overtalk you.
All right.
Yes, you did.
Rorgathor, is that your name?
What?
So the model that you're presenting for the globe, what's the radius value for the globe?
I don't know
of that model?
the numbers, man. Come on, man. I'm not a mathematician. What the?
Okay, so you don't really know what globe you're
Marvel
presenting.
character.
Do you know what the? I mean, come on, man. We can do this all day. Back and forth.
Well, they say it's 3,959 miles in radius, don't they?
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah, okay, whatever. I've never actually walked it and measured it myself, so I can't tell you from personal experience.
Okay.
You're being a Marvel character.
Has anyone ever measured it?
Yeah, actually. Otherwise, you wouldn't have that number. I don't know the name of the guy. Some Greek dude. I don't know.
How did he measure it?
I don't know. He used some sort of sundial, angular. He used like a
So you don't know.
rock. I don't know. Man.
How would he measure? How would he measure a ball radius with a sundial?
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
What's the point of the question?
Model. Well, because you were coming in talking about like you had a model, but you don't know what you've got.
No, man. I don't know anything, man. I just came here to troll you guys.
Well, you can't just expose yourself. because you just admitted that you don't know what globe it is that you're trying to argue for.
Well, when
You
I
don't
came in
know
here,
how it is
everybody
that
was
it's not.
quiet. So, like, what is the point of this channel?
Well, that's fine. Well, we're just letting you know that you don't have a model. You don't even know what it is you're arguing for when you argue for a globe.
Well, I mean, we're talking right now, right?
Yeah, you're saying
That
you don't
proves
know
Do you
what
think that
type
we're
of
talking
model it
because
is
of cables under the
or
ocean?
how they measured it.
Yes.
Or how they measured it.
Really? Is that what you're saying?
What are you
Cables
talking
under the
about,
ocean.
bro? What are you talking about cables under the ocean? We have to measure the
I'm
ball and you
asking
said, I
you,
don't know.
how are we talking right now?
What's that
Who
got to
cares?
do with you claiming a 3,959-mile radius of a ball?
You're the one who brought that number up. I didn't.
You claimed it. You claimed the model. Did you not?
No,
Or
I
do you not
claimed the
believe the
model. I didn't claim the numbers. You're the one who's like putting.
Oh,
You
so
don't
you
know the
claim a
model.
globe, but you don't agree with the numbers.
Do you guys think the moon is fake?
What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? You're spiraling now. You notice that?
I'm not.
Stay on
Well, yeah,
subject,
of course I'm spiraling. We're all spiraling through space
No. What makes you think that?
because the sky shows us that.
What about the sky shows you that?
All of the objects that we can visualize, that we can observe in the
What do you
sky.
mean? Observe. What are you observing exactly?
Round stuff moving up
Okay,
in the air,
so you're seeing,
far
So
away.
you're seeing lights. So you're seeing lights in the sky moving.
Not just lights. We can actually zoom in and see that they're objects. The moon's got craters and stuff. It's been beat up all long time. So
you see these things moving. Then what?
yeah. Well, then we must be moving too.
Why?
What? How does that
Because
follow?
if we didn't move, there's Gregory. Okay. If we didn't move, and it
Well,
didn't
you're not
move,
seeing you moving. You're just seeing the things moving.
well, you don't believe that we're moving at all, right?
Well, you're just saying that you observe the things in the sky moving.
And you don't?
Yeah, no, we do. But you're saying that you move.
We're all moving. Everything
You
is
only
in
see
motion.
the things. You only see the things in the sky moving. That's what you just said.
Well, that's part of the equation, yeah.
Right. So how do you get to you're moving?
Because if we weren't moving, we would be still.
Correct.
That doesn't inform me that we are moving.
So yeah, we would be still if we weren't moving. Okay.
I don't understand your question.
Evidently.
Well, you said you're spiraling through space. You're moving, and I said, how do you know that? And you said, I see things in the sky moving, and I said, so how does that prove that you're moving? And this is where we're at.
This is where we're at.
Yeah. So how did you prove that you're the thing moving and not the things you observe moving?
I don't know. It's a good question. I don't think I can prove that.
So this model that you were talking about is really falling apart kind of fast.
Doesn't exist, then, does it?
No, man. It doesn't.
So is it just an idea, this model that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Or is there any
just
actual
an
evidence
idea.
for it?
Yeah,
There's
there's
no
no
actual
evidence whatsoever. There's no evidence at all.
Okay, so why'd you believe it?
I don't.
Oh, you don't believe in the globe?
No.
Okay, well, that was quick. 10 seconds.
But I don't believe in the flat Earth either.
I've got a model.
Non-believer
how,
of nothing.
How are we talking right now?
Well, you're on Discord, aren't you?
How is Discord? Where do you live?
Who cares?
Where do
How
you
is this
live?
relevant to geodesy?
All right. Well,
It's
he just realized
kind of
that the
relevant.
Not on a ball.
You're not okay. Where on the flatness do you live?
Not on the curved section.
Yeah, there's no curve where I am, anyway.
How far are you from Santa Cruz, California?
Why?
7,862
I want to know how
miles.
long the cables that need to go underneath the ocean. need to be.
10,486 miles.
You think I laid the internet cables?
I'm asking you how that works.
You don't believe
Why are
that
you
there's
asking me how
undersea
internet
cables?
cable works? You could just Google undersea cables, couldn't you?
I did. It doesn't explain a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I don't
You said for
understand
what
it,
reason?
so therefore it doesn't
So
work.
you don't believe
yeah?
in the globe. So you don't believe in the globe, and now you don't believe in undersea cables. Is that right?
I believe in undersea
Conspiracy.
cables, but not
Sounds like you're a conspiracy theorist.
not
dude.
like a long one. Like I don't think that there's a cable that goes from like California to Japan.
There literally are, dude. There literally are cables. There literally are cables that do that, and then they connect to ground towers. Do you know what a ground
That's all
tower
right.
is?
That's all right. I mean, I don't know why he's talking
Yeah.
about undersea cables.
Doesn't make
all
the
of a
Earth
sudden.
curved.
It's like, well, so
What
what?
happened to that globe model?
Well, you guys don't believe in satellites, right?
What's that got to do
What
with
does
your
that have to do
globe
with the
model?
Earth being a ball or not?
Well, it's kind of a big deal because
What does that have to do with the Earth?
because if we didn't have satellites, I don't think we'd be talking right now.
Who
It's
told
not
you that?
relevant to the Earth being a ball or not.
Who told you
Yeah,
that?
it's actually kind of a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, who
Yeah,
told
that's
you?
not
who told you
relevant to
that?
the Earth being a ball or not. It's not
No,
logically
yeah,
relevant.
yeah, it's
Hold on,
actually
hold on,
relevant.
Greg.
You just
Hold on,
don't
I'm
see
speaking
it.
to him. So who told you that if there weren't satellites, we wouldn't be speaking right now?
Well, it depends on how far you are. Where are you?
Well,
Who told you that?
Who told me that? Oh my God.
Yeah, who told you that? Where did you get that idea?
Your mom told me that. Oh
in your
my
head?
God. Oh, you guys are impossible. How do you
Because
how do you
you
guys
tried that in your
navigate life?
conjecture.
How old are
One
you?
simple Google
easier
search.
than you do.
I bet, yeah.
Was it Rorigathor?
You don't have to leave your
One
mom's
simple, one simple Google search, right? You could just say, "Do cell phones use satellites?" The answer is no. So who lied to you, and are they all in on it?
I work at Google, you idiots.
Okay, why are
So
they
what?
lying to you? I mean, the Google says no.
What are you in, HR?
No, I do prototyping. I'm a 3D printer.
Okay, so
So
what?
you 3D
Like, can you
print
focus?
Google.
Did they teach you how to focus at Google? We're talking about geodesy.
Do
It's
you even
all
know
right,
what
he
that
already
word
said he
means?
doesn't. He already said he doesn't believe in the globe anymore.
Yeah. He's a flat earther.
Yeah, I am. I'm one of you guys
It
now.
says right here: today's
We don't want
iPhones
you.
and
He must
Androids
have
cannot
noticed.
communicate using satellites.
He
So
must
Do
have
you guys?
over and
noticed.
over.
He must have noticed that all the water's level.
Yeah, the water's flat. There's no bending water. What the fuck are you talking about?
All right, so you're off the cell
Yeah, you've
phone
never
thing, right?
seen. You've never seen a
Because
curving
you're off
lake,
that.
have you?
Nobody has.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so you're Rorigathor. You're definitely off the idea of cell phones and satellites being required for cell phones. You're done with that. You were wrong.
I'm done with everything. You guys win.
But were you wrong on that, or
Yeah, dude, I was wrong. I'm sorry.
no big deal. All right, just
So
checking.
you have another
you don't
scientist
see
there that
the
doesn't actually care about truth.
So the Earth is flat then, right?
Flat, I guess.
Flat. Yeah. I was just wondering. I mean,
No, not due to that Google search. That's not what happened. But
yeah,
And
well,
according
you know.
to Eddie Google,
When does Google ever tell the truth, man?
He believed in curvature or motion. You don't have any evidence for those things.
Yeah, but it
He
looks
was just
flat.
told them as a child and never shown any real evidence, and he's only just realised that now.
Yeah, dude.
Dude with the
My
ro-
life is totally
dude with
changed.
hey, stop. Dude with the robot voice. Have you got any evidence the Earth's a ball?
Yeah, let's hear it, robot.
listen, a lot of the ladies say I sound like a machine. They don't say I sound like a robot.
What's the
Squidward left, though.
difference? Is there a difference between a machine and a robot? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean the robot is like just working based on like somebody's exterior commands. I'm just like a beast that I have like an internal program that I run. I run this shit.
I think a robot is a machine by definition, right?
Yes.
anyways.
All right, so
So
let's get back.
And there was someone with an
Cyclone.
English accent that sounded like a robot.
Yeah, he had a Squidward picture. He left.
Okay, back to the retarded Marvel character. Go ahead, dude.
Retarded Marlboro character.
So Rorgathor, can you be serious, or are you kind of spazzed out?
I'm just sizing you guys up. That's all.
No, you're not.
Okay.
Up for what?
Well, so far, it's like we've been asking for evidence of this globe that you sounded pretty confident on, and you don't have anything.
Well,
Yeah, the model.
Dude, I've already relinquished that. I don't have a model. It's just a toy, right?
Yeah, what are you sizing us up for?
It's none of your business.
Oh, okay.
It's that Marvel character again.
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying. You're like you maybe this could be me just guessing. So you see 24/7 flat Earth. It sounds ridiculous, and now you're just testing to see if people are serious and if they actually have anything at all to like validate what the name of the room, like sizing them up in that way.
You summed it up beautifully, sir.
Yeah, so he had to say it. Someone else had to say it for you. You didn't say it for yourself. You're not man enough to speak for yourself.
No, dude, I'm not a man. I have no testosterone.
All right.
whatsoever.
None of that. Well, this is very much it, right? I just gave you the breakdown. We're all told that the Earth's a spinning ball, but most people, when they think about it, couldn't actually give you any evidence for why they think it, other than they've been told and shown images and videos that they can't verify.
So let me ask you this serious question. I'm not trolling here. What is the implication of this?
Oh, well, the implications are many and quite deep.
If it's not a ball, that's the implication.
Yeah. So, like,
I mean,
what
think about it. They give
do people have to gain from being completely like? So many industries would be, ultimately deceptive on this. There are people who make their
really?
livings.
Really?
I mean, I'm asking you, like, what?
Most industries, I mean, if they're using the Earth for any practical purpose, they already treat it as flat, and most of them. The only ones who are claiming it's a spinning ball are basically like your few governmental space agencies that are doing anything that they claim is practical with a spinning ball.
How do they make?
It goes to the very heart of why you think you're here and how you think you got here, right? They tell you this this Big Bang heliocentric space idea, and that's like where you think everything is taking place. Everything that you think matters, you think that's taking place in a place that they've created, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
and who profits directly?
Cares about profit.
Well, I mean, if you talk about
a lot of
the
people
financial
do, apparently.
side of things, you talk about the financial side of things alone, then NASA make what, $60 million a day? Would some people lie for $60 million a day? Arguably.
Yeah, if I could get on the profit, like who profits from it financially, like the financial system, the value system is based on scarcity. Like first it was gold because there's like a finite amount of gold. Then it was oil because there's a finite amount of oil, right? So it's based on like something that's scarce, so a scarcity. So if you were to then inscribe like a limitation to say this is all there is, work with what you got here, you would inevitably control the financial system that's based on scarcity. So if you just, right there, they tell if there's more land, if there's more earth, and they say there is no more, and this is your limit, this is the pie, you work with what you got, then you can control the financials in that way.
How is that any different than having a flat Earth?
Well,
we're not claiming a full size. We're not claiming we know the full extent of it, how far it goes, how much land there is. On the globe side, they've given us a definition and a definite limit for those things, but if it's not that, who knows how big it is? Could be
so
more
you're saying that people haven't explored Antarctica, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it depends what you mean.
Like the South Pole.
Well, yeah, that's another topic. But yeah, I mean, that's not.
Well, no, that's
which one?
That's
which one?
topic.
Which South Pole?
There's
no one single South Pole.
Okay, well, is there not a single South Pole? Like on the globe model, there is.
Yeah, but we're not talking about
incorrect, wrong. Right? No, not on the Glober's model. That's you're saying words pole? You don't know what they mean.
Oh yeah?
Right, it doesn't matter.
No, that matters. I think we should steer back to that. I think you guys
maybe, but you did ask about the financial part, like aspect.
Well, I mean, it's all a part of it, right? What is the?
Yeah,
what is the?
Why? We're telling you why.
Why would we be lied to?
Why would the government lie?
Why do they sell
the government lies or no?
What I'm
Taste
asking you
the
is,
rainbow.
The
Why
attempt
does
to
what
answer his
difference
question.
does it
how
make?
you
Jesus Christ.
taste the rainbow?
Getting too chaotic again.
I mean, you guys have an answer to that question or not?
I
What
have an
question?
answer to that question.
Please answer, Gregory.
It's not just about the Earth. It's not just about geodesy. It's a part of an entire false worldview, which people are indoctrinated to believe, so that they have a worldview that is most conducive to the deceivers who deceive them, so they behave in the ways that they want them to behave, to satisfy their wicked lusts and ambition and exploitation agenda. So when you believe that you are on a spinning ball that is the result of a multi-billion year process of unintentional evolutionism of matter in a cosmic vacuum that just coalesced to everything that we are now for no good reason, then you don't have any reason to believe that there's justice to be executed in the world, that hope in the world, and that the highest authority is really the supreme being who is the judge of all the earth, and rather it's just some given politician or set of politicians that are benevolent or malevolent to whatever greater or lesser degree, and there's no other thing to do except live for pleasure or just fall into a nihilistic hole where you eventually just off yourself because fuck this world. That's why. Mind control, exploitation.
So people are profiting from this delusion, is what you're saying.
Correct. And
But not
one
just
of the
people, like demons, right?
One of the God knows how many various ways they're profiting. People behave according to their worldview. So why try to fight against any and all wickedness when you can't win? There's no chance of winning. There's no chance of hope. There's no chance of justice. There's no chance of vindication and vengeance. There's none of that. It's just shit happens. Shit happens. It's
So
just
you're
all
saying,
it's just all blood and
Ragnar,
tooth and nail and claw.
I can prove to you that Antarctica is mind control. If you if you tried to Google an image of Antarctica as a whole, could you post it in the chat?
no thanks. Please,
No, no
I
thanks.
will come back to that, but I kind of want to touch on Gregory's point here just a
Oh
little
yeah,
bit.
go
I'll
ahead.
be right
Yeah,
back.
for sure.
So, what? Okay, so this goes back to Christianity, correct?
My argument is for Lord Yahusha, aka Jesus. I argue in defense of him. I defend the faith. Not everyone in here does.
Yeah, it's not specific to Christianity. What
Okay, all right. So
broader
that's
term
just
would
your
be
personal
is that
interpretation of this. Okay.
well, if I could just the point is more so I would say generally speaking that it indicates intelligent creation rather than Big Bang naturalism.
Okay. So, why would Cyclone? You're not a theist, I take it?
If by theist you mean believes in
Do
a
you believe in a
creator,
deity that created everything?
yeah, we're in an intelligently designed system. However you want to think about that.
Do you know its
intelligent
name?
designer. People
Well, I mean, when
have all kinds of names
Cyclone
for
said
him.
he didn't want to get into religion, so he just kept
Well,
it
this
basic.
it all boils down to that, I think, is what I'm getting at.
Well, it can, but listen, I mean, you can get into what or who the creator is, but the point that we're talking about here as to why it's important is because they're selling a worldview to people of accidentalism and
You're
materialism.
saying they. Who are
Yeah, the
they?
education systems, the media that promote this
It
growth
boils down
idea.
to an individual and intent, right?
No, a lot of people aren't intending to pass a false idea of reality. They've just been given it to, and they're passing it on like a tradition.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, if the Earth's not if the Earth's not moving, and the explanation that of the Earth being created was due to movement and gravity and orbits and coalition of matter, etc., then that story falls flat, right? So I mean, if it's not
Yeah,
moving,
but the point of this,
then it's done. Yeah. What?
well, the point of that is about the hierarchy of power, right? And the fact that the nation state governments and whoever is in that realm of influence want to be perceived as the highest on this pyramid of power. Whereas if people were to understand that there is a higher power above them,
with maybe a different set of rules and guidance compared to what those people are offering, that might cause problems for those people who want power and control. Right?
All right,
Like
so here's
putting the
another
10
question.
Commandments in schools, like the 10 Commandments, being put back in some American schools. I think it's great.
Well, hold on, let
That's
him,
cool.
let him respond.
So, my question is, what would the difference be if the narrative that we've been fed was, that we're on a flat Earth? There would still be people manipulating us.
Well,
and
maybe,
taking
but
advantage.
I mean, you would have to just address the fact that the education system, the media, and all that, and NASA and every other space agency has been promoting this false reality.
There's always going to be assholes that are going to be profiting from other people. That's it.
That's not a
But then,
refutation. That's just a truism.
so what? We just ignore the fact
Right.
that
It's
not
a
actually
truism,
evolved.
Gregor. You're right. That's what I'm asking you. It's like, so what would the difference be?
Well, the difference would be that
The
you would no
difference is
longer
you're
trust
either
these
teaching the
people,
truth or
presumably. Maybe you would think for yourself.
You know what the difference would be, Ragnar. You know what the difference would be. You don't need to ask God. It's obvious. It sticks out like a sore thumb.
It's conspicuous on its face. The difference is you live in a world that is with a human institution that's teaching the truth, including the cosmos and cosmogonic truth, and whatsoever other philosophical truths that inform the truth, that inform people of the truth about the world in their worldview or not. You either live in a world where the de facto governing faction of human society is trying to oppress and exploit and manipulate and destroy the public for whatever wicked, irrational, stupid ass fucking reason, or they're trying to be a blessing to the people. That's the difference.
I don't think it's different because, like, if we were on a flat Earth, I'm assuming we are, there would still be people trying to deceive you for
It doesn't
profit.
matter.
That's a red herring. Do you understand the point? We answered your question.
Yeah, you're just
Well,
saying now, like, now that we've told you why, quite understandably, people might lie about this, you're being like, oh, well, people would still lie about other things, as if that
No,
makes it
he's saying
okay.
even if. It's like, no, actually, in reality, people lie for very many different reasons. Like, go look at each person that you think is lying to you.
Yeah, but even then, the fact that people would continue to
scary
lie doesn't
person
change
who
anything.
he doesn't want to take any umbrage with himself. It's all like everybody's like all of a sudden deceiving him, and it's like, I don't think your just neighbor there just walking their dog is like telling you the Earth is
I don't know what you're
a
talking
globe
about,
or flat.
Yeah,
Like,
you're taking us
you
off
should
into the break.
scale it down a little bit. Like, just be real about it. Don't be weird.
Yeah. Plus, I want to get that picture of Antarctica as a whole for the mind control.
Exactly. I want to see Antarctica. I want to see all the penguins.
All right, we'll just get you. I got a picture. I'm going to respond with. But you got to put in the effort and send me or put it in the chat the picture of Antarctica so I can show you the mind control.
Oh man, I believe you, man. I believe you. It's mind control.
Oh, stop it! Now you're ruining my magic trick. Just do the. You got to do your
All right,
part.
I'll humor you. All right, where is it?
See, Scott believes too. He knows it's mind control. Steve and you, Ragnarok. You know it's
If
just
you
a
can't,
rock
if you can't
delusion.
say my name is phonetic. It's just like yours.
I don't care what your name is.
Well, then
You
don't
are
talk to
just a
me.
worshiper of gravity. You are a worshiper of gravity who is thoroughly refuted.
All right.
Thoroughly refuted. I know you. We don't want to talk about
Greg, into the
gravity
break.
now because you
Listen,
were
we're not going to
refuted.
take this off. All right. We're taking it back. Listen, we're not expecting you to be like, oh yeah, of course the Earth isn't a globe on your first 10 minutes of being here. So,
Dude, I've
you don't
been
need
looking
to
at
do
this
any of
for
that
a
stuff.
while, and I'm not convinced.
Yeah,
Just
you're
of what?
incredulous and invincibly ignorant. It's not as though what we
Well,
said is
why are you
insufficient.
not
You haven't
convinced?
refuted
Why are you not
anything.
convinced?
Well, dude, Gregory, to be honest, you believe in talking donkeys, so I don't know if I can trust you at all.
Yeah, just like there are talking birds.
What have we tried to convince you of so far?
Donkeys can't make the same sounds as us. They just can't. They don't have the physics
doing?
in their freaking
Roar before.
biology. What?
What are you doing, bro?
taking a jab at the account in the section of
Yeah,
numbers
I
and the
know what
Torah.
I'm talking about. But
So
it's
because
not
there's
what we're
incredulity
talking
about
about.
that and all these other silly ass anti-theistic, anti-Bible talking points, that's all he's doing right now.
I know, but I mean, we're talking about the Earth here. I mean, what did we
Hey,
try and convince you
rejoice
of?
in it. Hey, we
We asked
gotta
you for
rejoice in it.
a model, and you couldn't provide any. So
Well,
I'm talking about
this
being
isn't like
convinced.
the best platform, I guess you could say, to present anything besides just tossing turds at each other.
That sucks. You're saying the picture you don't have the picture perms to put the Antarctica picture up?
That's false.
Well,
Just patently false. You
Mm.
can post images, you can post text, you can post links, you can post
Yeah,
information, you can post
I guess I'm
evidence.
lazy, I guess you could say. It's
Well, of course,
Sunday. I
you're
don't
just
work on
like,
the Sabbath.
right, you just mindlessly believe in this globe model that you don't really know anything about.
I'm a pragmatist. If it works, whatever.
If
well,
you were a
yeah. I mean, you
pragmatist,
don't
you'd be
know
a
that.
flat
You don't.
earther. You'd already understand
Yeah,
that
that's
water is
true.
level and that the ground isn't moving. You don't use earth curve or motion
I
for
mean,
any
I've been
practical
on
purpose
stuff
whatsoever.
that's moving, and I can walk on it too, and feel like I'm not moving. You ever done that
Well,
before?
So what?
So what?
What?
Why is it at a small scale? Right? It doesn't translate to a larger scale. That doesn't make sense to you guys.
Yeah, because it's not
it's a
happening
false
unless you have any
equivalency.
evidence for it.
Oh, is it a category error?
Wait, is it? Well, oh, that's true. Your evidence that we're moving is that you can't tell that we're. It seems like we're not moving. That's the evidence that we're moving. Seems like we're not moving.
I don't know if it's the evidence.
Yeah,
It's
the
part
opposite
of
of everything you see is what's happening. So if you're falling, you're sitting still.
Oh,
If you're sitting
DMOC.
still,
Hey,
you
please
must
tell
be
me,
falling.
DMOC, before you frickin'
I
unload on
couldn't
me.
tell your ignorant ass anything. You think the opposite of what you see
Please
is
don't listen
real,
to
brother.
him,
DMOC!
Paul.
Please don't be drunk right now.
Please don't tell us the opposite is what you see.
Of what?
So
to be fair,
to actually concentrate, right?
yeah, to
So
be fair,
the microcosmic demonstration is not sufficient. It's a false equivalency.
So you don't believe in
detected in any
fractals, then?
way the Earth to be traversing through space. Nor have you detected the Earth to be spinning. You haven't
You don't
detected that.
you don't believe in fractals, then, Gregory?
What does
We
that
don't have
with
to
what I
believe
just
in your
said?
fractal religion.
What does it have to do with
It's
what I
not a
just said?
religion, dude. I'm just saying, like, do you know how water works, right?
Concentrate.
All right,
What
yeah.
does it have
Let's
to
do
do with
this.
what I just said to you?
I don't know. I couldn't hear you because DMOC was over talking you.
Okay, let's try again. It's not equivalent. You detected the treadmill or what the hell ever else that is moving to be
A
moving.
train,
You have
a
never detected it.
plane. You guys ever been in a plane before?
You don't need to interrupt. You don't need to interrupt this, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry.
God grief.
Go ahead.
Concentrate.
Sorry, I'm trying.
When I was in
You
a
ever touch
train,
your ass?
when I was in a train, I
That
felt like
wasn't
I
the
was.
cue for
I
everyone
got.
else to
I had to
begin
keep
speaking.
on. I had to keep on
guys,
grabbing onto the
no
chair and
time.
like. What's up?
Let Gregory speak to him. We're doing one-on-one. You're just jumping in with like question after comment, and he's getting nowhere.
I just want to hear him say stuff because he's got such a great voice.
Well, thank you. So again, it's not equivalent. You detected the treadmill, whatever else, to be moving. You did not detect the Earth to be traversing through space nor spinning. It's not analogous. It's not equivalent.
I guess you could say it's not equivalent, but what I'm saying is it lends to the, I would say, inference that we could be on a bigger thing moving and still have the same
truism.
effect.
It's just
Right?
an a priori metaphysical truism that is
Okay.
possible. Of course, it's logically
Yeah.
metaphysically possible.
Well, I mean,
that's
if
not
it
informative.
wasn't for that, then the globe Earth wouldn't be a thing, right?
We're looking for evidence.
All that is a red herring. I
No,
don't know why you
man,
have this
it's
habit.
not.
Just
It's not a red herring.
Listen. It's all a red herring. The point is to prove the Earth is spinning. The point is to prove the Earth is traversing through space. Not talk about truisms that it's possible for that to happen. Appealing to the premise that it's possible for it to happen is not informative nor indicative that it is happening. It's irrelevant. It's possible that I couldn't be speaking right now. That doesn't mean that I'm not speaking right now.
It's
That's
possible we're all a brain in a vat,
speaking right
right?
now doesn't indicate that I'm not speaking right now. Whilst I say that, irrelevant.
Yeah. Okay. But like I said, it's possible we can all be a brain in a vat, right?
Okay, so then you can't know anything because that's all that brain thing does. It just destroys the possibility of knowing anything.
Right.
So
We might all just be
anything.
floating around in a simulation or something.
Do you really believe that, or are you just retorting with whatever
I'm
comes
just
to your head?
retorting. I don't believe that. I don't believe in anything actually. I'm kind of a nihilist, but yeah.
No, do you believe that? Because if you say yes, then then the proposition is false.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe in anything.
It's true that he doesn't believe that. Yep.
Yeah, man.
It's a performative
If it's true that you don't
contradiction.
believe anything, then you believe it something. Because you believe the proposition that you don't believe anything. Self-defeating.
That's not even true because you believe in the globe.
I don't believe in the globe. Who said that?
You do.
Do I?
You can tell. Yeah, you can tell. You can tell when someone believes
You
in the
can
globe.
tell. Or who
Yeah,
can
we
you
can tell.
tell? Can I tell?
Yeah, we can tell you're a globe believer, saying you don't
Okay.
believe in anything.
Yeah, that does happen a lot. Like that's like kind of what interested me in these 99.9 percenters, and I get into the pre-sup argument because of it. Is because a lot the Globers will then resort to saying, "I don't know anything. I don't even know if I exist." And it was like, man, over and over, the Globers will do this. Like, why is Ragnarok?
I think the presup argument is basically just like a big cope to just kind of ground yourself for sanity reasons.
Is it true that you believe that?
Yeah, that's easily reversible back to you. Your nihilism and your absolute skepticism is a hope.
I'm gonna tell you
can't.
now.
But I wasn't done. I wasn't done. You might tell me something that's affirming what I just said, but you don't need to interrupt with saying that. So it's more than a genetic fallacy, or at least, or even it probably doesn't even rise to the dignity of a genetic fallacy. It's just deflective ridicule where you just project your errors onto the other person. You psychologizing the so-called presuppositionalist approach to the internal critique of another person's worldview and defending their own is nothing more than you projecting your own psychological faults onto the other person. Anytime you say something like that's easily reversible back to you, or you just are a nihilistic absolute skeptic that thinks that epistemology is completely fucked because you don't actually know how to defend your worldview.
No, I don't. I don't think anybody does, actually.
Well,
unless you
again, that's
unless you
another error.
presuppose that
You
there's
just did the very same thing again. You can't move from the premise, I can't defend my worldview. I don't know my worldview is true, to therefore no one else knows their worldview is true either. It does not follow. Your
Well, can you
ignorance doesn't
prove
make
it?
everyone else unable to know things.
Can you prove it?
Can I prove what?
That your worldview is true.
Yes, we're not going to digress to that because the channel's not designated for that.
I didn't think so.
Well, whenever you got some time, you can jump into the Atheist Helpline or the Apologetic Server, either one.
I got
But yeah,
banned so fast. Oh my god. So I was talking to Darth Dawkins the other day. Holy shit. All I said was, dude, we don't know and you don't either. And he said, oh okay. Boom. And he banned me.
Don't worry about that. You obviously don't have an argument to demonstrate that you know the Earth is a ball. You don't have an argument to demonstrate that you know the Earth is spinning on an axis. You don't have any argument to demonstrate that you know the Earth is traversing through space. You don't have any argument to demonstrate that you know that we exist in a cosmic vacuum.
Do you?
Of course not. I don't affirm these false propositions to be true.
None of us do then. Then why are we here?
Why do you keep doing that? Do they teach you how to give fallacious retorts like ad infinitum and ad nauseum at Google?
Like the things that you can
dude, it's part of the application process.
You asked him to prove that he lives in a cosmic vacuum. He said, I don't subscribe to the assertion that we live in a cosmic vacuum. And then you say, can you prove if you can't, then you can't prove the vacuum. Right? But that wasn't the argument he was making. He said, I don't subscribe to the assertion that we live in a cosmic vacuum. Yeah, so you didn't really give much thought to your response there. Why not? I mean, what does he believe then, if not a vacuum? Is there something else?
No.
No. Okay. It's either so it's either your way or the highway. It sounds like it's either prove
It's pretty much
what I already presuppose to be the case, or you got nothing.
That's pretty much it, right? Like it's our way or the highway, right?
That's the dichotomy you gave. That's the options you gave. You said either prove my cosmic vacuum that I already believe to be the case, or prove to me that show me, prove to me how we can't know anything because that's what I already believe to be the case, or you got nothing.
I'm going to steer this back to my original question.
About Antarctica?
At which do you most can't the least?
That's not intelligible. Tactically
You're
broken.
losing it.
No,
why are you doing this?
it's actually a very simple question. You just have to think about it a little bit.
Yeah, you're
you guys
insane,
got the
dude.
chops for this.
You're insane, dude.
No.
It's no surprise that you're the
It's
type of guy
tactically
who
broken and
passes out
unintelligible.
in
You can Google the answer right now if you want. Just do it now.
Which is irrelevant to the critique. Your question is
is
syntactically
it a
broken and
meaningful
unintelligible.
question?
I'm just trying to find out who's cool or not.
You're retarded.
Okay, well, you're not going to do that with a syntactically broken, unintelligible question.
Google it.
Yeah, you're presupposing there's meaning to the sentence. Can you account
I'll
for
type
meaning
it in the
and
chat so
intelligibility
you guys
in
can
a world,
freaking Google this.
in the chance universe? Can you account for meaning and intelligibility in a chance universe? You're already presupposing that your sentence was intelligible and meaningful. Can you please account for those things?
Nobody can account for that.
Gotcha.
Okay, how do you know that?
I don't.
All right, so you just defeated yourself. Thank you for your concession.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's easy to just Anyway, so you got anything on the on like I don't know anything gravity, Antarctica curvature, like anything like that, like anything?
No, man, I ain't been there. I don't know what you're talking about.
You ain't been to curvature?
I ain't been to the Antarctica.
All right, you ain't been to gravity? Because I gave you gravity, curvature, and Antarctica. So you ain't been to curvature? You haven't been there?
I want one of you to answer the question. Just one of you.
You're walking on thin ice, Ragnarok.
It's Rorgathor. And you tell me I'm insane.
Was that your question?
It's in the chat.
Do you have people who you care about in your life?
Yeah.
So, I mean, wouldn't you want those people to be proud of the conversations that you have? Like, something they could respect. It's like, listen, Ragnathor is a commendable, upstanding man. He has a good head on his shoulders, and it's self-evident all of the places that he goes that, he's humble as well. If he doesn't know something, he says, guys, I don't know. I don't know the answers to everything. I'm just one human being. I can't give you all the answers, but maybe we can go through something like this and we can both learn. Like, isn't that the kind of man you want to be? Or
I am that man.
right. Are you the same man in front of the people that you care about as you are when you're away from them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then maybe present yourself in that way.
I do.
Okay. So would you assert that you do not know if the Earth is a spinning globe in space?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you say if somebody presented you with a methodology to establish some kind of either movement or curvature or spherical measurements, would you subscribe to that method if it was reasonable?
Yeah, I mean, if it's practical, if it produces results and predictability, for sure.
Okay. So if we were to I don't know, take like a laser over water and measure no elevation change in a level line, would that be an affirmative of a level line that the laser is projecting, or the water is projecting a level reference?
From my limited perspective, sure, but I have to accept the possibility that my view is small.
Okay, your view is small of the laser. Okay, yeah. So you'd have to have like you'd have to say, okay, well, we have we could do different sizes of this of the sphere, then, right? We can say, okay, let's check and see if it were a sphere of this size, what would be the drop rate of the water from the level, and then
You're asking me if I'm impermeable to evidence, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah. Would you sincerely?
If the evidence is presented was sufficient enough to change my perspective, I would.
Yeah. No, I'm not even talking about change your perspective. I was just asking you: do you think that we have a method for affirming, or affirming this assertion of a globe? Do you think we have a way to measure it?
Well, I'm just kind of going along with the evidence that I've seen in my own life and my own experiences, and that's all we can go on, right? Is our own sensate input.
Oh, the office.
Gregory has an epiphany. Sounds like.
What's up?
I thought you went on other people's thoughts, like scientists and a guy named Bob behind the curtain that you never met, and a guy in the Department of Defense.
Who the fuck is
you gotta have a key card. You're like, let's believe those guys.
No, I'm not I'm not religious in any sense of the word.
So you know for a fact that all the government's damn lying pussies, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
But for different reasons. I don't think that the globe or the flat Earth thing really is it's not a fulcrum of my perspective. I don't think that anybody would gain anything one way or the other relative to that. I think that
which is indicative of the falsity of your earlier proposition that if there was sufficient amount of evidence that your perspective would change, and there's no such thing. Your perspective changes is not contingent upon the amount of data or argumentation that is presented to you. It's contingent upon you choosing to accept the arguments and or the evidence that indicate
when it comes to certain questions. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
No, it applies to everything for everyone whatsoever. There's no exception to this.
Well, I don't know what you meant by that, but okay.
Yeah, what I mean is that people like you, scientists, love to presume that they're only guided by the evidence.
Atom's flat.
Inferences, and that's just not the case. That's not the case with anyone. No one is just strictly and exclusively and solely guided by logically sound inferences. Now, some people are more logically sound than others about this or that given point. But that's not the case. So it's just not the case that if you just saw enough evidence or if you heard a sufficient argument that you would change your mind. No,
yeah, I mean, there are people who don't believe that dinosaurs didn't exist.
Productive of you changing your mind.
True. Yeah. No, I agree with you, man. There's people out there who don't think dinosaurs existed. They think that we're all the fossils were all manufactured by people to make money somehow.
Did the dinosaurs fall off the edge?
Yeah.
Maybe Smith. So Smith, we're going over it with Ragnar Thor.
Okay.
And
none of you. None of you can pronounce my name. Should I change my name to make it easier for you people? What the fuck?
Well just type it. Might as well just
my friend. Sorry.
I've said it incorrectly so many times, and you don't care. Who cares? It's a fake name, right? And then so we've been going over with Rorgathor, and he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't. He believes the Earth's a globe, but
I don't.
You know what?
Hey, back up.
I don't truly believe it.
I didn't say I believed it. I accept the proposition.
Right. Calm down.
I just want you. We've got to be clear with our language here because that's all we got.
You need to calm down, man.
The globe had to propose to him.
He accepts it.
He accepted the globe's proposal.
Yeah, I accept the globe's proposal. There you
take
go.
Me.
What's that?
Yeah, I was like, do you, Rorgathor, take me to be your lawfully wedded model? Yeah.
No, I got a wife, and she's round enough.
No, you don't. You got a globe.
I got that too, man. I'll be right back. I gotta get a drink.
Where did Smith go?
Well, I was asking him what the back door in for South Pole was. No, thanks. You know, we got a front door in Grandma's house, and there's a back door. So where's the back door into Antarctica?
I don't know.
In the meantime, anyone else? Anyone at all?
I don't know. Only people. I don't know. Observer, Piggy Butt, Sepso was, and I guess Smith left. Andy. Maybe one of you guys who think, you know, are like, yeah, definitely at the Globe or something could help in to like relieve some of the pressure from Rorgathor at times.
You know, I'm already well aware that the majority of the people that come into this channel don't intend to engage in the channel for the purpose that it's designated for. But regardless, I mean, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for people who actually want to engage in the discourse about the subject.
Yeah, and I don't like the whole, like, you know, sometimes I'll hear people say, well, I'm not here to convince you. Well, then that's ridiculous. I think I would say you're a liar. And then say, well, you know, we're just looking for globe evidence. I'd say, again, you're a liar. You know, yeah. I don't know. I hate that approach. I think it's wrong. I'm
Usually people are sloppy with their
I'm
words.
obviously here to convince you.
Yeah.
And
Usually people are sloppy with their words. They're trying to convey, I'm not here to try to be the direct determining factor of you changing your mind, but I am here to give you an argument or more, one or more arguments to demonstrate the veracity of my position and or demonstrate the error of your position so that you may come to the truth.
yeah, like free will is required 100%. You have to make the conscious decision to search and, you know, and then conclude.
Have returned. So I think what I wanted to say is that and is Gregory still here?
I am.
Okay, Gregory. All right. I am comfortable with the proposition that I don't know.
I've heard that before.
What is your response to that?
It's nothing to say. Okay, you can be complacent in your ignorance.
Why don't you know?
Right. So my beef with like religious folk and you know, flat earth folk, they are convinced of a proposition. They are convinced that they know something. Are you convinced that you know?
What, that the Earth is horizontal? Yeah.
You got to finish the question?
That is the question. Are you convinced that you know?
Know what?
The meaning of life, where we are in the world, why we are here, all that stuff.
Yes.
Why?
A lot. Do you really want to get into that now? Because the channel's not designated for that.
Do you want to go to another channel?
We could. I don't want to do that now.
Okay, then.
You could ask the same question.
Save the conversation for another time, I guess.
You could ask the same question, but phrase it in with regards to the Earth.
Yeah, how are you comfortable saying you know the Earth is flat?
Given my logically sound argument.
What?
Given my logically sound argument.
I'm asking you a question.
That's the answer to your question.
It's not an answer.
Of course it is. It's a predication.
He said logic. What's logic mean?
Like given my logically sound argument.
So philosophy is kind
Just
of
ask him the next question, Ragnar, would be, what is your logically sound argument?
What is
Obviously, that's the next
my
follow-up question.
logically sound argument?
Oh,
I'm asking
Eric.
him what his logically sound argument.
Well, now you are. That's the first time you asked the question. So
Well,
look in the
I
open chat.
asked it in what do you call it? Colloquial terms, right? Oh my God, you guys are so hard to deal with because you're what do you call it? Pedantic as fuck.
That's not pedantry.
Pardon my
You
French.
butchered the word.
Okay, maybe I did. I'm sorry. You know what I'm asking you. Please answer the question.
I think I do.
All right, go ahead.
So I tagged you in the open chat.
Okay. Oh man, you put all this stuff there. Spherical goddessy dilemma. Man, you're well prepared for this kind of stuff, aren't you? I like that.
It's very easy. Once you master the subject, then you can establish a routine and be consistent.
So basically, what you're saying is that it's all based on your perspective, right?
That's
Your
not quite
living
the point.
experience.
Well, concerning the logically sound argument to verify the proposition the Earth's surface is horizontal, yes, it's a empirical knowledge claim, so I need an empirical appeal. Yeah.
Right. So you're an empiricist all of a sudden?
No, I'm not an empiricist. That's stupid.
Is it now?
Really self-defeating on its face.
I've heard that before. But that's really all we got, though.
Is that his
No, we don't.
logically sound
We
argument?
don't even have empiricism.
Well, that's how science
nobody's
works, right?
nobody's empirically observed empiricism. Yeah, to beg the question. But
yes, I know it's self.
I know you've heard. So you've heard it. But what's the
But-
have you heard? His,
But what I'm saying
his
is,
argument?
it works.
Okay,
No,
have you
it
heard?
doesn't.
Okay, so his
Can't
argument
work.
works. Then.
If the proposition was true, it would be false.
Empiricism works. That's how we have all the technology we have.
Well, let's define empiricism just in case we're equivocating.
All right, yeah,
Empiricism
okay,
is the proposition that we only know things by empirical sensation. If that proposition were true, then we couldn't verify that proposition, so it fails by its own standard.
It starts with empiricism, and then we can hop to other stones from there, right?
Well, you can't move forward. I just refuted empiricism. The empiricism is the proposition that we can only know things by empirical sensation. If that proposition is true, then we can't verify that proposition. We cannot empirically detect that proposition itself. So by its own standard, it defeats itself.
Are you using a microphone right now?
I am.
Gregory? Yeah. Where did that come from?
Where'd the microphone come from? I don't know.
Did God create the microphone?
He created all the matter that we then coalesce into a microphone.
That humans have manipulated over
That's what I just said.
several thousand years to make that work, right?
That's what I just said.
What did they use to get that to happen?
A multitude of things, which includes the empirical
Where are you
senses.
going?
Yeah.
Look, watch.
includes
Let
That's
me.
what I'm saying.
Let me engage him.
Empiricism is the
Just hang on.
starting
Just relax.
point.
Hang
correct?
on. Just relax.
I'm
I'm going to
relaxing.
engage him on this line of scrutiny. See where it doesn't go. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm asking you. You just admitted that empiricism is part of the chain of events that led.
No, I didn't.
You didn't? You didn't
No.
just say that. Okay, so empiricism has nothing to do with you talking on a microphone right now. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's chucking the baby out of the bathwater. It's
But
part
hang on.
of it, like you
Look.
said. Sorry, Gregory.
Yeah, but watch how I engage him. I'm paying very close attention, being very precise with every answer I'm saying to him. So again, no, I did not say that.
Is somebody recording this? I wasn't. Damn
It's
it.
recorded right now. It's being streamed on YouTube right now.
All right, sweet. Anyway, so you just said, unless my memory is failing me, that empiricism is a part of the chain of events. Something
Never
like
said that
that.
once.
Okay, so what did you say? Say it again.
Yeah, they use the empirical senses. I never said that they used empiricism.
Okay, so you're being pedantic here, and you're.
It's not pedantry. It's a world of a difference between the two propositions.
Wow, you must be so
Empiricism
fun
is an
at parties.
epistemological idea. It's an epistemic rule. Empirical
All right.
senses are intrinsic properties where we detect material objects.
So you
Yeah,
agree
All
that
completely different
you
things.
do
you
you okay?
clearly
So
said he's an
and
empiricist. You like
maybe
to think,
I have
yeah.
the wrong definition of empiricism in my head. That could be
I already
true.
defined it twice.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
it would be like the equivalent of saying, if you believe in material, you're a materialist. You said he was an empiricist. You know,
Okay, I see. Okay, I conflated. Okay, sorry. All right, that's my bad. All right. But
All right.
what I'm trying to say is that we only have our sensate data, right?
No.
No?
No.
Well, what else do we got?
The laws of logic.
The whole including the laws of logic,
ruined
the
it.
entirety of any and all abstracts, the entirety
if
of
we
any and all
didn't have
concepts, ideas.
if we didn't have the sense of sight, hearing, touch, all those things, we could still do logic?
Yeah.
How?
If there
If
are
we did,
blind.
sorry, if we did or we
Go ahead.
didn't have those things, what did you say?
I mean, you can do without one or two senses, but like you need at least one of them
Okay.
to perceive reality. Correct?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
This poor
So
person.
how does a microphone come out of no senses?
The microphone comes out of cause and effect relationships in the physical natural world that we, with intelligence, have.
I was asking Gregory.
I'm sorry to apologise. Everyone's free to join in this conversation at a certain point. My God, I'll shut up though, just for you.
No, I'm not being mean.
First Indio and now Jedi, you two are out of line.
So let's look. So here we are. So ask your question again.
So, how does a microphone come out of no senses?
It's a malformed question.
No,
It
it's
doesn't.
not. It doesn't. Correct. That's the correct answer. So, everything that we've experienced, everything that we have, all of our technology, all of our advances are due to what?
Due to humans
Empiricism.
voluntarily.
Empirical data.
Are you going to talk through the answer that you're asking for again?
Sorry, go ahead.
Because humans voluntarily move their muscles to manipulate the matter into a particular structure so that it functions in a particular way.
And why would they do that?
Can I say
For a
something?
variety of different reasons to accomplish the given end they want to attain.
Right. So they have an intent. Their mind wants like to do a thing, right? So they create stuff, right?
What I just
Humans within our given world with matter and space and time, right? All the tools that we have.
Can I just fuck this up real quick? Listen,
Please
dude.
do.
Yeah, okay. So you can't do any empirical investigation at all without the laws of logic, which you cannot prove empirically. Okay?
Oh, yeah, okay,
So
yeah.
before you even have empiricism, things like the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle, you can't do anything. You can't even communicate. Please don't interrupt. So you can't even communicate, have words, even have knowledge, or even know what knowledge is unless you have those things, right? So they're superior, they're above or below, if you want. They're the foundation from which empiricism is built.
Well, then why do monkeys use sticks to get ants?
My
cares?
God.
Who fucking cares?
Look,
That's
this is
a
why
big
I'm trying to do
question,
this.
dude.
What I'm trying to do right now, I'm trying to let him say every scrutinizing question he wants. Because I want to show him that his line of questioning is not only not supporting and proving empiricism to be true, it's all over the place. So watch.
Well, it's not that
Fallacious.
empiricism in the way that you're using it is true. What I'm saying is that it's just this. I think we're breaking down to the point where it's a limit of language. I think that's what the problem is here.
That's not the problem at all.
Okay, what is the problem then? Tell me.
Problem is, you don't know what point you want to make. I first said the arguments in the open chat, then you digressed to empiricism, and then you started asking me all these questions about empiricism. And now
Well,
we're at question mark.
we've
We're
gone.
waiting to return back to the argument.
As he interrupts you again.
I'm sorry. We are at a point where, man, so many
He
rabbit
showed,
holes.
you got to remember, he
This is
showed you
exactly why I
empirical
wanted to.
data.
This is exactly what I'm giving. This is exactly why I wanted to give him the room, because I don't need to guide him anywhere. He wants to go where he wants to go. I just followed him.
Good
That's what I
luck to
did.
you. You're just gonna end up in the swamp.
Which is exactly
Yeah,
the point.
that's
right?
where we
If he
are.
had a point that he wanted to get to, he would have been got there. But because we're at question mark now, we don't know. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know where to continue from here. He didn't have a point to prove, and it's all a digression from the initial argument that I said to him.
No.
That's why I
My
did this.
my point has actually flown over your head. So
It
What
was
was the
here's
point?
the
have no
empirical
point.
data. Here's the measurements of the surface using empirical data.
Look,
And instead of looking at it, Ragnar was like, "Oh, so you're an
it's
empiricist.
Rorgathor.
You
Jesus
believe
fuck.
you believe the evidence. You're an empiricist now."
oh, listen, he still hasn't addressed what I said. That
All right, what'd you-
the laws of logic, bro.
What about
they can't be found empirically.
Okay, fine, but you can't use the laws of logic if you don't have senses.
That doesn't follow.
Then you don't exist
Yeah,
if you
it
don't have
does.
senses. And you
Exactly. You don't exist if well.
Then what are we talking about? It's like
so you
saying
actually- you
0
actually-
minus
We're all over
0
the place.
equals
We're all
0,
over the
dude.
place.
You actually can exist without senses. You could be in a comatose state, right?
Wow.
Can
This
you
is where
perceive?
I should
Can you
have reason
perceive?
from.
Look, right? We have senses. In the
Wow.
senses, yeah. I mean, I guess technically you'd be alive, but you'd have no perception of reality, right?
Right. So how do you know anything? Right. In that sense, you don't.
don't.
Right?
All over the place. Look, we're all over the
Exactly.
place.
I
Listen.
think you're in a comatose state right now because apparently
fuck?
you don't know anything.
Because people can be in comas, we can't know anything. Is basically his argument. What the fuck?
My argument is nobody knows shit.
Exactly, because people can be in
And
comas.
how are you having a conversation right now?
I don't know. You guys are talking to me. Why didn't you
ask
mute
you?
me?
Do you know
could've
that?
kept me muted, but you didn't.
No one's in a coma
Do you
at
know
the
that
moment.
A? Do you know that A equals A? Do you know that?
Well, that's a law of logic.
Yeah. Stop. Thanks. Do you know that A equals A?
I don't know anything, man.
I agree. You're a brain in the jar.
I hear.
Dude,
I hear
come on, guys. You guys are smarter than this.
India.
Oh,
I can hear.
man.
I can
Sorry?
hear I can hear voices, and I hear somebody speaking about logic and some kind of stuff. Is that? Can somebody wake me up, please?
Well, it doesn't matter if you.
No,
spent
dude,
it
I'm
out
not
there.
waking you up. Stay asleep. That's the
Yeah,
best.
it doesn't matter.
Can we get back to the actual topic though? Flat Earth versus globe. I heard you on the stream
Yes,
say
India.
Yeah. So I heard you on the stream say, Gregory, why do you think the Earth is flat?
Well, he already posted it in the chat.
Rorgathor. Remember, scroll up in the open chat. Go back to the argument you digress from.
Oh man.
The empirical data that we sense with our eyes and tools.
Is a flat Earth
Exactly.
is a flat Earth empirical? Is that based upon empirical observation?
I hope so. Otherwise, you guys are insane.
Is the globe Earth based upon empirical observation?
I hope so. Otherwise, I'm insane.
I think it's the latter. Because I'm going to ask you, what empirical observation have you made that shows that the Earth's a globe?
I've seen cool pictures on the internet.
Okay, that's not an observation of reality. That's not an observation of nature. That's looking at a bunch of images.
Am I hearing your voice right now?
Yeah. So what?
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm positive.
Are you now?
Yeah, you're responding to me.
So how is this any different than me looking at a picture?
What do you mean? Because we're speaking, you're responding.
You could be a bot, dude.
Yeah, but
Does picture present the reality?
Who is this clown?
Listen, someone are
I
using
don't
your
trust
logic.
you, dude.
How do you know?
Your picture
How do
looks
you know
fake
that
as hell.
images of Santa aren't real?
Dude, you look like a Chinese.
How do you know that? How do you know that Bigfoot pictures aren't real? Are all
Laura,
pictures?
remember, you want
So-
to make your family proud. You want to represent yourself in a way where your wife and everybody respects your conversation.
So how should
So
we
can we try it again? Can we go back
so
to the
how-
argument
how-
he digressed from?
Yeah,
The
I want to
opposite?
go back to what was your empirical observation that the Earth's the globe. You didn't make any observation of Earth. You looked at some pictures. You listened to say, "Hey, I took these pictures. This is a picture of Earth," and you're like, "Okay, that's not your empirical observation." Other than you observed somebody saying something and
To
presenting
be
you
fair,
something.
to be fair, he asked me about my position first before we talk about him proving the globe. We already went through that with him. We can go through that again. But to be fair,
Well,
he asked
I'm
me
just trying to
scrutinize
point
the
out the fact that we have empirical observations, whereas he doesn't.
Let's
Yeah,
say
me
that
too. So let's go back. Let's go back to the argument that it's in the open chat that he digressed from. So what say you to the deductive arguments in the open chat that you digress from? You can't miss it.
let's say that I have gone from a position of globe positive to globe agnostic.
Okay, so listen, I don't think you hear what I just said. What say you to the arguments, refutation, or whatever? Do you have a refutation to any of the deductive arguments there in the open chat which you digress from? Scroll up in the open chat, you cannot miss them.
I'm looking at it right now. All right, one, if the surface of the so I'd have to ignore pretty much everything that we've been taught about physics.
Hello?
Why is that entailed by any of my arguments?
I'm looking at it right now. Every solid and liquid has a surface. Define surface. You can't.
Oh,
do you know what surface means?
Do you?
Why are you asking me to define surface? Don't you know what that means already? Can we not take that?
We
as a
need to
foregone
define
conclusion?
our terms. What do you mean when you say
So
solid?
do you not know what surface
has
means?
a
That's what you're asking. It's not that difficult. Listen, it's not that difficult. Do you know what
Is it?
surface means? Because I know what surface means. Do you know
All
what
right,
it
well,
means?
I'm asking you because I don't know. Answer
So you
me
don't
the
know what
question.
surface means. Okay.
No.
So let me define it for you. Let me get the definition for you just to be clear and just to be having a record so we don't
Hold
disturb
on,
anything.
hold on 1 second. Didn't you say you'd have to not believe everything you were taught in physics in school, but you don't know what a surface is?
I don't know. I could have been lied
Then
to.
you didn't learn anything in physics.
You're
in
right.
school.
Maybe
And you
I
actually
didn't.
don't know anything, so there's nothing in your head that you don't have to believe. You don't know anything. Because if you don't know what a surface is, you never took physics, you never took mathematics, you never took geometry. You're a
I
fucking
did.
What's your
moron.
favorite Pokemon?
Doesn't mean I know anything.
Well, that means everything would have to be explained to you. Then we would have to explain to you that you're a glober.
Yeah, maybe like whoever
then we
keeps
define.
typing it, maybe it's Piggy or maybe it's Wizard. I don't know, but maybe they're better. Are they better at this?
When we define the surface,
do have a
when we
genuine
define.
question if you allow me, gentlemen. Like, with all the respect to
Everyone is
everyone.
jumping in
I'd
like
rather
almost
talk to Wizard.
simultaneously, like
I'd
not
rather talk to
just
Wizard
joining the
than this
dialogue.
other. Sorry,
It's just
Gregory.
talking
I'd
about
rather talk to
caption.
Wizard
So
than this
why would I believe you guys and disbelieve NASA? I need a good
No one
reason to
said you
believe.
should believe us.
All right, then why are you having this discussion then?
Okay, so let's resume. Go back. So define surface. He asked. So the exterior or upper boundary of an object or body.
All right.
No,
Okay,
this
so that's
is
defined. What next?
This is a different person.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking to Rorgathor.
So Wizard.
Rorgathor is not going to take anything serious.
got him muted,
Gregory,
So
you want to
Wizard,
invest? I mean, if you want to invest,
Wizard,
I guess I won't. stop
you're
it.
presenting a false dichotomy. It's either believe this side or believe that side. See, we're going to just go tell you to go test it yourself, and then you don't have to believe anybody, right?
Then you could figure it out.
Yeah.
Oh, he's muted.
So, Wizard.
Well, yeah, if he had a
can you not
reference,
believe your own
a
eyes?
gauge of truth.
I do
And a
believe my own
reason to
eyes,
seek
but speaking of a size like Earth, my own eyes will
hold on.
take me
That's a rationalization. So you're trying to come up with an excuse not to believe your own eyes.
No, sir, like, I have some basic knowledge of physics. It's like when I drive in the hot weather, there's something called mirage. I see like water almost like 200 meters And when I get in there, there's nothing. So how would you want my own eyes to determine whether Earth is a flat or a globe?
So is mirage the general condition of the environment?
It is actually. It's something that's
Mirage is
happening.
the general condition. We're just running around looking at mirages.
It's
not.
It's something happening under certain conditions.
Yeah, under certain conditions, and they're so unusual that you recognize it as a mirage. Amazing.
Right.
But now you're saying is that you're looking at shit, and now the general condition that you don't see a mirage, it's still a mirage.
What when you see the real object? What then?
Oh God! Let's keep with one thing at a time, please, Sasha.
So you want to tell me that with your empirical power whatsoever or keen observation, you were able to determine that Earth is a flat?
Okay. Yes, we
Yeah.
can because
I would love to hear how did you conduct that, if you wouldn't mind. Just you know.
someone else can talk to him if you want. I don't want to hog the mic.
I
So,
see.
Wizard, do you believe the Earth is a ball?
Not a ball, actually. It's going to have a globe shape or oval shape. But yeah,
Okay, right.
let's
Okay,
say
so there's
that's
that. So a ball in general. So
yeah.
there's that in the open chat.
Mhm.
Very simple deductive arguments, and you have a dilemma. Would you like me to read the dilemma, or do you want to read it yourself?
No, I would like to save that actually. Why not?
It's in the open chat. I tagged you.
Thank you for sharing it away.
Did you read? Are you reading?
Yeah, I'm just like, browsing it.
Typical.
There's a lot of things over here. So what do you mean by typical, man?
Well, this is the first time that you're coming across this information, and this is why we're here. We're letting you know this information. The Earth is measured flat every single time. Like there is no model of a globe, and everything is based on flat Earth suffrages. You have to exalt the sun as it goes by every day. We're all reduced to that. Very simple stuff.
You see all those flat Earth observations that Gregory posted in the chat? Maybe you should look over them. Maybe you should do more than glance over them. Maybe it's something you
Yeah, I
should look
think I've seen this one like
Uh,
9.41 miles. The C1.
So what's your explanation on that for a globe or a ball or whatever you believe it is?
Well, before he answers that, let me just make sure he understands the initial clip that I posted. So, do you understand the initial clip that I tagged you?
Okay, so first you just like tag me on something like research or something. Secondly, the clip is like TikTok make your day. What is that?
No. The first clip that I tagged you in. Do you see those deductive arguments that I tagged you in?
Yeah.
Okay, do you understand them?
I need to read it actually and go through it.
Okay.
Yeah, every solid and liquid has a
Go
surface.
through it with them. Go through it with them.
Yeah, I was just. You said it just about. I was about to open my mouth. Stop thinking simultaneously with me. It's crazy.
Are you talking to me, sir?
I yield.
No. I was agreeing with What's the name?
Oh, yeah.
I think that was Cyclone. So the first argument, right? If the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving, then it's level. The surface of the given solid and or liquid object is not curving. Therefore, the surface of the given solid and or liquid object is level. It's very simple. Right? Just to make it very clear and cut to the chase. The next argument. Every solid and liquid has a surface. Every surface is either curved or level. The earth is a solid, the oceans are liquid. The surface of the earth and the oceans are not curved. Therefore, the surface of the oceans and the earth are level. Here's the dilemma for the person that wants to affirm the surface of the earth and oceans are curving. The first one. If the horizon is only an optical phenomenon that is an aspect of your visual perspective, then the horizon isn't the sum of the water curve wrapped around the ball. The horizon is only an optical phenomenon. Therefore, the horizon is not the sum of the water curve wrapped around the ball. But if you want to insist that the horizon is the sum of the water curve wrapped around the ball, you are impaled on the second horn. If the horizon is the sum of the water curve wrapped around the ball, then we can only see to the horizon. We don't see beyond it. Therefore, water curve ball.
Cut out right at the end there, Gregory.
The second horn, if the horizon is the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball, then we can only see to the horizon. We don't only see to the horizon, we see beyond the horizon. Therefore, the horizon is not the summit of water curve wrapped around a ball. That's the dilemma if you want to affirm the Earth to be a ball.
Mm-hmm. I see.
That's the burden. And it is
No.
quite a burden because you have to deny your objective experience. And you have to say, actually, this objective experience is some objective relativism.
Look, usually when I go to like a pharmacy, I don't ask them who invented that and who did that shit and what kind of material over there, and I need to check all these kind of data.
Irrelevant.
Right? There's some sort of a trusted organization that somehow we do trust them, not fully.
You didn't come here
Oh, hold on, sir. Let me just make my point. So what I'm trying to say.
about geometry here. You're talking about something now completely different. No, not
No,
hold
I'm
on.
not talking about something else. What I'm trying to tell
we can't
you
really
that
talk
there's
about
Your
medical
point
stuff
is a
here
logical
without.
fallacy. He's trying to cut you off.
no one has the time, sir, just to go through every single thing you deal with in your life. All right. So you just show on the TV.
Well, I'm sure
all right,
whatever.
all right.
I think you're violating.
I think Earth is gay.
Everything you have to
Is not
say is
flat
null and void. That you don't belong here.
is
Go
gay.
somewhere else.
Earth is gay.
Into the break, I
could,
see that
you could check.
you're trying to turn the conversation into something like I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe you're right, Wizard. But even with your analogy, we could check the chemical reactions between two compounds and then check the effect. So I mean, we can check it. We can verify that the doctor's not full of shit. We trust him because it's repeatable and testable, and it's giving us the same results. Now, how are you equivocating that to the horizon?
Let's just make it clear. Let's try again, Wizard. So there's the
Okay.
dilemma for the person that wants to affirm the proposition the Earth is ball, like I just said. So what say you to that?
I need to see like how scientists respond to such a thing, because I told you, like, I'm just an average human being who
You wouldn't
probably
be
knows
asking scientists about this.
Okay.
It's not a
No.
scientific.
Seriously, like, here's the thing. So I'm gonna copy that. All right, that, let's say, this aspect 1 or 2 or 3, and then check how people respond to that. Not, I'm being an offense actually when it's come to this, because I won't get anything if Earth is a flat or a globe. But I need to see if those people have a scientific response to such a question with an experiment or not. You got my point,
No,
sir?
category error.
Yeah.
This is a shape claim. This isn't a cause and effect claim. To figure out the shape of it.
I'm sorry, but I have 1,000 reasons to doubt whatever you're saying. One of it's the source
I'm
and
trying to
a
find out
lot of
what
things.
scientists do. I'm trying
And
to
my
find out
knowledge too.
why.
And my knowledge too.
Don't understand.
You got it?
If you have thousands, then you must have one. Listen to him, and then he will ask you of the single one that you need to have. Hold on.
If I didn't answer his questions, it doesn't mean that I, let's say, lose a debate.
No, it's mean you stop talking. You stop talking. You let
There's
him respond.
nothing wrong with asking the questions politely.
Jedi, please, I want to hear it. It's good stuff.
Can you repeat
what Jedi said that you will know what he said? Can you repeat what he said?
All right. So let's just give you guys a chance to talk, and I'm gonna be in a mute.
I'm saying that Jedi was telling you that it's not a science question. He's trying to explain to you, and you didn't give him the chance
I just
to
now
tell you.
you're gonna have 15 minutes debating whether I should talk or not. I said I'm gonna mute myself and you guys talk.
Okay, good.
I don't know. I thought Wizard was pretty reasonable for a while. I mean,
You were just talking and you made no arguments. So that was actually the point that Jedi was bringing up. Ultimately,
Yeah, let's just be clear. I
you
said the
didn't let
dilemma to
him make
him.
it.
Yeah, I said the dilemma to him, and his reply was, "I need to copy and paste this and send this and show this to a scientist or some sort of expert, whatever, to see what their reply is." That's his reply. So that's it.
Insert logical fallacy. Typical.
The Earth is a square.
Okay.
What's up? How are you guys?
How are you
hey,
doing?
Kevorkian, how are you?
Mute all these
Hello.
anti-flaggers. They don't need to be here, you know.
I'm good. The Earth is
That's
good.
good.
Mute all
I've heard
anti-flaggers.
you.
It's
You
very
told us
pitiful what the globe delusion has done to these younglings that think Fortnite like represents like, oh, that's like some sort of aspect of tangential reality, and they spend all their time and their money in it, and it's very sad.
Kevorkian, and I would
Next
don't
person.
just make like silly baseless. I've heard you speak on other topics, and I know you can you can extrapolate a conversation. Some of the people in here take the topic serious. If you want to address
Yeah,
or ask a
I'm
question.
dead serious. The Earth is a square.
Well, I guess not. Today is
So,
not the day that you did that.
so
Well,
when you
that's
say it's
debunked.
flat,
That's
that's
actually
correct.
debunked.
It's flat on all 6
You're
sides.
gonna have to present your argument for there being
All
this
6
90
sides?
degree edge.
It can't.
Interesting.
It
Like
can't be a
90-degree edge.
square. It can't be a sphere, and it can't be perfectly flat. We call it flat Earth, but that doesn't mean it doesn't got hills and
Why
mountains.
can't it? Why can't it be a square?
Hold on a minute. I'm
He
going to
was
finish
busy
my
not
sentence,
listening.
and it'll
Clarity,
have
sir.
the
He's
answer to your
busy not
question in
listening.
I
it.
apologize.
When I
I
finish
We
my
can make this
sentence,
entirely much better.
it will have the answer. So, one little hill, one little valley, one little mud puddle outside negates any other shape that should be a perfect shape. I don't give a fuck what anybody's opinion is. If I start touching dough balls and put my fingerprints in them, it's not a perfect dough ball anymore. It's just
True.
not. So, to say
Well,
something,
yeah.
can be hold on, brother. I'll be done 1 second. So, if we got a mountain outside, you can't have a fucking square, cube Earth. You can't have a perfect sphere Earth. Neither one of those would even be possible. Neither would a perfectly flat Earth. But the water portion is flat, and then we have topography. That's why flat Earth has topography, and then flat water, 73% or more, or 100 million%. As far as so far that we know, so far we don't know. We haven't been to the edge of this flat plane.
He's too busy ready to speak. He didn't hear you.
All right, yeah, I was wondering, is he
No, I heard him.
confused about anything because we're not using any technical terms in that. That was very plain English for you to comprehend. And
Yeah,
are
it
you
sounds like
having
he's just saying. Sounds like he's
what?
just
Okay,
saying that, like, there's a theoretical shape, right? Like mathematically speaking, and that
he's
the
saying
Earth is not any
you're
of those
saying that
shapes.
is your belief. You have a theoretical. He's not talking about a
No,
theoretical shape. He's
no,
talking
I
about
think
your
I'm not.
belief in a
He's not
glob
though,
is a
because I don't
He
very
believe.
said
theoretical
exactly what he
belief.
meant. You weren't listening. You just weren't listening. You were ready to
No, I
speak
was
while he
First
was
listening.
thing,
speaking.
I was
he
listening.
can't comprehend
I don't
words
know.
that
I
he's
don't know why I
hearing.
can't respond to what he was saying, and you need to like interject and speak for him.
There's
I
no.
heard. I
I
heard
asked
perfectly
you
well
the
what he was
question.
saying.
I asked you the
Yeah, we
question.
need to clean this
Oh,
up.
so yeah, you said that there's like theoretical shapes, mathematically speaking, and that the Earth is not any of those, right? I never said that I believe the Earth is like a perfect square, right? It's like an approximate square.
Okay, well, what is your argument with the gravity worship?
What?
How can you make a claim to
Tell me
the
about.
sorry. How are you making a claim to the shape of the Earth? Now that it's square. When you say square, do you mean cube? Or what do you mean by square?
Oh yeah, cube.
Cube. So, how have you proven the shape of the Earth?
How have I proven the shape of the Earth? We would
Yeah.
just say it trivially follows on my like epistemology.
I'll ask you again. Have you proven this?
Yeah, proof is going to be.
Intuitively
Proof is.
know it.
I'm not. No, you can't say I'm trolling, sir. That's disingenuous.
Just
Okay,
want to know how
proof
you
is going to
figure out the
be.
shape.
Proof is going to be a feature of like some epistemic paradigm. All I'm saying is that my claims about the Earth's ontology trivially follow or are trivially justified and true in virtue of my epistemology.
But lying about the
Sorry, I
nature
haven't
of
finished,
reality
dude.
would be untrue.
I haven't finished, dude. 2 seconds, maybe a little bit more.
Oh, that was all I had to say. That's it. That's cool.
Dude, I want to challenge you in what you said. Is that okay?
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
So, when you make a claim to geometry, how do you prove geometry of something?
How do I prove? Well, once again, proof is like indexed to my epistemic paradigm, right?
Okay, so we're talking about a shape, and we want to figure out what shape it is. How do we figure out what shape something is?
Like I take figure out there to mean justify. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. What evidence do we gather to figure out the answer to this question?
Yeah, so all of this language, evidence, figure out, justify, this is all like epistemic language, right? So all I'm saying is that I have an epistemic paradigm, and I'm going to be like a coherentist about this. And when I say that the Earth is a square, like it doesn't produce any
It's
contradiction.
not a claim. You're just saying words. We understand. Okay,
But
so
it's not a claim. I agree, it's a proposition, right? But it doesn't produce any contradictions.
Why not pyramid?
to avoid contradictions, I understand. Yeah.
Is
Why
anyone
not
done with
pyramid?
him?
Why
Does
cube?
anyone want me to destroy Kevorkian on this?
Please.
Yes,
I feel like
yes,
he's
yes. Finish.
either
Cook
the type
me.
of
Come
guy.
on, cook me. I'm ready to
Okay,
get
so
cooked.
go ahead. Say your argument again.
Oh, I didn't make an argument.
Oh, you didn't make an argument, so you don't have a position.
That's the point. That's the point.
No,
Okay,
no,
you
I
didn't
said
prove
I
anything.
said
That's
my
fine.
view.
That
Just
was easy.
destroy the worldview he doesn't know that he has.
No,
Yeah, he doesn't have
what
an
I so
argument, so
I'll reiterate
He
my
if you can
view.
prove
doesn't, but
anything,
he
you can
actually
demonstrate that you know
does.
anything.
He only
He
said that
actually
Yeah,
he
does.
Gregory,
Maybe
you're
just
correct.
to
I do not
reiterate.
have an argument.
That's
Yes,
part
I
of
do
the
not
maybe
have an
just
lie.
argument.
That's
reiterate.
part of their lie. Like I will not have a stance. It's part of the lie.
I'm not
That's
saying
the
I don't have a
whole.
stance. I'm
You
just
That's
said
saying
the
you
I'm
whole
not
don't have
making an
to,
argument.
echo
system
each other.
of
Like
their
that's it.
religion.
Gregory, you're a little
He
quiet.
just said he
Move
doesn't
on.
have an
Islamscape.
argument, so he doesn't know the proposition is true.
Well, I don't take truth to be derived from arguments, like deductive arguments,
Well,
right?
there you
What does
go.
that
That's
have
not
to
a
do with what I
You
that's
just
not a
said to you?
conceded.
feature.
You just
That's not
admitted.
a
You
that's
What does
not
you
a
that have to do with
have
feature
what I
of.
your
just said to
own
you?
terminology for what
Well,
you think is
you
true.
said hold on,
And
please. You
so
said
it
I don't
doesn't
have an
matter what
argument.
is actually true.
Sir,
Because of what I say is
can I
true
please
is
respond to Gregory?
wrong
All
to
right,
you
Yeah,
listen
because
hang
you
and
on,
don't
bro.
make
finish.
you
I
have no
understand.
Can I
value.
please
I feel
respond to
you. I feel you.
Gregory?
But let Kevorkian respond.
Yeah. So I believe if I heard you correctly, but there were several people speaking, so maybe I misheard you. You said he doesn't have an argument, therefore he doesn't know if it's true. Is that what you said? Something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't take like truth to be produced through arguments.
So what?
So like when you say that I don't know if it's true because I don't have an argument, that doesn't follow because I don't take arguments to produce truth.
So you have a
So what?
non-claim. You just
You didn't refute me just because you don't believe me. It's impaired incredulity fallacy.
Well, but we're talking about my epistemology, right? So when you say I don't know
No, but we
if
can
something is
actually
true,
no, we actually do know.
Hang on,
So we're
hang on, hang
taking
on,
this
hang
from
on,
a
hang
reality
on.
judgment.
he didn't
I
say
This
know
is
you
all
you
want to
don't
based
chop in
on
on
know.
it. I
Earth.
know.
oh,
I know you want
let
to chop in the
Gregory
bit.
speak.
He didn't
Watch
say
how I do
you
this.
don't know.
Yeah,
Gregory,
watch how I do
I can
this.
even
Okay, Kevorkian,
I
look,
can even
concentrate.
grant
Kevorkian,
that
concentrate.
Kevorkian, listen. He's speaking.
I'm
Yeah,
listening, but your
yeah,
friend
yeah. Look,
interrupted
look.
All
while
right,
I was
Okay,
making
listen.
so is
Just
the
so
listen.
proposition the Earth is a square? Excuse me. Is the proposition the Earth is a cube true or false?
it's true.
How do you know it's true?
How do I know it's true? I take truth to be one of the constituent members of knowledge, right? So when you ask how do I know something's true, I take that to be an incoherent question.
What?
Where's the incoherency in the question?
Yeah,
Right.
because knowledge is going to be a justified true belief.
Yeah, you just pointed to
So when you ask
Incoherency in
specifically,
my
me,
and then
question. You
you
didn't
said, "Oh,
identify an
it's not
incoherency
that
in my
well,
question.
specific."
one at a time. I don't. Can the other guy just let Gregory speak, please? Thank you.
Yeah, so you didn't identify an
So
incoherency in my question.
no, look, it's. I didn't say. I'm not saying that you take it to be incoherent. Maybe you take the question to be incoherent. But when posed to my worldview, when you ask me how I know something is true, look, truth is going to be a member of what it takes to know, right? So I think knowing that something is true produces like a vicious circle.
Yeah, you're attacking something I didn't say to you.
You did ask me how I know that it's true. I'm sorry, unless I'm
No. You're
mistaken.
distorting. No. You're distorting. Let's
Okay,
try
yeah,
again.
rephrase.
Is the
Or
proposition
yeah,
the
let's
Earth
try
is
again.
a cube true or false?
It is true. Yeah,
How do you know it's true?
yeah. I take that question to be incoherent. It doesn't make
Where's
sense
the
to me.
incoherency?
Because you're asking, like, when you ask how I know, that's going to entail truth, right?
Okay, that's not an incoherency. That's not an
Yeah.
incoherency in the question.
Okay. I guess. Well, let me answer in accordance with my intuition of what I take you to be saying. Yeah, I have a theory. I have a theory of truth that is a constituent member of what I take it to mean to know things. I don't. I don't know that things are true. Things are true, and then they become knowledge, right?
Okay, you don't know the
Yes.
proposition is true, so you just conceded to defeat.
Well, no, things are true, and then they become knowledge. I just think it's like a mixing up of the order here of how things occur. right? Like I
Like
don't know things are true and then they become true, right?
Like a
things
sea
are.
level proposition, you're attacking a straw man.
I don't
Like a
think I'm
sea
attacking
level.
a straw man.
You are. You attack. I didn't say they become true when you know them to be true. No, I never said
Well,
that.
no, that's like I don't take truth to be a member. I don't take truth to be knowledge. That's all I'm saying.
And neither do I. You're attacking a straw man again.
Right. So when you ask me how I know something's true, I think that's a strange question. Something's either true or it's not.
Okay, it may be
It's not.
strange to you. That's not a refutation to it or an expose of any error in the
Well,
question.
what I say, like when I say strange or weird, right? I'm just saying my worldview doesn't know how to interact with this question
Too
because
bad. Sounds like a problem for your
I,
worldview.
no,
see
hold on.
why Kamala Harris wants to forgive all student loans. Like she's like, fuck
Wait,
it, what are we doing, kids?
No, hold on, please. Stop with the incredulity, please. Let's be charitable here. Okay? So, look, all I'm saying is that, like, when you ask me how I know something to be true, right? I'm just saying it's already gonna entail that it's true.
So you have no evidence to back your claim at
Okay,
all.
so that's
is
not an
what
error
you're
in my
saying.
question. You haven't demonstrated how you know the proposition is true.
No, I don't know propositions are true. Hold on, wait. No, I know propositions are true, but like when you hold on, I don't know propositions. I'm getting confused about the language here. So because it's
You're
getting
confusing yourself
when we
with your
talk
nonsense.
about knowledge, knowledge is going to be justified true belief. Okay. So when you ask me how I know something because it's true. I don't like if you're
Beg
just
the
asking me
question.
are you asking me what my theory of truth is? Is that what you're asking?
Jesus Christ. So let's try again. How do you know the proposition
Yeah.
the Earth is a cube is true?
How do I know that that's true? Yeah, so okay, I'm gonna just try and skip over all this linguistic miscommunication. So I have a theory of truth, right? I'm a deflationist about this.
Define it.
Did you ever consider
so-
write a book?
So deflationism
I
is
feel
just
you,
gonna
Sasha. I
be
feel you.
all that there is to be said about truth is merely like the utterance of a particular proposition,
This is a
right?
bullshit artist.
To put it simply, right? So the Earth is a cube is true if and only if the Earth is a cube is true, right?
Bullshit artist.
So all that there is to be said of truth is
It's working the same for pyramid. You can put if pyramid is pyramid
Just let me finish. Let me reply to him. Hang on. Just let me finish. Let me reply to him.
yeah, but so I mean, I think that's the simplest way I can explain it. We can go to the SCP if we need to, if you guys need more clarification than that.
Okay, so you know the proposition is true given that you asserted it.
It's not simply that I asserted it, right? But it's all that there is to be said of truth. Here, look. Let me just quote this. So this is going to be a Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
So all there is to be said of truth is to assert the proposition. Therefore, the proposition the Earth is a cube is true.
It's not merely the assert. Wait, hold on. Restate what you just said because you might have got it. I'm sorry.
All there is to be said of truth is to simply assert the proposition. Therefore, the Earth is a cube.
All there is to be said of truth, all that can be significantly said about the truth of the statement, the Earth is a cube, is just equivalent to saying that the Earth is a cube. Right?
Therefore,
but that doesn't mean.
So saying that the Earth is a cube.
That doesn't.
Therefore, the Earth is a cube.
Well, that's the theory of truth, right? When I say I know it, I also have a theory of justification and a belief about the thing, right? So we would also have to reference my theory of justification.
I'm asking, how do you know the proposition is true?
So I thought.
Your answer was all there is to be said about truth is to say the proposition.
Oh yeah. If you're just inquiring into my theory of truth, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So you're digressing from the question that I asked you. How do you know the proposition the Earth is a cube is true?
All there is to be. Hold on. So the Earth is a cube is true, or it is true that the Earth is a cube is equivalent to simply saying that the Earth is a cube, right?
Okay, so
There's not.
saying the Earth is
So
a
hold
cube
on.
is
Let me
true
explain.
is equivalent to saying the Earth
When
is a
you
cube. Therefore, the Earth is a cube.
yeah. So when your philosophical mind inquires into my
Yeah, it's a red
paradigm,
herring.
when your philosophical mind inquires into my paradigm, and you're looking for some underlying truth property per se, right? That is
You hear what I
attributed
said to you?
to the use. I know you're saying I'm committing a red herring, but I am expressing my theory of truth here. You're asking me how I
Okay, so
take
you're repeating
something
the
to
very
be
thing I
true.
just critiqued for some reason.
You're asking me how I take something to be true. I'm just explaining that, right?
Yeah, you're
It's not a
repeating the
red
thing I
herring.
just critiqued.
But that's not a red herring. It'd be a red herring if you
But
asked
it
me
is a
about
red
my
herring.
theory
I
of
wasn't
truth.
asking you. I wasn't
It'd
asking
be a
you.
red.
I wasn't asking you. Are these propositions equivalent, semantically equivalent? That wasn't the question.
Well, it's not about semantic equivalence, right?
That's what you talked about. To say the proposition the Earth is a cube is true is equivalent to saying the Earth is a cube. I didn't ask you that.
It's
That's
to
a red herring.
say what truth is bears itself in the utterance of a
Yeah, I didn't ask
proposition.
you that. That's a red herring from the question.
That's not a red herring. That's
It
a
is a red
theory of
herring.
truth.
It's not relevant to the question that I asked you. I didn't ask you that.
Okay, so just for clarification, I'm expressing my theory of truth, and your
Yeah, which
question
is a
was
red
what?
herring.
Your question was what?
Yeah. How do you know the proposition the Earth is a cube is true?
So me providing a theory of truth is a red herring when your question is how do I know that it's true?
Yeah, because all you're telling me is
How's that a red herring?
saying these two different propositions are semantically equivalent, therefore the Earth is a cube. Right? The semantic
Well, it's
equivalence between the two
it's not
propositions
two
does not indicate at all whatsoever that the Earth is a cube.
It's not two propositions, it's one proposition.
You just said there's an equivalence.
I mean-
So if it's not two propositions, then it reduces your assertion that there's an equivalence between two different propositions to absurdity. So either the two different propositions are more that are semantically equivalent or not.
Well, yeah, something being equivalent, this is going to be like a predication of identity, right? So when I say that it is true that the snow is white, this is logically identical. It's going to be identical to saying the snow is white.
Yeah, another example
Or that
of
the
a
Earth
red
is a
herring
square.
that's digressing from the question. You're not answering my
That's
question.
not a red herring. What are you talking
It's a
about?
red herring. I'm not asking you what's your theory
How?
of truth. I'm asking you how do you know the proposition is true? Not
Yeah,
are the
I
two
know that.
propositions
I
semantically
know.
equivalent.
I take something to be true in virtue of my theory of truth. Duh.
Right, so it's a red herring.
That's not a red herring. What are you talking
It'd be
about?
relevant to the question I'm asking you.
It's absolutely not a red herring. You can't
It's not
ask me how I
logically
take
relevant to
something
the
to be
question I'm asking you.
true.
You're just repeating yourself over and over again. Now you're just
Hold on,
going in
wait.
circles. So you
Wait,
didn't say
I'll
an
do
answer that's
respect.
logically relevant to the
Look,
question that
I'll
I'm
do
asking you. You
respect.
haven't demonstrated how you know the proposition the Earth is a cube. You're just digressing to the issue that if I say this proposition, that if I say that this proposition is true, that's semantically equivalent to saying the proposition itself, rather than saying that the proposition is true. Right. So that's all you're doing. You're just digressing to the issue of this proposition. When I say the Earth is a cube is true, that's equivalent to the Earth is a cube. That doesn't indicate that the proposition is true.
Half an hour later, we're still trying to figure
Hold
out
on,
how
wait.
you know something.
Yeah, but when you ask me how I know something, that's different than asking me how something is true.
I'm aware. So you didn't answer my question yet.
But I did. I gave you my theory of truth.
You didn't. It was red herring. It's not logically relevant to what I asked
Are you saying?
I
Are
didn't
you saying
ask
that
you, is it
deflationary?
equivalent to say? I didn't ask you are the propositions the proposition the Earth is a cube is true and the Earth is a cube. I didn't ask you are these two propositions true. I asked you how do you know the proposition is true. You haven't told me that.
I believe I did. I just think you're not understanding, and that's okay.
Well, that's a appeal to credulity fallacy. You haven't. You haven't given me any
look,
logically sound
I mean,
pattern of inference that indicates
like,
that
if you
proposition
have-
the Earth is a cube is true. You're just digressing to this issue that these two versions of the same idea phrased in English are semantically equivalent, which is not indicative of the proposition being true. It's just digressing to the issue of these two propositions being semantically equivalent. That's it.
So this might be an issue with like the theory of truth in and of itself. If you have a reductio against like deflationary theory, I'd love to hear it.
Okay, I already refuted your answer. I mean, your answer to my question is a red herring. You're just not answering the question with an answer that's logically relevant to the question. I wasn't asking you about the semantic equivalence between two rephrasals of the same idea. I'm asking you how do you know the proposition is true?
So we like everybody's going to take truth to be derived of a theory of truth, and I'm giving you mine.
Okay.
So that's not it's by definition not a red herring. It's
But it is. So
exactly
you keep going in
logically
circles with me
relevant.
about this. You're not telling me how you know the proposition is true. You're just telling me that the proposition is semantically equivalent to another rephrasal of the proposition, which is not the point, which is not the focus of the question.
Just to kind of bring some order here, if we could appeal to a third party in the chat. So anybody who's been listening, when he asks me, how do I know a particular proposition is true? Okay, I think that it's perfectly reasonable for me to reply and express my theory of truth, which I've done, which is deflationary theory, which is a proper theory of truth. And then he says it's a red herring. I think it would be a red herring if I was not talking about truth. I'm precisely talking about truth, though. So if
No.
there's anybody else who agrees that it's a red herring, please express the what is it? What exactly am I not? What exactly am I saying that doesn't talk about truth?
It is a
Right.
red herring. It is a red
How?
herring. It seems like it's associated with what he's asking you. It seems like it is. It's on point-ish, but it's not directly answering his question.
How not?
Which is why the conversation is becoming quite frustrating. I tried
How's it
to ask
not
half an
directly?
hour ago.
Your methodology was what again?
The fuck. So it sounds like it's you're talking about truth. It's a red herring. You're not answering him directly.
I think a red herring would be like responding with something that's not relevant. Like if he asked me, how do I take something to be true? And I started talking about how I take it to be justified, I think that would be a red herring, but that is not what I've done. I'm actually talking about how I take something to be true.
Crescendo to the point is you still haven't answered his question. You've been talking about how you should, dude. You've been talking about how you should answer his question from your point of view, but you haven't answered his question.
What do you?
Yeah, you haven't told me how you know the proposition is true. You just digress to the issue that this proposition is semantically equivalent to a rephrasal of the same.
I'm supposed to be responding with like what my theory of truth is.
No. What your method? What is your
no,
method?
You're supposed to be telling me how you know the proposition is true. You're supposed to be giving me some pattern of inference that is supposed to indicate the proposition is true, and you haven't done that. You just digress to the issue that this proposition, your concluding premise, is semantically equivalent to another rephrasal of the very same proposition you've done.
So you've loaded the question, right? Because I said prior
I didn't ask you
that
a question.
like, well, no, you said I need to be providing you some some rules of inference. I don't take truth to be. No, you just said that verbatim.
No, I didn't say rule of inference. No, I didn't.
You did.
No, I didn't. Never said
You said some. You said I need to provide some inference. You said something about inferences, right? But the problem is that I don't take truth. Nobody takes truth to be like deductive or inferential. That's silly. That's not a theory of truth.
It's a red herring from what I said.
Nobody holds.
It's a red herring from what I said.
Well, I can agree that that's not me talking about what I take truth to be, right? But that's just me saying that nobody thinks truth is inferential.
Your entire reply is a red herring from what I said to you. You're not touching what I just said to you.
Oh, okay, repeat yourself.
Okay, so let's see if you can actually say a reply that's logically poignant to what I'm saying to you. You have not given any pattern of inference whatsoever, in any way whatsoever, that indicates the proposition is true. You're just digressing our attention to the concluding premise being semantically equivalent to some other rephrasal thereof. That's all you've done.
Okay, I don't take truth to be derived from patterns of inference, whatever that would mean.
So what?
So when you ask me how I take something to be true, and I answer you in accordance to my worldview, it's like you can't just then say I didn't answer. It's like I did answer.
Yeah, I just critiqued your worldview. So given your premises, all you do is just digress to the truism that this rephrasal of your concluding premise is semantically equivalent to your concluding premise. That's not indicative of the proposition being true.
Whoever wanted to
it's just something you believe in. You haven't actually proven your premise.
Well, no, a theory of truth is not a theory of truth.
It's the other way around.
A theory of truth isn't a belief; it's a metaphysic.
That's what we've been
you haven't demonstrated that you know the proposition is true. You just keep digressing to the truism that if you rephrase the concluding premise, then it's semantically equivalent.
Yeah,
that's not the point.
I think the problem is that we have different theories of truth, and you think that like when I say something is true,
can only result in
one being true or false. You have to allow me to finish what I'm saying. You have to allow me.
What you presented was a true or false, and you're saying how gray matter.
I'm irritated with you at this rate because you're just going in circles with me. But I'm patient and I have the tenacity to stick with this very rigorously.
Getting cut off. Okay, so when you ask, what I suspect is going on here. You and I have a different theory of truth. Okay, so when I answer and I say that such and such is true in virtue of my theory of truth, of course, you don't hold to my theory of truth. So I haven't satiated the conditions on your worldview to grant that some proposition is true, but we're not asking how you would know that it's true. You're asking how I know that it's true.
Yeah, that's not a refutation of what I said to you.
On
You're
your
digressing again.
worldview,
I'm not
what's your
Diversionary tactic.
worldview?
How do you know it's true? How do you know it's true?
You guys are conflating a theory of truth with the justification of knowledge.
You're right, right. No, I'm glad somebody else gets it. Somebody else gets it. They are doing that. You are. No, you are.
No, I'm
and
not.
this is why I just I tried to sort it. Okay,
I just asked you, how do you know?
Please. Whoever just
interjected.
interjected.
Truth. I asked you, how do you know? So I didn't conflate anything. So I didn't conflate anything.
You and I, justification question.
Scott had to save him because he doesn't know. He
How
can't
do you know is a justification question.
There's no
It's
way
not
to
a truth
know.
question.
Scott, how do you know? How do you know? How do you know?
That's a different
Appeal to
question.
some
in epistemology.
arbitrary result of a consensus sort of belief in some sort of authority.
Yeah, so we don't need to go in circles about
that's
this.
a
This is
different
not the
question.
main
The
point.
question-
So he
the
hasn't
question,
given any
how do you
pattern of
know
evidence whatsoever. He hasn't demonstrated
the-
that he knows the proposition
Hold
is
on,
true. He's
dude,
digressed our
Gregory, please.
attention to the
Gregory,
proposition,
please,
his
Gregory,
concluding premise being
please.
semantically equivalent to a phrasal thereof. Appealing to this other proposition being a semantically equivalent rephrasal thereof is not indicative of the proposition being true.
Okay, Gregory, please. So the guy who just chimed in and kind of has the view I have about this question. When they ask, how do you know something is true? That's an incoherent question, right?
No.
The question doesn't
Okay,
make
so you
any
haven't
sense.
refuted the critique I just said. Every time I say the refutation.
Well, I
to
wasn't
your
I wasn't
answer to my
actually I
question,
wasn't
you
I wasn't
keep
I just asked the
going
question
over
to
the same talking points that you've
I
already
just
gone through several
to be
times.
fair,
you would
I
have
just
made the
asked that
An
the
answer that's
question.
logically relevant to the question I'm asking you. You haven't said
I didn't
any
ask you.
answer that is demonstrating that you know the proposition is true. So we're waiting for you to say an answer that demonstrates that you know your concluded premise is true. Don't appeal to the truism that's a red herring and digressing from the point of the
It's
question.
not a red
where
herring.
the supposed rephrasal of the question is semantically equivalent to the concluding premise in my pattern of inference that I haven't demonstrated yet. Therefore, the proposition is true, and therefore I know it to be true. That's a red herring. So let's see if you can actually demonstrate that you know the proposition is true now.
Yeah, like saying that someone knows a proposition is true is strange, right?
Okay, it's strange.
So he
Refutation, anything.
conceded he does
You're not
not know
familiar with the
that
question.
what
The
his
question still stands.
proposition is true. He just conceded defeat right there. Like you don't give a
No, I
shit.
didn't.
And why you're just here to
Look,
like
look. Let's try again.
We'll teach others.
Well, look,
But
to be
very
fair,
easy.
I think that you guys are very
Listen.
right. You guys
So
are very
his reply was, "That's strange. That's not a refutation, or anything. It doesn't demonstrate that he knows the proposition is true."
well. Like I obviously don't establish truth in virtue of your theory of truth.
Gregory, you
I'm not-
embarrass this
I'm
guy. I
not
know it's
you.
a red herring, like the same as when he said that's strange. But you're embarrassing this guy, Gregory. Are you gonna have any mercy on him? Because
No,
he's being
I don't.
embarrassed.
I don't
He's
have
not
a
embarrassing me.
personal
What are you talking
acceptance
about?
of
That's
truth.
just rhetoric. That's just
My
pure
My
rhetoric.
personal
It's not
acceptance
embarrassing
of
me.
truth transcends more than just myself. Like it's like everyone here, we agree to a subjective reference. There's up and down from horizontal. Like,
well, Break, don't even bother yourself. Don't even bother yourself. I'm scrutinizing him.
he has no reason
know.
to even justify
We know.
such a
Listen.
real claim.
We know. Don't even bother yourself. What I'm doing
We're
right
not
now
talking
is
about
very deliberate and precise and calculated. He has a proposition. I'm scrutinizing him as how he's going to demonstrate he knows the proposition is true. So every time I ask him, how do you know the proposition is true? He just replies, that's a strange question. I don't really understand that. Okay, so you can't know. Evidently, you're not competent to demonstrate you know the proposition is true. Thank you for your concession. Like Tanks just said. Thank you.
A proposition is demonstrated to be true in virtue of my theory of truth.
We went through all that. So this is just appeal to repetition fallacy.
Appeal to repetition fallacy? That's not.
Yeah,
even
look
a
it up.
fallacy.
Type it in. Appeal to repetition. Logicallyfallacious.com.
No, so look, when you ask me how I take something
We
to be
already went
true,
through that.
No, it
Another appeal to
really
repetition.
just
but
happened.
like you can't
Do you
act as
not
if I
appeal to
didn't answer
logic?
the question.
Wait,
we already
You
went
can't
through all
act as
that.
if I didn't answer the question.
If we're gonna have
we don't need to go in circles. We went through all that. You just said you didn't say any argument to refute my critique. You just keep recycling the same things we went through. After I say to you,
You didn't.
appealing
You're not
to
making
the
a
premise
critique.
that this
You're
rephrasal
asking
of
me
your
a
concluding
question.
premise is semantically equivalent to your concluding premise does
yes,
not
we are
indicate
in
that you
the
know the
scrutiny
proposition
of
is true.
logic.
And after I ask you the question again, how do you know the proposition is true? You reply, it's strange. So you haven't demonstrated that you know the proposition is true. Thank you for your concession.
That's not a concession.
That's it. Yeah.
And for
It's
one,
effectively
Yeah,
a
we
concession.
are within
You
the
apply to the
constraints
question,
of
how do you know the
logic.
proposition is
For
true?
one,
So that's a strange question. So evidently you don't
for
know the
one,
proposition is true.
and just relax. So when you, for one, you're not making a critique of my view. You're
Yeah,
asking
we
me a
went through all this
question.
already.
No,
You're just
that
repeating yourself.
precisely
Your
defeated
question
your
Just appeal to
view.
repetition
is
fallacy.
your
Every
question
You're
is
just going
question
in
you
how do
circles
ask,
I
again.
know that something is true?
You're just
Okay,
going
and
in
this
circles
is
again. We
by
went through all that.
knowledge itself,
I take
by
something to
the
be
act
true
of knowing,
in
Yeah, now you're
virtue
trying to
of my
bulldoze
theory of
by
everyone
your
trying to
truth.
tell you to
duty
stop
to
repeating yourself.
know.
But what's the
And now
reductio
you're trying to
against
bulldoze everyone
deflationism?
trying to tell you to stop repeating yourself.
You haven't
You're
provided a
just going in
reductio
circles.
against
Like
deflationary
you're obviously
theory.
done. We don't need to keep going in circles. You're not moving
What's the
forward. You're not
reductio?
progressing.
What's
Yeah,
the
you're not moving forward.
reductio?
You're not making any progress
What's the
whatsoever. You're just
reductio?
repeating the
You
entire
guys,
line
he
of
has
dialogue
not
we already had
provided a
several times.
reductio.
Yeah, you're just
What's the
repeating
The
yourself. It's just
reductio?
appeal to repetition.
progress is the
It's just
What's the
appeal to
be
reductio?
repetition.
incoherent.
Yeah,
What's the
he's trying to
reductio?
bulldoze everyone,
Reductio.
telling him the
Coherence is
obvious
going to be
You're
a
here.
proper
He's still trying to bulldoze everyone
justification.
out. He's just being disrupted at this rate. It
Coherence is a
doesn't have
proper
an argument.
justification.
His reply
Talking
only
about
is,
truth.
that's a strange question, and then he digresses our attention to a phrasal of his concluding premise being semantically equivalent, which is a red herring. So all he has is a, that's strange, and that's
Not
a
a
red
red
herring.
herring.
That's all he has.
Not a red
He's done.
herring. You don't even know what a red
Okay,
herring is. If you
Gregory,
think
I
my
also
response
haven't
is a
heard
red
you
herring,
provide your reductio.
You are really,
yeah, he
you
hasn't.
are
He
really
hasn't
there just
provided a reductio.
mumbling, bambling. You don't even know what you're talking about, and like you're trying to
Yes, I
critique
do.
people on psychology, dude. We're here. This is a geometric forum. If you want to like pretend like you know what psychology is, go to the psychology forum.
I'm not
You're in the
talking
wrong
about
place.
psychology.
Okay, let's
I'm not
Because
calm
talking about
I'm
down.
sorry,
How
psychology.
this
many
earth
people
is
think he
measured
has
flat, and you're
provided the
very upset
reductio?
about it.
I'm not talking about psychology.
Wait, so who thinks he has flat?
How many people think
Well, then
Gregory
stop
provided the
crying about it.
reductio?
Gregory did not give a reductio at all.
I know. So
No
how many
reductio.
people in the room believe that he has?
I wasn't here, so I can't say.
Yeah,
You can't my loud voice.
I agree that he
affirmative.
hasn't, but
He
maybe
made
it's
a
just the
he
two of
made a
us.
light switch.
they would
He
most
made a
likely.
light switch claim. He said on off, and I agree that he said what is on, and what is off is off. I agree
But
objectively.
does that
People
depend
would
on
be able
anybody
to go
knowing it?
through the process and
Where's the reductio?
the
Yeah, a
methodology
reductio is not something
to
necessary to
find out.
refute his proposition.
Gregory,
So
please
obviously, all
deliver
he
your
has to say
reductio.
is a red herring, and that's strange to the question, how do you know the proposition is true? So he doesn't have any
It's
way to
not a red
demonstrate that he
herring.
knows the proposition is true.
A red herring is going to be like a piece of information that's intended to be misleading or distracting.
Yeah, you're just
But
invincibly ignorant, repeating yourself over and over again.
when you ask me about a theory, when you ask
Yeah,
me
so
how
show everyone else, show everyone the irritation.
when you
Yeah,
ask
you need
me
to
how I
stop now.
take something
Yeah,
to
you need
be
to stop
true,
now. Yeah, Kevorkian, you need to stop
hold
now.
on, I need a
You're
mod.
just
I need a
irritating
mod,
everyone in the
seriously,
voice channel
because
right
he keeps
now. Yeah,
interrupting.
you don't need to keep
I
repeating
need a
yourself,
mod.
Kevorkian. Yeah, stop
I need a
repeating
mod,
yourself.
please.
You're just going
Yeah,
in
he does
circles.
that.
Okay, hey,
Gregory
I'm
does that.
modding. Okay,
Suspend.
Gregory, let him finish his point 1 minute, and then you get 1 minute right after. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
please, thank you. So, a red herring, by definition, is going to be a clue or a piece of information that is intended to be misleading or distracting. If his question is, how do I know something is true? Okay, I know that something is true. I'm just going to grant his language. I know that something is true in virtue of my theory of truth. Okay, so when I express my theory of truth, I have directly answered the topic. I have directly dealt with the subject matter. I have not been misleading, and I am not distracting from the content of the conversation. I've directly addressed it.
Can I force my way in here for a second to tell you what
Just let
the
me finish.
origin of the term?
On Gregory's minutes, sir.
Just let me finish.
Okay,
No,
but I want to
Gregory
tell you
gets a
what
minute
where
now.
the term red
No,
herring.
You want to
stop.
the plan.
Don't talk. Gregory gets a minute reply.
Okay, so I asked him, how does he know the proposition of the Earth is a cube? It's true. And his reply was initially, that's strange. Right, so that's obviously conveying he doesn't know how to demonstrate that he knows the proposition is true. But that's a concession right there. Then he continued beyond that to appeal to the truism, which is irrelevant to the question, that the rephrasal of the concluding premise is semantically equivalent. This rephrasal of the concluding premise is semantically equivalent to my concluding premise, which is not at all informative nor indicative of the proposition being true. It's just a red herring. And a red herring, as it is defined right here in the open chat, look right here, attempt to redirect the argument to another issue to that which the person doing the redirection can better respond. While it is similar to avoiding the issue fallacy, the red herring is a deliberate diversion of attention with the intention of trying to abandon the original argument. That's what he did. He digressed our attention deliberately over and over again, several times, at least more than a dozen times, to this other issue that this rephrasal of his concluding premise is semantically equivalent to his concluding premise, and appealing to
Okay,
that
that's a
truism is not
minute.
at all indicative at all of the proposition being true.
That's a minute.
You embarrassed him, though. That's the thing. You embarrassed him, like in front of everybody. Everybody was here to witness it. It was on YouTube. He's probably not feeling good. You know, he's feeling strange to be embarrassed that much.
Yep.
Yeah,
It was very easy too. I was expecting a greater
I was
challenge, but
just-
I was disappointed.
You guys are funny.
over. That was true on the level.
So my rebuttal here is going to be
Rebuttal? That was the conclusion. Stop.
Well,
Don't you
hold
know?
on.
Like, are you tracking?
Okay, mod, please. Every time I try to speak, if you're not modding,
was
he's just going
the
to interrupt
conclusion.
me.
So, okay,
that was the conclusion.
He's just going to interrupt
acknowledge
me.
the concession? Do you acknowledge the concession? First of all,
If I
mention
acknowledge what he said,
Okay,
I
he's not going to
heard
stop
what he
himself.
said.
He's trying to save face.
It's getting
You guys,
No, okay,
please,
Gregory,
seriously.
hold on. Give him a second. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Let him. I give you 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Look, so okay, I acknowledge what he said, but fundamentally his question is, how do I know that it's true? Okay, my initial answer was not that that's strange. My initial answer was that I take that to be an incoherent question. But then I granted what he was saying, and it's like, look,
Okay, that's
if you're just
30 seconds.
asking me,
Okay, that
hold
was
on, please,
30
let me
seconds.
finish.
Okay,
I
Gregory, how do
didn't
you
even finish.
respond?
You need to let me finish, please.
You're just gonna
Seriously.
embarrass
You can give
yourself
me,
more, Cavoy.
you can give me more than 30 seconds. Give me another 30 seconds so I can
No,
actually
He is
finish.
clawing so
Right?
desperately to try
But
and save this garbage.
if the question
needs a
is
full
how do
minute.
I
So
take
desperately to
how
save this
do I
garbage.
know something is
How long are
true?
we going to
It's such a
tolerate this?
shame, too.
He had plenty of time to say much more substantive
He
information.
needs
Thank
a full minute.
He had plenty of time already.
I am impartial. Like I was a good, but I guess I'm just calling it because it's just over. Like level. Like it's
Can I
over.
can I get next, or is
Please?
all right? Yeah, he embarrassed himself. It's embarrassing, but he's just a kid. He's just a little kid. Maybe he's not. I would have a methodology for determining what's true or false. Objectively, there must be an objective standard to determine this. But it seems like he embarrassed himself, and he's just a kid, and he doesn't know where he is, and he needs his parents. It's just have some sympathy for the little guy. Go ahead, Jedi.
Absolutely.
Let's move the conversation forward.
Yeah, I just got bored with the entire conversation, to be fair.
I was getting embarrassed for him. Like, what's that? I can't remember what that term is when you get like red in the face for somebody else. Like, yeah,
I think it's like vicarious embarrassment. You can call it that.
Dismantle them.
Him towards Gregory in the entire conversation. I was embarrassed for him.
Oh, hello. Right, Scott. Why was
Scott,
you
would you like me to embarrass you now?
Gregory,
Is it your turn now?
That he can't understand simple philosophy and epistemology. It was embarrassing.
Such as what? Such as
Why are we
what?
dog-piling on him?
That you conflate
Steve, what do you think
justification
you're
with
contributing
truth.
right now? Steve, what do you think you're contributing by being so negative? We just had a really positive
I think
conversation.
you mean Scott.
And you're just Steve,
Yeah, no, it's
and he's
a
being
joke
a
they
very
have. They
negative
call me
Nancy.
Stevie to insult me some way or
He's a
another.
negative
Because they're
Nancy.
childish.
Okay, so Scott, what's
It
your
doesn't
argument?
bother me. Yeah, what's your theory of truth? What do you go with?
No. What's your argument?
My argument is you don't have a theory of truth, and so they don't understand what he's
That's not an
trying to say.
argument.
That is my argument right there.
That's a proposition. It's not an argument.
My proposition is that
It's amazing.
you were
He
not
tells me that I don't know philosophical categories, yet he just completed an
Define
argument with a
truth.
proposition.
Define truth. Steve, define
Yeah, so
truth.
what's your argument, Scott?
the correspondence of a proposition to reality.
What does that have to do with anything?
Correspondence theory of truth. That's correspondence theory of truth. So
What does that have to do with your concluding premise?
would you like a better answer, or is
What does
that
that have to
good
do
enough
with your
for you?
concluding premise?
What, that you don't understand what you're talking about?
Yeah, what does that have to do with your concluding premise?
You don't understand what truth is, man. That's it.
Okay, so you haven't explained what that has to do with your own concluding premise. So all you have is a non sequitur, a flagrant, gross non sequitur that's prima facie not relevant to your own concluding premise.
Seriously, guys, you got to stop over talking each other. It's becoming really annoying now. Sometimes it might be best to let the other guy speak as well. So you don't have to get through your complete sentence if somebody else is talking. Just yield to someone else, guys. Come on. It's getting silly now.
I promise
Yeah,
I
so
will
Scott,
do
let's
that
try
from here
again.
on
See if you
out.
can track with the
Getting
dialogue.
silly now.
Right.
My
Yeah,
goodness
so
me.
Scott, let's see if you can track with the dialogue. What's your concluding premise?
About what?
Oh, so you don't know what your concluding premise is. You obviously don't have an argument.
I made a statement.
Yeah, let's try again, Scott. What's your concluding premise?
I made a statement. Does that mean it's an argument?
That's your concluding premise, that you made a statement?
No, my statement was that you don't know philosophy. You
Okay, let's try
don't know
again. See if you can answer the
epistemology.
question directly. What's your concluding premise?
That you don't understand philosophy.
Okay, what's your argument?
That I listened to you talk and you conflated justification with truth on a repeatedly.
Why do you say that I did that?
Because you kept asking how he knows something is true.
How is that indicative that I conflated theory of justification with theory of truth?
Because you can't, if knowledge is dependent on the proposition being true, the fact that you know it indicates that it is true. It is the definition of the term knowledge. Now, if it is not true,
Okay, that's
then
not
you didn't
indicative of me
know it.
conflating the two categories.
Yes. No, to ask the question, how do you know it's true, is redundant and circular. You can't know something is true because the fact that you know it means it's true.
Okay, that's a red herring from the question. So you
No,
haven't
it
proven
is
that I
the answer
conflated
to
the
your
two categories.
question.
Stop talking to me, and learn. Be an adult. Be a man. Grow up. So stop talking while I'm correcting your error. Me asking the question is not a conflation of the two categories. It's obviously an epistemological question, asking him how does he know the proposition is true. I didn't conflate the two categories. Furthermore, there's no begging the question in the question. It's asking the question. The question isn't begging the question. The question is the question itself. So that he affirms the proposition is to be true, then you can ask, how do you know that? How do you know that proposition is true? Just because that truth is a constituent of knowledge is not at all demonstrating that the question asking how he knows the proposition is true is indicative of the question being erroneous. The question is entirely coherent and necessary to provoke him to demonstrate that he knows the proposition is true. So the irony is that you're sitting here trying to lecture me about these different categories, and you conflated the categories with these grossly non sequitur arguments that have nothing to do with the question that I asked you, which is just so patently simple.
What you should have asked him, if you wanted to answer that question, was what is your justification for believing that?
That's what we did ask him right.
Yeah, that's semantically equivalent to my question.
It's not the same
to
thing.
ask
No,
what's
it's
the
not.
justification for you believing the proposition is true is to literally ask the same question in a semantically equivalent manner. How do you know the proposition is true? The whole point of asking the question, how do you know the proposition is true, is to ask for a good reason, that is to say a justification that indicates the proposition is true.
Well, but if you wanted to have a conversation,
Scott,
you
you're
wanted to
taking the
speak in
side of that
philosophical
freaking creepy
terms,
little kid. Why? Why are you taking the side of that creepy kid
because he was
making
right.
Scott is
bad
vindictive
points?
and he hates me. He's trying to embarrass me. He's only embarrassing himself. So let me embarrass him.
Wow. You think wow. Okay. that's an interesting motivational
Okay,
attribute.
so I just refuted your critique. So what say you now?
No, I was just telling, if you wanted to try to have a philosophical conversation in philosophical terms, the ones that the people who do philosophy use, you would ask the question of what is your justification for believing that the earth is a cube? You would not ask the question in the form of how do you know it's true? That's circular. That question within
false. So
the paradigm
I wanted
of
to have a
epistemology
conversation
makes
with
no
him about
sense.
philosophy.
I wanted him to demonstrate that he knew
the
the
proposition is
done.
true. So I asked him the question that I asked him, which is entirely equivalent and apropos to the question in question.
But do you see how Gregory just stepped over my speech again? He always does that.
You don't need to repeat it again, right? I did want to, and I asked him, how does he know the proposition is true? There's no error in that question at all.
There is.
What's the error?
The error is it's redundant. It's circular.
It's not redundant. Why is it redundant?
Never mind.
Never mind. Yeah, everyone knows full and well that the question is not at all redundant. He's making this ridiculous non sequitur argument, going from the premise, truth is a constituent of knowledge. Therefore, asking, how do you know the proposition is true is redundant. No, it's not. It's very much appropriate and logically necessary in order to provoke anyone to demonstrate that they know the proposition is true. How do you know the proposition is true?
Just in the future, ask for their justification for believing it.
In the future, stop embarrassing yourself.
It'll get around a lot of these problems.
Just in the future, stop trying to lecture me.
Well, as long as you keep it
Scott, are you
wrong.
making the argument that if it was asked in a different way, Kevorkian wouldn't have embarrassed himself and he would have answered directly his methodology for determining things?
I am making that position.
Yeah, so Scott's critique is like literally not distinct from my question. Oh, you should have asked, how do you justify believing this proposition is true? That's semantically equivalent to asking, how do you know the proposition is true?
No, because he thought you were talking about a theory of truth.
No,
or, you
fell for the red herrings
or coherence or deflationary, whatever these various correspondence these theories of truth are out there.
Yeah,
and that's the question I thought you were asking. It was in that framework.
Yeah, regardless. He misinterpreted the question, so what?
I don't understand.
Misinterpreting the question, not an error in
He
my
has
question.
daddy issues. He was lied to. Oh my goodness, he's the victim.
Yeah, his failure to interpret my question is not at all indicative of my question being erroneous. It's non sequitur.
So his failure to interpret your question in a way that should have made sense was his problem. All right.
Is there an echo? Yeah, is there an echo?
I was just making sure I understood
him
you.
failing to interpret my question is not indicative of the question being erroneous.
Kevorkian did understand because of the claim that he made. He made the claim the Earth was what, Scott? Can we remember?
A cube. Yes.
Cube.
Yeah, a cube. So I asked him to differentiate that, didn't I? And then I asked him.
And then Gregory. Sorry.
No, go on. You're fine. It's just.
No, you did, and Gregory jumped in.
Yeah, it's because I got him as far as I could go after he pointed out that I was asking him how he had a justified true belief. So when he made a claim to shape, I wanted him to justify this and pointed out how you would figure that out. But he went off onto a completely. Yeah, I didn't.
I agree. I agree that when he was talking with you, and I first of all, I think his
Scott, you don't have it figured out.
His whole cube thing is stupid. He shouldn't have done that. That's just silly.
Of course.
Okay, so let's conclude here and move on past this. It's very simple. His suggested question from Scott is semantically equivalent to my question. So if my question is erroneous, then his suggested because this question that he suggested to me is semantically equivalent to my question. But if his suggested question is correct and not erroneous, then my semantically equivalent question that I asked Kevorkian is not erroneous. He's done.
No, because what happens often in these questions of
now they're going in circles again. They don't know how to ever end.
Oh, dude, can you at least let someone finish a half a sentence?
Yeah, it's already concluded.
Possibly.
Moving on.
Possibly. Can anybody mod him for just a second so that we can have a conversation without him controlling the room?
You're appealing to the
Are you guys going to let him control the room? Are you guys going to let him control the room?
Just going in circles. You don't need to go in circles.
Just say the truth, Scott. Just say the
It's going to happen like this. Just, Scott, finish your point, dude, please, mate.
Thank you.
Gregory, just let him, and I know into the break, I've muted you as well, dude. Everyone just let him fucking finish. It'll be over before you know it.
It will be. I'm pretty quick, usually. No, don't. Ooh, that's a bad thing to say. Sorry. Anyways, what happens a lot of times in these things, people start confusing the theory of truth as a correspondence, and they think in this justification. But for example, I'll give you one concrete example. The proposition there is milk in my refrigerator is either true or false, independent of anybody knowing whether there's milk in my refrigerator.
Yeah.
And that's all everybody talks about. When they're talking about theory of truth, and I'm part of JTB, is whether the thing is true. And a thing is true if or regardless of anybody knows that it is true. And what people are often conflating with truth is the justification. And it just leads to all bunch of confusion.
Great. Don't extenuate your answer. You're done. Thanks. So to conclude,
yes,
his suggested
done,
question is semantically equivalent to my question that I asked him. So if my
talking.
question that's semantically equivalent to his suggested question is erroneous, then his suggested question is also erroneous. But if his suggested question is correct, and my question is semantically equivalent to his, then my question that I asked is not incorrect, it is correct. So he's refuted. He's done.
I love how you keep telling people they're done. So funny.
And no one cares. Next page.
Listen to Dark Dawkins for too damn long.
I've been doing this long before I even heard of Doc Dawkins.
I know, but you're just as
I
bad
just
as
want
he
to
is.
point out, Scott and Gregory, that I still have not heard Gregory provide the reductio.
Which is not logically required for me to refute the proposition, so stop saying it.
Just a statement. Is it only me, but he hasn't provided the reductio?
Yeah, so it's not logically required for me to refute the proposition. Stop saying it.
Harry Potter all of a sudden. Did I miss something? This reductio thing. I think I went to make coffee. What was this all about?
Yeah. Wingardium Leviosa.
It hasn't been provided.
It's going to be like the Alonso.
But that was funny, dude.
Yeah, they think repeating themselves over and over again ad nauseum is like Alohomora, just automatically open up everything for their proposition to be true.
What do you think, Scott? You think that philosophy is something you should use to to better evaluate what is true, or should it be used to eliminate the possibility of knowledge?
No, I don't think philosophy is very useful for much. When done in the Anglo-American analytic tradition, which is what is taught in all of England and most of America, and it's basically just breaking down of terms. And I think the easiest way to do it in terms of epistemology, there's two potential projects, right? One is how do you know what you know, versus what does it mean when we say we know. Those are very two different projects, right? Does that make sense to anybody?
Yep.
I understood.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the difference between the two projects?
You didn't mention two different projects.
Yes, there's two different projects. One is how do you know what you know? That's project one. And project two is what does it mean when you say you know?
It's not two different projects.
Those are two different projects. And if you don't see that, then you're not thinking very clearly.
Ontology
You're talking to me every time I correct you?
I think I would be able to answer the second one, Scott. My pedagogy will be very simple. So, how do I know? Can you repeat the question? My pedagogy. Can you repeat, Scott?
Pedagogy, yeah. The first one is how do you know what you know? That's what most people think epistemology is, but that's not what they do in American and English universities or British universities. What they do is what are we saying when we say we know something?
Oh, okay,
yeah. And it's not, they don't search for what is true. They don't search for what justification should be. They just break things down to categories and say, oh, this person, when they said, when I say there's milk in my refrigerator, and I say I know that, a proposition, what do I mean? I just mean,
the last
first
time
of
you
all,
looked at your
can I give you my answer, Scott, and see if it's a good one?
Won't be good ones.
When I say I know something, it means that holding that thought in my head does not usually get in my way of existing in the world. So it's consistent with my lived experience. For example, if I say I know
Scott,
that
you're making people more retarded. Look what you did to
fall
Peter
down,
now.
then when I go
I
through
guess
this
it's working his
world,
fault.
this information helps me, or at least is neutral.
What?
Let's see if Scott can track with this dialogue now, since he wants to digress to this issue. So what's the two differences?
What are the two differences? The first one goes kind of down a Descartesian, Cartesian infinite regress to try to justify everything. And then you end up coming out of the other end of saying we can't know anything. And the second one just is like, okay, we go through the world saying we make lots of knowledge claims. And are there differences between those knowledge claims? Like, for example, if I say I know there's milk in my refrigerator, that's a knowledge claim. And if I say I know that the universe is, it's 14 or 17 billion years old, however long it's supposed to be, are those two different types of knowledge claims? And I think a lot of philosophers would dig down on those and say, what are the similarities and what are the differences between those two knowledge claims? And should we bracket those in different buckets? And
Those are the only two differences in epistemology?
Those are the two main differences in epistemology that I can see.
Why do you break it down like that?
And the Cartesian one, or the Cartesian one, has been abandoned a long time ago. Nobody bothers with that anymore. It's
why do you
boring.
break it down like that? Why?
That's how it was broken down for me in school.
That's just so narrow. Epistemology is the study of knowledge. How we know what we know.
That's one possibility.
So what do you want about? Like, why even conceive of that?
But that's not what philosophers do. No philosophers are trying to figure out how we know.
Yeah, that's patently false.
Who's doing it?
Only the God knows how many philosophers, including and especially the ones who philosophize in the grand manner, trying to do the constructive task.
Yeah, that
Which is
that
patently
might be.
false. I don't know who taught you philosophy.
They might be doing
Descartes,
that
Hume,
They might be
Kant.
doing that continental philosophy. Yeah, but that's why I specified Anglo-American analytic, right? Because
It's not just continental Europe. No,
continental's not just Europe; it's a different form of philosophy. They ask what they think are the bigger questions, and
you're acting like you're
Anglo-American.
correcting me. It's not just continental Europeans. That's the whole point. That's the meaning of that term usually when it's said in philosophical discourse. Continental versus analytic or British empiricism. The continent of Europe. That's what it's referring to. So what I said is correct. So it's not
Okay.
just continental Europeans that are trying to philosophize in the grand manner.
Yeah, but Americans and Brits don't philosophize in grand manners anymore. They found it quite useless and moved on.
That's a hasty generalization fallacy.
Yeah, most of them have.
That's a hasty generalization fallacy.
Okay, whatever. Happens to be true. Happens to correspond with reality. You look at papers being published in philosophical journals and philosophical books being published that are written by Brits and Americans. They're doing analytic philosophy.
Okay, and analytic philosophy is not antithetical to philosophizing in the grand manner to do the constructive task. It's not only the critical task that analytic philosophy is. No, it's patently false. What you said is false. And even if it were true, that doesn't indicate that philosophy is superfluous.
A friend of mine in graduate school, roomed with him for a bit, he did his dissertation in philosophy on the quotation mark.
What?
Yeah.
Are you serious? I've heard that.
I'm dead serious. This is what philosophers do nowadays. It was philosophy of language, and you go into what does it mean when someone uses a quotation mark? How does it differentiate something from something else? And there's all kinds of questions that philosophers ask that the rest of us find ridiculously boring and useless. And so this comes back to the question I was originally asked: is doing philosophy a good way to find truth? I think not. At least not the truth any of us care about.
It's obviously a sloppy caricature of what it means to philosophize. It's just a stupid caricature of philosophy. So he's moving from the non sequitur. He had this non sequitur argument where he says some people, like his friend, is doing a dissertation on the meaning of the quotation mark. Therefore, philosophy is superfluous. It doesn't follow. Philosophy is an area of knowledge that asks the questions that are indispensable to every other delineated area of knowledge, and everyone philosophizes one way or another. It's just a matter of whether you're doing it self-consciously and thoroughly or not. So his argument is terrible. He didn't actually prove that philosophy is superfluous.
Scott, would you agree that most of modern science is the pursuit of knowledge as opposed to truth?
Oh, absolutely. But knowledge has truth built into it, so I think it is the pursuit of truth. And I think the people who say science is not trying to find the truth are just wrong. Of course they are.
Yeah, but knowledge is like in my pedagogy, knowledge is like one level above truth, right? It's a more broader term. No?
Huge mistake, I think.
Okay. So what's the difference between knowledge and truth?
No. So this is where I'm getting back to what I was saying. In analytic philosophy, all we're trying to do is understand what you mean by knowledge and what you mean by truth. And it's quite possible that you have a different understanding. And if we could talk and engage in dialogue, we can reach a common understanding, and so we can use the same language and trying to speak to each other. And the language that they use represents the same concepts. And so I wouldn't say you're wrong, because that's not doing analytic philosophy. I would just categorize your position into a different school or a different subgroup. And so,
again, what he also said is false.
I see. I think I follow your pedagogy.
Nor is it indicative of philosophy being superfluous. Analytic philosophy is not only and solely concerned with what do you mean by what you say. The whole point of asking what do you mean by what you say, if someone is really trying to philosophize, is to establish what the hell is being conveyed by whatever language is being used to convey the message, so that correctly.
That's how I feel when I listen to you, Gregory, every time.
That's the whole point.
It is.
Okay, so Greg, what do you think philosophy is then? Your bare bones. What is
I just
philosophy?
told
When you're
you.
doing philosophy, what are you doing?
You're trying to ascertain what is the basic fundamental nature of the world. You're trying to ascertain knowledge about the most basic fundamental nature of the world.
Yeah, branches of philosophy like metaphysics and
I would say
epistemology,
it's
ontology.
metaphysics.
That's a good description, Gregory. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's metaphysics, right?
It's not only
These are
metaphysics.
branches.
When doing philosophy, that includes metaphysics. You can't ascertain metaphysical truths without a method of knowing and a method of thinking and a method of behavior. I just mentioned epistemology. I just mentioned logic. I just mentioned ethics.
Okay, so is philosophy of language fall into that category?
Sure, you're trying to
How
philosophize
so?
about language. You need to use language in order to ascertain knowledge.
What do you think philosophers of language do?
What do you mean?
What do they do? What do they write papers about?
Language. Try to
What
have a
about
systematic
it?
understanding of the nature of language.
Okay.
Philosophize about quotation mark.
Unfortunately.
I can hear. Oh.
So when you do philosophy, Gregory, what are you trying to find? Did I?
Have we lost you,
Am I
Gregory?
muted?
I'm
Oh.
busy.
No,
Hang
you're
on.
okay.
So who asked? Was that No Tanks asked me the original question of whether philosophy, or was that sometimes get No Tanks confused with blanking on the name, and I'm in my pool, so I can't see my phone.
It was me, mate, but
Sorry.
it was me. But I was just curious of your, not your understanding, but how you felt about it.
It wasn't you.
It was me. It was
either
me.
Larry or
Yeah.
No Tanks.
No, it was me. Just wanted to see if you found value in it. But,
Oh, geez. Yeah, and I have, against my will, had like 12 or 14. Was it 12? Might have been 12. 12 courses in philosophy. And I did not enjoy any one of them. Because I had to learn all the stuff I've been just talking about for the last 20 minutes, and I actually find it quite boring, because I went in trying to find out what is a good justification for knowledge, and they did not help me answer that question whatsoever.
A justification for knowledge?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
What should count as good justification for a belief? And I thought
That's
if I
a
took
different
philosophy
proposition.
courses, they would help me.
Justification for knowledge is not the same as a justification for belief. A justification for knowledge, that's ridiculous.
Same thing. Knowledge is justified true belief.
Not teaching me anything new with that.
I know.
Okay, so why are you emphasizing it so hard?
They don't help you with this stuff in philosophy
No,
classes.
that's just something you believe in. It's a mantra. Justified true belief. It's just a mantra you're saying. It's meaningless because everything you stand for is meaningless.
It's an attempt.
Steve,
It's their attempt to systematize what we mean when we say we know. And so what they say is, when we say we know something, what we're saying is, I have a justification, it's true, and I believe it. That's
You
essentially
believe a justification based on whatever you did. There's no moral justification there. Hey, you were
There is
just subject. You were doing things, the product of other things that told you to act in such a way.
What?
Like you've forsaken yourself. You have no free will.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Well, neither do I. That's weird.
You know, and what I concluded, 25 years later, after I took my last course in philosophy, is that all any of us have is some kind of intuition, some kind of notion of what satisfies us in terms of justification. So
That's all you have is a satisfaction.
That's a
Oh, it
hasty
feels
generalization
good.
fallacy.
that's best. Okay. Give me something better, Gregory. Let's do some philosophy together right now. Give me something better.
Wasn't Gregory, that was Into the Break.
No, I said that was a hasty generalization fallacy.
Yeah, he did.
Hey, but Scott, don't you think this is exactly what science concludes, that knowledge is basically you acquire a belief, and that belief doesn't contradict reality, meaning you can use that belief to practice,
Well, the
like you can
problem
apply it to
is that
practical
your
purposes, right?
reality
So basically,
is
you can make predictions with it. You can
you
use
can't.
it. It doesn't
You
hit you
can't.
in the face when you apply it in the real world. I think that's
Science in
how
what
science
sense?
answers the question of what knowledge is.
Science in what sense?
It isn't a reference to a measurement of flat Earth.
In a
So what
sense,
You're
for
what
done.
example,
sense you're saying
Like
the word
so let
science and then
me,
just
for
saying science in
as
example,
an
quotation
you're
marks?
going to
example,
use a
Scott.
flat Earth to
So
pretend
when
it's
we
a globe.
believe that
I
photons
know how the
exist,
game goes.
it doesn't
Science of
really
knowledge
matter
or
if
You're not
this is
engaging.
true or
You're just
not.
bulldozing through the channel.
Our
You're not
belief
engaging.
in photons allows us to make good predictions about behavior of light or radio waves, right? That's what we mean in science when we say we believe in photons. It doesn't really matter if they exist as little
He's
balls
just
of
bulldozing through the
energy.
channel.
What do you think, Scott?
Yeah, so can you stop bulldozing through the channel? Science in what sense? If you don't
My
specify, then it's
pedagogy
just
is not
ambiguous.
necessarily in line with yours.
Okay, so science in what sense? You haven't specified in what sense you're saying the word science. If you don't, it's just a
Science
fallacy of ambiguity.
as a method of acquiring knowledge about the world.
Specify the method. It's not specific.
The method is you try something and you see what happens.
That's not specific. What are you trying?
Well, depends on the branch of science.
You haven't specified yet.
Well, it could be because I'm talking about all of science.
Okay, so it's not ambiguous. It's not specific. You're literally explicitly
No, it's
telling
not
me
specific.
you're referring to
No,
an
my
ambiguous
pedagogy
cloud
is not
of categories
specific.
of methods. You haven't specified.
Yes. I'm engaging in a very generalized exegesis.
Yeah, so you're not referring to a particular thing. You're referring to a multitude of different things simultaneously. It's ambiguous.
Yes, to science.
Yeah, you haven't specified. It's ambiguous.
No, I haven't.
Right, so what you said is ambiguous.
Yes.
Fallacy. Say the ambiguity.
A fallacy, yes.
I don't know. I think you're just speaking in generalities about what scientists are trying to do when it comes to like finding knowledge or the pursuit of knowledge. I don't know.
Saying science is
Yeah, I
not
think-
immediately
I think
meaningful.
science
That's an
is the
ambiguous
pursuit of
word. You have to
knowledge.
specify in what sense you're saying the word science.
Pursuit of knowledge.
Yeah, but there's very particular types of knowledge, isn't there? Or very particular questions that you can ask. Science helps you ask a subset of those questions. What causes other things to happen? Unless you have a broader, more ambiguous term by what you mean by science and the acquisition of knowledge.
Well, physics being the simplest of
definition is
science,
just the pursuit of
we can
knowledge.
talk
That's not
about
distinct from
physics.
philosophy.
Well
If you
said.
suppose the definition of science is just the pursuit of knowledge, that's not distinct from philosophy. So you made a distinct difference. That's another fallacy.
Well, one thing that makes science different is that it must be tested in physical reality.
Which is
Yeah,
not
so
distinct from
scientific
philosophy. There are methods of inquiry, including methods of verification and or falsification within philosophy. Science, like you just mentioned, trying to falsify or verify a proposition goes within the category of science, specifically epistemology.
Yeah, it has to be physical. Physical. It has to be physical and natural. Yeah.
Yes, it's science is a pursuit of knowledge about the physical world.
Okay. Still a little bit more specific.
That's within epistemology.
For example, mathematics is not science because it's not a pursuit of knowledge about the physical world, unless we go super philosophical and we say, well, brains do science and brains are physical, yada yada. But mathematics exists in its own realm that's disconnected from, we can just say in the realm of consciousness, whatever consciousness is, we don't know what it is. That's where mathematics resides. Science such as physics, I'll pick physics because it's the simplest of all sciences, deals with physical world. Deals with the physical world and asks the most fundamental things about the nature of the physical world, right?
If you don't know what consciousness is, then you can't know anything.
We have to be more specific as well, because science doesn't answer what is questions either. Science deals with the how and why things happen.
Right, or what are things made of?
I'm going to ask, what is the cause?
Jedi is on point today.
Yeah, but
That's
science
the
is
best
just
way to phrase
basically
that.
natural
You're going to ask,
philosophy.
what is the cause?
Science
We're
is
building
natural
bridges
That's a
here,
what is
Scott.
question.
So yeah, science asks like, why do these things happen? What is this made of? How come it works this way? Right?
If you're talking about
That's
the
what's.
causation, no, it doesn't. It doesn't ask teleological questions.
I don't think you know much about science, Gregory. Can I talk to somebody else like Jedi?
Yeah, I'm going to participate in the
We'll
conversation.
defer to you when
know
we
or
go
not.
back to philosophy. We'll defer to you.
Yeah, I'm going to participate in the channel whether you want me to or not. I don't care.
Gregory, how come is not necessarily a teleological question. You're using only one understanding of how come.
No, he didn't say how come. He said why.
Yeah, I know.
But now
That's
we're
still not
wasting time on
teleological.
doing his misunderstanding.
I know, but that's still not necessarily a teleological question. Why can be an explanation of how that happened.
Okay, so then why say why when you can say how or what caused?
Because this is how people use the English language.
So what? It's sloppy.
Colloquial. Colloquial.
So what? It's sloppy and imprecise.
Says the person
I
who
think you're
just
being a
went
little
on
bit
for
too
an
hard.
hour about imprecise language and when he was using it and saying he
And your
should have
point
understood
is?
it. Move on.
Even though I didn't use sloppy language and I just refuted on that point?
Be more charitable when you can tell
Yeah.
people are just speaking
I've
loosely.
been charitable. I'm going to be rigorous and annoying to people who are coming into the channel, being annoying and obnoxious. So stop.
Or try to have a conversation, which means being
No, you're
charitable with
not.
the person with who you're talking. No, I
No,
said
you're
you
not.
should be
You're
charitable.
persevering to ridicule me right now. Rather than just talking about the subject, while I'm talking about the subject, you digressed to more of your
Whatever, I'll
vitriol
move
against
on.
me. I don't care. So no, you're
I'll
not trying
move
to have
on.
a subject. You lied.
Okay, let's get back to the question of what science is. The Jedi's on a roll.
I was only answering Peter's questions and trying to get him to be a little bit more specific. That was all.
Yeah, so he hasn't specified, he hasn't set a cogent point yet. He hasn't made a real distinction between philosophy and science.
I mean, science is just
Can
like
I
natural philosophy.
can I give a more specific example to Jedi? So, let's say science would be this: we observe light, right? Light surrounds us. We start asking deeper questions. Why does light do this? Why does it do that? And then, with every such inquiry, of course, a successful one. There were many unsuccessful ones. We arrive at different answers. First, we say, "Oh, it's a wave," but then, and it seems good. But then we do another observation, and then it goes, well, it's kind of not a wave. So maybe it's a particle. And eventually, through a series of kind of inquiries and approximations, we arrive at an idea of a photon, right? As a little ball of energy. Now, we describe that photon very accurately, very rigorously. And it's fantastic for making predictions about what light will do in these circumstances, yada, 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 yada. However, that doesn't at all mean that the underlying kind of Platonic truth is that light is actually physically little balls flying around. All we have concluded through scientific inquiry is that light behaves as if it was made of little balls. And it also is caveated with the statement that so far, as far as we are able to tell, light behaves as if it were a photon. But we don't make any claims in science that that's a final statement, the ultimate statement that tomorrow we won't discover something else. And it absolutely doesn't claim to say the underlying physical Platonic reality of it is that it is a little ball flying around. So that's, in my opinion, the difference between knowledge and truth is, maybe I'm using these terms loosely, that having that knowledge is useful in physical world, but it's not a philosophy. Philosophy has nothing to do with it.
That's another distinction without a difference again.
I mean, I agree with you, but it's, and without being pedantic, it's the use of that word science, and then just saying that it's about accumulating knowledge. When we're observing light, for example, we're only making observations, and because of these observations, which is all we can do, is we make up models or ideas as to what is actually happening when we make the observation of the phenomena, in this instance called light. But that's not using the method that you brought up earlier. That's just observing. So we're not completely fulfilling the scientific method's way of conductive inquiry. Because we can't.
Because I think you're using the word science in a very specific way that in this channel is very common, but most people outside, and I'm trying to just bring a different perspective here, not to criticize. Most people outside who engage in the realm of science, in quotes, do not define it this way. We mean it more like natural philosophy, observing reality, and creating useful models of how reality behaves.
Yeah, I understand what you mean by when we colloquially speak of science. You were the person, remember, who brought up the word method, which kind of invokes something like a method, a way of doing things. I'm just pointing out when we're talking about science in the general term, we're only making observations. And based on those observations, because we're not trying to figure out what causes something, because we'd have a better answer if we could conduct a hypothesis test like an experiment. But we're just completing the observations. This is why the scientific method is quite useful, because when we just conduct observations, we can be filled with a little bit of bias or working from a particular framework. Someone's making a shitload of background noise, whoever it is, can you mute your mic? Sounds like you were scraping or sanding or something.
Yeah.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. So, yeah, I'm just trying to point out that we're just doing observations in your example, the general meaning of science, knowledge gathering. But like I said, you're the one who brought up a method which invokes something else. And science, when we fulfill this method, it does make truth claims. It does say this is or is not the cause. It's built into the prediction. The hypothesis, alternate, and the null, it either will, my presumed cause, will cause the phenomena, or it won't, demonstrating that something does not cause something else to happen. It's a claim to knowledge, right? It doesn't cause it to happen.
Well, no, not at all. So practical science doesn't make such claims because it is very aware of its limitations of being able to make such claims.
You said practical science.
It does.
Yeah.
The method does. You
Hold on.
people
No, it doesn't.
who can't justify your
Also,
epistemology say it
Jedi, let
doesn't.
me explain. Let me explain. If we're going to go into philosophy, then I can say
So
that.
you had to talk to my
What is
correction
what
in
is the
there.
difference, Jedi? What is the difference between
He's obviously
observing
just talking
something
right
in
through me,
nature
trying to bulldoze past what I just said.
versus creating an experiment and observing its results? In both cases, we're not in control of the mechanism. Both could be called an observation. A set-up laboratory experiment is also a form of observation.
Yeah, it is a form of observation, but you have control, or you hope to have control over whether the observation, the phenomena, happens or not based on your prediction.
Yes, but there might be something else going on with it that you're not aware of as well.
This is why we keep all variables, the control variables, the same. Everything
But you
that we
cannot have control variables for things you're not aware of.
yeah, there's always known unknowns. You can always walk into science and say there's things that I know that I don't know. That's awesome. But for all the things that I am aware of that I can physically control for, I can demonstrate this to happen. So much so that we build technology on things causing other things to happen. We just demonstrate what causes other things to happen. He said physically, that's what the experiment is.
So now I'm speaking before he began speaking. Now see, he has to talk to me again. I began before him.
Observation is also
See, I began before him.
observation,
He's
right?
talking to
And
me.
it
I began
can
before
be very
him.
well
I deliberately
correlated.
began the sentence like that
It
to
can
demonstrate he's trying to bulldoze
resemble
through my voice.
an
I began
experiment.
speaking before him. So it's ridiculous. You're not going to kick me out of the channel. Get over it. So again, you say that it cannot ascertain truth because you, in your worldview, cannot justify your epistemic framework. That's why you say that. That's not a fault of the method. The whole point of any method of inquiry is to attain knowledge, which is semantically equivalent with saying ascertaining truth. That's the whole point of a method of inquiry. So if you're telling me the method of inquiry can't ascertain truth or doesn't ascertain truth, either the method is a method and it's faulty, or it's a method faulty so-called. It's one of the two. But just because you cannot justify the ultimate appeal to whatever you appeal to in your epistemology, does that at all make the method incapable or redefine the nature of the method as to not be a method of inquiry?
Because they don't like it.
That's what's underlying his whole line of rhetoric. No, it doesn't ascertain truth. Again, if it doesn't ascertain truth, either it's not a method or it's a method that's faulty.
So, Peter, I'll give you a different counter. Do we know the DNA is the building blocks of life?
Sorry, I was looking for my mute button. Do we know that it's a building block?
Yeah, do we know that DNA are the building blocks of life?
What's the building?
Well, it's such
I'd
a
say we do.
overlook. Okay, well, quarks are building blocks of life, really. But in a sense, yes, we
Quarks are the building
okay.
blocks of everything.
Right. Okay. Sure. I'm not an expert in biology, but let's say yes. We know
What do you
that.
demonstrate?
But tomorrow, we could find out that they're not. Is what I'm.
No, we can't. Yeah, I would disagree with that. We're not going to find out tomorrow that they're not.
What are you going to
Just not.
demonstrate
Well,
with them, Scott?
okay. Let me. So let me answer differently, Scott.
Okay.
Up until very recently, we thought that protons were the building blocks. I'm simplifying, obviously, oversimplifying, but the protons were the building blocks of everything, right? And then we discovered that they're not really, but they kind of look like they are. But if we dig deeper, then something else is the building block of those building blocks. And it's governed by a set of very interesting behaviors that we had no idea existed, but they always existed. We just never looked deep inside to see them, right?
Yes,
so in a sense, you could discover a new type of chemistry or a new type of physics that causes DNA to take the shape that it takes. And then you could say, well, really, that's the building block, and that's how information about the living organism travels through the physical world, and DNA is just a manifestation of that. You know what I mean?
It won't change the fact that DNA is still the building blocks of life. Now, if we know more about what DNA is, which is just amino acids, forming nucleotides, which are also made of molecules, which themselves are made of atoms, which themselves are made of protons, neutrons, which can be broken down, of course. And yeah, we can go through all that, but the fact remains that it was a scientific question about what causes genetic inheritance, and they found out it was passed down through DNA. That was a scientific question, and now we know the answer to that scientific question. So we can know the answer to some scientific questions.
Yes, but notice how we're not very pedantic about that answer being permanent. So meaning 150 years ago, you could say proton is the smallest particle of matter, and it's not like we have learned since then that that's not true. In some sense, it still is, and that knowledge, just knowing that proton is the fundamental piece of matter, is still useful knowledge in many, many applications, right?
Still doesn't
But you're changing the question. You're changing the question, though.
Doesn't take away.
You're trying to make all science fit into one category, and this is why philosophy of science exists, to ask these questions. Are all scientific claims equal, or are they the same kind of claim?
No, some are more rigorous than others.
It's nothing to do with rigor. It just has to do with which ones are in the realm of knowable, and then it asks the question of of whether something becomes knowable. Is it still known? Is it still scientific, or it's just become knowledge?
But would you put? But it's commonly admitted that, for example, biology is less rigorous as a field of science than physics. Because biology doesn't have the same luxury of dealing with the simplest, least complex system. Biology has to deal with a lot of complexity, and it cannot even oftentimes create isolated experiments at the same level of rigor than physics can. It's not the fault of biology, it's just biology is that it deals with extremely more complex systems than physics.
Yes, I wouldn't say it's a question of rigor. I'd say it's a question of specificity or simplicity. Yep. Biologists are equally rigorous.
Yes, but by rigor we mean, for example, being able to, account for unknown variables by averaging out certain things by doing, I guess the volume or doing more experiments and averaging out confounding variables and stuff like that. I think biology struggles with that because it can do less.
But it can still interact physically with the biology and cause within the biology biological or chemical reactions to happen.
At some level, yes, but some questions in biology are very complex.
Yeah, and very complex questions, yeah.
So, in my opinion, like the higher you climb up the ladder of science, from least complex systems to more complex, the less rigorous, I'm going to use the word, you can be, because you're dealing with super complex things.
That didn't make any sense. That sounded kind of backwards to me, asinine. So if it's more complex, you're going to be less rigorous. That didn't make any sense. So if you got
The
a
less,
50 million
the less in control you are of the system that you're studying is what I meant.
Oh, now that would make more sense. Like today's car.
For example, in CERN, right? We've built a very complex machine, but what it does, it's slamming together two protons, and that's a simple, that's biologists' wet dream would be to be able to create an experiment like that, that you can repeat millions of times per second.
All you're pointing out is some hypotheses are hard to test.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Awesome.
And some branches of science deal only with such hypotheses.
My overarching point. So when we talk about science, we fundamentally we should be talking about a method. And what I've pointed out is we kind of get stuck along the 1, 2, 3, 4 primary steps of that method. We stick at observation. We stick as trying to vary and manipulate as many variables as we can, one after another, and try to keep the control variables for the same. But we don't really know, unless we do more experiments, what we're going to be needing to control for because of what happens during the experiment. You're just pointing out that not all inquiry can go through the scientific method. Not all hypotheses can be tested. But when we gain that knowledge by doing the repeated experimentation, we can build theories on what we know at the time. We'd know more if we could complete the hypothesis testing, though. Can't always do that. We need to start somewhere, right? And just pointed out that it's hard.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
It is rigorous. It's a rigorous process.
But I must admit, this whole experience of the last 20 minutes has been very weird for me, disagreeing with Peter and completely agreeing with Jedi.
Building bridges, Scott. Building bridges.
Oh, man. My head's going to explode.
For instance, how long does it take to complete the scientific method when the idea of never being complete is on the table? So that would be the idea of very, very rigorous, because it would like be a never-ending conundrum or a never-ending question. You always just get more questions from the question you asked before.
Right.
And there we go, Scott.
What the fuck are we talking about?
What science is, philosophically speaking.
It can change. Like they'll say science can change tomorrow, but when you're Newton and Einstein, it'll never, you keep that. That's locked in no matter what. Like regardless, down, locked in, just say catchphrase. But it stays, but then it changes. So I asked him, how long is their scientific method? How long does it take? 18 persons' lifetime, 8 million years, 1 billion years for them to know nothing but something, but get everything wrong and not be able to
2 minutes. The answer is 2 minutes.
For them to not be able to demonstrate anything for 1,000 years, but just that's what our science is. What they can't demonstrate for so long. And then when they still can't demonstrate it, they make up other shit.
What aren't they demonstrating?
Anything. Quarks, atoms, photons, orbits, vacuums, sphere gases, a sun being made, a planet being made from scratch. Anything from scratch with the ingredients given in physics.
What you're saying, because they can't replicate something that didn't happen? What? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm saying if you can't build a car, stop acting like you know anything about it. if you can't at least like understand that thing has been like built like by humans from every nut and bolt and every like it's a physical thing, right? So for me to
Right.
say you wouldn't be able to understand it just because you couldn't, that'd be a different type of thing, right? You can get in it, you can understand something about it, right? You can touch it, but yeah. Whether you know fully about it, you'd know that was a damn car. You wouldn't know the
Right.
inner workings. Correct. Now the sun, how do we make one of those to make sure it's like the car and we know
We
all
don't.
about it?
We don't need to make one.
You don't need to make one?
Not to be
Who
able to
did?
understand it.
Not to understand it. You don't. What do you need to do to understand something?
Well, what are you? So, what in general? Like, how do we use the scientific method to
I'm
understand the
asking
origin?
you what we need to understand something without touching.
Evidence.
Yeah, without touching it, only looking far away, 53 million miles. We're just
So,
looking.
okay.
How do we understand that?
Okay, so you want to know like how we understand how stars are formed, for example?
No. I want to
okay.
know how you understand the sun.
In what way? Like, how do we understand what it's made out of?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a
I'm
physicist.
3 million miles away. How do you scientifically science it?
Okay. Well,
How do
I'm
you
not a
physically?
physicist. I'm not an astronomer.
Well,
So I don't
Google
know.
it. Google how you know what the sun is.
Okay. Well, I would guess that it's based on evidence, observations, hypotheses, stuff like that. But
What, brother?
Huh?
Of what? Me and you're looking at the sun right now. What evidence is what hypothesis?
I can answer this question. I can answer it in a way that also ties back to our previous conversation that we had with Scott and Jedi.
Yeah,
Here's
I got
how.
a UFO and a sun.
Okay,
Go.
I'll tell you how, and it will be an honest answer. One, we don't recreate the sun. We don't do any of that. We don't perform an experiment. Here's what we do. We have a good understanding of how certain things behave, specifically gases, specifically gravity,
How do you do that?
specifically other things.
How do you do that?
No, wait. Let me finish
A
my
good
answer. Then you
understanding
can
from
jump
sun
on me.
gases.
Jedi, I'll speak to you. Okay, I'll speak to you. So we have good understanding of individual phenomena that we observed elsewhere, not in the middle of the sun. And by looking at the sun, we conclude the following: everything we observe about the sun, and we can only observe, leads us to believe that the sun behaves as if it was made of mostly hydrogen, as if that hydrogen was really tightly compacted by the force of gravity due to its mass, as if photons flew through that hydrogen, released from the thermonuclear reactions,
You're just
propagated
jumping
through
down
that cloud of hydrogen, as if all that happened.
You're
That's our
just hopping down a bunny trail
that
of
the sun
what is.
behaves as if it was composed of those things, because everything we know of these things leads us to believe that that's exactly how they would behave if you compacted them tightly into
So if
space.
you made a sun, but you
This
can't.
is our claim about the sun, not
But
that the
if you
truth is
could,
that
then
it's
you know.
that or that. It's just as if.
Well, yeah,
As
but
if you know everything about protons and photons and neutrons and hydrogen.
they draw
and
a conclusion
and you
based on
know how a
evidence.
sun's made, supposedly, but you cannot produce one. That's weird.
Okay, wait. I've got a question. I've got a question. Can a
Okay.
murder be solved?
Dude, really, we're not going to go to that.
Well, can
not
it?
even a fucking
It's the
red
same thing.
No, it's not.
No,
We're
it's
talking
not.
about
Yes,
the
it's the same thing.
murdering
Just because you can't
hydrogen.
reproduce, just because you can't reproduce something doesn't mean that you can't figure out what it is.
Bullshit. That's exactly what it means, because that means you're lying about it.
No, it
That
doesn't.
means you're making up what hydrogen is.
Just sit down and let Jedi respond to Peter. For fuck's sake.
All right, so
I think it was a pretty good.
Yeah, I'm just going to point out what Peter said and what we were speaking about earlier within
Yeah,
the limitations. He said the phrase leads us to believe. So upon all the evidence that we've gathered, it leads us to believe that this is what the sun is. It works in a certain way because of the things that we know about this, then we believe that it's this. The reason why he says it leads us to believe is because he hasn't, and we, not saying Peter, but we can't actually go to the sun, scoop some off of it, take a sample and bring it back. It's not necessarily happening. Yeah, we can get things that come off the sun, like radiation that interacts with the electromagnetic field of the Earth, whatever, okay. But we still can't say exactly what the sun is. That's what it leads us to believe. It's scientific if you want to start looking at things and trying over time, because of observing the phenomena that happens, trying to make educated best guesses or lead you to conclusions. But it's not fulfilling the entirety of the scientific method, because the leads us to believe should have an experiment in it. At the moment, we've only got observations.
Yes, but notice that this standard that you're bringing up, fulfilling the scientific method, it's of no interest to anyone who engages in these things.
It is
Well, wait.
because you want to get away from leads us to believe.
Just wait. Yes, if you can. So let me give a very good analogy, and I know many of you will disagree, but it's just an example, so please don't jump on me. I could make the same statement 100 years ago about what we thought certain asteroids were made of. I would make exactly the same statement. It leads us to believe that there are pieces of rock or ice or whatever. It's only recently that we actually were able to send a robot to an asteroid, and some of the leads us to believe beliefs were validated, and some were not. It turned out that there are some chemicals there we didn't think should be there, yada yada. So of course it helps to be able to go and physically interact with the object that you're studying. But the honest answer right now about the sun is we
can't believe people actually believe that.
we have a model of it behaving in certain ways because we understand the individual mechanics of things like hydrogen, yada yada, and what we observe in the sky through many different methods is consistent with that model. But no real astrophysicist would say, we know for a fact what sun is. Sometimes they say it on TV like Neil deGrasse Tyson because they want to look cool. But a real astrophysicist would say, we have a good model of sun, and so far it matches all the observations. But hey, wouldn't we all want to be able to go inside and see what's in there? Yes, they would.
A model that doesn't exist other than in your mind. You're not making any sense, bro. Could you be more clear?
Well, I agree with what he said, but like in every practical way, we know.
No,
we have a
this is
working
the point.
theory is more of a is probably the precise way to say it. But
that's incorrect. You said in every practical way. I just pointed out that no, that's not true. And Peter's
How?
just spent 2 minutes explaining why he's relying on it. It's not totally because we can't go to the sun and scoop some off of it.
I understand that.
In observations.
Yeah, Jedi's right. It's not in every way.
I understand that in a practical sense.
Even meteors he just spoke on. He said something that we could know about him, yada yada yada, and then didn't say anything about a meteor because he didn't even have one.
So unless we go to the sun,
sent a robot to a meteor.
So
yeah, so the sun. Do you got any hydrogen turning into a sun? No.
So unless we go to a sun and scoop a bit up, we don't know what it's made out of.
You can't confirm. Sorry, this is the point, gentlemen. You can't confirm.
All we have is good guesses.
Okay,
you remember
I suppose you're right. We don't 100% definitively know. I suppose.
Still talking, dude. So no, we can't confirm. Peter even pointed that out when we were talking about 100 years ago in observations of meteors. We thought we knew what we were talking about until we went there and realised, yes, some of our predictions were true and some of them weren't. So you don't know until you get there. You can't confirm one way or another just by making observations. You can make up pretty good models based on what you see, but you can't confirm those models until you confirm those models.
True. Well said.
Yeah, Russ, we wouldn't be digging in.
And would you do that through the scientific method?
To confirm a model, but to observe it actually.
Hold on, man. Hold on, brother.
You want to verify
Callie, wait a second. You got to dig into Earth, right, to find out what Earth is, right? You still don't know where the core is at and what it is, or what's under 7 miles of the Earth, and you're on it. So don't be trying to convince anybody you know what something 93 million miles away is that you
model
can't
is
touch.
A scaled down
That you can't touch.
A model is a scaled down representation. If it works, then it's got to be somewhat accurate.
You can't make a little sun. You definitely ain't made no little Earth because you don't even know what to fucking make it out of. Shut up, quit lying.
Yo, China, they made an artificial sun. They did.
Why is it going? Where's it at? Is it still working? I'll take 10 of them.
I've made an artificial sun.
Jeez Louise.
Yes, we have, but you know what they mean when they say that, right? They don't mean
a giant
made an artificial sun. No, they just mean we are able to synthesize helium out of hydrogen. That's all they mean. In Pop Science article, they say, we made an artificial sun, but that's bullshit.
Where'd you get hydrogen
What they're saying is, we've reproduced some of the conditions we think occur inside of the sun, which is highly energized hydrogen.
You can't even get hydrogen
into helium, releasing a shitload of energy. That's what they mean. They didn't create a massive ball of hydrogen that collapses on itself gravitationally to create those conditions. They wish they could. Instead, they're injecting a shitload of energy, actually more than they are extracting, just to make the hydrogen fuse into helium. This is artificial sun is just a Pop Science shortcut for that.
Where do you make hydrogen at? Where's it from without batteries or salt or hexafluoride or electricity? Where are you getting your hydrogen out of nature 100%? Show me that, brother. Show me your natural hydrogen.
I gave you a link to that a few days ago, and respectfully, I'm not going to engage with you. I'd rather wait for my turn to talk to Jeddah.
In a bucket? You gave me a link to you going to get hydrogen, 100%. And how did you prove it was 100% hydrogen?
Wait, what? Are you saying hydrogen doesn't exist?
Where are you getting hydrogen from? I'm not saying anything. You're saying you got 100% hydrogen somewhere and you can make suns and helium. Now go get me some, please.
I didn't say you could make the sun.
I didn't listen to what I said carefully. Motherfucking hydrogen. Can you hear that word? Hydrogen.
Yeah, what about it?
For all the slow people. Do you have 100% hydrogen?
Not on
Anybody
me.
talking up? Anybody speaking up? Give
I
me
have
a
100% hydrogen.
What the fuck's going on?
I'm saying these chemical boys of the globe, the chemists, the atoms, they think they know what they're talking about. They think they know what the sun is, and they got a model of the fucking sun with some hydrogen and making one. Well, they don't, because they don't even have 100% hydrogen. They need to go get 1H. They can't go get hydrogen nowhere out of nature. They don't have it. They need a battery. They're going to go get you some electricity, then call it hydrogen.
Right.
What a bunch of losers.
Yeah.
Well, hydrogen is really just a deciferous byproduct of
electricity.
The stereochiral enantiomer.
Get the hell out of here. It's electrolysis, chemical electrolysis. You can say any
electrolysis. That has nothing to do with molecular composition.
Words you want, brother.
What do you mean? I'm talking about like the chemistry particular.
Well, are you trying to say that hydrogen only exists in electrolysis?
I'm saying you don't have any hydrogen, 100% of it in nature. You can't go get me none. Go get it wherever you.
Are you saying hydrogen doesn't exist?
Whoever wants to cheerlead for hydrogen,
hydrogen does exist in nature.
Are you saying that it's always bonded?
Yeah,
it's always either ionic.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be the most abundant thing in the universe. Last time your government told you.
Yeah, but
a particular atom being bonded doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Cool story, cartoon man. Where's hydrogen? 100%.
Well, it's
in water.
Got a bunch of
I was going to say it's in water. In water, it's just bonded to oxygen.
In water is hydrogen.
Yeah,
100% hydrogen gas out of fucking nature. Can you do that, boys?
Yeah, you can.
Where's that? You don't make it
in the water.
It exists already. It's inside liquid.
If your contention is that hydrogen is always bonded, that's not really
gas, and you're going to say it's water.
I couldn't because I can't just pick out a gas from water.
Nobody can. Go get me Superman. He might be able to.
Hold on, wait. I don't get the relevance. Why is this relevant?
No, I'm about to say, what is the relevance from
100% gold? There's no such thing as 100% anything that you guys thought was 100% of anything. It's all enough used in
so that makes the Earth flat?
Material, melted or heated up. It's like baking a cake. You got to have the right ingredients.
I have to ask. So because I can't go and get you a bucket of 100% hydrogen, that makes the Earth flat.
It means it's man-made. It's man-made, brother.
Hydrogen is a social construct.
So hydrogen is man-made.
That doesn't mean that Earth is flat.
Well, nature makes it also, but I'm saying man makes it to put it in your container to sell it to you. He sells you magic hydrogen in a bucket.
I have never bought a bottle of hydrogen.
Yes,
That's
you
just me, though.
have. You bought nitrogen, hydrogen, helium.
I've never.
Bro, what are you? You're a yap god. You're a
I'm
major
confused.
yap god.
Bro, I'm confused too. I thought we had a such thing as chemistry with these real gases. I'm confused.
I think we're repeating ourselves. So instead of repeating ourselves, let's kind of let me throw this question out here to YouTube Glovers.
How do you
What
science
reason do I?
100% hydrogen, guys?
You just call me a Glober.
Yeah,
Well,
dude.
if
So
you're
the
not a
problem
flat
is
earther, what
like,
should I call you?
Do you take-
like rational person?
Well, okay,
that means
Mr.
he believes the Earth
Rational.
is a circle.
So what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? Let's start there.
What?
Well, I mean, you can
is that?
Well, I've got okay. Explain the star rotation on the pole. That'd be a start.
So you're answering my question with a
rotate,
question.
bro.
You just said
Stars don't rotate, bro.
I said the star rotation. So
Yeah,
if you're on the
stars don't
North
rotate,
Pole,
bro.
if you're on the
explain
North
star
Pole,
rotation.
okay.
You see, the stars, they move above your head,
Yeah.
and there you go. That's it.
Okay, but in the North
Star
Pole,
rotation explained.
in the
What's the
North
next
Pole
question?
they go. In the North Pole they go counterclockwise. In the South Pole they go clockwise. How does that happen?
How does that infer a spherical Earth?
Well, how
you're
would that
facing different
possibly? How would that
Are you
possibly happen on
claiming?
a flat
Are
plane?
you
One at
claiming
a
that
time.
the stars move west
One
to
at a
east
time.
in the south?
One.
Are you saying they move west
One.
to east in the south?
I'm saying, well, in the north, if you look up at the stars, they go counterclockwise, right, east to west.
East to west, and they go west
remember.
to east in the
And
south.
then-
Is that what you're saying? They go west to east?
When you're on the south, when you're in the South Pole, you're looking the other direction. So, in your perspective, in the South Pole, they would go the opposite direction. That isn't the opposite direction cardinally. It's the opposite direction in your perspective. How would that happen on a flat Earth?
Because you said it. You turned around and looked the other way. That's why. The stars all move east to west. They don't move in a different direction. If you're looking at them and they're turning differently, that's because you have oriented your body into a different position. They're still going to move east to west. They do not move west to east in the south. You're just wrong on this silly thing.
Well, make
Give it
sure he notices that he didn't require a globe in any of what he said. He affirmed a lot of flat Earth measurements, and he never once referenced a globe until the very
That
end.
is
when
only
he
possible
referenced
on a
a lot
globe.
of globe and a lot of flat Earth proof.
Prove that.
And then he said all of a sudden that was globe proof.
It's hard
like
to explain.
that was very
because it's
weird.
like a diagram.
That was
It's
very
hard to
weird and
explain.
creepy.
It's hard to explain with like a
It was
diagram.
creepy. It's not hard to explain. You
But
are a
it's actually
creep.
hard to explain.
Maybe you don't understand it then.
Are you saying that it's not possible to have movement of the stars in the sky and the flat surface?
Now too many people talking.
One sec.
There's
Yeah,
none-
the question
Sorry.
was the question was
Crypto.
the Glober, my robot. Am I good?
Yeah, no, I'll let you speak, dude. But just before you do, everyone's now starting to jump in with different points, guys. We're all talking all over each other. Can we stop doing that? Crypto, what do you want to say?
Yeah, I was trying to get back to the question that was posed to the Glober, the original part of this discussion, right? The question was, what reason does he have to doubt that he lives on a flat Earth? So we could analogize and say, for instance, what reason do I have to believe that the car I'm driving isn't really a car? Okay. You might say, well, actually, it's got scales, so it's probably not a car, it's probably a lizard or whatever, right? You know, it needs to give actual reasons. All you've done is asked a counter gotcha and at no point have actually addressed the question. So maybe if you would like to actually address the question directly, then this conversation will start to make sense. I can repeat the question if you want, any of the Globers.
So, what do you want to know? You want to know why it's a globe or why it's not flat?
No, dude, this is the second time you've heard this question now. It'll be the third time. What reason does our flat Earth friend here have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Well, I just told you that the if you again.
No,
What I said is impossible on a flat model. That is all the proof you need. Like what that is the reason to doubt every single evidence. Okay, there is only evidence for a globe. There is only evidence for that.
That's not true.
There is not a single evidence for a flat Earth. So why would you think it's flat Earth?
You're not answering the question. Why
just
is it
answer
that
the
you
question.
didn't? We've already refuted Star Trails. The question was, do you have anything that should make him doubt it? Star Trails isn't it. Do you have something that is?
Why isn't that it?
He didn't listen to the answer.
What?
His rebuttal is that they weren't moving different directions. It's just that
they do move
orientation
different
changed.
directions.
No, they
They move different.
My friend, the answer was they don't move in different directions. They move east to west. It's the observer that makes the apparent motion change. This apparent motion being described as anti-clockwise and clockwise. It's observer dependent.
If on a flat plane, if you're in the south or you're in the north, on a flat plane, if you look up, you should be seeing the same sky because the sky is just above the Earth. It's not a globe. On a globe, if you are in the north and you look up, it will be counterclockwise. If you're in the south, because you are on the other side of the Earth, underneath, it is clockwise. And you're also looking at different stars because the person in the south is looking at stars underneath the Earth. The person on top is looking at stars above the Earth. It's not that difficult.
Yeah, so somebody else jumped in earlier and I wanted to point this out as well. They said that you didn't say anything about the ball. This is your presupposition that north and south are antipodal to each other.
Yeah.
And you're saying that because north and south are antipodal to each other, when we go there, they appear to move in different directions. They don't actually physically change directions, but when we go there, we can describe this motion as clockwise and counterclockwise.
Yeah.
But it's your presupposition that you have antipodal points on a ball which is in contention, because all you're doing is looking up from the surface of the Earth, and depending on where you are, you see rotations in the sky. It doesn't mean that the Earth is a ball. You're just working on a presupposition that it is.
Explain it to me.
It doesn't matter where you are. It matters which direction you face, Jedi. So I'm in the southern hemisphere and I face north. I can see
That's what I'm trying to say.
This is what got pointed out earlier. When you face north, the stars come from east to west, but they go counterclockwise from right, arching across to your left. When you turn around the stars, when you face south, the stars still moving from east to west. They go from left to right, and this is clockwise, dependent on your observation.
So where is south in a flat Earth, right? That's the thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Because, go on.
So there's no one direction for south in any flat Earth model I've seen. South is everywhere, right?
That's the problem, because there are people speaking about models. You never ask a position of these people, because these people here on this server does not claim any model.
Okay, so then you can't claim anything about the rotation of the stars proving anything.
We're not. It's you guys who come in and say that it is.
That means that you don't know the position of these people, why they are here, what they are saying. They are not saying anything about stars, for example.
Yes. So you're not going to tell us anything about the flat Earth model or what it like?
No. But you will hear something what has to do with the flat surface.
What?
What? If Earth is not curving, what it is?
What do you mean if it's not? But it is a globe. So.
But I'm asking the question. If it's not curving, what it is then?
Well, I don't know, do I? Because what do you mean?
You do. You just can't say it. So he's asking you this: if a surface or a line is not curved, what is it?
If it's not curved, if a line isn't curved, it's flat. Great.
There you go. That's what he's saying.
But the Earth is curved. So.
Okay. So
is it?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
How would you demonstrate that to be true?
You can actually see the curvature of the Earth if you go to the ocean.
Really?
What?
Yeah, and it's like a really like simple thing, and I know you'll have some answer to it because it's so simple. You go to the ocean, you look at a boat, right? That's going away from you, and what you'll see is that the boat dips under the horizon. If the Earth was flat, if the Earth was flat, you wouldn't have
in which distance?
If the Earth was flat, you wouldn't have a sharp horizon. It would just fade into like obscurity, like you see with like a like a plane. Well, that's hard to describe. But because it's a sharp horizon, because you've got the curvature, and the boat dips down under it, and what's going to happen is you can't see the boat anymore because it's gone over the curvature. You know.
You haven't been in. Sorry, Sash. You haven't been in this discussion long, have you, mate? So you haven't been in this discussion long. Okay. So you're making the claim that I can't see the bottom of that boat anymore because it's gone over the physical curvature of the Earth. Yeah?
If you wait long enough, you won't be able to see any of the boat. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I understand if you wait long enough.
Because
something keeps going away. But the reason why we can't see it is because the physical Earth curvature is in the way, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So the horizon, in your idea, is the tangent point where the tangent line from your eyesight intersects the top of that curved arch, right?
Pretty much.
Good. So then that physical geometric horizon that you are saying is physically obstructing your ability to see things beyond it should be at 1.225, according to the globe model, multiplied by the height of the observer in feet. So if you're a 6-foot observer above a sphere with a radius of 3,901 miles, then the physical geometric horizon for the 6-foot observer is going to be at 2.9 miles away. At this prediction, then, from that moment onwards, a boat that goes beyond that distance should start being obscured by that physical curve. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I'm not gonna dispute your math. I don't know the exact equation, but I'm not gonna dispute you.
So I can hear Crypto trying to get in. Crypto, you're a bit roboty. What's up?
Sorry, mate. I was just saying you said the height in feet, not the square root of the height in feet. I just wanted to correct that.
All right, sorry, buddy. Yeah, square root of height in feet.
But yeah, I'm not going to dispute your maths. I'm not a mathematician.
Okay.
I don't know.
But it's working on the premise that you know the size of the ball and you know your altitude above it, and it's just a mathematical calculation, a way to figure where that horizon is. Okay. So one of the reasons why we're in this conversation is over recent years, we've demonstrated over and over again that the horizon doesn't appear at that mathematical calculation. The horizon moves around depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day. So it's not physical Earth curve that's obstructing your view.
So what is obstructing your view? The like what?
Okay, so you said earlier if the Earth was flat, then it would be X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
You said the horizon wouldn't be hard and things would disappear like air.
Okay, so you're saying that the math for a globe model doesn't work.
The horizon on a flat surface is the limitation of your view across that flat surface at distance, where eventually, because your eye can't resolve anymore, that surface that you're looking at, you can no longer look at because it's invisible to you. Where the surface ends because of your optical range across it, then eventually it will appear to meet the sky. So the horizon is where the surface of the Earth, depending on your optic, will appear to meet the sky. Horizons only exist within the eye, my friend.
To me, that wouldn't explain why a boat would disappear from bottom to top, though.
Okay,
surely it would just fade into obscurity.
Same kind of example with the surface. So eventually with distance, because we see things in angles, when the thing that we're looking at reduces so much in angle, then we can't resolve it anymore. This is the same thing with the bottom of objects on that surface that we can't resolve anymore. You have to remember the horizon is the limitation of our view. And you say when the boat goes beyond the horizon, the limitation of our view, I then lose the ability to resolve the bottom of it, where the surface is. More and more with distance that boat goes beyond the horizon, the less I will be able to resolve the bottom of it because it's already entered that angle that I can't resolve anyway. This can be demonstrated on a flat surface.
It can be.
Yes. Just put a camera on the floor, like a corridor, something that's really long. Get a skateboard, set it to record, and skate away. Eventually, you would lose the resolution of the wheels. Look like you'd just be
Can
on
you
the floor.
show me that being demonstrated?
I've got over 29 videos of this year. Loads of them.
Okay.
Give me like 5 minutes, I'll find them for you. But when you say these things, it's only because you don't know, it's not been demonstrated to you, and you've got this presupposition that the horizon is physical Earth curvature. It's not just a limitation of your view. Again, it's one of the reasons why we're here.
Great. I still don't. Okay, so you believe the Earth's flat then? Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
So where is south again?
South is 180 degrees away from north.
Okay. So that doesn't really work.
What do you mean?
Where? Okay. So on a globe, you have it's on an axis, right? So you have your north and your south of the axis, and then east and west, whatever. On a flat model, from north, where is north and where is south? Like physically.
England, Norway it's a north, and Spain it's south. And between them, it's a. Listen this carefully. Norway it's a north, and Spain the south, and in between it's Atlantic Ocean, and Atlantic Ocean it's leveled.
Right.
It doesn't curve.
Yeah, so I don't know if I'm coming through okay. So I think what he's trying to get at is the south surrounds you on a globe, on a flat Earth, sorry. But there's some kind of strange quirks to both anyway. So for instance, on the globe, if you keep going north and don't change direction, eventually you start going south.
Yeah.
Right? You don't change direction. You go north, 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 and eventually you go south. But it's the same direction though, right? So and then you keep going south, 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 and then you go north again. So I mean, they're just quirks of understanding, but that doesn't invalidate that it exists.
Well, no, I'm just asking because I don't understand how there could be like a south. Because
so if you look north, if you're looking at the North Pole, the south is directly behind you, as Jedi said, 180 degrees. What's wrong with that?
Because on a flat model, how would you get if you go in one direction in a flat model? How do you then end up back?
That's east or west. East or west is a circle around north. If you're talking about circumnavigation.
Oh, I thought I've been doing 40s and 50s the whole way. I didn't realise.
Huh?
I'm sorry. I'll slow down. Thank you.
Cheers.
So if
you want to talk about circumnavigation, how I ended up from where I started, you'll go east or west. East or west is just a circle around north.
But if I'm at the North Pole, okay,
yeah.
Which I can't wrap my head around this, and maybe I'm being dumb. If I'm at the North Pole on a globe and I just travel north, eventually I'll end up back in the same spot. How does that work on a flat model?
Doesn't. So this is the other direction, north and south. So you asked where south was on a flat Earth model. If you go south, you're not necessarily going to end up where you started from.
So it's just top and bottom.
Yeah. There's no bottom.
Jedi, can I say only shortly? He said something what nobody did in human history. That's what he is imagining. That if I start from the North Pole and go to the south, on the globe, that nobody did in human life.
Yeah, I think it's important to point out that not only has no one done that, no one's even claimed to do that, with an aircraft or any other means. And that's.
And then all the bits in between, though, right?
It'd be really easy with modern tech.
Well, it wouldn't be. I don't know if it's easy, but
with mid-air refueling, so it'd be very easy.
It's not necessary though.
But come on, necessary. With $56 billion as the annual budget of NASA, they can't throw $1 million out to circumnavigate north to south and record it for everyone to see. Really?
What's the value? Where's the value in that?
The value would be at least some reason to think that it's possible to navigate north to south. So far, there's no logical reason to think it's even possible because no one's even claimed to do it.
They've done every single segment of it, right? The north-south path has been covered multiple times by multiple people.
No, dude,
Why
I don't
do we
think
need to do
you're
it in
following.
one
No,
shot?
buddy, you're not following what I'm saying. I'm talking about someone going to the North Pole of the globe, going southwards, going over the South Pole, and then going back to the North Pole northwards without turning, dead reckoning. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're
Dead
saying,
reckoning.
but every little segment of that has been done
You understand the
individually
concept
already.
of dead reckoning, right? Like dead reckoning. You know what that means?
Yeah, but there's no value in it though, because everybody knows that each individual segment has already been done. Why do it again?
No value according to you.
It was not done.
No.
What are you saying?
Well, it wouldn't demonstrate curvature technically anyway, because things can be edited. But I'm just saying, no one's even claimed. The point I'm trying to make by saying this is you globers should be suspicious about the narrative, since no one's even claimed to do that. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. It's suspicious. And if you can't see that, then what you can't see could probably fill a warehouse.
It's not necessary for somebody to go from the North Pole without turning all the way around the world. It's not necessary to do that because every like
you understand the relevant what I'm saying. I don't think you're understanding what's relevant.
Yeah.
Talking about relevant.
Why would someone claim to do something they haven't done though?
Right.
Well, people claim that they went to the vacuum of space all the time. I doubt they've done that.
We haven't been to space.
It is necessary.
That's
If
irrelevant.
you wish to prove that this is possible, then you must do it.
So if somebody went from the North Pole all the way around,
Finished. You can't just assert that something is possible having never done it, can you? That would be silly, and you would actually have to do it in order to know it's possible. Correct?
Yes, is the answer.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, like measuring the Earth flat, you mean? Something like that.
Question wasn't to you, and the answer is yes.
No. You don't have to do something to know it's possible.
That was not a correct statement. I know there are certain things like eating my own feces is possible, and I don't have to do it to know that it's possible.
Well, but again, you're just bringing up specific categories in knowledge now.
Yeah, but I have good reasons to believe that it's possible because an entire model.
Guys, let's put a qualifier on there. Let's just say extraordinary claims. Like you can't know that an extraordinary claim is possible unless you do it yourself. Extraordinary claims, like claiming that the Earth is a ball.
Okay. So let me try that with you. If I measure the curvature and get the radius of the Earth, then I have good reasons to believe that I can circumnavigate over the North Pole without the problem. If I have measured the Earth to be a globe with the radius of 6,371 kilometers.
If you have that, this is what's pointed out when you use a juxtaposition of if the Earth is a globe, then I should theoretically be able to do this. Travel north to south and end up north again.
Yes.
Yes, in that theory.
And what that other person is telling you is that people, you might disagree with it, but that people have measured the curvature of the Earth in numerous different ways, and it is of zero value to them to prove to themselves or a bunch of people on the fringes of the internet that it is possible because they have very good reasons to believe that it's possible.
Okay, we're going to have to go through those.
So what you're saying summed up is if the Earth was a globe, then the Earth would be a globe. Wonderful.
No, he's saying that other people have measured it.
That's right. Who's measured it and what are they? What are these?
They detect curvature?
Otherwise
One of those people is me. One of those people is me, but I'm not going to engage in this today.
And what you are worried now, what will happen in future if you know, everything is fine, the Earth is a sphere, why are you worried about?
Can I ask what model you guys use then?
We use this model. You use country, whatever country you want in reality, and then you observe that position in that country. That's the real thing. For example, if you want to go to Adriatic Sea, you go to Adriatic Sea. If you want to go some Black Sea, you go to Black Sea. And then you measure the elevation, changing elevation, and that's Earth curve, you know. Because that's reality, you know. Because that thing exists.
That's not what I asked.
Yeah, what he's trying to say is that we don't use one.
Yeah, we use one.
I'm not trying to say
called...
anything. I'm not trying to say anything. I'm asking what model you use because
Yeah,
it's hard
I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question directly. We don't use one. Not
you don't
anymore.
use a mod. So how is somebody supposed?
They've got problems with them. They're a reification fallacy, technically.
But
well, yes, the ones that I'm going to point out are, but it depends what we're going to be using it for.
So I want to ask, like, because with the whole, again, with the north-south thing, I need to know where the continents are on your model that you use.
Why?
You want to know where the South Pole is because you believe that there is one. You've already got it in your head. So when Jedi says it's 180, so I got background noise, but when it's 180 from north, that's all you need to know.
Okay. Can I ask you a simple question? How I can find out if flat surface if flat surface is flat? How I can find out that?
Huh?
How I can find out if flat surface is flat?
I don't know what you mean.
How I can find out which how the surface is behaving? Is it curving or is it flat?
Well, you do measurement.
Should I look to the stars? Should I go to the south? Should I go to the north? Or doesn't matter?
Well, the stars definitely help, but I mean, measurements have been done.
With the surface, you're saying stars help.